At the tender age of 10, she entered the capital at 16. She was wed through a political alliance by 20. She found herself a widow, raising her son alone. The choices made in her youth transformed into piercing arrows that struck directly at Jiang Shaohua's heart years later. Consumed by grief and indignation, she refused to close her eyes in eternal slumber. Opening her eyes, she found herself returned to her youth. With unwavering resolve, she embarked on a path starkly different from her previous life. Step by step, slowly yet resolutely, she advanced towards the pinnacle of power. In this life, her fate rested solely in her hands. She yearned for the world to heed her voice. Princess. The intermittent sobs disrupted the tranquility. Jiang Shaohua's mind was clouded. Her eyelids felt glued shut, and with great effort, she managed to utter 2 words. Be quiet. This elicited an exuberant cheer. The princess has spoken. Wonderful. The princess has finally awakened. Boo-hoo. Even in the realm of the dead, there was no respite. A surge of anger ignited within Jiang Shaohua, and without knowing where she found the strength, she suddenly opened her eyes. 2 young maidservants leaned over her, their heads almost touching, hovering above her gaze. One had eyes red like a rabbit, while the other was blowing bubbles from her nose. The princess is awake, exclaimed the reed maid in delight. The bubble-blowing one joyfully wiped her nose. I'll go fetch Mother Jiang. Inju tu bai. Jiang Shaohua's heart ached as she murmured, you both are here. These were her 2 closest maidservants who had grown up alongside her. At the age of 10, she was taken into the palace by Empress Dowager Zheng, with Inju and Tu Bai accompanying her. Tragically, Inju perished in the palace while protecting her, and Tu Bai died a few years later due to a rampant plague in the capital. She lived to the age of 35, meeting her demise on her birthday at the hands of Emperor Tai Shi, poisoned in a fit of rage and injustice. To her surprise, in the afterlife, she was reunited with Inju and Tu Bai. How could they appear to be merely 13 or 14 years old? Jiang Shaohua reached out to grasp Tu Bai, who was eager to leave, only to be taken aback by the warmth of her skin. This was unmistakably the warmth of the living. Wait a minute, why did her own hands seem so much smaller? Jiang Shaohua's pupils dilated suddenly, and a shocking thought flashed through her mind. Inju, fetch me a mirror. Inju, bewildered but without question, quickly brought forth a brass mirror shaped like a begonia flower. The mirror was smooth and luminous, reflecting the youthful visage of a girl. To call her a girl felt somewhat inadequate. The reflection depicted a face caught between childhood and adolescence. Long, glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin glowed with an ethereal radiance. Her brows resembled crescent moons, her eyes were like polished ink, her nose delicately upturned, and her lips were crimson as cinnabar. Even at such a tender age, she possessed extraordinary beauty. What year is it now? Jiang Shaohua's voice trembled as she realized how remarkably youthful it sounded. Inju was taken aback by the question. Why is the princess suddenly asking this? Could be a nightmare? Tu Bai winced as her wrist was grasped tightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Princess, you're hurting my hand. Jiang Shaohua steadied herself, loosening her grip, only to notice the imprint left on Tu Bai's wrist. She had exerted but a fraction of her strength. How could such a mark have formed? Her mind swirled with confusion and uncertainty. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shaohua commanded, you both may leave now, and summon Mother Jiang. Inju and Tu Bai exchanged glances before complying. Moments later, a woman entered the room. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with an oval face, delicate features, and a tidy demeanor. This was none other than Jiang Shaohua's wet nurse, Mother Jiang. Born Zhuyu, she had been the personal maid to the Nanyang princess, Jiang Yin, in her youth. After Jiang Yin married, she was betrothed to a guard in the royal household. Tragically, the guard died while protecting his lord during a hunt. Overcome with grief, Mother Jiang gave birth to a posthumous child who perished before reaching a month old. It was then that Jiang Shaohua was born. Wiping her tears, Mother Jiang became Jiang Shaohua's wet nurse. Jiang Yin had fought through frail health to bring her daughter into the world, only to pass away within a year. In Jiang Shaohua's heart, Mother Jiang was akin to a second mother. Unfortunately, when Jiang Shaohua moved to the capital, Mother Jiang fell ill and could not accompany her. Soon after, Mother Jiang succumbed to her illness, leaving their bond severed by death. In that moment, a flood of longing and yearning, suppressed for over 20 years, surged forth. Jiang Shaohua's eyes suddenly warmed with tears as she threw herself into Mother Jiang's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Mother Jiang, startled, quickly wrapped her arms around the 10-year-old princess, soothing her. Did you have a nightmare, my dear? Fear not. I am here, and no evil shall come near. Jiang Shaohua clutched Mother Zhang's sleeve tightly, drowning in her sorrow. At the age of 10, she had followed her father's advice to leave Nanyang County for the palace and had never returned. The vast estate of the Nanyang prince remained in her father's hands. At 16, Empress Dowager Zheng arranged her marriage to the powerful Wang family. Though she had a beloved, her heart softened upon hearing the Empress Dowager's pleas. For the sake of the young emperor's stability, she severed ties with her love and married into the Wang family. At 18, she bore a son. By 20, her husband met an untimely death, and she could not bear to abandon her son to remarry. Resolutely, she remained a widow for over a decade, raising her son to adulthood. As her son grew, he succumbed to rumors, believing she had lingering ties with her first love, leading to a rift between them. In a moment of betrayal, he offered her a cup of poison with scornful disdain. For so many years, your entanglement with your former lover has brought nothing but trouble to the Wang family because of you. You are frivolous and unfaithful, wholly unworthy of being my mother. The boy who had once clung to her wrist for support had transformed into one who wished for her demise. The choices of her youth had become arrows that pierced her heart years later. As the poison slid down her throat, despair and fury consumed her, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of injustice. Mother Zhang gently stroked her back, whispering comfort. The prince has been gone for a year, and you have mourned in the residence all this time. Your devotion will be seen by him above, and he shall surely bless you with peace. In the 3rd year of Tai Kong, the Nanyang prince passed away, and Jiang Shaohua mourned for an entire year. Today marked the end of her mourning period. It was now the 4th year of Tai Kong. News from the palace should soon reach the Nanyang prince's residence. Memories long buried began to resurface. Jiang Shaohua stifled her tears, slowly wiping her face with a handkerchief, and softly declared, "Do not worry, mother, I will not weep again." Her tone was resolute and unwavering. Mother Zhang was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her young mistress. 10-year-old Jiang Shaohua straightened her slender frame, her dark eyes deep and serene, resembling a bottomless pool. It was as if she had weathered countless storms, yet remained steadfast. Mother Zhang felt a pang of anxiety mixed with tenderness. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock resonated, filled with concern. "Shaohua, your father has come to see you." Jiang Shaohua's gaze turned icy. Mother Zhang subtly furrowed her brow, but quickly regained her composure, moving to open the door. A man in his 30s stepped inside. He was tall and possessing a refined demeanor, with an exceptionally handsome face. His eyes, in particular, were strikingly beautiful. A paragon of virtue, he was none other than Jiang Shaohua's biological father, Lu Xian, the very hand that had once thrust her into a quagmire. Lu Xian hailed from the Lu family of Fanyang, a branch of lesser nobility. In his youth, he was diligent in his studies, achieving the status of a scholar at 17, distinguishing himself among his kin. At 18, while traveling through Nanyang County, he stayed overnight at Bema Temple. There, he encountered the youthful Nanyang princess Jiang Yan, who had come to pray. In the presence of the Buddha, amidst the fragrant incense, their eyes met, and they fell in love at first sight. The Nanyang prince was the uncle of the reigning emperor Tai Kong, a powerful prince with substantial authority. His only cherished offspring was Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, frail and sickly since childhood, was doted upon and indulged by the southern Yang king. When Jiang Yan expressed her unwavering desire to marry Lu Xian, the southern Yang king acquiesced. As a noble princess, it was unconventional for her to marry down, so she summoned Lu Xian to become her husband. The title of son-in-law was not particularly esteemed. However, with the southern Yang king's high status, Lu Xian, being a mere branch descendant of the Lu family, was indeed fortunate to be the son-in-law of the southern Yang king. The Fanyang Lu family remained silent, accepting this union. Once Lu Xian entered the southern Yang king's residence, he presented lavish gifts during festivals and celebrations. After the couple married, their lives were harmonious, filled with affection. Alas, their happiness was short-lived. 2 years later, Jiang Yan became pregnant, but during childbirth, she encountered difficulties that severely drained her vitality. After a year of lingering illness, she passed away. Devastated by the loss of his beloved wife, Lu Xian fell into deep sorrow and succumbed to a grave illness. Traditionally, a man could observe a year of mourning for his wife, yet Lu Xian insisted on mourning her for 3 years, a testament to his profound love, which was deeply moving. The Southern Yang king did not neglect his son-in-law. He selected the most beautiful maid from Jiang Yan's attendants to serve Lu Xian in his daily needs. This maid, named Mei Ran, soon became pregnant and gave birth to a son. Delighted by the arrival of his child, Lu Xian named him Jiang Ying, so he could later honor his biological mother. However, the Southern Yang king remarked, "Yenner has her own flesh and blood. There is no need to seize another son. In the future, Shaohua will have her own offerings for worship." The Southern Yang king decided that the baby boy would be named Lu Ying and ordered a banquet to elevate Mei Ran to the status of a concubine. That year, the Southern Yang king penned a heartfelt memorial of over 10,000 words, each word dripping with sorrow. The late emperor, moved to tears upon reading it, granted the Southern Yang king's request, making an exception to confer the title of Southern Yang princess upon the 5-year-old Jiang Shaohua. Jiang Shaohua's name was officially recorded in the royal family registry, making her the first princess of the great Liang dynasty to inherit her maternal grandfather's surname and title. Mei concubine gave birth to a daughter the following year. Lu Xian, along with Mei Ran and their children, resided in the northwest corner of the royal residence. Typically, Mei Ran and the children seldom appeared before Jiang Shaohua. That year, as Jiang Shaohua mourned for her grandfather, Lu Xian visited her daily, ensuring that Mei Ran and her half-siblings did not intrude upon her grief. Such careful consideration and tenderness were evident. At the age of 10, how could she not trust and rely upon such a loving father? "Shaohua, the Empress Dowager has summoned you to the palace for your upbringing, which will be greatly beneficial for you. Firstly, you will receive proper guidance from a respectable elder. Secondly, with the Empress Dowager's protection, no one will dare criticize you for losing your mother at a young age. In the future, you may secure a more advantageous marriage. The household affairs of the royal residence will be taken care of by me. You need not worry. Focus on your time in the palace. When the day comes for your marriage, I will prepare a substantial dowry for you." In her youthful innocence, Jiang Shaohua felt deeply touched by her father's earnest intentions. Eventually, the Southern Yang princess left the Southern Yang royal residence for the capital, entering the palace. Lu Xian naturally became the head of the Southern Yang royal residence. When she married, her dowry amounted to 60 bearers, indeed a generous sum. Yet, the wealth accumulated over decades, originally bequeathed by her grandfather, ultimately bore the Lu surname. Lu Xian did not employ any cunning schemes. According to societal customs, a woman remained under her father's authority until marriage. The patriarchal system easily stripped her of her rightful inheritance. Contemplating this, Jiang Shaohua felt a surge of resentment, nearly overwhelming her. She loathed herself even more than the father of her bloodline, standing before her. It was she who had been blind and deceived, misled by the facade of familial affection, squandering her grandfather's sincere efforts. Fortunately, the heavens were watching. Flowers may bloom anew, and youth may return. She returned. In this life, she would never entrust her destiny to anyone. From this moment onward, her life would be in her own hands. Lu Xian hurried in, and the moment his gaze met that of his daughter, he felt a jolt of surprise. Jiang Shaohua had lost her mother at the age of 1 and was raised personally by the Southern Yang king. She began her education at 4 and trained in martial arts at 5, leaving little room for her biological father to participate in her upbringing. Nevertheless, blood ties run deep. Although they did not meet daily, the bond between father and daughter remained strong. After the Southern Yang king's passing last year, his daughter relied on him even more. Yet now, her gaze towards him felt like that of a stranger detached, yet scrutinizing, reminiscent of her deceased grandfather. Lu Xian suppressed his mild displeasure and smiled. "The Empress Dowager has sent someone to the palace. They arrived in Jingzhou 5 days ago and are expected to reach Southern Yang soon. I have heard that this eunuch Zhao is favored by the Empress Dowager and should not be treated lightly. I plan to personally lead a welcoming party to the city gates." However, Jiang Shaohua replied, "Such trivial matters do not require your involvement, father. Chief Minister Chun can lead the welcoming party." Chief Minister Chun, known simply as Zhua, served as the left chief minister of the Southern Yang royal residence. The Southern Yang king had held Chun Zhua in high regard, entrusting him with the royal residence's external affairs and relations with court officials. Lu Xian was taken aback by his daughter's outright refusal and continued, "We do not know when eunuch Zhao will arrive. This could take 2 or 3 days. The affairs of the royal residence are intricate and cannot do without Chief Minister Chun. I should go." Jiang Shaohua looked him in the eye, her gaze calm, her voice steady. "Father misunderstands. My point is that eunuch Zhao is an esteemed figure in the palace. Your lack of rank renders your presence at the welcoming inappropriate, which may displease him. Chief Minister Chun, being of the 5th rank, is the most suitable choice. Boom! Lu Xian's face flushed instantly. Indeed, he was merely a son-in-law of the Southern Yang royal residence without office or title. His identity was awkward. He could not represent the Southern Yang royal residence in any official capacity. Where grandfather was alive, he had tread carefully, submissively bowing his head. With the Southern Yang king's demise, the heavy burden that pressed upon him had vanished. He felt a sense of unspoken relief. The Southern Yang royal residence belonged to his daughter. What difference did it make to him? Over the past year, he had been cultivating relationships and gathering support. Some were perceptive enough to recognize his efforts, while others, including Qinzhua, treated him with indifference, relying on their closeness to the late Southern Yang king. The news of eunuch Zhao's impending visit to Southern Yang had reached him early. After much contemplation, he had devised a plan. Welcoming eunuch Zhao was merely the first step. Then, he could strategize for the subsequent steps. Little did he expect that before he could take even the first step, his daughter would publicly humiliate him. The pain was unbearable, leaving him utterly humiliated. Beside him, Mama Zhang stared in shock, her eyes wide. Jiang Shaohua quietly reveled in Lu Xian's awkwardness. Suppressing his anger, Lu Xian coughed twice, regaining his composure, and said gently, "As your father, it is only natural for me to represent you. There is nothing inappropriate about it." Jiang Shaohua replied coolly, "My decision is final." Lu Xian. Chapter 3. The dream. How dare she speak to her own father in such a manner? A surge of fury ignited within Lu Xian. His typically gentle and refined visage cracked slightly, his voice stiff. "As a daughter, how can you address your own father in this way? A woman ought to be gentle, humble, virtuous, and gracious." Jiang Shaohua lifted her gaze, her eyes cool. "My grandfather did not teach me so during his lifetime. He told me that the world is harsh towards women, and that they must be self-reliant, strong, proud, and cherish themselves." Lu Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. The Prince of Nanyang was indeed an anomaly among men. In his youth, he married a woman of lowly military lineage, and despite her bearing only one daughter, he chose not to take concubines to produce male heirs, instead inviting a son-in-law into their home for Jiang Yan. Upon her passing, the prince did not adopt or appoint another heir. Rather, he submitted a petition to grant the young Jiang Shaohua the title of princess, bestowing upon her both his rank and family fortune. What granddaughter? She was undeniably a granddaughter by name, yet the surname Jiang could not alter that truth. The prince had left no male heirs. Ultimately, all this immense wealth and legacy would belong to Lu Xian. Jiang Shaohua's indifferent voice resonated once more. "I have my own views on this matter. Father need not worry. You should return early and spend time with Mother Mei and her children." She audaciously ordered him to leave. A vein throbbed on Lu Xian's forehead, but he managed to muster a gentle smile as he replied softly, "Then take care of yourself. I shall visit you again another day." He then rose to depart. Jiang Shaohua remained motionless. Madame Zhang, recovering from her shock, hurriedly escorted Lu Xian out of the courtyard. Lu Xian, exhibiting remarkable patience, addressed Madame Zhang with utmost courtesy. "There is no need to see me off, Madame Zhang. Shaohua seems to be in a rather peculiar mood today. Perhaps she has some thoughts on her mind. Please attend to her carefully." Regardless of her personal opinions about Lu Xian, Madame Zhang never revealed a hint of disdain on her face and promptly acquiesced. After Lu Xian's departure, she sighed deeply, recognizing that the princess was indeed not herself today. Nevertheless, it was quite refreshing to witness. Madame Zhang stepped back into the house with a lightened step. Before she could inquire, Jiang Shaohua spoke up. "Madame Zhang, I dreamt of my grandfather." Madame Zhang's eyes brightened. Did the prince deliver a dream message to the princess? Her voice brimmed with barely concealed excitement. Jiang Shaohua affirmed with a soft sound, her gaze sweeping over Madame Zhang's beaming face, and she felt a pang of sorrow. Madame Zhang had never favored Lu Xian. She had long sensed it, yet pretended not to notice. Well aware of the delicate balance between kinship and distance, Madame Zhang had never spoken ill of Lu Xian in her presence. What did the prince convey in the dream? Madame Zhang eagerly inquired. Jiang Shaohua recalled her grandfather's loving countenance, a wave of emotion washing over her as she slowly replied, "Grandfather told me not to leave the Nanyang County and to safeguard the Nanyang Wangfu. He also warned that anyone who seeks to seize the Wangfu's legacy shall have their hands severed. Tears welled in Madame Zhang's eyes as she wiped them away with her sleeve. The prince's words must be memorized by the princess. Over the past year, Lu Xian's ambitions had become increasingly evident as he frequently meddled in Wangfu affairs under the guise of his daughter's influence. The entire household had taken note. Some, with shallow minds, had secretly aligned themselves with Lu Xian. Madame Zhang felt anxious, yet refrained from discussing it before her mistress. The princess had lost her mother at a tender age, and even the grandfather who cherished her had departed. Lu Xian remained the only father she had. How could she bear to shatter the princess's illusions about paternal love? Yet now, with the prince's dream, it was time for the princess to awaken and see those around her with clarity. Jiang Shaohua softly instructed, "Have someone convey a message to the front courtyard for Chun Changshi and the others to wait for me in grandfather's study." Madame Zhang replied repeatedly, "I shall first assist the princess in her dressing and preparations." Lu Xian maintained his smile until he stepped into the Yulan courtyard. The gentle and charming Mei Yinyang, with her delicate brow and almond eyes, greeted him alongside her two children. "Why have you returned so early today, my lord? Did you not accompany the princess for dinner?" When Jiang Yin was alive, everyone referred to Lu Xian as the county horse. After her passing, the young Jiang Shaohua was granted the title of Princess of Nanyang by the court, rendering Lu Xian's title somewhat awkward. Having served Lu Xian for 6 years, Mei Yinyang was well aware of his sensitivities, and she addressed him with utmost respect. The two children, a boy and a girl, looked at him adoringly, calling him father. The boy, 5 years old, was handsome and fair, resembling Lu Xian, and was his eldest son, Lu Ying. The girl, for years old, possessed delicate features and a sweet smile, a budding beauty who was Lu Ying's younger sister, Lu Ruohua. Having faced humiliation from Jiang Shaohua, Lu Xian's mood soured, and he replied impatiently, "I have matters to attend to in the study. Do not disturb me." He brushed past his children without a glance and swept away. Mei Yinyang's eyes clouded with discomfort as she gently reassured her children. "Inger, Huar, your father has important matters to attend to and cannot spare time for you." In truth, Lu Xian, as a son-in-law, had resided in the Nanyang Wangfu for 14 years. Although he enjoyed a comfortable life, he had never ventured into the household affairs. What important matters could he possibly be preoccupied with? Lu Ying, perceptive for his age, nodded quietly, while Lu Ruohua looked up at Mei Yinyang with innocent curiosity. "Mother, what important matters is father busy with?" Mei Yinyang hesitated. "You are too young to understand. Come, let's go have dinner." Lu Xian remained in the study for a considerable time. The memory of a moment filled with humiliation flashed through his mind when he joyfully announced to his father-in-law the name of his son, Jiang Ying, only to be met with cold disdain. The Jiang family would not accept his son. His child could not bear the surname Jiang. He must bear the surname Lu. No one knew that in that moment, an immense fury and resentment took root in his heart. How could the family fortune, accumulated over decades, be inherited by a woman? He had reluctantly become a son-in-law to the formidable Jiang family, and now his son would have to suffer the same indignity? Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian rose and opened the door, casting a glance around. "Fang Quan, come in." Fang Quan entered promptly. Having served Lu Xian as his personal attendant since the age of 16, Fang Quan was his trusted confidant. Lu Xian whispered a few instructions, and Fang Quan, surprised, raised his gaze just in time to catch the ominous look in Lu Xian's eyes. He swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue, responding softly, "Yes." At this moment, Jiang Shaohua stepped into the main courtyard. This was where the Prince of Nanyang had resided during his lifetime, a spacious hall comprised of 5 rooms. The right wing housed a bedchamber, while the left wing served as a study, filled with bookshelves brimming with scrolls, ink, paper, and inkstones. The walls were adorned with renowned paintings from previous dynasties. The study was heavily guarded, with dozens of royal soldiers stationed day and night. No one was permitted to enter without the prince's summons, except for Jiang Shaohua. From the day she learned to walk, she had been free to enter and exit her grandfather's study at will. Even when her grandfather convened his advisors for discussions, she could enter unannounced. Jiang Shaohua paused outside the study, gazing intently, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "Grandfather, I have returned." Chapter 4. "Uncle, I have seen the princess." Jiang Shaohua steadied her thoughts and turned to look. There were 20 royal soldiers stationed outside the study, all bowing in unison. The leader, A man of around 35 or 36 years, was tall and dark-skinned, with sharp eyes. His appearance was distinctly different from the fashionable elegance of the time. He exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior. This was Song Yuan, the commander of the royal soldiers of the Nanyang Wangfu. Among the many prominent military families in Daliang, the Song family did not rank highly. Fortuitously, one of their own had become the princess of Nanyang. For the past 30 years, with the prince's support, the Song family had barely managed to ascend to the ranks of the second-tier military families. The highest-ranking member of the Song family currently held the title of third-grade Yuji General. Song Yuan was the late princess of Nanyang's nephew. Having entered the Wangfu as a soldier at the age of 15 and rising to commander by 25. According to the military ranks of Daliang, Song Yuan was a 5th-grade military officer. With the prince's passing, the Nanyang Wangfu still stood, and its current head was the 10-year-old princess of Nanyang. By bloodline, Song Yuan was Jiang Yan's cousin and Jiang Shaohua's uncle. However, Song Yuan had always been respectful and never publicly acknowledged their familial ties. He was even more courteous than usual. With utmost respect, Song Yuan bowed to Jiang Shaohua, and the other soldiers followed suit, none daring to be negligent towards their mistress. Jiang Shaohua gazed at the loyal Song Yuan. When she had traveled to the capital, he had led 200 loyal soldiers to accompany her. The palace gates were like an ocean. She entered the inner palace while Song Yuan and the other soldiers remained outside, guarding the Nanyang Wangfu in the capital. At the tender age of 16, she entered the royal household as a bride, accompanied by Song Yuan and his loyal guards. Surrounded by a retinue, she remained composed within the den of wolves, unscathed by any attempts at intimidation. By the time she reached the age of 28, an assassination attempt awaited her as she ventured outside, and in a bid to protect her, Song Yuan sustained a grievous wound to his heart and lung. He recuperated for 6 months, yet still chose to depart. At that time, he was over 50, his hair streaked with gray, his forehead lined with wrinkles, and he appeared to be in the twilight of his years. Uncle, she grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, her throat choked with emotion. He summoned all his remaining strength to gaze deeply at her and sighed softly. Thank goodness you are safe. Should I journey to the underworld, I shall have no regrets regarding Cousin Yan. It was revealed that this steadfast and reticent cousin had never married, for he harbored feelings for her mother, Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, her father, Lu Xian, renowned for his undying love for his deceased wife, had recently taken a 17-year-old concubine, creating quite the romantic tale. Jiang Shaohua remained silent as Song Yuan felt a pang of astonishment within, yet he refrained from casting a glance at her expression, maintaining his posture of respect. After a year of absence, the mood within the palace began to shift. Whispers circulated that the young princess, being merely a child and a girl at that, could not uphold the responsibilities of the royal household. Even within the guards, murmurs occasionally arose. Upon discovering 2 such offenders, he administered a sound thrashing of 50 military strikes, leaving them thoroughly chastised. Following this incident, no one dared to speak out of turn again. Uncle, please rise, a delicate hand, as white as porcelain, assisted him. Song Yuan was taken aback by her calling him uncle. He did not even notice the remarkable strength behind that hand that had effortlessly lifted him. How could the princess address a humble general in such a manner? The usually composed Commander Song found his words faltering, his face rapidly flushing crimson. I am unworthy of such honor. Jiang Shaohua revealed her first smile since her rebirth, her joy overwhelming her as she exclaimed, I have not seen you in so long. Uncle, my heart is filled with happiness. There is no need for alarm, she assured him. Song Yuan felt a mix of embarrassment and uncontainable joy. The 10-year-old princess was but waist-high to him, and he could clearly see her youthful face, innocent yet strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of her cousin Yan in her youth. Indeed, she was still a child. It had only been 2 days since their last encounter. His heart softened, and he inquired softly, What brings the princess to the prince's study so suddenly? Is a longing for the prince? Jiang Shaohua's response surprised him. I have summoned Chen Changsha and the others to discuss matters. Song Yuan paused, unable to suppress another glance at her. Since the prince's departure, Jiang Shaohua had remained in mourning at the palace. The palace officials had banded together to manage daily affairs, only reporting significant matters to the princess as a mere formality. No one expected a 10-year-old child to accomplish much. This was Jiang Shaohua's first initiative to call upon the palace subordinates. Uncle, "Accompany me to the study," she said with a smile filled with trust and reliance. Song Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. As the commander of the royal guards, with 2,000 elite soldiers under his command, no one would dare to belittle the princess with him present. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Song Yuan, with keen hearing, turned just in time to see the princess glance back first. He couldn't help but smile. When the princess was 5, the prince personally taught her martial arts. Unlike her frail mother, the princess possessed remarkable talent, a true prodigy in martial skills. The prince forbade any public display. Thus, only her remarkable memory was known throughout the palace. A group of 6 entered the main courtyard, led by a man of 53 of average height, with graying temples and clear eyes. Despite his age, he retained a handsome, refined demeanor, exuding the charm of a cultured scholar. This was Chunjua, the left chief of the Nanyang royal household. Chunjua was a man of significant academic achievement, having been directly appointed from the Ministry of Personnel by the Nanyang prince. He was the prince's most trusted confidant. Beside him stood Feng Wenming, a 49-year-old man, the right chief of the Nanyang royal household. Compared to the elegant Chunjua, Feng Wenming's appearance was rather plain, with a broad face and a noticeable dark mole on his chin. In the competitive world of the Dalian dynasty, appearance held great importance, and many high-ranking officials were strikingly handsome. Feng Wenming, a talented youth, had once ranked second in local exams at 18, but fell to the middle ranks in the palace examination. After a year of observance, he became a clerk in the Ministry of Revenue, proving himself capable yet remaining unpromoted. Chunjua and Feng Wenming were contemporaries and shared a close friendship. Seeing his friend struggle, Chunjua discreetly recommended him to the Nanyang prince, who graciously requested personnel from ministry, leading to Feng Wenming quickly moving with his family to serve at the Nanyang royal household. Within a few years, he rose to the position of right chief. With gratitude for the prince's favor and a sense of obligation to Chunjua, Feng Wenming devoted himself to the Nanyang district. Together with Song Yuan, these two were the prince's trusted aides, loyal and dependable. Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept across the other 4 individuals. Yang Zheng, the head of the Justice Department, stood at a height of 8 feet, a dignified figure of 34. Qiu Yuanshang, the head of the kitchen, was around 40, with a face that radiated righteousness and a neatly trimmed beard. Wenin, the oldest at nearly 60, was short and stout, always cheerful and welcoming. The last man, Shin Mu, was tall and thin, with a naturally somber expression, serving as the 8th grade engineer. The stark contrast among Wenin and Shin Mu, one white, one black, one short, one tall, one plump, one lean, were strikingly evident. In this gathering of significant officials from the Nanyang royal household, the scene was peculiar. We pay our respects to the princess. The 6 men, their ages collectively nearing 300, bowed in unison to the 10-year-old girl. This moment inevitably stirred complex emotions within. They bowed their heads, not out of reverence for the child, but for the late Nanyang prince, whom they had sworn allegiance to, rather than to Jiang Shaohua herself. With a gentle smile, Jiang Shaohua urged, "Please rise, everyone, and let us converse in the study." Chunjua and the others complied. The study was equipped with a designated meeting area, featuring a grand rosewood chair at the head and 2 smaller chairs flanking it. Jiang Shaohua took her seat confidently at the head. In her previous life, she had spent 6 years under the tutelage of Empress Zheng, and later, as the head of the royal household, she had cultivated an air of noble grace. Her demeanor now exuded that cultivated elegance. Chunjua's heart stirred silently. He could not help but steal a glance. He had watched her grow, and such a noticeable transformation was impossible to conceal from him. Moreover, Song Yuan, the commander of the guards, who typically abstained from meetings, stood by Jiang Shaohua's side, casting a vigilant eye that emanated an invisible pressure. The previously indifferent Yang Zheng and Qiu Yuanshang exchanged glances, each settling into their seats. "I have gathered you all today to discuss a matter of great importance," Jiang Shaohua began, her gaze sweeping over the faces before her. "Today, my grandfather appeared to me in a dream. Both Empress Zheng and Emperor Tai Kong were devout Buddhists. With such inclinations from above, it was only natural for those below to follow suit. The temples in Dalian outnumbered schools. The notion of a dream visit was not at all absurd." Chunjua's expression grew solemn as he inquired, "May I ask, Princess, what message did the prince convey?" Feng Wenming swiftly interjected, "Please, Princess, enlighten us, and we shall act accordingly." With both chiefs speaking, Yang Zheng hesitated briefly before echoing, "Please, princess, give your command." What talk of dreams? This was clearly a pretext. If the princess had intentions, she ought to express them plainly rather than beat around the bush. Qiu Yuanshang appeared respectful on the surface, yet internally questioned the young girl's understanding. Jiang Shaohua caught his glance. Lucian's year of effort had not been in vain. The sentiments of those within the royal household were shifting, and among the 7 present, 2 had already been swayed, though they maintained a facade of respect. Their underlying disdain and disbelief were evident in their expressions. Such was the innate condescension men held towards women. Even though she was the princess of Nanyang, deserving of their loyalty, they still failed to regard her with genuine respect. Jiang Shaohua felt a cold sneer within her heart, her face betraying a hint of sorrow as she softly stated, "My grandfather reproached me for failing to fulfill my duties as a princess. Nanyang County is my fief. Yet I find myself ensnared in sorrow, neglecting my duties and relegating all affairs to my subordinates, which is indeed inappropriate." Upon hearing the name of the Prince of Nanyang, Chunju's eyes flickered with palpable grief. He had shared decades with the prince, serving both as a loyal minister and a close friend. In the final moments of his life, the prince clasped Chunju's hand, entrusting him with the care of the young princess. With tears in his eyes, he vowed to devote himself entirely to her assistance. Only then did the prince close his eyes forever. The princess claimed that the prince had visited her in a dream, and surely he had. Over the past year, the princess had devoted herself to mourning, her filial piety resonating with the heavens. Chunju's gaze was resolute, his voice firm. Now that the mourning period is over, it is time for the princess to assume her responsibilities in the palace. Feng Wenming immediately echoed, "What Director Chun has articulated is precisely what I have been contemplating. The Great Liang dynasty is ruled by the Jiang family. The Prince of Nanyang is the brother of the late emperor, raised with great affection and care. Upon reaching adulthood and marrying, the late emperor bestowed Nanyang County upon him as a fief, wherein all taxes, military affairs, and internal governance fell under the purview of the prince's palace. Nanyang County comprises 14 districts, renowned as the foremost county in Great Liang. From a day the court conferred the title of Princess of Nanyang upon Jiang Shaohua, she became the rightful heir. With the passing of the prince, the master of Nanyang County is unequivocally Jiang Shaohua. No one can alter this fact. What can a 10-year-old child accomplish? What could she possibly do?" Yang Zheng felt a twinge of discomfort. However, his rank did not match that of Chunju or Feng Wenming, so he refrained from expressing doubts regarding the young princess's capabilities in public. He cast a swift glance at Qiu Yuanshang across the room. Qiu Yuanshang, proud and lacking in discretion, could not restrain himself and interjected, "I beg your pardon for my disrespect. Nanyang County oversees numerous trivial matters daily. The princess is but 10 years old, an age meant for studying, playing music, and enjoying the beauty of nature. Why should she burden herself with such concerns?" He nearly implied that he was wiser. Song Yuan shot a cold glare at Qiu Yuanshang, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Chunju's displeasure was evident, and he was about to reprimand when the princess's calm voice interrupted. "Is Qiu Dian's intention to render me ignorant and oblivious, to reduce me to a mere decorative figure?" Qiu Yuanshang dared not admit it, hurriedly clarifying, "I assure you, it was not my intention. I only lament the princess's youth and the burdens of governance that weigh upon her." It seemed that Qiu Jian had truly meant well. Jiang Shaohua coldly interjected, "I had thought that Qiu Jian intended to deceive me, taking advantage of my youth to usurp power." Cold sweat trickled down Qiu Yuanshang's forehead, and he could no longer remain seated, immediately rising to plead for forgiveness. "My loyalty to the princess is unwavering. I would never entertain such treasonous thoughts. I admit my previous error. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Song Yuan, unfazed, withdrew his hand. Chunju fell silent. Jiang Shaohua, slender and delicate, sat gracefully in her broad sandalwood chair, appearing even more youthful and fragile. Yet, at that moment, her brows were furrowed, her gaze penetrating, showing no mercy in reprimanding Qiu Jian. "Since Qiu Jian himself admits to his misstep, it would be inappropriate for me not to impose a penalty." She turned to Yang Zheng. "Yang, how should we punish disrespect towards a sovereign?" Yang Zheng shivered under her sharp gaze, promptly responding, "Your Highness, according to the 12th article of the Great Liang Law, Disrespecting one's superior may result in a light penalty of salary reduction or, in severe cases, execution. Qiu Yuanshang was taken aback, turning to Yang Zheng in disbelief. They had been colleagues for years, sharing drinks and casual conversations. Yet he never expected Yang Zheng to betray him in such a manner. The onlookers regarded Yang Zheng with mixed and subtle expressions, recognizing his audacity. Realizing his blunder, Yang Zheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and was about to retract his statement when the princess nodded in approval. Yang Zheng possesses a keen understanding of the Great Liang law and is known for his integrity and impartiality. Thus, we shall proceed as he suggests. Yang Zheng, Qiu Yuanshang. Weak in knees, Qiu Yuanshang collapsed to the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. I spoke without thinking. I meant no disrespect to the princess. I implore your highness to spare my life. Jiang Shaohua, somewhat troubled, replied, It is not that I lack compassion. Yang Zheng oversees the penal system and is well versed in the law. I cannot simply ignore his words. Qiu Yuanshang seethed silently. Kesting afenomos glunja et Yang Zheng. Yang Zheng. Chapter 6. Establishing authority. Yang Zheng lamented internally. Qiu Yuanshang, with his narrow-mindedness, would surely harbor resentment against him. He blamed himself for being momentarily intimidated by the princess's sudden severity, leading to his careless words. Yang Zheng rose to advocate for Qiu Yuanshang. Qiu Jian meant no offense towards the princess. He mistakenly misspoke. His intentions are sincere, and I beseech your highness for leniency. To pardon him this once. Jiang Shaohua regarded Yang Zheng intently, slowly responding. Yang Zheng, your eloquence is remarkable, as you can argue both sides with equal validity. It appears that you consider me, the princess, to be naive and easily swayed. Yang Zheng. Song Yuan furrowed his brows, his expression grave, his hand once again resting on his sword hilt, ready to draw at the princess's command. Yang Zheng had no choice but to kneel alongside Qiu Yuanshang, seeking forgiveness. Chunju's lips twitched slightly, exchanging a glance with Feng Wenming. Over the past year, Lu Xian had been secretly courting the officials of the palace, while Yang Zheng and Qiu Yuanshang had been exchanging glances with Lu Xian. The princess had remained silent, observing everything. Today, she chose to seize the opportunity to assert her authority. The previously jovial Wen Zhubu lost his cheerful demeanor, concentrating intently on the patterns of the jade on the floor. It was a reclusive and unsociable Shan Mu who finally stood up. Yang Zheng and Qiu Yuanshang merely erred in their words. Their offenses are not grave. I implore the princess to show leniency in her judgment. In terms of official rank, Shan Mu held only the 8th rank, responsible for the construction of barracks and the manufacturing of tools, akin to the duties of the Ministry of Works. Jiang Shaohua regarded Yang Zheng and Qiu Yuanshang with an unyielding demeanor, but treated Shen Mu with particular courtesy, since Shen Gongzheng has interceded. I shall pardon you both for your disrespectful remarks this time. Should there be a next occurrence, not even Director Chun or Director Feng's pleas will suffice. Thus, the initial show of authority had inadvertently affected them as well. Both directors Chun and Feng rose in unison to respond, the only one remaining seated. Wen Zhubu hastily stood up, bowing his head. Whether Yang Zheng and Qiu Yuanshang harbored grievances remained uncertain, but at that moment, their expressions were filled with trepidation. After expressing their gratitude, they stood back. Jiang Shaohua remained poised, her gaze sweeping across the officials before turning to Song Yuan with a smile. Song Tongling, please lower your hand from your sword hilt. Do not frighten them further. Just moments ago, her expression had been fierce and intimidating, but now, her smile bloomed like flowers in spring. Song Yuan relaxed, nodding in agreement as he withdrew his hand from the sword. Everyone, please take your seats. Jiang Shaohua resumed her pleasant demeanor, her voice warm and inviting. I, the princess, am still young and inexperienced. There are many matters I do not comprehend. Should I falter in my duties, I hope you will understand and be patient with me. This display of cunning and strategy belied her youth. The officials silently criticized her in their hearts while outwardly responding with respectful tones, taking their seats. Jiang Shaohua softly continued, My grandfather appeared to me in a dream, forewarning of severe droughts in the following years, followed by locust plagues, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. He instructed me to ensure sufficient grain reserves for the people of Nanyang County for 3 years. The assembly was suddenly stirred. Chunjua, astonished, inquired, Did the prince truly convey such a message in a dream? Jiang Shaohua's countenance grew serious. How could I dare to speak carelessly about such matters? My grandfather specifically instructed me to stockpile grain for impending famine. In the past, the northern counties of Great Liang suffered consecutive years of drought followed by locust invasions, forcing countless citizens to abandon their homes in search of food, leaving behind a trail of devastation. 3 counties in Nanyang have been afflicted, with many perishing in hunger and chaos. Raised in the palace, she had only seen the cold statistics, feeling sorrowful yet powerless. Now, having returned to this life, she must prepare in advance to face the impending calamities and banditry. Feng Wenming, responsible for the palace's finances, was particularly astute regarding grain storage. He frowned and remarked, Nanyang County comprises 14 districts, with 3 upper-level, 4 middle-level, and 7 lower-level districts. According to the latest census, there are precisely 23,465 households, totaling 93,698 individuals. This is the most current registered population count. Add some servants and hidden residents not on the registry, at least 100,000. It is utterly impossible to store enough food for such a multitude for 3 years. Truly, Feng Changshe possesses an astute understanding of the population situation in Nanyang County. Jiang Shaohua, undeterred by her dismissal, recalled that her grandfather had previously ordered the establishment of granaries in each county. In times of famine, these granaries could be opened to provide relief to the people. However, she was unaware of how much grain was actually stored within them. The steward in charge of the storerooms, Wenju, interjected, Your Highness, each county has 3 granaries. If filled to capacity, they could sustain the entire county's populace for 3 months. In the event of a famine, with rations halved, they might barely last 5 to 6 months. This implied that even if the granaries were filled to the brim, they would last no more than 6 months. In reality, the past few years have been relatively bountiful in Nanyang County, and the granaries had seen little use. Each year, the old grain needed to be replaced with new, a laborious and costly endeavor, and with little political gain to be seen, the county magistrates were reluctant to expend effort on it. If the granaries held even 30 to 40% of their capacity, it would be considered a success. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaohua commanded, Please, Chen Changshe, issue an official document to announce my decree, instructing each county to establish additional granaries. The upper county shall have 10 granaries, the middle county 8, and the lower county 6. Furthermore, they must be filled with enough grain to sustain the populace for an entire year after the autumn harvest. The necessity of gradual progress was clear. Fortunately, there remained more than half a year, ample time for her to act. Nanyang County was the territory granted to her, and on this land, her commands were akin to imperial edicts. Chenju immediately rose to comply. However, constructing granaries was no trivial matter. It would require substantial resources and labor, and filling them was an even greater challenge. Feng Wenming, calculating in his mind, furrowed his brow. To build granaries, labor must be conscripted. Currently, it was the season for spring planting, and delaying this vital task was unthinkable. Feng Wenming was not intentionally opposing her. In fact, he was the most diligent individual within the Wangfu. Chenju managed court affairs and documents from various counties, dealing with matters related to finance, land, and taxation, often working until the late hours. He resembled an industrious donkey, tirelessly grinding away. Though he had a stronger temperament, his capabilities were even greater. Jiang Shaohua, recognizing his competence, smiled and remarked, Feng Changshe is correct. Spring planting is of utmost importance. After the spring planting concludes, we will conscript labor to construct the granaries. In the meantime, the county magistrates should not remain idle. They must oversee not only the spring planting, but also ensure the existing granaries are filled to capacity. As officials receiving a salary, they must diligently fulfill their duties. Let them take a leaf from Feng Changshe's book. Feng Wenming's demeanor softened, his tone more amiable. Your Highness's concern for the people is indeed a blessing for them. Jiang Shaohua turned to Shenmu. Shun Gongzheng. Nanyang County must construct additional granaries. I grant you 3 months to build 20 granaries. Unbeknownst to Shenmu, who was already on the verge of tireless labor, the wheels of fate had begun to turn, and he opened his mouth to accept the task. Chapter 7. Tidying up, Jiang Shaohua gazed at the plump Wenju, who promptly stepped forward. Your Highness, the Wangfu storerooms are overflowing with gold, silver, jade, silk, rice, and beans. I intend to verify the previous account books and conduct a detailed inventory. Jiang Shaohua was quite pleased with Wenju's proactive approach and nodded slightly. Your efforts are appreciated, Wenju. This is an opportune moment to reassess the storerooms and prepare a new account book. She then fixed him with a penetrating gaze. As for the old account books, you may keep them for now. This offered him a chance to rectify past discrepancies. That final glance conveyed both a reminder and a warning. Past transgressions would be forgiven, but any future missteps would not be overlooked. Wenju felt a weight lift from his heart and regarded the young princess with newfound respect. I accept your command. Jiang Shaohua added coolly. I expect to see the new account book in 5 days. Wenju. Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow. What? Is 5 days insufficient? Wenju hurriedly laughed. No, 5 days will be ample time. The next 5 days would require him to forego sleep. Jiang Shaohua expressed her satisfaction with Wenju's diligence, praising him. Though you are somewhat older, your vigor remains undiminished, and you approach your duties without fear of hardship. While complimenting Wenju, her gaze flickered toward Yang Zheng, who was the youngest among the officials at 34, with a notable family background. His uncle was a minister in the Ministry of Justice. Yang Zheng had served a few years in the ministry before being assigned to Nanyang Wangfu 5 years ago by his uncle. Suddenly, he felt the heat of his seat. He involuntarily stood up. Your Highness, I intend to adjudicate the backlog of cases. Each county had its courthouse, and serious criminal cases were referred to the Wangfu-S Criminal Division. Additionally, Yang Zheng was responsible for the cases within Nanyang County. Jiang Shaohua's expression remained neutral, revealing no hint of approval or disapproval. It seems there are many cases pending review. Despite having seen him just days ago, his countenance had not changed. However, a palpable sense of pressure emanated from him. Yang Zheng steadied himself and began to explain, I have not been negligent. It is merely due to a shortage of personnel in the criminal division that some cases have accumulated. The air of complacency and avoidance was evident in his demeanor. This Yang Zheng was someone who needed to be dealt with promptly. Jiang Shaohua noted this in her mind, maintaining an impassive exterior. If there is a personnel shortage, do not hesitate to speak up. She turned to Song Yuan. Captain Song, select 20 capable and loyal guards to assist in the criminal division under Yang Zheng's direction. Song Yuan immediately complied. Yang Zheng. He cursed himself for his own words, forcing a smile. Your Highness's concern for me is greatly appreciated. However, the criminal division already has 5 teams of constables accustomed to working together. With so many new faces, I fear there may be rivalry or mutual evasion. If discord arises, I would have difficulty explaining it to Captain Song. Song Yuan shot Yang Zheng a glance. If discord arises, they can resolve it at the training grounds. How reckless! Yang Zheng felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his words, and was about to retort when Chun Zhu cleared his throat lightly. Yang Zheng begrudgingly fell silent. Chun Zhu, hailing from a prestigious family with extensive connections and notable scholarly achievements, was a figure of respect. Following the passing of the Nanyang prince, it was Chun Zhu who truly held the reins of power. Yang Zheng, who regarded Feng Wenming with disdain, was cautious in the presence of Chun Zhu. Jiang Shaohua observed this exchange with keen interest. She smiled at Chun Zhu and softly stated, For today, let us leave matters as they are. Everyone may disperse to attend to their own duties. From now on, we shall convene each morning at the hour of Chun to discuss affairs. If there is much to deliberate, we shall take our time, and if little, we shall be brief. Every day, at the hour of Chun, wouldn't that mean rising at dawn daily? With 3 beautiful concubines, Qiu Jianshan nearly blurted out his frustration, but remembered his previous lesson and restrained himself. Feng Changshi, however, was in agreement. When the prince was alive, he summoned us to the study daily at this hour. It is perfect. We can conclude our discussions without hindering our daily duties. Chen Zhu's lips twitched slightly. Previously, the prince had summoned them at the hour of C. Yet the princess had advanced the meeting by an hour. Very well. She was still a child, likely to tire of this enthusiasm after a while. As the officials rose to take their leave, Jiang Shaohua called out, Chen Changshi, please remain. I have matters to discuss with you privately. As the others exited the study, Song Yuan stood guard outside. Yang Zheng, passing by Song Yuan, huffed disdainfully. The Douyang dynasty placed a higher value on civil affairs than military ones. Many scholars held a sense of superiority over the martial class. looking down upon the rough and unrefined. Individuals like Yang Zheng, born into bureaucratic families, often exuded arrogance. After being reprimanded by the princess, he was seething with suppressed anger. Directed at Song Yuan, Song Yuan remained as immovable as a statue. Yang Zheng, feeling as though he were striking cotton, grew increasingly agitated and sneered. Captain Song's unwavering loyalty to the princess is commendable. A mere 10-year-old girl, relying on the former prince's influence to assert her authority. He felt an innate sense of defiance. Song Yuan's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Yang Zheng, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat it. Yang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine, forcing himself to appear calm despite his unease. Song Yuan, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to act against me here? Song Yuan, though of a similar age to him, possessed a far more reckless temperament. If he were to act without restraint, out of the corner of his eye, Yang Zheng caught sight of a familiar figure and quickly grabbed the other's sleeve. Old Qiu, come and arbitrate. Qiu Yuanshang, with a cold smile, shrugged off his sleeve. If Yang Zheng fears Commander Song, he should simply bow his head and submit. As for me, a man who could face severe punishment or even execution, I dare not speak on matters of justice. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode away. Yang Zheng fell silent. Feng Changshi approachat li surely, glunging at Yang Zheng's fluctuating complexion. If you have time to spare, Yang Zheng, it would be more prudent to head to the criminal office and address the backlog of cases, lest the princess inquire tomorrow and you have no answers. He then clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Song Yuan. Commander Song, do not let your temper flare. Let us not bicker over trifles. We are all colleagues. After all, and it is wise to maintain face for one another. Song Yuan's expression softened, and he moved his hand away from the sword's hilt, returning the salute. I am but a simple warrior, lacking in eloquence. I hope you can forgive my shortcomings, Feng Changshi. Yang Zheng may have insulted me, yet I harbor no anger. However, I cannot tolerate any disrespect towards the princess. With Feng Changshi interceding this time, I shall refrain from further action. Should it occur again, I will ensure he pays dearly. Chapter 8. Heartfelt confessions. The wrath of a simple warrior is particularly fearsome. When he speaks of violence, it is not mere words. Yang Zheng found himself at a loss. Feng Wenming felt compelled to mediate further. Commander Song's loyalty is evident to all. Yang Zheng holds no ill will towards the princess. Does Yang Zheng truly hold no ill will? Yang Zheng bore the humiliation, forcing a stiff smile. Yes, indeed. When halted and turned to glance back, Shen Mu, preoccupied with the task of constructing a granary, had no time to indulge in the spectacle and hastened away. Wen quickened his pace to catch up. Wait a moment. Shen Mu acknowledged with a slight pause in his stride. Wen, panting, chuckled to ease his own embarrassment. I am getting old and losing my touch. Unable to keep up with the vigor of young Shun. Having been colleagues for several years, Shen Mu sensed the underlying meaning in An's words and turned to regard him. Are you lamenting that the princess has given you only 5 days to complete your task? Despite his short stature, Wen moved with surprising agility as he turned to survey their surroundings. Sure, such words should not be spoken carelessly. Today, the princess displayed her might. You witnessed it yourself. I fear we must all be cautious moving forward. Shen Mu replied, I have always conducted myself this way. Wen unperturbed laughed. Few officials possess the diligence and capability of someone like you, Shun. As I near 60, I hope to retire soon and spend my days in leisure with my grandchildren. The fewer burdens I bear, the better. With a sigh, he added, enough of this. The prince has entrusted a dream to the princess and given her dedication. I must ensure I fulfill my duties, even if it means sacrificing sleep for several nights. The princess had asserted her authority, suppressing the proud and disdainful Qiu Dianshan, while also managing the temperamental Yang Zheng. Wen Zhu was acutely aware of his own frail state and swiftly made a prudent decision. Shen Mu remarked, I believe the princess's approach is commendable, even better than before. Wen, however, disagreed, lowering his voice. After all, she is a young lady, graceful and virtuous, well-versed in the arts. Once she comes of age, she should seek a suitable husband, for that is a significant matter in a woman's life. This was not a dismissal of the princess by Wen Zhu. Rather, such thoughts were conventional. It was not only men who held these views. Women too often thought similarly. Shen Mu contemplated, the princess is no ordinary girl. She is the princess of Nanyang, our sovereign. As her subjects, It is our duty to heed her commands, and we need not concern ourselves with anything beyond that. Indeed, that was a valid point. Wen chuckled, but his expression turned serious as he recalled the impending tasks. Enough of this. I must attend to my duties. In the study, Jiang Shaohua's eyes softened as she stood gracefully. Uncle Chun, please take a seat. With no outsiders present, Jiang Shaohua appeared as a typical younger relative in front of Chunjua. Chunjua, having become a jinshi at the age of 22, accompanied the Prince of Nanyang to Nanyang County 2 years later. He had witnessed Jiang Yin grow up, and Jiang Shaohua had been born and raised under his watchful eye. He and the prince were not only lord and subject, but also close friends who often played chess together. Young Jiang Shaohua would watch the games, prompting the prince to jokingly encourage her to call him Uncle Chun. Chunjua, carefree and unrestrained, would simply smile in response. However, that was before Jiang Shaohua turned 6. As she matured, she addressed him differently, leading Chunjua to politely decline. This was a reflection of his caution and humility as a minister, and the prince soon forbade her from using such terms of endearment. Today, when she suddenly addressed him in such a manner, it instantly transported Chunjua's memories back a few years. His heart warmed, and he felt a slight sting in his nose. The princess's status is esteemed. I am but a mere long historian of the royal court. I cannot accept such a title. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. There are no others around now. If I wish to address you privately, why can I not? She reached out to grasp Chunjua's sleeve, urging him to sit. Pouring a cup of tea herself, she placed it beside him. Over the past year, I have refrained from managing any affairs, dedicating myself to mourning my grandfather. All matters of the royal court have been handled by you, Chun Changshi, for which I am deeply grateful. This cup of tea is a token of my respect. Chunjua intended to rise and accept the tea, but Jiang Shaohua's delicate fingers pressed gently on his wrist, preventing him from moving. Chunjua was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did the princess suddenly acquire such strength?" The princess was a promising martial arts student, personally taught by the prince in various skills, including combat and archery. Despite her youth, she could easily subdue 2 or 3 strong men. Yet, until now, she had never exhibited such remarkable strength. Following Chunjua's gaze to her own hand, Jiang Shaohua spoke softly, "I am uncertain how this came to be. After my grandfather appeared in a dream, I awoke to find my strength had inexplicably increased. What divine intervention allowed her to return to her youth and granted her strength?" This seemed the most rational explanation to her. Chunjua remained astounded. "Is this the strength bestowed upon you by the prince?" A tender face from long ago flashed in Jiang Shaohua's mind, causing her nose to tingle. She nodded. It must be, demonstrating her newfound strength. She took a small teacup and crushed it effortlessly in her palm. "I estimate I used about half my strength just now. To truly measure my power, I must test it at the martial arts arena." Chunjua took a deep breath, raising the teacup to his lips and taking a large sip to steady himself. Thankfully, the tea was not too hot. "Is there anyone else who knows of this matter?" Jiang Shaohua gazed at him with clear eyes. "You were the first I informed after discovering it. Even Mama Zhang is unaware." Chunjua exhaled slowly. Such extraordinary occurrences may attract unwanted attention. The princess must keep this secret, especially from the capital. Chunjua's words were delicately phrased, yet Jiang Shaohua understood immediately. The late emperor had held deep affection for his younger brother, granting the vast Nanyang County as a fief to the Prince of Nanyang. Internal governance, taxation, and military affairs fell under his jurisdiction, rendering Nanyang County a realm within a realm. After the late emperor's passing, Emperor Taikong ascended the throne and grew increasingly displeased with this arrangement. He subtly undermined the Prince of Nanyang's influence in court. For years ago, when the former general of the Nanyang garrison succumbed to an old ailment, the court dispatched a new general to take command. They sought to reclaim the prince's authority over the military. Unable to contend with the central authority, the prince bore this indignation in silence. In the years that followed, the number of personal guards in the royal residence multiplied, increasing from 500 to 2,000. Meanwhile, Emperor Taikong on the Dragon Throne quietly endured this expansion. The relationship between Nanyang County and the court is both intricate and delicate, requiring careful handling. "This is a reminder from Chun Changshi." Jiang Shaohua softly replied, "I share the same sentiment. It is reassuring that the county lord is open to counsel." Chunjua felt a sense of relief. He then noticed the youthful county lord gazing at him with her dark, enigmatic eyes, Is Chen Changsha aware of Lu Xian's clandestine dealings with Yang Shun and Xiao Dinshan? Chapter 9. Confessions. Chen Zhua's eyelids twitched. For a daughter to directly address her father by name implies a significant meaning. Furthermore, the county lord's inquiry clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with his inaction. Indeed, these minor officials are aware of the situation. Chen Zhua sighed, softly explaining, "The county lord is still underage and in mourning within the inner residence. Someone must take charge of the affairs in the royal residence. It would be inappropriate for a minor official to handle such matters alone. There are whispers both inside and outside the royal residence, suggesting that I am taking advantage of the county lord's youth to monopolize power. Lu Juanma is the county lord's father and can rightfully represent her. I truly cannot hinder that." Chen Zhua's days over the past year have been far from easy. He must manage affairs in the capital, oversee the intricate internal politics of Nanyang County, quell the unrest among the royal household, and also support the county lord in dealing with Lu Xian. As a high-ranking official, he is effectively performing the duties of 4 people while receiving only 1 salary. No one can question his loyalty to the Nanyang king. In a previous life, she heeded Lu Xian's words and left Nanyang County. Chen Zhua could not stop her and personally escorted her to the capital. As she departed, he assured her, "I will certainly protect Nanyang County for the county lord." At that time, she was young and naive, unaware of the weight of his words. With Chen Zhua's presence, Lu Xian was never able to fully dominate the Nanyang royal residence. 5 years later, during one of Chen Zhua's travels, he encountered a band of bandits and met an untimely demise. After that, no one could stand in Lu Xian's way. Whether Chen Zhua's death in his previous life was an accident remains an elusive truth. Jiang Shaohua fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Chen Changsha has his concerns and difficulties. I do not hold it against you. I have retained you today to speak candidly. Nanyang County is the fief bestowed upon me by my grandfather, and I will not allow anyone, including Lu Xian, to encroach upon it. From this day forth, minor affairs in the residence shall be managed by Chen Changsha, while major decisions will be made by me. Lu Xian and concubine May's expenses shall continue as usual. However, any substantial financial expenditures must be reported to me. Without my approval, no fund shall be dispersed. This is the quickest and most effective way to sever Lu Xian's influence." Chen Zhua suppressed the complex emotions within him, composed his expression, and replied, "I have taken the county lord's words to heart. There is another matter," Jiang Shaohua remarked, her gaze flickering slightly. "The Empress Dowager Zheng has dispatched eunuch Zhao to the palace, and he will soon arrive at Nanyang County. Please go and welcome on my behalf." Chen Zhua readily agreed. Jiang Shaohua did not employ any indirect hints but spoke with utmost clarity. "Lu Xian harbors ulterior motives and wishes to personally greet eunuch Zhao. But I have intercepted him. Knowing him as I do, he will surely send someone secretly." Chen Changsha immediately dispatched someone to intercept Lu Xian's emissaries. Emperor Taikong has always kept a watchful eye on Nanyang County. Empress Dowager Zheng is the biological mother of Emperor Taikong, the deceased king of Nanyang's sister-in-law, and also Jiang Shaohua's great-aunt. However, the royal family is never solely governed by familial ties. With the Empress Dowager sending eunuch Zhao, it is likely she harbors ill intentions. What does Lu Xian hope to achieve by sending someone to meet eunuch Zhao? Chen Zhua's thoughts raced and anger surged within him. "Rest assured, County Lord, I will handle this matter." Jiang Shaohua's brow relaxed, and she smiled faintly. "Thank you, Chen Changsha." Her grandfather not only bequeathed her Nanyang County, but also left behind a cadre of loyal and capable ministers. Whether she can harness their loyalty depends on her own talents and strategies. As she stepped out of the study, dusk was approaching. The evening glow bathed the sky, the setting sun ablaze and resplendent. Jiang Shaohua paused, gazing quietly for a long while. It is truly wonderful to be alive, to witness such beauty, and to have the opportunity to make important choices anew in life. Song Yuan remained silent, standing guard nearby. "I am going to the training grounds," Jiang Shaohua said, retracting her gaze and turning to Song Yuan. "Uncle, please accompany me." Song Yuan's face darkened slightly, a hint of unease crossing his features. "County Lord, please do not put me in a difficult position." Behind him stood 20 personal guards, all standing tall and resolute, though their ears were perked up in keen interest. Jiang Shaohua smiled playfully. "Very well. Captain Song will accompany me to the training grounds." Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. The 20 personal guards followed suit, their sharp, piercing gazes surrounding the slender young lady, creating a scene imbued with a peculiar sense of humor. The training grounds are located in the northeastern corner of the royal residence, covering an area of approximately 20 acres. There is enough space to ride horses several times around, and it is sufficient for 200 personal guards to practice. In fact, the permanent contingent in the royal residence consists of 200 guards, while the remaining 1,800 are stationed at the personal guard barracks. The stables are nearby, housing dozens of horses of various breeds, all carefully selected by the late king of Nanyang for his precious granddaughter. Jiang Shaohua stepped into the stables. The steward in charge approached with courtesy. "Which horse does the county lord wish to ride today?" Jiang Shaohua casually glanced around and pointed. The steward promptly brought out a tall, majestic black stallion. Jiang Shaohua's riding skills were exceptional. She mounted the horse with grace, her feet squeezing its belly lightly, and the stallion dashed out of the stables. The 20 personal guards had already spread out, vigilantly surrounding the training grounds. Song Yuan stood outside the stables, watching the young girl galloping away on horseback. Years ago, when he first entered the Nanyang royal residence at the age of 15, Jiang Yin was only 10 years old, frail yet noble and beautiful. She looked at him with her strikingly clear eyes. "Cousin Yuan, my father never allows me to ride. Will you teach me?" He found it impossible to refuse and quietly assisted her onto the horse, leading it around the grass field. Jiang Yin was overjoyed. He faced reproach from his aunt and reprimands from his uncle. However, whenever Jiang Yin asked, he would always comply. His aunt and uncle observed this with approval, permitting him to grow close to his cousin. He waited for her for 5 years until she reached adulthood. If not for unforeseen circumstances, he would have entered the royal residence as a son-in-law, protecting her for a lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, misfortune struck. The 15-year-old Jiang Yin went to a temple to pray and encountered Lu Xian. Memories flooded back, and a familiar bitterness surged within Song Yuan. When Jiang Yin was 20, she gave birth to her daughter, Jiang Shaohua, with all her strength. A year later, she passed away. Before closing her eyes, she softly pleaded, "Cousin Yuan, after I am gone, please take care of Shaohua for me." With tears in his eyes, he nodded in agreement. He vowed that he would dedicate the rest of his life to protecting the county lord. "Uncle," the county lord said, suddenly appearing before him on horseback, smiling brightly, "how about we spar a little?" Having heard this invitation many times, Song Yuan no longer felt awkward and nodded with a smile. Adjacent to the training grounds was the armory, stocked with a variety of weapons: swords, spears, staffs, axes, bows, arrows, whips. 18 varieties of arms were all available. Each weapon shimmered with a cold gleam, forged from superior iron. The late king of Nanyang was proficient in both literature and martial arts, and Jiang Shaohua had trained in various weapons alongside her grandfather for several years. Her gaze swept over the armory, and she selected a long spear. Chapter 10. Divine Strength. A shorter spear is perilous. A longer one is powerful. The spear measured 4 feet, crafted from fine wood, with a diamond-shaped iron tip. Its spine elevated and blade thin and sharp. The crimson spear tassel, made from rhino tail, fluttered gently in the breeze. Jiang Shaohua, still growing, found the spear's length just reaching her brow when it lay on the ground. Yet, when she grasped it, it felt surprisingly fitting. With a slight exertion, she sent forth a flurry of spear blooms. Song Yuan, renowned as the foremost expert in the Nanyang royal residence, was a true master. He immediately swallowed the words of caution that rose to his lips and took up a long knife. Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly, not holding back, and initiated the first strike. The spear shot forth like a rainbow, reaching him in an instant. Song Yuan did not evade, but swung his long knife to block the attack. The spear and knife clashed in midair, emitting a sharp sound. Song Yuan's right hand trembled, nearly losing grip of the knife. Song Yuan's usually stoic face momentarily cracked, revealing a look of astonishment in his eyes. Jiang Shaohua, gripping the spear, remained calm and composed, standing at a distance. The guards observed the unfolding spectacle with a sense of urgency, eager to rush over and witness the excitement. In the corner, Guard Qin, who discreetly moved a few meters closer to stand beside another guard. The princess possesses admirable skills, yet she's still a young girl, relatively weak, he mused. With Captain Song's prowess, the princess should easily withstand 10 or 20 moves. Why did they stop after just one? Meng Sanbao, equally perplexed, murmured, indeed. When we train, he is ferocious beyond measure. What does it mean that he stands there frozen? The guards of the Nanyang prince's residence were categorized by rank. The highest ranking were the 200 guards stationed permanently at the palace, handpicked by the prince from the capital and trained in martial arts from a young age, beginning their service around the ages of 15 or 16. Both Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao were among them. At 16, Qin Hu was 2 months older than Meng Sanbao, whose grandfathers had also served as guards, making it a lineage spanning 3 generations. Unable to suppress his youthful curiosity, Qin Hu nudged Meng Sanbao with his elbow. Let's move a little closer. Meng Sanbao recoiled, nearly shaking his head off. No way. If you go alone. I do not wish to face the military baton. The thought of the stern Captain Song made Qin Hu's heart tremble, and he quickly relented. Very well. We shall remain at a distance. Our youthful eyes are keen. We can see clearly from afar. Meng Sanbao gave Qin Hu a thumbs up. No doubt about it. Our eyesight is excellent. Meanwhile, Song Yuan remained oblivious to this small interlude. Taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to regain composure and continued wielding his sword in silence. Jiang Shaohua boldly met him, brandishing her spear. The clash of weapons echoed, clang, clang, clang. In a mere moment, they exchanged blows 10 times. Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao were captivated, surprised to find that Captain Song was holding his own against the 10-year-old princess. How absurd. Captain Song is merely indulging the princess in playful sparring. Surely he wouldn't unleash his true abilities. Yet, the performance was so convincing that it appeared genuine. The 2 boys leaned in together, engrossed in the spectacle. The other guards, unable to contain their curiosity, gathered in small groups, either marveling at the princess's remarkable skills or jesting about Captain Song's theatrical display. Only Song Yuan understood the true nature of the encounter. Each clash of weapons brought forth an overwhelming force he struggled to withstand. His right hand, already numb from the impact, questioned how the princess had suddenly gained such strength. In such a contest, even his considerable abilities were rendered futile. By the 50th exchange, Song Yuan could no longer endure the pain, and his long knife clattered to the ground as he lost grip. Simultaneously, the spear in the princess's hands fell as well. The guards craned their necks, their anticipation palpable. As dusk descended, Jiang Shaohua stood against the light, her features slightly obscured, her eyes sparkling like dew. By sheer luck, it was a draw. I concede, uncle. Song Yuan's emotions were complex as he glanced at the composed princess. Princess, I promised Qin Changshu, Jiang Shaohua replied lightly, not to speak of the divine strength granted to me by my grandfather in a dream. Song Yuan fell silent for a moment, then nodded. This matter was too extraordinary to be widely known. The fewer who knew, the better. His right hand was still numb, rendering him temporarily unable to exert strength. He scanned the area and called out, Qin Hu, Meng Sanbao, come here. The 2 young guards sprang to attention and hurried over, demonstrating their awareness by picking up the fallen spear and knife without waiting for Captain Song's command, taking them back to the armory. The rest of the guards soon gathered around, subtly observing Song Yuan's expression. A seasoned warrior in his 30s had just fought to a standstill with a 10-year-old princess. How astonishing! Song Yuan suppressed a grimace, silently accepting this burden of blame. Jiang Shaohua smiled silently. Born into a family of warriors, Song Yuan had practiced martial arts since childhood and continued to train diligently as the captain of the Nanyang Prince's guards. The guards respected him for his fairness and were also captivated by his exceptional skills. In the past, when she had exerted herself fully, she could scarcely last 30 moves against him. Now, the divine strength bestowed upon her compensated for her previous limitations, allowing her to hold him off for 50 exchanges. This power was wholly her own, bringing her immense satisfaction. As night fell and visibility waned, Jiang Shaohua cheerfully declared, "Let us practice archery at dawn." Song Yuan nodded in agreement. That evening, Jiang Shaohua felt elated, seated at the dining table with an unusually hearty appetite. Inju and Tubai watched in awe as the princess elegantly cleared the table. Our princess is truly remarkable, Inju gushed. Even her appetite surpasses that of an ordinary young lady. Inju's admiration for her was boundless. She was a staunch advocate for their mistress, believing everything she did was exceptional. Tubai, on the other hand, was more practical. Princess, if you eat so much, won't you suffer from indigestion? Let me fetch some hawthorn pills. Jiang Shaohua felt no discomfort whatsoever. Her strength had surged dramatically, and her appetite had increased correspondingly. She had consumed enough for 3 people in one sitting. Would she become a bottomless pit? While pondering this, she polished off the small jar of hawthorn pills that Tu Bai had brought. Inju looked on with admiration. The princess even eats more hawthorn pills than anyone else. Tu Bai grew increasingly concerned. Should I summon Dr. Sun to examine the princess? There were originally 2 physicians in the Nanyang prince's residence. One had retired the previous year, leaving only Dr. Sunday. He resided in the palace with his wife and 2 children, making it convenient for him to be summoned at any time. Just then, Mama Zhang entered and, upon hearing Tu Bai's words, became anxious. What are you waiting for? Quickly go fetch Dr. Sun. Chapter 11. The Bottomless Pit in Her Haste. Mama Zhang's urgency led Jiang Shaohua to acquiesce. Having been reborn with divine strength, her appetite had become remarkably large, and there might be peculiarities in her body as well. After a short while, Dr. Sun arrived in a hurry. Coming from a family of renowned physicians, he had a long lineage of medical expertise. His father had served in the Imperial Medical Office and was selected by the previous emperor to accompany the Nanyang prince. Later, as Dr. Sun aged, his eldest son took over his duties, and that son was now Dr. Sun himself. At 45 years old, Dr. Sun was in the prime of his life. Accompanying him was his son, Sun Guangbai, a tall and handsome young man of 20, and his daughter, Sun Jilan, a 15-year-old girl with clear eyes and delicate features. This brother and sister pair had been learning medicine since childhood. Since Jiang Shaohua was a young lady, Dr. Sun often brought his daughter along during examinations. Tonight was no exception. Princess, please enter the inner chamber, he said. Once separated from her father and brother, Sun Jilan became lively, carefully examining Jiang Shaohua's body while playfully chatting. When Tu Bai mentioned this, my father was startled, claiming the princess was greedy and that eating so much at night would harm her stomach. How do you feel now, princess? Is your stomach bloated? She spoke as if soothing a child. In truth, Sun Jilan had only just come of age and was not much older herself. Jiang Shaohua found it amusing to be fussed over by a girl in her teens and replied, My stomach hasn't bloated. I feel perfectly fine. I could easily eat another jar of hawthorn pills. Sun Jilan chuckled, continuing her examination while patiently massaging Jiang Shaohua's abdomen, then progressively checking various parts of her body. After completing her examination, Sun Jilan tidied up the princess's attire and stepped outside to whisper to Dr. Sunday surprised. Dr. Sun personally took Jiang Shaohua's pulse. It was steady and healthy, showing no abnormalities. After examining her tongue and complexion, he concluded that the princess was in remarkably good health, with no issues whatsoever. Jiang Shaohua smiled with satisfaction and instructed Mama Zhang to reward Dr. Sun with a coin pouch. Mama Zhang escorted the 3 out of the courtyard and quietly reminded them, Please keep tonight's events strictly confidential. Do not speak of it. As a physician, the foremost principle is to learn the art of discretion. The physical condition of esteemed individuals must never be disclosed lightly. Physician Sun nodded in agreement. Sun Zilan, holding back laughter all the way, finally whispered as they entered the courtyard. Father, the princess has no issues. Her appetite has merely increased. Why is Mother Zhang so anxious? Physician Sun chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at his daughter. A young lady should not be likened to a glutton. Such rumors would not be flattering. Keep your lips sealed and do not speak of this matter. Sun Zilan stifled her laughter, responding with utmost seriousness. Sun Guangbai, too, lowered his head, trying to suppress his amusement. The siblings, having resided in the Nanyang prince's residence for 7 or 8 years, had grown up alongside the princess, devoid of any significant reverence for her. Physician Sun turned to his son. In 3 months, the Imperial Medical Academy will hold its entrance examination. You ought to review medical texts and memorize prescriptions. Sun Guangbai's smile faded, his expression turning sour. Father, I've already expressed my disinterest in the academy. I am mediocre in internal medicine and far more intrigued by treating injuries. For someone like me, entering the academy would be a futile waste of time. Physician Sun scoffed, as if you could succeed at once. After tending to the guards a few times and receiving some flattery from those ignorant of medicine, you have lost your sense of direction. Go look in the mirror and see your own reflection. Now head to the study. If you fail this year, I shall break your legs. Sun Guangbai, thoroughly chastised, trudged off to the study. That night, Jiang Shaohua experienced no past dreams and slept exceptionally soundly. She rose before dawn, donned her red and white martial arts attire, exuding an air of vigor. Captain Song was already awaiting her at the training grounds. "Did you not sleep well last night, uncle?" Jiang Shaohua inquired with a casual smile. If he could still sleep well, how broad must his heart be? Song Yuan glanced at the princess, who appeared refreshed and invigorated, and replied softly, "The target has been set up, and the bow and arrows are prepared for you." Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping the expanse of the training field. Apart from the two of them, there was no one else present. Song Yuan reassured her, "Rest assured, I have instructed them to remain outside the training grounds. From now on, you may practice your martial arts and archery here without concern." Jiang Shaohua's eyes twinkled with amusement as she nodded in agreement. She began with a series of long punches, and Song Yuan matched her movements. After a few exchanges, confirming that her prowess was indeed impressive, Song Yuan adjusted his approach, opting to evade rather than confront her directly, occasionally offering guidance. Jiang Shaohua quickly grasped the fundamentals of his evasive techniques. Once her body warmed up, she turned her attention to archery. Song Yuan had thoughtfully prepared 5 bows, one being the small bow she was accustomed to, while the other 4 ranged from 1 stone to 4 stone in draw weight. The archers in the military typically used the 3-stone bow, while those capable of drawing the 4-stone bow were considered exceptional. Song Yuan himself wielded a 4-stone longbow. Jiang Shaohua glanced at the bows, effortlessly picking up the 3-stone bow and shooting an arrow that swiftly struck the target center, piercing through it and landing several meters beyond. Anticipating her success, Song Yuan silently handed her his 4-stone longbow. The bow was indeed remarkable, heavy in her hands. Adjusting her breathing, she focused and drew the bowstring. What could challenge many skilled archers felt light as a feather in her grasp. She shot 10 arrows from 100 paces, each hitting the bullseye. Stepping back 50 paces, she released another 10 arrows, 2 of which were slightly off, one hitting the 9-ring and the other the 8-ring. Regardless of strength, her archery skills were undeniably impressive. A secret joy flickered in Jiang Shaohua's heart. Not only had she gained extraordinary strength, but her vision, endurance, and precision had also surpassed her previous self. "For now, use this longbow." Song Yuan's voice broke through her thoughts. "In the guards' camp, there is a 5-stone strong bow. I shall retrieve it in a couple of days." As the hour approached for her meeting with the officials, Jiang Shaohua practiced for half an hour before bathing and changing. For breakfast, she enjoyed a plate of steamed buns, 2 bowls of hot soup, 3 pieces of date cake, 4 eggs, and a selection of 5 exquisite side dishes, finishing off with a small plate of dried fruit snacks. Mama Zhang, beaming, bid farewell to the well-fed princess as she set off to attend to her duties, only to turn around and scratch her head in worry. What kind of young lady consumes so much in one sitting? How could the princess suddenly transform into a glutton? Chapter 12. Embarrassment. The previous day's display of authority had yielded significant results. At the appointed hour, the officials arrived punctually at the study. "Why hasn't Chief Chen arrived?" Feng Wenming inquired, surprised. "I shall send someone to fetch him," he added. "No need," Jiang Shaohua replied with a smile. "I have invited Chief Chen to welcome the eunuch Zhao sent by the palace. It will take approximately 2 to 3 days. What of Chief Liu, who has been so restless of late?" Feng Wenming hesitated, swallowing back his words, and commenced reporting on the tasks accomplished yesterday and those planned for today. Jiang Shaohua listened attentively, inwardly approving. Feng Wenming was indeed a capable official, yet it was regrettable that the court of Daliang had a penchant for judging by appearances. His unremarkable and nearly unattractive visage became an obstacle in his career. Fortunately, this allowed the Nanyang prince's residence to gain a wise and competent right minister. After Feng Wenming's report, it was Yang Zheng's turn. With a thick skin and remarkable resilience, he rose to report as if nothing had transpired the day before, boasting of his tireless efforts to adjudicate cases even after dark. Jiang Shaohua remained non-committal, turning her gaze to Qiu Dinshan. Qiu Yuanshang instantly regretted his earlier indignation. Having accomplished nothing yesterday, he had merely taken a nap in the detention room and returned home to drink with 3 beautiful concubines. Struggling to rise that morning, his legs still felt weak. The princess's bright eyes seemed to see through everything, landing on his guilty expression. "Why is Qiu Dinshan silent?" Qiu Yuanshang steeled himself to respond. Just as he was about to speak, there was a commotion outside. "How dare you? The master is entering the study, and you dare to obstruct him." The voice was imperious, belonging to Lu Xian's trusted aide, Bian Dong. Our captain has declared that the study is a sacred place, without the princess's permission. No one may enter. Step aside. Xiao Yuanshang, relieved, immediately said, Princess, there is a disturbance outside. Allow me to investigate. As the chief steward responsible for ceremonial rituals, Xiao Yuanshang felt entitled to intervene. Jiang Shaohua's gaze flickered momentarily before she consented. Very well. Let Xiao Jianshan handle this matter. Xiao Yuanshang's spirits lifted as he stepped out of the study, only to find the princess following him. Today, he must showcase his talents and impress the young princess. Revealing his exceptional qualities, he shot a glance around, his voice resolute. Halt. The bodyguards grappling with the aides immediately released their grips and bowed to Jiang Shaohua. We greet the princess. The bodyguards Xin Hu Meng Sanbao and others also saluted. We greet the princess. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly, gesturing for Xiao Jianshan to continue. Standing beside them, Lu Xian's brow furrowed, displeasure bubbling within him. Being blocked from entering the study had already vexed him. Now, as Jiang Shaohua led a group outside, she did not even spare him a glance, let alone greet him. It was as if he did not exist. Suppressing his rising anger, Lu Xian spoke softly. It was merely a small misunderstanding. I did not expect it to involve so many people. Bian Dong retorted indignantly. Upon hearing that the princess summoned the officials in the study, the master specifically came to see for himself. Yet these guards, lacking foresight, blocked him. Our master is the princess's father. Does he not have the right to enter the study? It must be that some petty person has conspired to obstruct him. The others exchanged glances, silently observing Song Yuan, the captain of the bodyguards, from whom the order had evidently originated. Lu Xian's face darkened as he chastised. Do not speak recklessly. Apologize to Captain Song at once. Bian Dong felt his knees. I spoke impulsively and inappropriately. Captain Song, please do not hold it against me. Song Yuan remained silent. Xiao Yuanshang felt overshadowed and somewhat displeased, taking a step forward. This is the main study of the courtyard, a place of deliberation. How can it be so noisy? Bian Dong, clearly unconvinced, did not argue but lowered his head in acknowledgement. I was wrong. I accept my punishment. Even when scolding a dog, one must regard its master. Lu Xian, when he entered the Nanyang Wangfu, brought only 2 young attendants. One was Fong Quan, the other was Bian Dong. Now, they both served as Lu Xian's most trusted aides. In the daily affairs of the mansion, they held a modicum of dignity. The princess is the sovereign, while Lu Xian is the subject. However, the dynamics between a father and daughter cannot be judged solely by rank. There are also moral principles to consider. An unmarried woman must obey her father. Xiao Yuanshang stroked his fine beard and quickly devised a plan. Bian Dong's ruckus outside the study was indeed inappropriate. Considering this was his first offense, a bow of apology to the princess would suffice. Bian Dong, relieved, bowed 3 times towards the young princess, exclaiming, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again. Jiang Shaohua replied coldly. If there is a next time, I shall not be lenient. Bian Dong nodded repeatedly. Yet in his heart, he took no heed. After all, his master was the princess's father. Regardless of her rank, she could not surpass her own father. The onlookers remained silent, but they all shared the same sentiment. Society places great importance on filial piety. Not only a young girl, but even grown men must show utmost respect and cannot defy their fathers. Jiang Shaohua observed the crowd's reactions, her heart unperturbed. To oppose paternal authority was no simple endeavor. To sever the prejudices held by society would be even more challenging. She had chosen this path and was fully prepared mentally. The study was a significant venue for the Wangfu's deliberations, and no one was allowed to intrude without permission. Jiang Shaohua turned to her father, Lu Xian, her voice steady. It was I who instructed Commander Song to strictly guard the study. May I ask what brings you here, father? Her tone was gentle, yet tinged with aloofness. The crowd could sense the sudden shift in atmosphere, their gazes flitting between the father and daughter. Lu Xian, always the charming gentleman in public, a caring father to his daughter, smiled and said, I heard you were summoning your officials daily for discussions. I was concerned you might feel apprehensive in matters of state due to your youth, hence I came to keep you company in the study. Jiang Shaohua smirked slightly. When grandfather was alive, I often listened in the study and became quite familiar with the officials, so there's nothing to fear. As for you, father, after years of studying poetry and appreciating calligraphy, your grasp of state affairs might not surpass mine. Lu Xian, A stifled laugh escaped from an unknown person. Lu Xian's handsome face turned a shade of red from embarrassment. Song Yuan discreetly cast a glance at his bodyguards. Enqin, who immediately lowered his head. Jiang Shaohua then turned to Qiu Yuanshang and asked, Qiu Jianshan, when grandfather was alive, did he not establish a rule that idlers are not allowed in the study? Qiu Yuanshang hesitated for a moment. Indeed, there was such a rule. However, 2 of the 3 beautiful concubines in his household were secretly sent by Lu Juanma. At this moment, to not speak in defense of Lu Juanma would be utterly ungrateful. Lu Juanma was the princess's father. Qiu Yuanshang cleared his throat. They cannot be considered idlers. Chapter 13. Slap in the face Qiu Yuanshang. A court official dispatched to serve in the Wangfu for 6 or 7 years, was arrogant, narrow-minded, and meticulous, priding himself on his charm. Jiang Shaohua chuckled inwardly, maintaining a calm demeanor. When grandfather was alive, did he ever allow my father into the study? Qiu Yuanshang coughed. This is a different time, and circumstances cannot be compared. Jiang Shaohua replied nonchalantly, I understand your point, Qiu Dianshan. Grandfather held the title of Nanyang Wang for many years, wielding great power, and you dared not disobey. Now, under my reign, the words of a 10-year-old girl carry little weight for you. With such a significant accusation laid upon him, Qiu Jianshan dared not accept it, vehemently denying. I hold the princess in utmost loyalty. I would never dare to treat her words with any disrespect. I was mistaken earlier. The study is a crucial place, and even if Lu Juanma is worried about the princess, he should not intrude. Lu Xian. How absurd. Such a waste of the 2 beauties he gifted. Lu Xian, stifling his anger, glanced at Yang Zheng. Qiu Yuanshang was lecherous, and he had spent a fortune to win favor with beauties. Yang Zheng, greedy for wealth, received a substantial gift to win him over. Now, reflecting on it, Lu Xian felt a pang of regret. Yang Zheng met Lu Xian's gaze without a hint of shame, declaring earnestly, Lu Juanma, please excuse yourself. Once we conclude our discussions, you may accompany the princess. Truly, he was skilled in navigating the political landscape, adept at shifting with the winds. Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly. Since Qiu Jianshan and Yang Shenli have suggested it, Father, you may return for now. Lu Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. It was one thing to have had a private disagreement with his daughter yesterday, but he never anticipated that today. In front of all the officials, Jiang Shaohua would humiliate him so. It felt akin to a public slap in the face. Feng Wenming coughed, attempting to smooth over the situation. Lu Juanma, please do not take offense. When the prince was alive, the rules were strict. Even we officials could not enter the study without summons from the prince. In this Wangfu, only the princess has the privilege to enter freely. This rule applied to everyone. Lu Xian gritted his teeth in silence, forcing a smile. Today, I did not consider things thoroughly. I disturbed your important matters and should not have. He turned to leave, saying, I will return when Shaohua is free. Jiang Shaohua replied leisurely, I am quite busy today. I fear I shall not find time. All eyes fell upon Lu Xian. The sun hung high, glaring down with an almost blinding intensity. Perhaps it was the heat, but Lu Juanma's fair complexion turned slightly flushed. Yet he still managed to smile. When you do have time, send someone to inform Father. He then elegantly clasped his hands in a bow and stepped away. Biendong, kneeling on the ground, hurried to catch up with him. Jiang Shaohua nonchalantly withdrew her gaze and addressed the crowd. Let us continue our discussion inside. The officials, with mixed feelings, complied. The princess was indeed young, yet her heart was undeniably resolute. She had just sent her own father away. Perhaps it was best to keep their heads down and serve faithfully. Initially, Lu Xian walked at a measured pace, but soon his strides quickened, as if pursued by a ferocious beast. Biendong, panting, caught up. My lord, wait for me. Lu Xian suddenly halted, shooting a fierce glare at Biendong, unleashing his pent-up frustration. Silence. Today, because of your foolish antics and your confrontation with those 2 bodyguards, you have brought shame upon me. Biendong, aware of his master's temperament, dared not retort and instead slapped his own face heavily twice. Slap, slap. The vivid red imprints were symmetrical and striking. Lu Xian remained unappeased, his irritation growing. Fool, who told you to hit yourself? How will you carry out your duties with such marks on your face? Biendong, when out in public, represented his master's dignity. It was essential to wait a day or 2 until the redness faded before appearing again. Biendong had struck with such force that his face swelled, aching fiercely, and he struggled to speak as smoothly as usual. I am foolish. Please calm your anger. My lord. Indeed, he was rather foolish. In contrast, Fong Quan was much more clever. Consequently, he often sent Fong Quan to handle the external affairs. Although the Liu family was a prestigious clan, he belonged to a branch that had long fallen into decline. Without the family academy, he would have never been able to afford an education. Fortunately, he possessed some talent, passing the scholar's examination at 17 and earning a measure of pride. The family pooled money together to provide him with 2 attendants for appearances. When he entered the Nanyang Wangfu, Fong Quan and Bian Dong accompanied him. For over a decade, he had never lacked for servants. Nevertheless, he still trusted these 2 the most. The vivid handprints on his face grew increasingly glaring. Even his own face seemed to throb in pain. Lu Xian scolded irritably. Go back inside and stay there. Bian Dong, dejected, complied. He had indeed had a terrible day, tearing at his master's dignity in front of the bodyguards, bowing an apology, slapping himself in penitence, and now receiving a scolding. Bian Dong lowered his head, covering his face with his sleeve as he returned to the room. On this journey, Lu Xian encountered a few oblivious maidservants and guards who, unable to perceive his desire to avoid company, approached him to pay their respects. He left with a beaming smile, only to return with a countenance shrouded in gloom. Aunt May's heart trembled with apprehension, and she hesitated to approach, clutching her 2 children, wishing to retreat quietly. However, Lu Xian's piercing gaze had already swept over them, sending another shiver through Aunt May's heart. Within the estate, every maid and servant envied her for having escaped the bonds of servitude to ascend to a higher status. She recognized her fortune in being chosen by the prince and assigned to serve beside Lu Jianma. Even more fortunate was the fact that, after just 2 months of service, she received joyful news and gave birth to a son the following year. What man does not cherish a son? Lu Xian cradled the newborn with uncontainable joy, his face aglow with delight. In a moment of overwhelming happiness, he remarked before her, You have rendered a great service to the Nanyang Wangfu by giving birth to an heir. Such words filled her with profound happiness. Having borne a son for the princess, she envisioned a future where he would inherit titles and legacies, continuing the lineage of the Nanyang Wang. Surely, the prince must be exceedingly pleased. To her utter astonishment, the Nanyang Wang did not acknowledge the child, insisting that the boy carry his father's surname, Liu, and even submitted a lengthy edict. 5-year-old Jiang Shaohua was officially recognized by the court as the Nanyang princess. On the day the imperial decree arrived at the Nanyang Wangfu, Lu Xian appeared elated before others, yet privately wore a terrifyingly dark expression. Fearful and apprehensive, she dared not voice her concerns. After spending half a day in his study, Lu Xian emerged with a calm demeanor, simply stating to her, All of this will eventually belong to my son. In the ensuing years, Lu Xian showered Jiang Shaohua with care and affection, becoming increasingly devoted after the passing of the Nanyang Wang. He was lauded as the finest father in the world, yet only she understood the depths of his ominous thoughts. With a mere glance, Lu Xian commanded her to lead her children forward. From today onward, you shall take Inger and her siblings daily to pay your respects to Shaohua. Chapter 14. The Military Camp. Part 1. Daily visits to pay respects to the princess? Hadn't they been forbidden to show themselves for years to avoid disturbing her? How could this sudden change of heart occur? Aunt May instinctively raised her head, only to meet Lu Xian's frigid gaze, and she immediately averted her eyes, replying yes. Lu Ying, summoning her courage, asked her father, What if elder sister does not wish to see us? Lu Xian, in a foul mood, lacked his usual patience and warmth, coldly retorting, If she does not wish to see you, wait outside until she is ready. He was eager to witness how Jiang Shaohua would handle the delicate situation with her younger siblings. If she refused him, he would return the favor in kind. Lu Ying felt a flutter of unease and whispered, Father, will elder sister be unhappy? Lu Xian's expression darkened instantly. Follow my orders. Having been taught to be filial and obedient from a young age, Lu Ying dared not object and silently nodded. Lu Ruohua, still innocent and unaware of the gravity of the situation, innocently asked, Can I play with elder sister? Aunt May quickly covered her daughter's mouth, saying, The princess is very busy every day. She has no time to play with you. Indeed, Princess Jiang Shaohua had her hands full managing state affairs, overseeing the estate, and convening with officials. Meanwhile, her father, the prince, spent his days reading and enjoying leisurely pursuits. Lu Xian's gaze darkened once more. After Aunt Mei and her children withdrew, he summoned a trusted attendant, instructing, "Go to the Wangfu's gatehouse and inform me immediately if Fong Quan has any news." Half an hour later, officials strode out of the study, even the elderly and frail, Wen Zhubu moving with unexpected vigor. There was much work to be done and no time to waste. Jiang Shaohua turned to Song Yuan and said, "I wish to visit the guards' camp." Song Yuan acknowledged her command and promptly ordered the guards to prepare the carriage and accompanying arrangements, instructing Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao to ride ahead to deliver the message. The Nanyang garrison, while appearing to heed the Wangfu's commands, had effectively fallen under the control of the court. The true military strength of the Nanyang Wangfu lay within the guards' camp, which initially boasted 500 men but had since swelled to 2,000. 200 elite soldiers remained stationed at the Wangfu, while the remaining guards were divided into 3 camps, each comprising 600 men. This figure, though seemingly modest, represented a formidable military force. The Nanyang garrison claimed to have 8,000 soldiers, with at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them drawing pay without service. After accounting for the elderly, infirm, and unfit, only about 4,000 were capable of taking up arms. The guards' camp, strong and robust, truly held the distinction of elite troops. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome remained uncertain. Dressed in riding attire and mounted on a majestic red steed, Jiang Shaohua, surrounded by her guards, galloped toward the camp. The military encampment lay 20 miles outside the gates of Nanyang County, established 4 years prior and covering over 3,000 acres. The camp was heavily fortified, and caution was required within a 10-mile radius. Wooden towers were erected every mile in all 4 cardinal directions, and riders were required to dismount within 5 miles. Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao galloped ahead to relay the message. "The princess is coming to inspect the camp. All must prepare to receive her." The guards, upon receiving the news, were invigorated. When the Nanyang Wang was alive, he often brought the princess to the camp. In the past year, however, she had observed mourning in the Wangfu and had scarcely shown her face. Today, she would finally make her appearance. "Gentlemen, focus your spirits and prepare for drills." Qin Zhan, commanding the 1st Battalion, was tall and robust, his voice a thunderous boom that resonated in the ears of those present. "Let the princess witness your vigor and skill." The 1st Battalion of Guards responded with a resounding cheer. Qin, who could not help but rub his ears and muttered under his breath, "Father, your voice is far too loud." Qin Zhan, unceremoniously, smacked his son on the back of the head. "Step aside." Qin, who stumbled back, grimacing and holding his head, retreating to a corner. Before he could regain his footing, his close friend Meng Sanbao approached, limping. It was evident he had been kicked by his father, Meng Dashan. A group of kindred spirits commiserated. "Did your father kick you again? Did he smack you on the head too? Next time, make sure to deliver messages swiftly and keep your distance." Qin Zhan led the 1st Battalion, while Meng Dashan commanded the 2nd. The older generation shared a bond forged through shared experiences, and Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao had grown up together, as close as brothers. Both had been recognized as the most skilled among their peers and had secured positions within the Wangfu, a testament to their merit. Unfortunately, both of their fathers were staunch advocates of discipline through strength. The training grounds of the camp dwarfed those of the Wangfu, stretching as far as the eye could see. After 3 resounding beats of the military drum, the guards of the 3rd Battalion donned their armor and armed themselves, lining up in formation. "The princess has arrived." Qin Hu hastily lowered his hands, and Meng Sanbao, no longer pretending to be injured, quickly moved forward to take their customary positions, standing tall with chests out and gazes fixed. Indeed, they stood right behind Commander Song, closest to the princess. "We pay our respects to the princess." The 3 commanders of the 3rd Battalion bowed first, followed by the guards, who collectively cupped their hands and shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the princess." Jiang Shaohua rode for miles without fatigue, her spirit radiant. A wave of warmth surged through her heart as she beheld them, all those loyal to her grandfather. The loyalty of Song Yuan was beyond question, while Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan, as 2nd-generation guards, were equally steadfast. Her gaze fell last upon a middle-aged man, Lu Hongchang, the commander of the 3rd Battalion. He had been recruited into the guards' camp 4 years prior. Among the brawny men, his stature was unremarkable, and his martial prowess was not particularly notable. However, he hailed from a family of military lineage, was well-versed in military strategy, and was adept at training troops. making him an invaluable asset. In her previous life, shortly after Chen Zhuo's demise, Lu Hongchang had led the 3rd Battalion to fully pledge allegiance to Lu Xian. Yet, this cannot be solely blamed on Lu Hongchang. She, the Nanyang princess, had spent 6 years in the palace and had married into the royal family in the capital, effectively abandoning them. Their choice to seek a new master was not without justification. "You may rise," Jiang Shaohua said softly. "Thank you, princess," Qin responded, his voice drowning out all others. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently and swept her gaze across the assembly. "Everyone, please rise." The sound of her melodious and gentle voice resonated in everyone's ears, leaving them in awe of her fortune. Qin and Meng Dashan, both seasoned veterans, displayed expressions of astonishment. Lu Hongchang could not help but glance at the young princess. The prince was a quintessential man of great stature, albeit having departed too soon. The princess, possessing extraordinary wisdom and unparalleled beauty, radiated nobility and grace, demonstrating a remarkable calmness and composure at such a tender age. However, she was still a woman destined to marry one day. No matter how intelligent or capable she was, her fate would ultimately confine her to the domestic sphere of a wife and mother. It was indeed a pity. Chapter 15. The Military Camp, Part 2. Many shared Lu Hongchang's sentiments. Half of the personal guard consisted of veterans or descendants from the Nanyang royal house, loyal to both the prince and the princess. The new recruits, drawn from various counties of Nanyang, bore complex emotions. They had aspired to achieve great deeds under the prince's banner, but with his untimely demise, their allegiance shifted to a 10-year-old girl. What could such a young maiden accomplish? While they received their military pay without fail, should the princess eventually marry or be taken into another household, would they not be rendered useless? For a year, the princess had remained at home in mourning for the prince, a gesture of filial piety that commanded respect. Yet, her absence from the military camp for so long had stirred unrest among the guards. Just half a month prior, Commander Song had disciplined 2 gossips with a sound thrashing. The princess's arrival today brought a sense of relief to the guards. At least she still valued their presence. As for the future, that could wait. Jiang Shaohua cheerfully instructed. Generals Qin, Meng, and Lu take the 3rd Battalion of Guards and conduct a thorough training session. Those who demonstrate valor shall be rewarded with a fine steed from his princess. The 3 men, all of the 6th rank, were honored to be addressed as generals. Qin's eyes sparkled with fervor as he turned to his fellow guards and declared, "Show your true prowess. Today's victor shall be rewarded with a magnificent horse." Every martial artist cherished a good steed, and upon hearing this, spirits soared and excitement filled the air. Meng Dashan, a robust figure, grinned widely and rallied his battalion. Lu Hongchang, calm and collected, called forth several subordinates to meticulously arrange their formations. The training exercises in the personal guard typically comprised 4 contests. The first tested strength with a lineup of stone locks. The second involved mounted archery. The third assessed hand-to-hand combat. And the final contest was a tactical showdown involving all guards. Eager to compete, the guards nearly erupted into a brawl over coveted spots. As the noise escalated, Song Yuan prepared to reprimand them, but Jiang Shaohua flashed him a reassuring smile. "These rascals lack a sense of reverence for the princess," Song murmured, noting how they would never have dared to behave so boisterously in the presence of the prince. Jiang understood well and replied with a gentle smile. "Respect must be earned through one's own merit, bit by bit. Do not worry, uncle, I am well aware." Song Yuan pondered the princess's capabilities in silence, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Young guards Qin, Hu, and Meng Sanbao exchanged excited glances, nudging each other playfully. Jiang Shaohua turned to them with a smile. "You 3 should also test your skills." The guards' faces lit up with joy, eagerly preparing for the challenge. "As you are all esteemed guards of the royal residence," Jiang continued with a radiant smile, "losing not only brings shame to Commander Song, but also reflects poorly on me." Qin Hu puffed out his chest confidently. "Just you wait and see, princess." Meng Sanbao, with a simple grin, asked, "If we win, will you reward us with fine steeds?" In a past life, these 2 young guards had accompanied her to the capital, safeguarding her well-being. After the passing of her uncle, Song Yuan, they remained steadfastly by her side, akin to family. Jiang Shaohua, observing the youthful exuberance of the boys, felt a sense of delight and replied, "If you win, you shall receive fine steeds." Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao beamed with joy and hurried off. The training grounds soon buzzed with activity. In the first contest, 60 burly soldiers stepped forward to lift the heavy stone locks with all their might. The victor was Tao De, a 22-year-old guard from the 1st Battalion. Tall and robust, he towered above Jiang Shaohua, who stood at his waist. "Princess, I do not desire a horse. I seek a fine sword," he said earnestly, looking up at her with anticipation. Qin Zhan chuckled, playfully smacking Tao De's back. "You fool. The princess rewards only the finest steeds." Without flinching, Tao De received the playful blow, his voice deep and unwavering. "I simply prefer swords." Most soldiers were straightforward, and Tao De was no exception. His single-mindedness was notorious. He should have been part of the royal residence by now, but his blunt nature had led to him being overlooked in the selection process. Nevertheless, he was content to remain in the camp, training daily without the need for cunning or strategy. Jiang Shaohua smiled warmly and turned to Song Yuan. "Uncle, do grant him a sword as a reward." Song Yuan, a master swordsman, wielded a thick-backed long sword forged from the finest steel. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and presented it to Tao De, who beamed with delight. Even Qin Zhan, who had just teased him, laughed. "That lad is fortunate indeed. Such a fine sword was priceless, beyond any amount of money." Tao De proudly cradled the sword, while envious glances filled the eyes of his fellow guards. In the second contest of mounted archery, the guards focused intently, and even the birds in flight suffered as arrows flew. Hitting a target was a stroke of luck. Many were struck by 2 or 3 arrows, while one unfortunate bird was pierced by 5. Ultimately, the victors hailed from the 2nd Battalion, led by a youthful archer of about 20, who stood out among the burly guards with his modest stature and fair complexion. "I am grateful for the princess's reward," he said shyly. Jiang Shaohua, intrigued, inquired, "What is your name?" The young man replied, "My surname is Tian, and I am the 5th child of my family. We are hunters, and I have been skilled with the bow since childhood. For years ago, when the prince recruited personal guards, I joined due to the generous settlement offered. It made sense why he had not entered the royal residence. Song Yuan favored direct descendants for his guards, excluding external recruits regardless of their skills." Meng Dashan added, "Tian is a good lad. He saved his wages each month to send home." Embarrassed by the praise, Tian explained softly, "My mother is gravely ill and needs medicine. My elder brothers have families to support, while I remain single and have no expenses." Then, cautiously, he ventured, "Princess, may I exchange the horse you reward for silver?" The crowd fell silent. Chapter 16. The hearts of Meng Dashan was the first to lose his temper, kicking Tian's leg. "You scoundrel! How dare you sell the princess's prized horse? I shall twist your head off." Tian, slender yet surprisingly resilient, stood his ground, lowering his head in apology. "I was wrong." Jiang Shaohua chuckled. "Do not be angry, General Meng. I'm not upset." She then softened her tone, addressing Tian. "Are you wishing to exchange for silver to treat your mother's illness?" Tears glimmered in Tian's eyes as he nodded earnestly, unable to speak. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. "As an archer, you deserve a fine steed. Accept it. Where do you live? What are your parents' names? Write it down for Commander Song. I will send Physician Sun to visit your mother for a consultation." Xiao Tian's body trembled, and with a thud, he knelt down, bowing 3 times with fervor. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness." The renowned physicians of Nanyang County often charged exorbitant fees. As an ordinary soldier, even if he saved diligently, he could not afford the services of a distinguished healer, let alone the esteemed Grand Physician Son of the Royal Palace, who exclusively treated the prince and princess. Hailing from a prestigious family of miraculous healers, Mother will be saved. Xiao Tian lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears. "From this day forward, my life belongs to Your Highness. I would willingly brave the mountains of blades and the seas of flames for you." Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. "Practice your archery diligently. There will be ample opportunities for your skills in the future. There is no need for such extreme sacrifices, as I shall ensure that everyone lives well." Her words ignited a fire within Xiao Tian, who eagerly vowed, "Yes, I will practice archery with utmost dedication." The onlooking guards swelled with pride, recognizing the noble spirit of their princess, who truly embodied the essence of the prince's lineage. Those like Lu Hongchang, who had joined later, felt warmth in their hearts witnessing Xiao Tian's reward. The princess valued her new guards just as much. Song Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. The princess had gained newfound strength, and her demeanor had transformed significantly. A mere blade and a few encouraging words had won over Cao De and Xiao Tian, warming the hearts of all the guards. He need not worry about the princess. She was well aware of her own capabilities. As noon approached, they decided to have lunch first. Jiang Shaohua cheerfully suggested, "Let us fill our bellies before the third and fourth rounds of competition." The guards responded with a resounding agreement, shaking off the gloom of the past year. Their spirits lifted. The food in the guards' camp was always satisfactory, featuring 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, with ample rice. Today, the princess had arranged for extra dishes, and the kitchen had slaughtered 10 pigs in preparation. Cao De held a knife in his left hand and a bowl larger than his face in his right, filled with half rice and half vegetables, topped with a generous portion of fragrant braised pork. The guards, aware of Cao De's simple nature, teased him playfully. "Cao De, how about lending us the princess's knife for a day?" Cao De clutched the knife protectively and continued to eat in silence. "Donda, the princess is barely half your height," someone jested. Cao De placed his bowl on the ground with a loud thud, then suddenly stood and seized the impertinent guard, swinging him around and flinging him away. Bang! The unfortunate guard was left dazed and retching, having expelled the rich meat he had just consumed. "Donda grumbled, whoever dares to speak ill of the princess shall face my wrath." The surrounding guards erupted in laughter, giving Cao De a thumbs up, while they paid no heed to the unfortunate soul who had been reprimanded. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohua was enjoying her lunch in the barracks. Her meal mirrored that of the guards, consisting of braised tofu with greens, a bowl of braised pork, and an additional dish of stir-fried vegetables and deep-fried sparrows. After the second round, 300 sparrows had been released, and none had gone to waste. The kitchen had collected them all. In the rush, 20 had been prepared, marinated, and fried twice in hot oil, filling the air with an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. With her insistence, Song Yuan accompanied her, while Qin Zhan, Meng Dashan, and Lu Hongchang settled at the lower end of the table. The normally boisterous men, who would eat heartily and speak loudly, now exhibited a surprising restraint, wary of offending the delicate and beautiful princess with their rough manners. Jiang Shaohua said little as she savored her meal, but soon it became apparent that something was amiss. One bowl, then another, disappeared swiftly from the table. Just how could the princess eat so much? Qin Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the princess still not full? Meng Dashan was equally astonished, momentarily forgetting his chopsticks. "Your Highness, do take care not to overindulge." Lu Hongchang, the newest among them, remained silent, contemplating how much the princess had seemingly changed in just a year. Jiang Shaohua, unfazed by her hearty appetite, continued to relish her meal, calling out to her astonished Uncle Song Yuan, "Uncle, this fried sparrow is delightful. You should try some." Instinctively, Song Yuan nodded and took a piece to taste. The crispy exterior and tender meat were indeed delectable. Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan exchanged glances but remained silent, hastening their pace in eating. Once the meal concluded, Jiang Shaohua strolled around the military camp. To the others, she had merely been away for a year. Only she knew that it had been over 2 decades since she last set foot here. Today, as she returned, an old power seemed to awaken within her. This battalion of 2,000 guards was her foundation of independence and her confidence. Some truths could not be articulated, and even if they could, few would listen. It mattered not. Where her fists were strong enough, all would naturally quiet to hear her voice. Song Yuan and the others trailed behind Jiang Shaohua, pondering her extraordinary appetite. Did the princess truly not fear overindulgence? She halted before a barrack and turned to the variously contemplative faces around her, declaring, "I plan to establish 2 more military camps, separating the 3 battalions of guards, so that each battalion has its own independent camp." At her words, the guards stiffened, their private thoughts vanishing. Was the princess intending to expand the guards? Song Yuan was the first to voice his inquiry. Jiang Shaohua nodded decisively, responding with clarity, "Indeed." Qin Zhan and the others' eyes brightened at the prospect. Each battalion consisted of 600 soldiers. They would each lead a battalion. Though the camp was large, the rivalry among the 3 was often discordant. If 3 camps were built, each battalion could occupy one and recruit new members. Men inherently yearn for achievements. As warriors, they naturally hoped for a greater number of troops under their command. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Zhan lowered his voice. "How many more soldiers does your highness intend to recruit?" Chapter 17. Ambition. Jiang Shaohua's eyes sparkled with determination. 2,000 more soldiers. Yet regrettably, given Nanyang County's financial resources, we can only maintain this many troops. Not only Qin Zhan and his companions, but even Song Yuan felt a surge of adrenaline upon hearing her words, unable to suppress their curiosity. What prompted the sudden expansion of the guards? Your Highness? Jiang Shaohua recounted the prophetic dreams of her grandfather. In my dreams, my grandfather warned me of impending droughts followed by locust plagues, predicting that the coming years would be harsh for the northern provinces. Bandits and marauders are rampant, and those powerful families that have established fortresses will exploit the situation to recruit the displaced, thereby strengthening their power. Such chaos will be beyond the court's ability to control. As we are situated at the crossroads of North and South, Nanyang County will inevitably be affected. To safeguard Nanyang, we must possess sufficient military strength. The stationed troops here are mediocre, and the current left general is an appointee of the court, lacking alignment with our interests. He cannot be relied upon in critical times. Therefore, it is imperative to expand the guards. This was the second time Song Yuan had heard of the grandfather's prophetic dreams, and he accepted the reasoning naturally. Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan, both trusted guards of the late prince, believed wholeheartedly that their lord would protect Nanyang County from beyond. Only Lu Hongchang raised an eyebrow, casting a scrutinizing glance at the young princess. Coincidentally, Jiang Shaohua met his gaze, and Lu Hongchang, caught in the act, showed no signs of guilt. Speaking plainly, I dare to voice an uncomfortable truth. For years prior, the court appointed the left general to command the stationed troops in Nanyang. In a fit of anger, the prince expanded the guard from 500 to 2,000. This action was initiated by the court, lacking the authority to pursue it, and thus was tacitly accepted. Now, as the princess intends to further expand the guards, should the court take issue, we would be at a loss on how to respond. This pointed question hung in the air, sharp and incisive. Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan felt a wave of discomfort at the implication, casting disapproving looks at Lu Hongchang. Song Yuan, too, regarded him with a steady gaze. Lu Hongchang remained unfazed, continuing, I do not seek confrontation. Although Nanyang is the princess's fief, all lands under heaven ultimately belong to the crown. If the princess intends to build granaries for provisions, the court will not interfere. The princess aspired to establish a military camp and expand her personal guard, yet she feared the court would not take kindly to such ambitions. Jiang Shaohua, far from being angered, cast an approving glance at Lu Hongchang, acknowledging his words. General Lu speaks the truth. The greatest challenge lies in keeping this matter concealed from the court. This single admission indicated Jiang Shaohua's stance. The military camp must indeed be constructed, and the personal guard must be augmented. As for how to keep the court in the dark, that required careful consideration. Lu Hongchang dampened the spirits with a dose of reality. Establishing a military camp is a significant undertaking that necessitates conscription. It would be exceedingly difficult to keep it from the court. Who said anything about conscription? Jiang Shaohua arched an eyebrow. This year, Nanyang County and its various districts are to build granaries, beginning after the spring plowing, and there is simply no surplus hands available. Lu Hongchang was left bewildered. If we are not conscripting laborers, how can we construct a military camp? Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan shared his confusion, turning their gazes toward the princess. Song Yuan's heart stirred as he quickly exchanged a knowing glance with the princess, instantly grasping her intention. He spoke up. The princess wishes for the guards to construct the military camp themselves. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. The personal guards have little else to do besides training. Would they not take pleasure in building their own camp? Song Yuan pondered and realized the merit in her words. 1,800 able-bodied men, well-fed with daily rations, receiving monthly salaries. What harm would it be to engage in hard labor? Qin Zhan was the first to voice his support. The princess is correct. Without a doubt, our battalion of 600 men possesses ample strength. Anyone daring to complain would soon find themselves silenced with a military reprimand. Meng Dashan mused. However, this means we must pause training for the next few months. Building the camp will require digging foundations and moving timber and stones, all of which are strenuous tasks. Jiang Shaohua nodded. Once we select a suitable location to commence construction, training will be halted. At that time, let the kitchen prepare several pigs daily, ensuring there is plenty of oil and meat in the dishes so that everyone is well fed. The assembly nodded in agreement. Then, the princess added, we shall work on the camp by day and dedicate an hour in the evening to reading and learning characters. The group fell silent. Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan's expressions contorted momentarily. They were rough men, accustomed to wielding swords and engaging in combat. The prospect of studying was hardly appealing. They wished to learn, but it seemed the characters had no desire to be understood by them. Qin Zhan cleared his throat, cautiously smiling. Princess, I am but a rough fellow, illiterate as a rock. Perhaps we should forego the reading and writing. Meng Dashan rubbed his fingers together, echoing the sentiment. Princess, I am no better than Qin, not suited for such pursuits. Jiang Shaohua softened her tone. Uncle Qin, Uncle Meng, you are both in your prime. Should the world descend into chaos in the future, I shall need to rely on you. Currently, leading 600 men with authority and respect suffices. But what if you were to command 1,000 or 2,000 in the future? Whether it was the affectionate address of uncle or the mention of commanding thousands that stirred their blood, both Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan felt their faces flush. Jiang Shaohua continued. In terms of individual skill, General Liu may not measure up to either of you. Yet, the 3rd Battalion maintains the strictest discipline and strongest formations. In one-on-one combat, the 1st and 2nd Battalions are replete with skilled fighters, yet it is the 3rd Battalion that consistently prevails. Did they not ponder the reasons behind this? Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan's faces reddened further. Liu Hingchang's cheeks also tinged with color. As a scion of the Liu family, steeped in military knowledge since childhood, he had sought a different path after feeling overshadowed by his numerous cousins. For years prior, upon hearing of the recruitment of personal guards by the Prince of Nanyang, he had eagerly joined, passing the prince's examination to be accepted into the personal guard, soon becoming the leader of the 3rd Battalion due to his proficiency in military texts and training. Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan, being core personal guards of the royal household, shared a close bond akin to brothers. Though not intentional, it was true that Liu Hongchang had often been sidelined. With the prince's passing and the princess's youth, discontent brewed within the ranks, and he was not immune to such sentiments. Every man yearned to achieve great deeds. What future lay in following a 10-year-old girl? Furthermore, Qin Zhan and Meng Dashan often teased him, which naturally left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Yet, he never expected the princess to extol his merits in the presence of his peers. Overwhelmed by her praise, Liu Hongchang humbly responded, I am unworthy of such commendation. Generals Qin and Meng far surpass me. I recognize my limitations and thus focus on the formation. Qin Zhan, straightforward by nature, blushed as he chimed in. General Liu, please do not belittle us. Old Meng and I are indeed rough men, and it is certainly time we studied some military texts. Meng Dashan thumped his chest. We shall heed the princess's words. In the evening, Jiang Shaohua rode out of the military camp. The gentle spring breeze caressed her face like a tender hand. With her spirits high, her cheeks flushed and her dark eyes sparkling, she declared, before night falls, let us ride into the city together and do so with haste. Qin Hu, who had triumphed in the afternoon's 3rd competition, responded with enthusiasm. Meng Sanbao, who placed 2nd, cast a jealous glance at Qin Hu's new steed. Qin Hu has acquired a fine horse today. How can we possibly keep pace? Qin Hu grinned, revealing his tiger-like teeth. Little Sanbao, losing to your brother is no shame. Do not be bitter. Meng Sanbao huffed in response. The day's competition featured youthful personal guard from each battalion, with Qin Hu narrowly defeating Meng Sanbao by a single move, claiming the fine horse. Meng Sanbao felt a surge of frustration, and the other young guards burst into laughter. Jiang Shaohua, too, was amused, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Both Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao were outstanding individuals among their peers, selected to serve as personal guards last year. While they were talented, their exuberance was somewhat excessive. However, seeing the princess cheerful, she would indulge these 2 mischievous boys once more. Song Yuan cast a glance before swiftly averting his eyes. As dusk descended, the road appeared nearly deserted. The group galloped freely, relishing the moment. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. From a distance of 100 paces, a sound sliced through the air. Something fell from the sky. Assassins! Song Yuan shouted urgently, protect the princess. The personal guards slowed their mounts, their eyes fixed warily on the descending shadow. Jiang Shaohua strained her vision, her expression shifting abruptly. This was not right. She kicked her steed's flanks, urging the fiery mare forward. Without hesitation, Song Yuan pursued. Yet, he was a moment too slow. The princess had already surged ahead, reaching the shadow first. With a deft flick of her whip, she ensnared the descending figure. Fortunate was she for her strength, else she would have faltered against the force of the descent. Nevertheless, the immense power still rocked her. Song Yuan, too, wielded his whip, wrapping it around the shadow and pulling in the opposite direction with all his might. Together, they strained to stabilize themselves. Exchanging glances, their expressions mirrored astonishment. The shadow entangled by their whips revealed itself to be a small boy, not tall in stature. His hair was cropped short, only an inch in length, and his attire was peculiar, distinctly different from the current fashion, with sleeves torn and exposing his fair arms. The boy lay unconscious, face down on the ground, rendering his features indistinguishable. Princess, Song Yuan's voice bore a hint of reproach. In the future, when encountering individuals of dubious origin, let me handle it. A precious life like yours should not be endangered so easily. Jiang Shaohua admitted her impulsiveness. I did act rashly just now. Her sincerity softened Song Yuan's demeanor, and he coughed lightly. One cannot solely blame the princess. In such an urgent moment, had your reaction been any slower, this boy would have surely met a grim fate. Jiang Shaohua smiled, her lips pressed together. Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao approached, with Qin Hu dismounting first. He quickly untangled the whip and roughly turned the small boy over. Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept over him. He appeared to be around 10 years old, his face pale as parchment, eyes tightly shut, yet remarkably handsome. Meng Sanbao dismounted and vigorously shook the young boy by his collar, urging him to awaken and reveal his identity, origin, and the reason for his sudden descent from the sky. The boy, jolted awake, immediately retched, unfortunately targeting Meng Sanbao's attire, which was newly issued this year. The unpleasant stench of bile quickly permeated the air, causing Meng Sanbao's face to darken with fury. Song Yuan frowned and commanded, "Step aside." Suppressing the urge to kick the boy, Meng Sanbao reluctantly complied. The young lad, on the verge of expelling his bile, was a sight of utter disarray. With tears and mucus adorning his face, a melodious voice from above inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here?" As the boy lifted his gaze, he was met with a pair of dazzling black eyes and a face as pale as snow, adorned in garments as red as flames. He was momentarily captivated, astonished by such beauty. Jiang Shaohua, accustomed to the astonishment her appearance elicited, remained unfazed despite the boy's prolonged daze. After a brief pause, she repeated her question, "Who are you? How did you suddenly fall from the sky?" The boy opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, as if his throat was obstructed. Jiang Shaohua furrowed her brow, while Song Yuan swiftly interjected, "The princess has asked you a question. Respond immediately." "Princess." The boy's eyes widened in shock as he quickly assessed the young lady's attire and the formidable youths surrounding her, along with the majestic steeds. Desperately turning his head to survey the unfamiliar surroundings, he thought, "Heavens, where am I?" In despair, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp blade pressed against his throat, wielded by Qin Hu, who glared menacingly, "If you don't comply, I will end you." Meng Sanbao, still reeling from the soiled garment, snapped, "Stop wasting time. It's no coincidence that he fell right in front of the princess. If this is a scheme, let us finish it swiftly." Jiang Shaohua glanced over. "You two should refrain from threats. We shall ascertain the truth first, then decide on the course of action." Qin Hu sheathed his weapon, causing Meng Sanbao to fall silent. The boy realized that the highest authority among them was this astonishingly beautiful young lady, and his fate hinged on her mercy. "Princess, I'm not a bad person." He desperately attempted to speak, yet his voice remained trapped. Anxiety caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The middle-aged man beside the princess narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace flickering within. In despair, the boy grasped his own neck, crying out inwardly, "Why can't I speak? Will I die here without understanding?" To his dismay, he noticed another horrifying truth. His hand was half the size it should be, and his body had shrunk considerably. "Princess, this boy seems to be mentally impaired." Song Yuan whispered, or perhaps he is pretending. "Night is falling, and we find ourselves in the middle of nowhere. We should take him back to the palace and thoroughly investigate his identity." Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly. Song Yuan scanned the group. "Meng Sanbao, you are responsible for him." Meng Sanbao, unable to contain himself, pointed at the stain on his new attire. "Commander Song, my clothes are dirty." Song Yuan glanced at him dismissively. "This boy is equally filthy. He suits you just fine." Laughter erupted among the young guards, and Meng Sanbao, begrudgingly, lifted the smelly boy onto his horse. all the while warning, "If you dare to vomit again, I will break your neck." Dizzy and unable to voice his distress, the boy realized he needed to survive this chaotic ordeal. He turned his gaze to the beautiful princess, who rode gracefully ahead, her cloak billowing in the wind. A sight to behold. Captivated, he momentarily forgot the turmoil in his stomach. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the city gates, where the towering walls bore the inscription Nanyang County. A group of soldiers emerged. Bowing in unison, "We greet the princess." She did not dismount, merely nodding as she rode through the gates, exuding an air of authority. Upon entering the city and traveling for another half-hour, they finally reached the royal residence just as night fell. The grand entrance of the Nanyang Palace was spacious enough for 10 carriages to fit side by side, and a throng awaited outside, led by her father, Lu Xian, alongside the Meiyong mother and her children. Jiang Shaohua's smile faded slightly. Some individuals evoked a sense of revulsion, and though bound by blood, she felt compelled to feign cordiality. "Shaohua, you have returned at last," Lu Xian greeted with a smile, his tone overly familiar. Meiyong lowered her head, softly stating, "The princess must be weary from her time at the military camp." In unison, the children called out, "Elder sister." Jiang Shaohua merely acknowledged them with a nonchalant her cold gaze observing their theatrics. Lu Xian, adept at diffusing tension, suggested, "It's quite late. You must be famished. I have arranged for a meal. Let us dine together." Calmly, Jiang Shaohua replied, "Unfortunately, I have pressing matters to attend to. I encountered a boy of unclear origins and must interrogate him personally. Father and Meiyong's family may dine without me." Lu Xian's face fell, struggling to maintain composure before the crowd. Suppressing his anger, he insisted, "Regardless, we must eat. Let us dine first, then you can attend to your matters." His gaze flicked to Meng Sanbao, who had dismounted, dragging the half-conscious boy along. The boy, having been jostled, retched once more, this time directly onto Meng Sanbao as attire, causing his face to turn a shade of green. Jiang Shaohua turned to Meng Sanbao, ordering, "Take him to bathe and change. Ensure he is cleaned before sending him to the interrogation chamber." Meng Sanbao complied, filled with rage. The young boy, teary-eyed, looked up at Jiang Shaohua, his eyes pleading. Seldom did she show mercy, but in a rare act of kindness, she cautioned Meng Sanbao, "Do not take advantage of him. Do not harm him." The boy, with tears in his eyes, was taken away, unsure whether he was more moved or terrified. Jiang Shaohua turned in surprise. "Father, why are you still here?" Lu Xian, having been the son-in-law of Nanyang for over a decade, believed he had mastered the art of patience. Today, however, he realized his skills were still lacking. Suppressing the turmoil within, he forced a smile. "I did not consider your needs. Please attend to your business. I shall take them for dinner." Meiyong, barely able to lift her head, quietly excused herself, taking her children by the hand as they departed. Once the unwelcome presences had left, the atmosphere lightened considerably. At that moment, Mama Zhang approached, guiding the princess into the palace. After bathing and changing into fresh attire, she washed away the dust of the day and then indulged in a delightful dinner. Mama Zhang looked on with a pained heart as her young mistress devoured a meal fit for 3. When Jiang Shaohua lifted her gaze and noticed Mama Zhang's worried expression, she couldn't help but smile. "Are you concerned that I am eating too much, Mama Zhang?" The princess's smile lit up her crescent-shaped eyes, making her exceedingly beautiful. The words of comfort that Mama Zhang had been about to utter transformed effortlessly. The princess has a hearty appetite. This old servant can only feel joy in her heart. Jiang Shaohua blinked playfully and grinned. "That is splendid. I am in my growth phase, so eating well now will surely lead to me growing tall and strong." A fleeting image of the robust Qin human Sanbao crossed Mama Zhang's mind, causing her expression to stiffen slightly. Jiang Shaohua had already risen and was heading outside, with Yinzhu following closely behind. "Is the princess still going to the interrogation room at this late hour?" Yinzhu whispered. "A boy picked up on the road can be handed over to Chief Yang, and within half a day, everything will be clarified." Jiang Shaohua had issued a gag order before returning to the manor. The dozens of loyal guards accompanying her would keep the mysterious descent of the young boy's secret, merely claiming he was found along the way. She had an inkling that the origins of this boy were anything but ordinary. "I wish to interrogate him personally," Jiang Shaohua declared. "I do not trust Chief Yang." From above, the Nanyang prince's residence appeared divided into 4 sections. One was the late prince's living quarters. Another was the signing room for the officials of the Nanyang prince's household. A third comprised the inner courtyard and training grounds. And the last housed the quarters of 200 guards. Typically, the interrogation room had only 2 constables on night duty, but upon the princess's arrival, all constables were roused. Yang Zheng, who had been drinking, felt a tightness in his chest at the commotion outside and immediately discarded his wine cup to rush out, unable to even tidy up the table. What could the princess need at this hour? Yang Zheng steeled himself, determined to appear composed. Jiang Shaohua had no intention of sparing his dignity. She bypassed him and pushed open the signing room door. With a creak, the heavy wooden door swung open, revealing a feast laid out inside. Yang Zheng was taken aback. Chapter 20. Interrogation. Yang's enthusiasm for drinking was extraordinary. Jiang Shaohua smirked mockingly. Yang Zheng's face turned crimson, and he had no choice but to bow and apologize. I have been busy all day, and in a moment of indulgence. I am truly ashamed. In truth, drinking in the signing room was not uncommon. Chen Zhua and Feng Wenming often shared a drink after completing their tasks. The late prince frequently invited them to join in, with Jiang Shaohua serving the wine at his side. Yang Zheng, however, did not enjoy such privilege. Jiang Shaohua had intended to find fault with him, and having caught him red-handed tonight, she had no reason to let him off easy. She left Yang Zheng, who was bowing in apology, standing there, and called for the 2 deputy examiners. I shall use the interrogation room for questioning. The 2 deputy examiners promptly accepted the command. One went to prepare the interrogation room, while the other stayed by Jiang Shaohua's side. After Jiang Shaohua left, Yang Zheng finally stood up, his handsome face flushed to a deep shade of red, his body trembling incessantly, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. The constables, rarely witnessing such commotion, peered in curiously, stifling their laughter. What are you all gawking at? Yang Zheng snapped, his temper flaring. Have you completed your tasks? Those who have tea, sleep is not an option tonight. The constables immediately scattered like frightened birds. Alone outside the signing room, Yang Zheng took deep breaths, repeatedly reminding himself not to be angered by a 10-year-old girl. After 30 repetitions, he barely managed to calm down before striding toward the interrogation room. There were 6 interrogation rooms, perfectly aligned in a row. At night, all were temporarily vacant, and Jiang Shaohua chose the innermost one, the cleanest and quietest. Yingzhu quietly reported, Princess, Chief Yang has arrived, offering his assistance in your interrogation. The Yang family had served in the Ministry of Justice for generations, and Yang Zheng was indeed skilled in interrogation. Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Inform Chief Yang that I have 2 deputy examiners here who are more than sufficient. Please ask him to return and rest. The 2 deputy examiners exchanged discreet glances. Yingzhu went out and relayed the princess's message verbatim. Yang Zheng was so infuriated he could feel smoke rising from his nostrils, responding stiffly before turning to leave. Yingzhu was displeased and hurried after him. Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Are you dissatisfied with the princess? It was one thing for the princess to dismiss him, but how dare a maid confront him? Yang Zheng whirled around. Yingzhu, 13 years old and already resembling a young lady, met his gaze with her defiant little face. Let's go to the princess and discuss this. Yang Zheng turned back expressionlessly and strode away, effectively retreating in disgrace. Yingzhu scoffed at his retreating figure. A tall young guard with a sour expression approached, dragging along a small boy of modest stature. Yingzhu examined him curiously. Meng Sangu, is this the mysterious boy? He looks rather handsome, though his hair is quite short and somewhat peculiar. Meng Sanbao's mother and Yingzhu's mother were both maids to the late princess of Nanyang, and they had known each other since childhood. Meng Sanbao nodded, not daring to delay, and stepped into the interrogation room, unceremoniously tossing the small boy onto the ground. Princess, I have brought the boy. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly. Meng Sanbao respectfully withdrew. Once outside, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. The small boy clumsily picked himself up. The room, though not large, exuded an air of chill and the stench of blood. Various instruments of torture hung on the walls, including whips with barbs, blood-stained hooks, and sharp iron nails. The boy dared not look for long, desperately trying to steady his trembling legs while racking his brain for a means of survival. What is your name? Jiang Shaohua inquired, seated with an air of calm. The boy attempted to answer but found his mouth dry, unable to produce a sound despite several tries. He anxiously pointed to his throat. Deputy Examiner Pan Chongqing sneered, Princess, this boy is merely putting on an act. Allow me to interrogate him privately for a moment. I assure you he will confess everything." The other deputy examiner, unwilling to be outdone, also vied for the opportunity to impress the princess. Jiang Shaohua glanced at the boy, whose eyes reflected despair, and smiled at the two deputy examiners. "I shall conduct the initial interrogation alone. If I am unable to extract anything useful, I will then call upon your assistance." The two deputy examiners respectfully retreated. The door opened and closed again, leaving only the two of them in the interrogation room. Jiang Shaohua remained seated, her gaze fixed intently on the pale-faced boy. "Now, there's no one else here, just the two of us. If you have any grievances you cannot share with others, now is your chance to speak. I grant you this one opportunity. If you cannot convince me, you need not expect to see the sun rise tomorrow." This was no mere threat. It was a stark reality. In Nanyang County, those who dared to offend her, the Princess of Nanyang, faced only one fate. The boy's mysterious origins led him to be suspected as an assassin, and such suspicions were not unwarranted. The boy's heart trembled, and his gaze darted around. Jiang Shaohua, understanding, remarked lightly, "You cannot speak, but can you write?" The boy nodded vigorously. There were indeed paper and ink in the interrogation room. Jiang Shaohua gestured toward the desk in the corner with her eyes. The boy took a deep breath, approached, and found a stack of paper and a charcoal pencil. He quickly laid out the paper and began to write fervently. "What are you writing?" Jiang Shaohua's voice suddenly pierced the silence. The boy, engrossed in his task, flinched at the unexpected sound. How had she approached without making a sound? Jiang Shaohua scrutinized the strange characters on the page. "The words you write are peculiar, lacking many strokes. Some are barely decipherable, while most are entirely unfamiliar to me. What exactly are you trying to convey?" Despair washed over the boy, almost bringing him to tears, unable to speak or write legibly. "Wait." He pulled out another sheet of paper and began to draw swiftly. In moments, a simple image emerged, capturing a scene with few strokes, yet remarkably vivid. A tall youth was depicted climbing a mountain. In the next frame, a broken fence on the mountain path caused the youth to fall. Jiang Shaohua glanced at the drawing and then at the boy's small limbs. "You fell from a mountain, didn't you?" Nearby the official road, there are no mountains for 10 miles. Furthermore, the painting depicts an adult male, yet he appears no older than 10. The young boy's expression is one of confusion, his gaze dimming. He grips the charcoal pencil tightly, pursing his lips, and bows his head to sketch a few strokes. The sky, a tempest, lightning, a charred silhouette struck by thunder. "So this is, you are swearing a toxic oath, vowing that if there is a single lie, then may the heavens strike you down?" Jiang Shaohua muses with a hint of amusement. The young boy nods vigorously, yet a sense of despair lingers within him. These words hardly sound credible. How could a fully grown man suddenly be transformed into a child? Jiang Shaohua stifles her laughter, observing the boy before her. In this world, perhaps only she would believe such absurdity. After all, she had only just returned to her youth yesterday. Chapter 21. Sheltering. Let us assume for a moment that what you say is true. This brief statement resonates in the boy's ears like celestial music. He is on the verge of tears from excitement. Jiang Shaohua inquires, "How old were you before?" The boy raises 2 fingers with his left hand and 5 with his right. 25. Jiang Shaohua nods slightly, indicating that this question is satisfactory. "Were you born and raised?" The boy pauses for a moment, clutching the charcoal pencil, and continues to draw for a long while. When Jiang Shaohua finally sees the drawing, she falls silent. The objects depicted are increasingly peculiar, none of which she has ever encountered. This young boy may hail from a foreign land, perhaps even from beyond the skies. In any case, he is certainly not from Dalian. "You're not a Dalian person." Jiang Shaohua gazes into the boy's eyes. The boy's eyes glisten with moisture as he nods. "Your attire was strange, and your hair particularly short. This was your true appearance." Jiang Shaohua speaks slowly. "Do you long to return?" The boy initially nods, then offers a wry smile, gesturing to his significantly smaller form, revealing a look of helplessness. In this state, he would likely be abducted the moment he stepped outside the Nanyang prince's residence. Even if no one were to take him, his voice is lost. He knows nothing of Dalian, and he possesses no money. Where could he go? It is better to remain in the prince's residence, where at least there is food, drink, and shelter. This young princess, though youthful, displays an unexpected calm and composure. Since their encounter, she has not once shown shock or dismay at the series of absurd realities. "Do you wish to stay in the residence?" The boy snaps back to attention, solemnly cupping his hands in respect, a gesture he has just learned. Jiang Shaohua offers a half-smile. I do not keep idle people. What skills do you possess? The boy contemplates for a moment before swiftly sketching on the paper. Jiang Shaohua leans in to examine his work. A sprouting seedling, heavy with wheat ears. A rice plant, its grains nearly bending the stalk. Additionally, there's sorghum, beans, and millet, all depicted with exaggerated bounties. Jiang Shaohua's eyes brighten. You are skilled in agriculture? The boy finally beams, nodding vigorously, then draws a plot of land with 2 large grain silos, proudly puffing out his chest to prove he is not boasting. Food is the foundation of the people. In the 14 counties of Nanyang, every household cultivates land, with 4 of them being major grain-producing counties. This young boy exudes confidence. Perhaps he truly possesses some ability. Jiang Shaohua displays extra patience for those with genuine skills and promptly states, in that case, you shall remain in the prince's residence. I will ensure your needs for clothing, food, and shelter are met. After 10 or 8 days, just in time for spring plowing, I will allocate a piece of land and some laborers to you. I shall grant you 1 year to prove your true capabilities. The boy again bows deeply. The gesture he hastily learned is not quite correct. Jiang Shaohua refrains from pointing it out. She picks up a fire stick and sets all the drawings ablaze. The flames eagerly consume the paper, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Your origins must not be spoken of to anyone else. Jiang Shaohua fixes her gaze upon the boy. Should anyone perceive you as a malevolent being, I will not protect you. The boy understands the gravity of the situation and nods. What is your name? The boy slowly enunciates, fearful that Jiang Shaohua might not discern his lip movements. Repeating it twice more. Jiang Shaohua guesses from his lips. Chuidu? The familiar name strikes the boy's heart, causing his nose to tingle and his eyes to redden. Jiang Shaohua offers no words of consolation. All trials and tribulations in this world must be borne alone. The boy turns his head away, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. After a moment, he turns back, his expression considerably more composed. Jiang Shaohua then calls for Meng Sanbao to enter, briefly instructing, from today onward, he will stay in the prince's residence. Find him an empty room to settle in, and have Sun Guangbai check his throat and prescribe some medication. What kind of rice porridge has this little mute fed the princess? For she has decided to keep him. Meng Sanbao muses internally, yet promptly acknowledges her command, leading the young mute to settle in. The prince's residence is not lacking in accommodations. Chunjua and Feng Wanming reside in the second courtyard, while other officials also have their own quarters. San Yuan lives in a separate courtyard as well. Meng Sanbao and Qin Hu, the personal guards, occupy the last few rows of rooms in the estate, sharing a room between 2 guards. Jiang Shaohua entrusts the young boy to Meng Sanbao for arrangements, clearly with the intention of closely monitoring the boy's every move. The boy is reluctant to be led around, struggling against Meng Sanbao's grip. Meng Sanbao rolls his eyes, releasing his hold. If you are dissatisfied, I was already tired of holding you. Walk on your own. If you dawdle, I will kick you. Under the eaves. One must bow their head. The boy glances at the sturdy Meng Sanbao and silently endures. By this time, darkness has enveloped the sky, with a few stars twinkling above. The front courtyard of the prince's residence is brightly lit, while the path toward the guards' quarters grows dimmer. Along the way, every 10 or so meters, a lantern flickers. As the boy walks, he quietly observes his surroundings, marveling at the vastness of the Nanyang prince's residence. So captivated is he that he nearly trips over a branch underfoot. Meng Sanbao, growing impatient, grips his collar and strides forward with great speed. The wind rushes past, doubling their pace. The boy silently closes his mouth. Upon reaching the guard's quarters, another taller, darker guard approaches. Wasn't the princess supposed to interrogate him? Why'd you brought him back? Meng Sanbao scoffs. This little mute has a bit of luck. The princess is kind-hearted and has decided to keep him. The princess instructed me to settle the little mute in. Qin Hu meets Meng Sanbao's gaze. We have an empty room next door. We can keep a close watch on the mute. Meng Sanbao agrees. You watch him for a while. I will fetch young Master Sun to examine him. Without question, this is yet another directive from the princess. A mute of unknown origins remaining in the estate will only waste provisions. The princess is indeed too compassionate. Qin Hu pushes the door open with a loud bang and addresses the boy. You will live here from now on. The boy silently enters the room, quickly surveying his surroundings. The room contains 2 beds, a wardrobe, 2 trunks, a table, and 2 chairs, sufficient space for 2 adults, now his refuge. Little mute. Qin Hu taunts. Are you afraid to live alone? If you are scared, you can come sleep on the floor in our room. He is not a mute. His name is Chui Du. The young boy disregards Qin Hu's remark. After a short while, Sun Guangbai arrives. Having practiced diligently, it is inevitable to endure some injuries. And Sun Guangbai is the one who tends to their wounds. Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao treat Sun Guangbai with great respect. Grateful for the chance to escape his father's oppressive grasp for a moment and breathe in the freedom of the outside world. Sun Guangbai is in high spirits and smiles at the boy. Lie down on the bed, and I will examine you. Chapter 22. Gathering an hour later. Yinzhu enters quietly, whispering. Princess, Meng Sanbao has reported that young Master Sun has already examined the little mute. The boy has a few scrapes, requiring some ointment. But after a few days of rest, he'll be fine. Falling from such a height, he has only sustained minor injuries. A stroke of fortune. Jiang Shaohua acknowledges with a sound. Yinzhu continues. Young Master Sun also carefully examined the boy's throat and prescribed some medicine, suggesting he take it for a while and see how it goes. Jiang Shaohua nods slightly, setting the matter aside. The little mute possesses remarkable abilities, particularly when it comes to boasting and idling away time, which for her is merely a matter of raising her hand. It is hardly worth mentioning. After a night devoid of dreams, at the break of dawn, Jiang Shaohua rose and, as was her custom, headed to the martial arts training ground. Her sparring partner was, of course, Song Yuan. Amidst the snickering of young guards like Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao, Song Yuan, with an unperturbed demeanor, conceded a move. Jiang Shaohua, her complexion radiant, chuckled softly. Uncle accompanies me in practice every day. He shall bear the blame for me. Song Yuan felt a tingling in his right hand, his eyes reflecting a bittersweet smile. Those rascals think I am intentionally flattering the princess by yielding to her. In due time, they will understand her prowess. For now, let them misunderstand. The two lowered their voices, far enough from the guards who could not hear them clearly. Qin Hu nudged Meng Sanbao with his elbow, remarking, though Captain Song is deliberately going easy, the princess's skills are genuinely impressive. Meng Sanbao nodded in agreement. The princess could take on at least 3 opponents alone. For a 10-year-old girl to possess such abilities is indeed a matter of pride. Of course, with them present, there was no need for the princess to intervene at all. I have someone keeping an eye on the little mute. Qin Hu remarked casually. In a week or so, go report back to the princess. Meng Sanbao hesitated. Why should this task fall to me? Qin Hu grinned mischievously. The little mute seems to confide only in you, which speaks to your bond. Meng Sanbao scowled and spat in disdain. After an hour of practice, Jiang Shaohua returned to the courtyard, where she spotted 3 figures, 1 tall and 2 short. Her brow slightly furrowed. Silver Zhu quickly interjected. The princess does not wish to see Aunt May. I have sent her away. No need for haste, Jiang Shaohua mused, her thoughts racing, and she decided, I shall listen to what she has to say. Aunt May arrived with Lu Ying and Lu Ruohua to pay their respects, evidently at the suggestion of Lu Xian. Upon seeing the princess's silhouette from afar, Aunt May felt an inexplicable tension. She had been a servant in the Nanyang prince's residence since childhood, initially attending to Jiang Yin and later serving Lu Xian, giving birth to Lu Ying and being elevated to the status of an aunt. While it sounded respectable, the prince had never granted her a deed of freedom. With his departure, that deed remained in the princess's possession. I have seen the princess, Aunt May said, bowing her head humbly. Lu Ying and Lu Ruohua, having been instructed, bowed in unison. We greet the princess. Their mother had said to call her eldest sister in front of their father, but to refer to her as princess when he was absent. Aunt May's careful demeanor did not escape Jiang Shaohua's notice. Jiang Shaohua casually replied, Aunt May, please rise, and you too may stand as well. With that, she stepped past them and entered the courtyard, not dismissing her. Aunt May secretly exhaled in relief, quickly pulling her 2 children close and cautiously following into the courtyard. Lu Ying kept her eyes downcast, while Lu Ruohua, only 4 years old, innocent and carefree, had already forgotten their mother's instructions, looking around curiously. Once inside, Jiang Shaohua took her seat at the head, while Aunt May had no intention of sitting, standing respectfully to the side. Lu Ruohua, with a delicate tone, complained, Mother, my legs are tired. Aunt May's heart tightened, ready to soothe her softly, when she heard the princess's calm voice say, Please, everyone sit. Gratefully, Aunt May complied, leading her children to sit. Not daring to wait for further words from the princess, she gently said, "I have brought them to pay respects to the princess. If I have disturbed you, I hope for your forgiveness." Her humility was palpable. In truth, in her past life, it was always Lu Xian who schemed to seize the prince's estate. Aunt Mei lacked the capability and courage for such endeavors. Lu Xian later took one beautiful concubine after another into the residence, while Aunt Mei, having aged and lost her allure, found her only support in her two children. A thought flitted through Jiang Shaohua's mind, and her attitude toward Aunt Mei suddenly softened. "Aunt Mei, given your sentiments, you might as well visit often." Aunt Mei looked up in surprise. "Is what the princess says true?" Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. "You have served my mother for many years and my father in recent years, raising two children. Your cautious demeanor and attentiveness have not gone unnoticed. My grandfather often praised you for being well-mannered. Otherwise, you would not have been chosen to serve my father, nor would you have been granted a title. You may be more relaxed in my presence, Aunt Mei. There is no need for excessive formality." Aunt Mei was taken aback by Jiang Shaohua's unexpectedly gentle demeanor. Feeling overwhelmed with gratitude, she stood and responded, "The prince's kindness towards me is immense, and the princess's generosity is truly a blessing I could not have anticipated." Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly. "Aunt Mei, you refer to yourself as a servant. What of Ying Di and Ruohua Mei? Though they do not bear the Jiang surname, they are my half-siblings. For their sake, you ought to hold your head high." Aunt Mei's eyes glistened with tears, speech failing her. Everyone in the household envied her fortune, but only she knew how stifled her life had become. Lu Xian had never regarded her with a glance. She rarely appeared in public, fearing to offend the princess. Today, under Lu Xian's command, she had steeled herself to face the princess, prepared for humiliation. To her astonishment, the princess was so understanding and kind-hearted. Jiang Shaohua then turned her gaze to Lu Ying. "I have heard you have begun your studies." Lu Ying lifted her bright eyes. "Yes. My father allocates an hour each day to teach me to read and write." Lu Ying inherited Lu Xian's fine features, yet bore Aunt Mei's delicate gentleness. It was hard not to feel fondness for such a clever and precocious child. Jiang Shaohua replied warmly, "My father enjoys literary gatherings and often leaves the residence. Moreover, with just an hour of study each day, there is little time for learning. I shall find you a good tutor who will devote themselves to your education. In a few years, when you're older, I will send you to Jingzhou to study." Lu Ying was somewhat dazed, but Aunt Mei trembled with excitement. Tugging at her son's sleeve, quickly thanked the princess. "The Nanyang County is the princess's, and the Nanyang prince's residence is also hers. A single word from the princess is worth more than 1,000 words from Lu Xian." Lu Ying obediently expressed her gratitude, and Aunt Mei also stood, sincerely thanking the princess for her kindness. In the heart of a mother, nothing is more important than her child's education and future. Chapter 23. Thoughts. Jiang Shaohua observed Aunt Mei, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Aunt Mei, taking good care of my father's needs and relieving my worries is the best gratitude you could offer." Aunt Mei stood out among the maids chosen by the Nanyang prince, not only for her exceptional beauty, but also for her gentle and prudent nature. Such a tactful Aunt Mei was certainly no fool. Jiang Shaohua's words were layered with meaning, and the more Aunt Mei pondered, the more apprehensive she became. Instinctively raising her gaze to meet Jiang Shaohua's expression remained unchanged, her steady gaze like a tranquil pool, revealing nothing of its depths. Aunt Mei quickly lowered her eyes, responding softly, "I have never forgotten the prince's grace while serving Lu Juma. To be able to alleviate the princess's burdens is also my fortune." Jiang Shaohua smiled. "Your diligence will not go unrewarded. Starting this month, you shall receive double the monthly allowance as a supplement for your cosmetics." Aunt Mei was overwhelmed with gratitude, understanding well that the princess was capable of both favor and punishment. She belonged to the Nanyang prince's household and depended on it for her livelihood. No matter how many children she bore for Lu Xian, her loyalty must lie with the princess. Her own family members were employed within the prince's residence, and her own deed, along with her family's, rested in the princess's hands. Her fate swayed with the princess's whims. Jiang Shaohua cast a knowing glance at Aunt Mei, fully aware, Ruohua is still young. By next year, when she turns 5, she should begin her studies as well. She will study together with Ying Di. In our household, there is no discrimination against girls. They too shall receive an education. Aunt Mei had arrived in trepidation, but now she left with the gentle breeze at her back. Lu Ruohua tugged at her mother's sleeve, asking, "Why is mother so happy?" Madame May affectionately glanced at her daughter and chuckled softly. "It brings great joy to my heart that the princess acknowledges you as her younger siblings." Lu Ruohua, unable to comprehend, tilted her little head and replied, "But I'm already the older sister's younger sister." The foolish child. Your biological father is a son-in-law of the Wang residence. You bear the surname Lu, while the princess is surnamed Jiang. If the princess does not acknowledge you, no one can intervene. Madame May refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud, merely smiling as she cautioned, "In any case, when you meet the princess in the future, you must be respectful and heed her every word." Lu Ruohua cheerfully agreed. Lu Ying raised her head and asked her mother, "If what father says contradicts what the elder sister says, whom should I listen to?" Madame May was taken aback, pausing for a moment before softly replying, "In front of your father, listen to him. In front of the princess, heed her words. However, you must understand that this Wang residence belongs to the princess." Lu Ying comprehended and whispered, "I understand. I will appear to listen to father, but in my heart, I will heed the elder sister." Madame May gently patted Lu Ying's hair. The three of them entered the courtyard, where Lu Xian had been waiting for some time, his face showing signs of impatience. "Why are you only returning now? Did you perhaps wait for half a day and were sent back?" Madame May lowered her head and replied, "No. The princess met with us and spoke kindly with us for a good while." Lu Xian was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, "She was willing to see you? And engaged in idle chatter with you? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Madame May summoned her courage and raised her head, saying, "How could a servant dare to deceive the master? The princess was very amiable to us. Today, she mentioned hiring a tutor to educate Inger in her studies. Additionally, the princess granted me a double portion of the monthly allowance. Such a trivial sum as a double allowance, merely an extra 20 taels of silver a month, is insignificant to the Grand Wang residence. However, the hiring of a tutor indicates a semblance of elder, sisterly demeanor. If Inger excels, it brings honor to her elder sister, who may then have someone to rely on in the future." Lu Xian regarded this as a matter of course. If she has that intention, you should accept it. "Madame Mai Shofli advised." Lu Xian, recalling being repeatedly turned away, felt a pang of discomfort and waved his hand, signaling Madame May and the children to withdraw. Fang Quan had been gone for 2 days, and there had been no word. He wondered if the task had been accomplished. Lu Xian summoned his trusted aide, Bien Dong. "Go to the gatekeeper and inquire if Fang Quan has returned." Bien Dong had hidden in the house for a day and night. His face was no longer swollen, and the marks had faded. He confidently approached the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, surnamed Tao, was of average build and appearance, over 40 years of age. Upon inquiry about Fang Quan, Tao replied, "I haven't seen Fang Changshui, but Chen Changshu just sent someone back with a message saying he has reached Lord Zhao and will arrive at the Wang residence in about an hour." Bien Dong was secretly astonished and slipped a purse to Tao before hastily returning to report this significant news to his master. Lu Xian was both surprised and angry. He was astonished that Shanzhua had silently gone to greet Lord Zhao, and furious that Fang Quan had been negligent in his duties, providing no updates until now. "Master, Lord Zhao will enter the Wang residence in an hour." Bien Dong, being Lu Xian's confidant, had some insight into his thoughts, whatever he intended to do. He feared it might be too late. Lu Xian exhaled a deep breath, composing himself. There is no need to panic. "First, go to the treasury and withdraw 2,000 taels of silver. Just say I wish to acquire a renowned painting from a previous dynasty, and I am willing to pay handsomely." Bien Dong accepted the order and left, returning shortly, looking disheveled. The treasury manager said that for large sums of silver, the princess's approval is necessary. Lu Xian was enraged. "In the past, when I withdrew silver, no one ever obstructed me. Why must I seek the princess's approval now? Furthermore, what constitutes a large sum?" Bien Dong truthfully responded, "Anything exceeding 100 taels is considered large." Lu Xian's face flushed with indignation, flames of anger flickering in his eyes. Bien Dong, fearing his master might act rashly, hurriedly suggested, "Master, do not be angry. Perhaps the treasury manager heard incorrectly. I will go to seek an audience with the princess to clarify." Having learned from past mistakes, Lu Xian coldly replied, "There is no need to go just yet. Holding literary gatherings and purchasing paintings and antiques all require silver. Without the means, how can a master spend?" Biendong's straightforwardness struck deeply at Lu Xian's fragile male pride. "Get out!" Lu Xian shouted angrily, slapping his palm. Biendong, feeling dejected, covered his face and exited. Lu Xian drank a pot of cold tea to quell his anger and then made his way to Haitang courtyard. This time, Jiang Shaohua was willing to see him. Chen Changsha has welcomed Lord Zhao, and he will soon arrive at the Wang residence. My father and I will go to greet Lord Zhao. Lu Xian felt a sense of relief, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Good. The matter of withdrawing silver lingered on his tongue, but ultimately remained unspoken. After all, he was a father and had to maintain his dignity. Jiang Shaohua observed Lu Xian's hesitance, a smirk of cold amusement flickering in her heart. Chapter 24. Winning favor upon arriving at the Wang residence. They assisted Lord Zhao in disembarking from the carriage. The elegant and charismatic Chen Changsha personally opened the door. Lord Zhao cheerfully remarked, "Chen Changsha is too courteous." Chen Zhua extended his hand to support Lord Zhao as he dismounted, smiling. Lord Zhao has come a long way to convey Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's message. After such a tiring journey, you must take a good rest upon entering the Wang residence. Chen Zhua, once a renowned handsome youth, still retained his charm among peers even as he aged, exuding elegance and composure. Lord Zhao seemed to appreciate this, chuckling heartily. Chen Zhua maintained his composure, smiling as he led Lord Zhao inside the main hall. The Southyan princess and Lu Jianma, father and daughter, personally awaited their arrival, accompanied by a multitude of officials and guards, creating a grand and impressive spectacle. "We have seen the princess." Lord Zhao feigned a bow. Jiang Shaohua smiled as she extended her hand to assist. "Lord Zhao, please do not stand on ceremony." Lord Zhao rose in response, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Shaohua's face, astonished by her beauty. "I have heard of the princess's remarkable intelligence, but today I see that her appearance is equally stunning." Jiang Shaohua smiled in return. "I have long heard of Lord Zhao's esteemed reputation. Seeing is indeed better than hearing 100 times. Such a countenance and demeanor are rare in the world. Flattery is a delightful sound to all, when it comes from a noble and beautiful princess." Lord Zhao's mood brightened even more as he laughed heartily. "The princess is overly complimentary." Lord Zhao, whose full name is Zhao Chunming, originally hailed from a family of officials. Later, his grandfather committed a grave crime, leading to the execution of all adult male members of the family. At the age of 10, Zhao Chunming miraculously escaped death, but was subjected to castration, eventually becoming a palace eunuch. After 20 years of hardship, it suffices to say that he is now a trusted figure of Empress Dowager Zheng. Having become the chief eunuch of Jingyang Palace at the tender age of 30, a true power player in the court. Jiang Shaohua's praise was not mere flattery. Lord Zhao, with his fair skin, red lips, and white teeth, still bore the appearance of a handsome young man. He also enjoyed applying fragrant powder, and when one approached, the scent filled the air. The crowd welcomed Lord Zhao into the main hall. Jiang Shaohua smiled. Lord Zhao has traveled thousands of miles to South Yang County to convey the Empress Dowager's decree. It is only fitting that Lord Zhao takes the seat of honor today. Having spent 6 years in the palace in her previous life, Jiang Shaohua was well acquainted with Lord Zhao's temperament. With just a few words, she had him overjoyed. Lord Zhao pretended to decline for a moment before taking the seat of honor on the left. Jiang Shaohua sat on the right, while Lu Xian took a position below his daughter. The awkwardness of the situation was secondary. Lu Xian displayed no signs of discomfort, his smile warm and appropriate. Lu Xian's countenance was indeed among the finest. Lord Zhao had already taken notice, and, after sitting down, inquired with a smile, "Is this the esteemed Lu Jianma?" "Yes, that is indeed my father," Jiang Shaohua cheerfully introduced, seemingly having forgotten the previous day's coldness and distance. "My father excelled in the imperial examinations at young age and was once a shotsi. He greatly enjoys reading." Lord Zhao, with his exceptional talents, might find opportunities to foster a closer relationship in the future. Lu Xian had not received a kind word from his daughter in 3 days, and now, suddenly seeing Jiang Shaohua's radiant smile, he felt somewhat flustered and hurriedly replied, "Once Master Zhao has some leisure, I shall certainly seek his guidance." Master Zhao had risen to prominence in the palace, owing not only to his appearance, but also to his youthful education. He stood out among the many shameless eunuchs who relied on flattery. Therefore, Master Zhao was particularly pleased when others mentioned such topics. Today, Jiang Shaohua's every word struck a chord with him. leaving him with a splendid impression of the Nanyang princess. Jiang observed this with satisfaction. Regardless of their private disputes, it was essential to maintain appearances to avoid any unpleasant rumors. Although the princess was young, she understood this principle well. Master Zhao soon turned to serious matters. "Princess, I come bearing a decree from Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." Jiang Shaohua immediately rose, listening attentively. The Empress Dowager expressed that the princess had observed mourning for a year for the Prince of Nanyang, which was commendable. However, the deceased had passed, and being young, the princess should not indulge excessively in sorrow to the detriment of her health. Master Zhao's expression grew solemn, his tone softened, and he bore a slight resemblance to Empress Dowager Jiang. Jiang Shaohua was reminded of past memories, and her emotions surged like a tide. During her 6 years in the palace, there were indeed moments of joy amidst the intrigues. Empress Dowager Jiang had genuinely cared for her. After so much feigned sentiment, could there be no trace of true affection? Just like her feelings for Lu Xian, no matter how much she despised him, it was difficult to sever that bond completely. "I thank Her Majesty for her concern." Jiang Shaohua steadied her mind, performed a proper bow, and expressed her gratitude softly. Master Zhao accepted her gratitude on behalf of Empress Dowager Jiang and continued, "At merely 10 years of age, you require the guidance of an elder. This humble servant intends to bring you into the palace. Would you be willing?" Jiang knew the princess would not agree, yet his heart skipped a beat. The Emperor Taikong had ruled for 4 years, remaining ever wary of the Nanyang princess. Now that the prince had been gone for a year, Empress Dowager Jiang had set her sights on the princess. Should she go to the capital, Nanyang would lose its anchor. The court eyed them covetously, and Lu Xian was scheming to seize the family's assets. Lu Xian's eyes brightened, and he could not help but glance at Jiang Shaohua. "Her Majesty's intentions are truly generous. I am deeply grateful." Jiang Shaohua displayed an appropriately touched expression, yet unhesitatingly declined. "However, I am the princess of Nanyang. How could I abandon my people and officials to go to the capital? Please convey my gratitude to Her Majesty and express my intentions. I intend to uphold my grandfather's legacy and govern Nanyang well." Master Zhao's brow furrowed slightly, recalling the Empress Dowager's instructions before his departure to persuade the Nanyang princess to leave the prince's residence and take her to the capital on his return. Why the need for persuasion rather than a direct command? Because the Nanyang princess had been conferred during the previous emperor's reign and held land and real authority, equivalent to a feudal lord. Empress Dowager Jiang also had her pride and could not overtly disregard Jiang Shaohua's wishes and force her to the capital. If Jiang Shaohua were to voluntarily agree, it would be more palatable. A young girl who had lost her elder would be better suited to enter the palace under the guidance of a guardian. In the past, Lu Xian had secretly sent someone to find Master Zhao, offering him a significant gift. When Master Zhao conveyed the Empress Dowager's decree, it was simply to bring the Nanyang princess into the palace. Encouraged by her father's reassurances, Jiang Shaohua had quickly departed with Master Zhao. In this life, Jiang intercepted Lu Xian's emissaries. Master Zhao, unsure of the depths of Nanyang's intricacies, conveyed the Empress Dowager's decree, only to be met with Jiang Shaohua's resolute refusal, leaving him momentarily hesitant. At that moment, Lu Xian suddenly spoke. "Shaohua, the Empress Dowager is renowned for her wisdom and kindness. Having such an elder to nurture and guide you would be a great fortune. You should acquiesce." Chapter 25. The tear. Once Lu Xian finished speaking, the expressions of the officials varied. Jiang's gaze flickered, Feng Wenming frowned, Yang Zheng displayed approval, and Xiao Yuanshang stroked his beard, clearly considering it a good idea. When he glanced at Lu Xian and then at the princess, quickly averting his gaze, Shenmu, disinclined to speak, recognized that this was not a venue for a mere 8th-rank official to interject, so he remained silent. However, Song Yuan could not help but speak up. "Lu Xian, your words are misguided. The princess was born and raised in the prince's residence. She is intimately familiar with it. Going to the capital would leave her feeling lost. Furthermore, the princess has her father, siblings, and loyal officials by her side. She is not a helpless young girl, so why must she enter the palace?" All the officials were seated, yet only Song Yuan stood firmly behind Jiang Shaohua, his gaze piercing and the gleaming long sword at his waist particularly striking. Indeed, a sight that pricked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian looked up, sighed lightly, and remarked, "Song Tongling's words hold merit. However, as a parent, one must consider the long-term well-being of their child. The princess is 10 years old, and it is crucial for her to have an elder female to guide her. As her father, I find myself at a disadvantage. Jiang Mama is utterly loyal. Yet, Jiang Mama is but a servant, capable of attending to daily needs, but not fit for the role of a mentor. The Empress Dowager is the princess's direct great-aunt and the Empress of Daliang, a position of great significance. If the princess were to receive the Empress Dowager's guidance, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. Song Yuan could neither claim that Jiang Mama could substitute for an elder, nor that Empress Dowager Jiang was unsuitable. He found himself at a loss for words. Even the eloquent Chen Zhuo could not find fault with Lu Xian's statement. Jiang Shaohua internally scoffed while maintaining a composed exterior, continuing to observe Lu Xian's performance. The bond of blood between father and daughter runs deep. In truth, I am most reluctant to part ways with Shaohua. Lu Xian sighed again, his eyes glimmering with a hint of moisture, adopting an expression of a loving father. But for Shaohua's future, no matter how reluctant I may be, I must be resolute. Shaohua, you should heed your father's advice and accompany Master Zhao to the palace. Learning even a fraction of the Empress Dowager's wisdom will benefit you for a lifetime. Master Zhao wholeheartedly agreed, interjecting, Lu Xian's words are indeed wise. The young princess should have an elder to guide her carefully. In this world, only the Empress Dowager possesses the qualifications to teach the princess. Chen Zhuo coughed lightly, then spoke. The princess is the ruler of Nanyang. Should she depart, Nanyang would lack a leader and become a scattered mess. Although Lu Xian is the princess's father, he bears the surname Lu, not Jiang, and cannot preside over the prince's residence on her behalf. I implore the princess to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Lu Xian despised the mention of his identity as a son-in-law, and Chen Zhuo's words struck a nerve, igniting his fury. Yet, he responded with agreement. Chen Zhongshu's concerns are not without merit. I can temporarily manage the affairs in Shaohua's stead for a few years. Should urgent matters arise, I shall send word to the palace. When Shaohua returns, I shall hand the prince's residence back to her. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shaohua's voice rang out. That is inappropriate. My father has devoted himself to scholarly pursuits and knows nothing of governance. How could the prince's residence be entrusted to him? Lu Xian, that familiar sensation of humiliation washed over him again. This time, all the officials were present, and Master Zhao had come from the palace as well. Lu Xian's fair complexion flushed slightly, but he did not show anger, instead displaying a sense of guilt and self-reproach. It is my inadequacy as a father. Thankfully, there are the astute Chen and Feng, as well as several loyal and capable officials in the prince's residence. Over the past year, while Shaohua upheld her mourning, the affairs of the residence have been managed by them without error. Following this precedent, I shall merely hold the title of overseer. The real decisions will rest with Chen Zhongshu. This statement subtly undermined Chen Zhuo's authority. Chen Zhuo had no choice but to rise and apologize to Jiang Shaohua. Lu Xian's words are a disservice to this humble official. As the chief official, my sole intent is to ease the princess's burdens. I have no desire to usurp power. I asked the princess to discern my true intentions. Lu Xian had long set his sights on Chen Zhuo and immediately seized upon the opportunity. Chen Zhongshu's hard work and contributions are well known in the prince's residence. Why must he belittle himself? Feng Wenming, feeling displeased, spoke with a calm demeanor. If Lu Xian is aware of Chen Zhongshu's hardships, what is the purpose of these continuous insinuations? Lu Xian was somewhat taken aback. Feng Zhongshu has misunderstood. I hold a genuine gratitude for Minister Chen, with no intent to target or ridicule. Minister Feng and Minister Chen are close friends. It was Minister Chen who facilitated Minister Feng's entry into the royal mansion years ago. Over the years, he has garnered significant favor from my father-in-law. Even in his absence, he remains steadfast in his loyalty. Together, the two of you manage the affairs of the royal household, one overseeing external matters while the other handles internal affairs. With diligent and capable ministers like Chen and Feng, the princess has little to worry about. Yet now, even Wenming Feng has been drawn into this, as if it were implied that the two ministers conspire to usurp power and undermine the young princess of Nanyang. Feng Wenming, visibly irritated, shot a glance filled with fury. Chen Zhuo swiftly gestured for him to be silent, aware that they must uphold the dignity of the Nanyang royal household in the presence of eunuch Zhao. Zhao, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. How ambitious of the Lu family! With such efforts from the Lu family, perhaps the princess could soon be persuaded to journey to the capital. Jiang Shaohua's smile faded as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Xian. Both ministers Chun and Feng are loyal subjects. My grandfather trusted them, and so do I. Were my father's recent remarks questioning my grandfather's judgment or belittling my discernment? When Jiang Shaohua smiled, she appeared amiable and approachable, yet at this moment, her brow furrowed with gravity, an unspoken pressure permeating the air. Eunuch Zhao, observing from the side, felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Xian found himself in the direct line of fire, as though a great weight bore down upon him. It felt as if her father-in-law had returned. Henceforth, anyone daring to speak ill of ministers Chan and Feng would be deemed a purveyor of falsehoods. Jiang Shaohua's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any superfluous emotion. The officials, unable to remain still, rose one after another to respond. Lu Xian, feeling the awkwardness, had no choice but to stand and defend himself. Shaohua. Jiang Shaohua cast a dispassionate glance at him. Lu Xian's heart sank, and he instinctively altered his address. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I had no ulterior motives. If there were no ulterior motives, then he should refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Jiang Shaohua coldly interrupted Lu Xian. The esteemed ministers of a Nanyang royal household do not require the input of a mere son-in-law without any official standing. Lu Xian. Eunuch Zhao sat up straight in excitement, his eyes gleaming. He never anticipated such a captivating drama unfolding within the Nanyang royal household. The officials were speechless, astonished that a daughter would refer to her own father as a son-in-law. What face would the father have left? Chapter 26. Embarrassment. Lu Xian's fair complexion flushed crimson, a mix of awkwardness and humiliation. Just as everyone presumed he would be enraged, Lu Xian unexpectedly shed tears. I know my status is unappealing. Both ministers Chun and Feng looked down upon me, and you harbor disdain for me as your father. I urge you to go to the capital, fearing you might follow your mother's path. Nanyang is not vast. As the princess, who could possibly be your match? When the time comes for marriage, must you then seek a husband? To speak frankly, what family would want their son to become a son-in-law? In the capital, the outstanding young men of the De Liang aristocracy await. After a few years, the Empress Dowager could arrange an excellent match for you. You could marry a worthy husband, securing a lifelong commitment, and, as your father, I could finally rest easy. After my passing, I could face Yin Mei and my father-in-law with dignity. Shaohua, heed your father's advice and go to the capital with Eunuch Zhao. Lu Xian, handsome and elegant, wept openly, his voice choked with emotion, evoking sympathy. Eunuch Zhao, who had witnessed countless schemes over his 2 decades in the palace, couldn't help but commend him internally. This Lu Xian, remaining in the inner chambers of the Nanyang royal household, was indeed underappreciated. Such talent deserved to shine in the capital. Chun Shua's heart sank. Those lacking shame are invincible. Beyond a relationship of lord and minister, there exists a bond of blood and ethics. Lu Xian is, after all, a father, while the princess is his daughter. From a standpoint of status, it is decidedly disadvantageous for the princess. At that moment, Lu Xian's tearful display of fatherly love pushed the princess into a compromising position. As expected, Qiu Yuan was the first to interject. Lu Xian's words hold merit. I implore the princess to reconsider. Yang Zheng, having harbored frustration for days, seized the opportunity to add to the princess's discomfort. Parents love their children and plan for their future. Lu Xian is genuinely concerned for the princess. Even if she is reluctant to go to the capital, she should show him some respect. Is that not so, Eunuch Zhao? Eunuch Zhao readily agreed. Indeed, both esteemed gentlemen make valid points. De Liang governs through filial piety. The emperor is exceedingly dutiful to the Empress Dowager, almost submissive. Should the princess visit the palace, witnessing and learning firsthand will greatly benefit her. The implications were clear. They intended to secure Jiang Shaohua's journey to the capital. Chen Zhua, maintaining his composure, responded calmly. If Lu Xian truly claims to possess a fatherly heart, he ought not impose his will upon the princess. He should also listen to her thoughts. All eyes turned towards the princess, who remained seated, silent. Only then did they realize that regardless of Lu Xian's tears or heartfelt pleas, Jiang Shaohua's expression was one of indifference, her brows unmoving. Her father professed concern for her well-being, yet he was oblivious to what mattered most to her. For a young lady, a good marriage is the ultimate destination. However, I am not an ordinary maiden. I am the Princess of Nanyang, governing over 14 counties and 100,000 citizens. I must ensure their prosperity and well-being. Whether it be marriage or a son-in-law, I have never contemplated such matters. Not to mention, I am still young, with years before marriage proposals become relevant. Even as I approach marriageable age, my priorities lie with Nanyang. This matter concludes here. There is no need for further discussion. The final remark was directed at eunuch Zhao. Unfazed by Jiang Shaohua's authoritative demeanor, Zhao, a seasoned courtier, managed to smile. The princess cherishes Nanyang and its people, and her reluctance to go to the capital is understandable. Upon my return, I shall convey the princess's sentiments to the Empress Dowager. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly. I will personally compose a letter for you to deliver to the Empress Dowager. She then casually added with a smile, Eunuch Zhao, as you have traveled a long way, you must take the time to rest in Nanyang. Allow me to play the gracious host and offer you proper hospitality. Tonight, I will host a banquet at the mansion, and you must attend. Eunuch Zhao readily accepted. Jiang Shaohua then turned to the assembled officials, smiling. Tonight's banquet will feature fine food and drink prepared by the kitchen. Everyone should come. A gathering is livelier with more guests. The officials collected their scattered thoughts, smiling in agreement, while no one paid attention to Lu Xian, whose eyes were red and filled with feigned sorrow. Lu Xian found himself in a state of utter disarray and embarrassment, on the verge of gritting his teeth to continue the charade, when Jiang Shaohua glanced over. Lu Juanma, your emotions are in turmoil, and you appear rather unseemly. It would be wise for you to refrain from showing your face today and return to rest properly. Lu Xian, struggling to maintain the last shred of his dignity, whispered, All right, I shall take my leave. Shaohua, please do not harbor resentment towards your father. If you are unwilling to enter the palace, then do not go. Do not let this trivial matter foster bitterness in your heart against me. Jiang Shaohua forced a faint smile, devoid of any mirth in her eyes. I have expressed all that needs to be said. If my father wishes to avoid inciting my anger, he must remember to refrain from actions that should not be taken and refrain from uttering words that should not be spoken. Lu Xian could only respond with a sheepish acknowledgement, wiping away his tears with his sleeve before rising to depart, resembling a drowned rat or a stray dog. Jiang Shaohua watched his hasty retreat with a sense of satisfaction. She had deliberately orchestrated Lu Xian's appearance for this very moment, intending to expose his ambition to meddle in the affairs of the Wang residence and to humiliate him publicly. The crowd was taken aback today, but with time, such spectacles would become commonplace. The authority of paternal power gradually wanes in such incremental losses. Chapter 27. Companionship. Elder Zhao observed Lu Xian being driven away like a stray dog, and amidst his contempt, he felt a tinge of respect for the young princess. A person capable of being ruthless towards their own father was not to be trifled with lightly. Zhao's demeanor towards Jiang Shaohua became visibly more courteous. Jiang Shaohua exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhao, then politely requested him to settle in for some rest, casually instructing, for the next few days, Qiu Jianshan will accompany you. Elder Zhao, it is imperative that you feel at home here. Should there be any shortcomings in hospitality that displeases you, this princess shall hold Qiu Jianshan accountable. Qiu Yuanshang could hardly contain his frustration, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out earlier. He had inadvertently incurred the princess's displeasure, and now this burdensome task had fallen upon him. The eunuchs were notoriously fickle in temperament and not easy to please. However, with the princess's decree, there was no room for negotiation. Qiu Yuanshang grimaced as he accepted his orders, then personally led Elder Zhao to get him settled. Yang Zheng, too, regretted his earlier actions, fearing the princess's wrath might fall upon him, and quickly lowered his head. Once Jiang Shaohua stood to leave, Yang Zheng let out a silent sigh of relief, only to find Song Yuan glaring at him intently, his hand resting ominously on the hilt of his dagger. Yang Zheng, bah, a brutish warrior. He shot an intimidating glare back. Chun Zhua coughed lightly. Tonight, the princess is hosting a banquet to welcome Elder Zhao. Everyone is dismissed for now, but do arrive early in the evening. The officials responded in unison. With an opportunity presented, Yang Zheng quickly took his leave, the first to exit. Song Yuan scoffed coldly at this. Chinzhua gently advised Song Yuan, After all, we are colleagues. Even if there are personal grievances, we should maintain a facade of civility. Song Yuan was genuinely incensed. Qin Changshu witnessed everything that transpired. Elder Zhao's intentions in bringing the princess to the palace are suspect, but that is beside the point. Since the princess has expressed her reluctance, we ought to heed her wishes. Yang Zheng and Qiu Yuanshang have inexplicably sided with Lu Jianma, collectively urging the princess to leave Nanyang County, making for quite the spectacle for Elder Zhao. To put it mildly, this was a blatant disrespect towards the princess. To put it more severely, it was an act of betrayal. Such individuals are beneath my notice, Song Yuan thought. They had better not attempt this again, or my dagger shall show them no mercy. The brutish way of solving problems was as straightforward as that. Chen Zhuo patiently soothed Song Yuan. Song Yuan held Chen Zhuo in high regard, and soon his anger subsided. He clasped his hands in farewell and departed. Standing nearby, Feng Wenming chuckled softly, in my opinion. Captain Song is handling this splendidly. There is no point in wasting breath on shameless individuals. A mere touch of the dagger's hilt makes them comply. Chen Zhuo did not rush to respond, walking alongside Feng Wenming until they entered the signing room and closed the door, at which point he remarked, Yang Zheng is not to be feared, but he is backed by Deputy Yang and the Yang family. We must tread carefully. Deputy Yang was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice, a third-rank courtier. The Yang family was a prominent clan, with many members engaged in government service. Thus, should the need arise to remove Yang Zheng, a direct approach would not be prudent. Feng Wenming contemplated briefly. Then let us find a flaw to make him depart on his own. Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic to Qiu Yuanshang. Qiu Dianshan has served in the Wang residence for several years, yet recently he has grown disrespectful towards the princess. We should take the opportunity to reprimand him. Feng Wenming replied, You oversee all personnel matters in the Wang residence. You need not be overly polite with him. Chen Zhuo sighed helplessly. The late prince entrusted the princess to my care. I must do my utmost to honor that trust. However, one must also be wary of public opinion. What Lu Jianma said today is not without precedent in private conversations. Being a loyal and capable minister is challenging, and it is even harder to navigate the treacherous waters of court politics. Feng Wenming dismissed it lightly. To try to please everyone will only leave you busy with social niceties and neglecting your duties. Moreover, the princess is clear-minded and possesses strong opinions. She will not be swayed by such gossip. Just look at how she rebuked Lu Jianma fiercely today when he sought to incite discord. Lu Jianma has lost face. From now on, how will he dare to flaunt his authority under the guise of the princess's father? Speaking of the princess, Chen Zhuo's eyes sparkled with mirth as he whispered, Old Feng, I have a premonition that our princess is far from ordinary. Feng Wenming replied earnestly, It is already quite remarkable that the princess can maintain her hold over Nanyang County. Indeed, this was true. Lu Xian's ambitions were blatantly apparent. While the Dowager Empress Zheng plotted in the palace, and the Emperor Taikong on the throne cast covetous eyes upon Nanyang County, Chen Zhuo could not help but sigh deeply. Qiu Yuanshang inhaled sharply. The handsome and youthful Elder Zhao, with his striking features surpassing even those of women, closely followed him into the courtyard and directly grasped his hand. With his other hand, he even ventured to touch his waist. A mingling of perfumed fragrances and the unique scent of eunuchs wafted through the air. The hand at his waist was rather restless. Standing at 8 feet tall and possessing a handsome visage, Qiu Yuanshang was the epitome of mature masculine allure. Though he was no stranger to flirtation, he never anticipated being teased by a eunuch today. This is my first visit to Nanyang County. Elder Zhao clearly found Qiu Dianshan's tall and handsome demeanor quite appealing. Giggling as he said, Do tell me, Qiu Dianshan, what are the customs and local conditions of Nanyang County? The laughter was more delicate than that of several young concubines combined. Qiu Yuanshang felt his hair stand on end. He indeed appreciated beauty, but his tastes were rather conventional. 16 or 17-year-olds were ideal, women in their 20s were acceptable, and even women in their 30s or 40s could be tolerable. However, this particular encounter had utterly shattered his psychological boundaries. Coughing lightly, he took a couple of steps back, attempting to escape the clutches of Elder Zhao. What would you like to know, Elder Zhao? Elder Zhao flashed a charming smile and leaned closer, bright eyes sparkling as they met Qiu Yuanshang's. Whatever you say, I would love to hear it. Qiu Yuanshang, why did the princess send me to entertain Elder Zhao? Meanwhile, Song Yuan could not contain his curiosity and asked, why did the princess assign Qiu Dianshan to entertain Elder Zhao? Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow and replied, Elder Zhao is the son of a disgraced official, having entered the palace as a young eunuch. initially regarded as the lowest of the lowly servants. Now, he has risen to become the favored attendant of the Dowager Empress. Can you guess why? Song Yuan, knowing little of palace affairs, shook his head. Jiang Shaohua continued leisurely. Elder Zhao possesses extraordinary looks and became an adopted son of a prominent chief eunuch, providing personal service to warm the royal bed. Eventually, he gained the opportunity to present himself before the Dowager Empress, who at that time was still the Empress. Elder Zhao, being a captivating presence, served the Empress diligently, and when she ascended to become the Dowager Empress, he was promptly appointed as the chief eunuch of Jingyang Palace. Since Elder Zhao rarely has the chance to step outside the palace, I must extend my courtesy as a host, hence sending the self-proclaimed dashing gentleman, Lord Xiao, to entertain him. It is only fitting. Song Yuan, Chapter 28. Welcoming the guest, this exchange of information was quite overwhelming. What warmth can be derived from betting? What earnestness in serving, and what attempts to please? This eunuch Zhao, is he truly indiscriminate in his affections? Just contemplating such matters feels utterly vile. How did the princess come to learn of this? Song Yuan felt a chill creep over him, casting a glance at the smiling princess, and silently swallowed the words that were poised on his lips. Jiang Shaohua chuckled softly. These matters were all revealed to me by my grandfather. It was wise to attribute inconvenient explanations to her grandfather. Song Yuan steadied himself, murmuring, such a person can serve as the chief eunuch of Jingyang Palace, which indicates the chaos within the palace is indeed profound. The shortcomings of Her Majesty are becoming increasingly apparent. The princess must not venture into the palace. Jiang Shaohua nodded. Uncle need not worry. I shall not leave Nanyang County. Song Yuan exhaled in relief, his thoughts turning to the actions of Lu Jianma that day, anger flashing in his eyes. He lowered his voice, stating, Lu Jianma has gone too far today. Knowing the princess's reluctance to enter the palace, he nevertheless chose to side with eunuch Zhao. To behave so shamelessly as a father is truly contemptible. Does he believe no one can discern his ulterior motives? Jiang Shaohua's expression remained calm. A fierce wind reveals strong grass, and a raging fire uncovers true gold. If he were to love me with the heart of a caring father, I would naturally be a dutiful daughter. His scheming against me, should it lead to his humiliation, I cannot be held accountable. Song Yuan replied without hesitation. Indeed, the princess ought to harden her heart and set some boundaries with Lu Jianma. Should there be a next time, the princess need not utter a word. I shall invite Lu Jianma to leave. Ultimately, Lu Xian is Jiang Shaohua's father. It is only natural for an unmarried woman to defer to her father. Although the princess holds a noble status, it is not appropriate for her to constantly oppose her father. Such behavior would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Jiang Shaohua regarded Song Yuan, slowly remarking, Uncle need not fret. I am fully aware of my actions. Her dark eyes were tranquil and profound, dispelling the flicker of concern in Song Yuan's heart. In the evening, the Wang residence hosted a welcoming banquet for eunuch Zhao. Jiang Shaohua graciously invited eunuch Zhao to sit at the head of the table. His complexion was rosy, and he wore a radiant smile, indicating that Xiao Jian had attended to him well during the day. In contrast, Xiao Dian's smile had become stiff, devoid of any sparkle. Jiang Shaohua inwardly sighed, instructing Xiao Jian to take a seat beside eunuch Zhao. The banquet was intended for two, and, conventionally, she, as a princess, should have shared a table with eunuch Zhao. However, the heavy scent of powder emanating from him was quite overpowering. Xiao Jian, having endured it for much of the day, had likely grown accustomed. Eunuch Zhao's bright eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xiao Dian. Xiao Yuanshang, feeling a shiver run down his spine, repeatedly declined, saying, I am but a lowly official, merely a seventh-rank subordinate, unworthy of such honor. Jiang Shaohua, understanding his predicament, smiled, This is a welcoming banquet, not a council of state. Eunuch Zhao and Xiao Dian share a rapport, and having him sit beside eunuch Zhao would facilitate their conversation. Eunuch Zhao readily agreed, Precisely. I find a kindred spirit in Lord Xiao. It is only fitting to grow closer during the banquet. Chunjua cleared his throat, interjecting with a smile. The young princess does not drink, so let Xiao Jian accompany eunuch Zhao in toasting a few more cups. This will alleviate the princess's burdens. The role of Dian was to manage guests during sacrificial rites. After all, this was well within Xiao Dian's duties. Xiao Yuanshang, feeling isolated and powerless, glanced at Yang Zheng for help. However, adhering to the principle of let the dead be dead, Yang Zheng quickly averted his gaze. Qiu Yanshang gritted his teeth in silent resentment, forcing a smile as he awkwardly sat beside Eunuch Zhao. Eunuch Zhao had a clear preference for the tall and mature appearance of Qiu Dian, and his mood brightened, leading him to lean in closer. Jiang Shaohua took a seat at the lower end of the table, smiling. Chen Zhua and Feng Wenming occupied one side, while Wenin and Shun Mu took another. The remaining seat was taken by Yang Zheng and Song Yuan. Song Yuan, never parting with his sword, placed it beside him upon sitting. Yang Zheng es duitet involuntarily. Unable to suppress his low voice, Captain Song, while you typically carry your sword, it is a banquet after all. Perhaps you might place it further away? With such a weapon ever ready to be drawn, how could one enjoy fine wine and dishes? Song Yuan shot him a glance. It is my duty. The sword remains with me. Ich trust Yang Shizong understands. Yang Zheng felt a pang of frustration. Unfortunately, with only 5 seats at the banquet, he had no option to separate himself. There was an empty spot beside the princess, but it was not his place to occupy it. Yang Zheng pinched his nose in resignation. Once the banquet commenced, the eloquent Chen Zhua frequently raised his glass to Eunuch Zhao. The other officials, regardless of their drinking abilities, followed suit, raising their cups incessantly. Jiang Shaohua held a cup of honey water, sweet and warm, quite enjoyable. Eunuch Zhao, with a commendable tolerance for alcohol, accepted each cup with enthusiasm. Jiang Shaohua occasionally instructed, Qiu Jian, pour wine for Eunuch Zhao. Qiu Yuanshang had no choice but to lift the wine jug and serve Eunuch Zhao. This inevitably brought him closer once more, under the cover of the sandalwood table. Eunuch Zhao placed his hand on Qiu Yuanshang's thigh. Qiu Yuanshang, his whole body jolted, nearly losing grip of the wine jug. Qiu Jian poured slowly, while Eunuch Zhao leisurely sipped. Eunuch Zhao winked at the blushing Qiu Dian, discreetly caressing him through his spring robe. Qiu Yuanshang's eye twitched, hastily finishing the pouring, excusing himself for personal business, and swiftly escaping the banquet. Jiang Shaohua stifled a laugh, saying to Eunuch Zhao, Qiu Jian and Eunuch Zhao seem to share a bond. Eunuch Zhao responded with delight. Indeed, Lord Qiu and I hit it off immediately. Jiang Shaohua casually remarked, in a few days, I will have Qiu Dian escort Eunuch Zhao back to the capital. The journey is long, and having someone to converse with will ease the tedium. Eunuch Zhao's spirit lifted, responding eagerly, Your kind intention is greatly appreciated, princess. Allow me to raise a toast to you. With that, he stood a toast. Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly, raising her cup in return. The gathered officials exchanged silent glances, internally lamenting for Qiu Dian. After a brief moment in the restroom, Qiu Yuanshang returned, sensing an odd atmosphere at the banquet. Why was everyone staring at him? He had merely stepped out. Furthermore, what was Yang Zheng signaling him about? Confused, Qiu Yuanshang deliberately distanced himself from Eunuch Zhao upon re-entering. Fortunately, Eunuch Zhao was engrossed in sharing palace anecdotes with the princess, refraining from extending his hand again. Qiu Yuanshang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. An hour later, the banquet concluded. Eunuch Zhao had indulged considerably and appeared somewhat inebriated. Qiu Yuanshang had no choice but to assist Eunuch Zhao outside. After escorting him, Qiu Yuanshang dashed to Yang Zheng's courtyard, exclaiming, What on earth transpired that I was unaware of tonight? Chapter 29, Outburst, Part 1. Yang Zheng's gaze was complex, words lingering on his lips. Qiu Yuanshang's heart raced, and he darkened his expression, saying, What is there that cannot be spoken plainly? If you continue to be so evasive, do not expect to seek my counsel in the future. Yang Zheng was left with no choice but to quietly relay the princess's remarks from the banquet. Qiu Yuanshang's forehead throbbed with anger, fury bubbling up within him. Absurd. How could a dignified, 7th-rank court official stoop to flatter and ingratiate himself with a eunuch? I shall confront the princess and clarify this matter. He flung his sleeve and attempted to leave. Yang Zheng, without a moment's thought, grasped his sleeve. Do not act impulsively, Qiu. The force was so great that a portion of the sleeve tore away. Qiu Yuanshang, Yang Zheng, Qiu Yuanshang gladet, nearly thuming. Yang Zheng coughed awkwardly, forcing a laugh as he stuffed the torn sleeve into Qiu Yuanshang's hands. I apologize for the momentary lapse. Please forgive me. This garment is beyond repair. I shall compensate you with 2 new robes on another day. Qiu Yuanshang clutched the tattered sleeve as if grasping someone by the throat. darkly stating, "There is no need. I do not lack for new clothes. This matter must not leak out. Should I catch wind of even the slightest rumor, I will hold you accountable." Yang Zheng nodded in compliance, his principles of camaraderie and shared indulgence urging him to console. "I understand your displeasure. However, the princess's noble status does not permit any abruptness. It will be wise to endure this discomfort for now. I suspect the princess merely spoke in jest. Words exchanged at a banquet should not be taken seriously." A fleeting image of the giggling, fluttering-eyed eunuch Zhao crossed Qiu Yuanshang's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He clenched his teeth and wondered, what if eunuch Zhao took it to heart? Would I truly have to escort that deceased eunuch back to the capital? A swift ride would take at least 10 days. By carriage, it would be even slower, exceeding 20 days. Am I to feign laughter and flatter him daily? Flattery could be endured, but how could I tolerate the unwarranted touching? That last thought was one Qiu Yuanshang could not voice, no matter his thick skin. Yang Zheng, whose uncle held a high position in court, often exchanged letters and was privy to palace gossip. Considering eunuch Zhao's demeanor and Qiu Yuanshang's troubled expression, the implication was clear. Yet, this matter could only be hinted at, for speaking plainly would be more awkward. Moreover, if Qiu Yuanshang relinquished his responsibilities, what would happen if the princess turned her gaze upon him? After contemplating, Yang Zheng patiently continued to advise, "Regardless, you must feign compliance. Eunuch Zhao will return to the palace soon and cannot linger here for long. It is easy for you to say, but I cannot endure such humiliation for even a day." Qiu Yuanshang retorted angrily, storming off. Yang Zheng hurriedly followed a few steps, but Qiu Yuanshang strode away with such haste that he vanished in mere breaths. Yang Zheng turned back awkwardly, recalling the torn sleeve of Qiu Yuanshang's attire, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Within the Wangfu, there were subordinate officials assigned to 10 courtyards, each with 2 entrances. Chunzhua and Feng Wunming occupied the 2 most favorable locations, adjacent to each other. Qiu Yuanshang and Yang Zheng resided nearby, easily entering the courtyard. 3 young, alluring maidens approached immediately. On ordinary days, Qiu Yuanshang would have reveled in their company, but tonight, in a foul mood, he scowled, "Get away." The 3 concubines were taken aback by his harsh words. Normally, Qiu Darren treated them tenderly, so what could be the cause of his ire tonight? One sharp-eyed maid noticed the torn sleeve and gasped, "Who tore the master's sleeve?" The other 2 were equally indignant, demanding to know who was responsible. "I excel in embroidery. Allow me to mend it for you, master." Qiu Yuanshang's head throbbed with fury, and he shouted, "Silence. Return to your quarters. Speak again, and I shall have you sent away." The 3 maidens, now teary-eyed, turned to leave, casting glances back as they walked away. Qiu Yuanshang changed into fresh garments and tossed the burned clothes into the brazier. Watching them turn to ashes eased some of his pent-up frustration, restoring a measure of composure. As midnight approached, the princess retired to her quarters. As a subordinate official, it was indeed inappropriate for him to seek an audience at such an hour. Wasn't it better for a young lady to be nurtured within her chamber, studying, playing music, admiring flowers, and chasing butterflies? Shouldn't the affairs of the Wangfu be entrusted to her father instead? The following morning, Qiu Yuanshang, with a pale face, made his way to the study. Chunzhua had already arrived, and, upon seeing Qiu Yuanshang's countenance, expressed surprise. "Did you not sleep well last night, Qiu Darren? Your face appears quite ghastly." After a night filled with nightmares, Qiu Yuanshang scoffed, "The princess's words at the banquet last night. Surely you heard them, Chun Changshu. If it were you, would you be able to sleep soundly?" Having served as the Wangfu's chief historian for 30 years, Chunzhua possessed remarkable composure. Unfazed by Qiu Yuanshang's bluntness, he responded, "When the princess arrives, speak your mind directly to her." No sooner had he finished speaking than a familiar youthful voice rang out. "Chun Changshu and Qiu Darren have come quite early today." Chunzhua immediately bowed respectfully. "I have seen the princess." Qiu Yuanshang, boiling with resentment, also saluted. "I have seen the princess." Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly. "No need for formalities. Please sit and converse." Once seated, before Qiu Yuanshang could speak, Jiang Shaohua stated, "Eunuch Zhao has come to Nanyang on behalf of the Empress Dowager, and it is only right that you extend proper hospitality to him. Qiu Darren, you handled matters meticulously yesterday, and I have taken note." Reluctantly, Qiu Yuanshang rose to express his gratitude, then stiffly added, "Princess, I fear I am not capable of this weighty task of entertaining eunuch Zhao. Jiang Shaohua interrupted him with a smile. What is the duty of your position? Are you not the one responsible for such matters? Qiu Yuanshang fell silent. The Nanyang Wangfu was akin to a miniature court. Chen Zhua, as the chief historian, was equivalent to the Minister of Personnel. Feng Wanming resembled the Minister of Revenue, while Yang Zheng oversaw the Ministry of Justice. Wan En and Shan Mu managed the Ministry of Works, and Song Yuan took charge of the Wangfu's guards, handling both military and personal guard responsibilities. As for him, he was akin to the Minister of Rights, responsible for greeting imperial envoys. Indeed, it was within his purview. Jiang Shaohua continued, if you claim to be incapable, then who should attend to eunuch Zhao? Would you prefer Qin Changshi or have me attend him personally? If you do not wish to fulfill your duties, what do you wish to do? Are you content to laze about all day, indulging in the company of concubines? Qiu Yuanshang. Feng Wenming, standing at the door, halted his steps. Wan En and Shan Mu followed suit. The princess's voice rang out once more. This Wangfu does not harbor idlers. If you do not wish to serve, you may tender your resignation. I shall not compel you to stay. Chapter 30. Outburst. Part 2. Qiu Yuanshang felt the blood coursing through his veins, his temples throbbing. The pent-up anger that had been building for days surged within him. Were the prince still alive, he would have obeyed without question, unwilling to voice dissent. But now, standing before him was a mere girl, barely reaching his waist. With a youthful countenance, even younger than his own daughter. How could he possibly accept this? He, an official sent by the court to the Wangfu, straightened his back and retorted sharply. Even if I were to be dismissed, such orders must come from the court. You cannot simply expel me at your whim. I cannot submit to such treatment. Chen Zhua's expression darkened, ready to reprimand him, but Jiang Shaohua shot him a glance. Chen Zhua silently closed his mouth. Having resolved in his heart that regardless of how the situation unfolded today, Qiu Yuanshang could not remain in the Wangfu. Fueled by defiance, Qiu Yuanshang's gaze darted toward the study door, calling out loudly, colleagues, you have arrived just in time to judge this matter. Since my arrival at the Nanyang Wangfu, though I cannot claim to have exhausted myself in service, I have been earnest in my duties and have committed no grave errors. Now, the princess seeks to cast me out without cause. Such treatment of a loyal servant reveals her youthful impetuosity. If the princess treats me this way today, how can you be assured she will not do the same over trivial matters in the future? Do you not feel a chill at such a ruler? With a master like this, what justice or fairness can be expected in the Nanyang Wangfu? Yang Zheng, having arrived last, overheard the last two sentences and felt a sense of foreboding. This Qiu Darren dared to raise his voice against the princess in the study, a grave act of disrespect, a ready-made grievance. Indeed, Feng Wanming was already incensed, striding into the study and pointing a finger at Qiu Yuanshang. You dare? This is the sacred study, you, a mere 7th rank official residing in the Wangfu's quarters, drawing your salary from the princess, with all your needs provided by her. You dare to shout at the princess for merely assigning you a task that falls within your responsibilities. How dare you? Wan En, adhering to the principle of self-preservation, entered the study without uttering a word. Shen Mu frowned, speaking sternly. Qiu Darren quickly apologized to the princess. Otherwise, we will not tolerate you. Qiu Yuanshang, fueled by fervor and anger, hardly listened. Yang Zheng, come here. You tell us who is right and who is wrong in this matter. Yang Zheng Zhogit, wishing he could sneak away unnoticed. However, the princess's gaze fell upon him, and she lightly remarked, Yang Shenli is well versed in the laws of Dalian. Perhaps he could explain the consequences of disrespecting authority and how it should be dealt with? Just 2 days prior in the study, her words had hinted at punishments ranging from salary deductions to capital punishment, leaving Yang Zheng filled with regret. Today, Qiu Yuanshang, in a fit of rage, had undeniably committed an offense. How was he to respond? Yang Zheng hesitated, while Qiu Yuanshang glared at him furiously. 5 days ago, when we shared a drink, what did you say? Have you forgotten? You claimed the princess was young and foolish, a mere girl who could not possibly govern Nanyang County. This royal residence is destined to fall apart. Why are you silent now? Yang Zheng felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his knees buckled, and he knelt down. Your servant spoke recklessly after drinking and offended the princess. I implore her to punish me. Punish you for what? Yang Zheng wished to plead, but Qiu Yuanshang, fueled by his temper, shouted indiscriminately, "This is the truth. Do not be deceived by their feigned loyalty. Do they not harbor such thoughts in their hearts?" He turned to Jiang Shaohua and sneered, "Ask Qin Changshe and Feng Changshe. Both are trusted ministers of the late prince. Whose loyalty do they hold now? The deceased prince or the 10-year-old princess? And Wenin, stop cowering like a turtle. You old fool. Do you truly accept this? Shenmu, why do you glare at me? Am I not speaking the truth? Deep down, do you honestly believe the princess can uphold this vast royal residence and protect Nanyang County?" Jiang Shaohua remained unfazed, but Song Yuan behind her had changed countenance, drawing his long sword with a clang. "Song Yuan, if you have the skill, strike my neck." Qiu Yunshang mocked, gesturing to his own neck with a cold smile. "I doubt you dare. A dignified military commander like you, cooped up in the royal residence all day. Does it not frustrate you? Are you content to be a mere captain, guarding a girl for the rest of your life? Have you never thought of leading troops in a battle, achieving great feats?" The study fell into an abrupt silence. The officials wore grim expressions. Qiu Yunshang's words were indeed harsh, yet they struck a nerve deep within. The young are often doubted in their abilities, especially when the princess is a girl. For millennia, men have held dominion. Bowing to the Prince of Nanyang was one thing, but showing reverence to a 10-year-old girl was another matter entirely. Even the steadfast Song Yuan found it hard to declare he had never wished to achieve glory on the battlefield. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Shaohua captured the myriad expressions of the officials. The world is unforgiving towards women. Despite her noble status as princess, she must endure such skepticism. It was disheartening to contemplate. Clearly, Qiu Jinshan had harbored discontent towards her for quite some time. Jiang Shaohua coldly spoke. "It is good that we have laid everything bare today. I shall not dwell on your thoughts. I only require you to diligently fulfill your duties as loyal and capable ministers. Whether I, as princess, can preserve the royal residence and safeguard Nanyang County, time will reveal." Chunjua swiftly regained his composure, the first to bow and declare, "We are unwaveringly loyal to the princess and hold no ulterior motives." The other officials echoed their agreement. Yet Qiu Yunshang remained defiant, still eager to voice his dissent. Song Yuan, his expression icy, stepped forward and placed his sword at Qiu Yunshang's throat. With a slight exertion, the blade pierced the skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Qiu Yunshang, taken aback by the ferocity in Song Yuan's eyes, instinctively fell silent. Qiu Jinshan has served in the royal residence for many years and shares a master-subject relationship with me. Let us part amicably, retaining some dignity, Jiang Shaohua instructed languidly. "Understood." Song Yuan sheathed his sword and stepped back beside the princess. Qiu Yunshang quickly retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve to staunch the blood at his neck. The princess then signaled for the officials to take their seats and resume their discussions. Even Yang Zheng, who remained kneeling, hurriedly rose and took his place, avoiding her gaze. The chair he typically occupied stood empty. After such an uproar, he found no courage to sit. Anger flared quickly and faded just as fast. Once Qiu Yunshang's heated blood cooled, he felt regret wash over him. In truth, it had not been a grave matter. Merely engaging in idle chatter with a dying eunuch, feigning politeness, occasionally yielding. Why had it escalated to such chaos? At that moment, Qiu Yunshang longed for someone to defend him, allowing him to soften his stance and apologize to the princess. He wished to turn the page on this chapter. However, the officials averted their gazes, none willing to speak. The princess did not look his way either. After a tense moment, Qiu Yunshang gritted his teeth and strode out of the study. A voice drifted after him. "Qiu Jinshan, prepare your resignation and send it to the Ministry of Personnel in the capital." Qiu Yunshang felt tears almost welling up. Years ago, he had served as a low-ranking official in the capital's Ministry of Rights, spending considerable silver to secure the position of steward in the Nanyang royal residence. After relocating with his family to Nanyang County, he had grown accustomed to this life for 8 years. His duties were not demanding, and with salary and rewards. His days were leisurely. What kind of madness had overtaken him, disrupting his comfortable life to the point of being driven away? The court had regulations. Resigning officials were required to specify their reasons, which the ministry would approve before issuing official documents. As a steward of the royal residence, he would become an unemployed man, left with two choices: either return to his hometown to live out his days in obscurity or seek a position in the ministry. At just 42, in the prime of his life, How could he resign himself to such a fate? He pondered how much silver it would cost to secure another position. His savings would likely dwindle significantly. The more he thought, the more sorrowful he became, quickening his pace towards the courtyard, unable to resist wiping his eyes. Master Qiu, a melodious voice called out suddenly, causing Qiu Yuanshang to halt reflexively. He turned to see the charming eunuch Zhao approaching, enveloped in a fragrant aura. I find myself idle and wish to take a stroll outside. Might you accompany me, Master Qiu? Who would want to accompany a dying eunuch? Yet, this eunuch was a favored confidant of Empress Zheng and a distinguished guest of the royal residence. He could not afford to offend him. Qiu Yuanshang forced a somewhat stiff smile. If eunuch Zhao has such an interest, allow me to host you for an outing. Eunuch Zhao affectionately linked arms with Qiu Yuanshang, winking playfully. Then I shall trouble you, Master Qiu. Half an hour later, as the meeting concluded, the officials prepared to leave when a tall young bodyguard entered the study. Bowing to report, Your Highness, Qiu Jianshan has arranged for a carriage to accompany eunuch Zhao on his outing. As the carriage exited the royal residence, the officials exchanged glances. Bewildered, after the earlier uproar, he was now attending to a distinguished guest. What kind of logic was this? Jiang Shaohua's gaze flickered, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she exchanged glances with Chen Zhua. If Qiu Jianshan seeks out Chen Changshu today, he need not be acknowledged. Chen Zhua nodded in understanding. Feng Wenming, filled with unspoken words, followed Chen Zhua into the duty room. Once the door closed, he whispered, after today's uproar, Qiu Jianshan is sure to leave. Now he seeks to ingratiate himself with eunuch Zhao. What is his intent? Chen Zhua fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze. The princess dealt with Lu Juima yesterday and is now addressing Qiu Jianshan today. Her strategies are profound and her methods first-rate. Feng Wenming remained quiet. Indeed, Lu Juima had embarrassed himself publicly, and today, Qiu Jianshan had crossed the line. The princess had expertly set traps for them. As they stumbled out, she delivered a decisive blow without a hint of emotion. Such cunning and strategy. And she is merely 10 years old. I cannot decide whether to be thankful or concerned. Feng Wenming sighed. From now on, we must not underestimate the princess. She is our sovereign, not a mere child to be trifled with. Chen Zhua raised an eyebrow and smiled. This is precisely how it should be. As the ruler of a county, she must possess both courage and cunning. Serving under such a leader invigorates one's spirit. Feng Wenming considered this and smiled in agreement. Meanwhile, Wen had also followed Shun Mu to the duty room. Earlier, Wen had been quiet, but now he spoke with fervor. I've come to realize the princess has long disapproved of Qiu Jianshan and intends to have him dismissed. The temperament and disposition of Lord Zhao remain unknown to us. However, the princess must have heard of them from the prince, which is why she dispatched Qiu Jianshan to accompany him. The remarks made at the banquet were undoubtedly deliberate. There will always be individuals who serve as conduits for gossip. Qiu Jianshan, lacking in discernment, unwittingly fell into the trap. After toiling for half a lifetime, he has only attained the humble rank of 7th grade official, and now, with a careless word, his position has been jeopardized. He must be filled with regret. Henceforth, we should proceed with caution and prudence in our duties, lest we provoke the princess. Especially you, being young, have many years ahead in service, unlike me, who only needs to endure another year before retiring. The task assigned by the princess today requires my attention. Shen Mu glanced over. Are you not going to attend to your duties? Wen wiped his forehead, feeling somewhat fatigued. A multitude of tasks awaits. I must attend to them now. That evening, Qiu Yuanshang concealed a slender brocade box within his sleeve and proceeded to Chen Zhua's quarters. The gift was never presented, as Chen Zhua refused to accept it. Instead, he expressed his heartfelt sentiments. Qiu Jianshan, we have been colleagues for several years and are well aware of each other's temperaments. In the past, while the prince was alive, you maintained a degree of respect, and any lapses were overlooked by him. Now that the princess is in charge, it is essential for her to establish authority. Yet you chose this moment to publicly offend her. Ask yourself, who could tolerate such an affront? The princess possesses a kind heart and permits you to resign gracefully. In the future, when you seek a position in the Ministry of Personnel, it may not be overly difficult. Otherwise, should the princess choose to publicly disclose your recent misdeeds, what face would you have left? You would also incur Lord Zhao's ire. Lord Zhao holds considerable sway with the Empress Dowager. A little poison in his words could spell your doom. At this point, you cannot turn back. Apologies will not suffice. It would be wiser to seek employment elsewhere. In that moment, Qiu Yuanshang's mind cleared and regret filled his countenance, tears glistening in his eyes. I do not understand how I lost my senses today. I deeply regret my actions. Chen Shui sighed sympathetically, speaking softly. I have a personal connection with the left Vice Minister of Personnel. I will pen a letter on your behalf. It may prove beneficial when you seek a new position. Qiu Yuanshang wiped his eyes. Thank you, Chen Changshi. Before departing, he mustered the last remnants of hope, asking, Must I truly leave? Chen Shui sighed. It is indeed a difficult situation. If you do not depart, it may become untenable. Qiu Yuanshang's tears fell freely. A man of 8 feet in height, crying and wiping his tears, was hardly a dignified sight. Chen Shui, suppressing his distaste, managed to send Qiu Yuanshang away. He then silently spat at the retreating figure. The arrogance displayed when he received the 2 beauties from Lu Jun was now a distant memory. Regret serves little purpose now. He brought this upon himself. Chapter 32. A difficult departure. Qiu Dianshan spent the night in restless turmoil. The following morning, he arrived punctually outside the study, bearing dark circles under his eyes and a despondent expression. Why has Qiu Dianshan come? Feng Wenming, ever forthright, pierced Qiu Yuanshang's heart with a single question. Did not the princess order Qiu Dianshan to write a resignation letter yesterday? The word struck Qiu Yuanshang like an arrow, his expression darkening further as he replied softly. I wrote the resignation letter last night and sent it to the Ministry of Personnel. However, I must await the official correspondence before departing. Until then, I remain the steward of the Nanyang Prince's residence. I cannot neglect my responsibilities. Feng Wenming regarded him. Had you acted thus from the start, we would not have arrived at this juncture. Qiu Yuanshang felt a pang of bitterness, wishing he could weep openly. Yang Zheng, having some familiarity with Qiu Yuanshang, observed his dejected demeanor, feeling both sympathy and a sense of caution. The princess's cunning must not be underestimated. One must tread carefully to avoid a fate akin to Qiu Yuanshang's. At that moment, a flash of red appeared before them. The officials quickly bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the princess. Jiang Shaohua, well-fed and well-rested, appeared radiant. Please, no formalities. Enter the study and let us deliberate. Her gaze flickered briefly over Qiu Yuanshang's face before she turned away, proceeding to take her seat at the head of the table. As the days passed, the officials grew accustomed to this routine. Once settled, each took turns reporting on the progress of their tasks from the previous day, outlining their goals for the current day, and presenting any challenges for the princess as consideration. Jiang Shaohua listened patiently, swiftly making decisions on matters requiring her judgment. In instances where she was indecisive, she heeded the suggestions of her subordinates, particularly valuing and trusting Chen Shui's counsel. She exhibited both decisiveness and a lack of tyranny. Truly, she was an exceptional leader. Apart from her youth and gender, she was nearly beyond reproach. Qiu Yuanshang felt another wave of regret wash over him. Does Qiu Dianshan have anything to report today? The princess's voice resonated in his ears. Qiu Yuanshang steeled himself to respond. Replying to the princess, I accompanied Lord Zhao on a tour of Nanyang County yesterday. Lord Zhao displayed great interest in the local populace, visiting taverns, tea houses, grain shops, and liquor stores. He inquired about the local taxation. I deflected, stating that such matters were managed by Changshi Feng, and that I was not well informed. It was a mere evasion. Not an evasion, but truly ignorance. Feng Wenming silently critiqued. The officials each possessed distinct temperaments. Qiu Yuanshang, performing his duties adequately, was often preoccupied with pleasure-seeking, frequently absent from the residence to indulge in the finest establishments in Nanyang County. How could he find time to concern himself with taxation? Nevertheless, it was best to grant him some dignity as he was about to be dismissed. Feng Wenming refrained from speaking. Yet Jiang Shaohua directly inquired, was Qiu Dianshan being evasive or genuinely uninformed? Qiu Yuanshang's face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed his head in apology. I truly did not know. Better to be uninformed. Jiang Shaohua remarked coolly. In that case, even if Lord Zhao sought to extract information, he would gain nothing of value. Qiu Yuanshang found his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Jiang Shaohua regarded him. Lord Zhao wishes to observe Nanyang County. Qiu Dianshan shall accompany him for a few days. Should this task be accomplished, I shall recognize Qiu Dianshan for his efforts. A glimmer of hope ignited within Qiu Yuanshang, his eyes brightening. Princess, may I atone for my transgressions by serving diligently? If I attend to Lord Zhao with utmost sincerity, might you allow me to remain in the prince's residence? Qiu Dianshan submitted his resignation last night, and I have already sent a petition to the court. Jiang Shaohua responded, her expression unwavering. This matter is unalterable. Once the official correspondence from the Ministry of Personnel arrives, Qiu Dianshan will depart, and I shall provide him with a generous travel stipend. The light in Qiu Dianshan's eyes extinguished as he bowed in gratitude. Jiang Shaohua turned her gaze to Yang Zheng, who immediately perked up, his voice in reporting louder than usual. For the next several days, Lord Zhao ventured out of the residence daily in the company of Qiu Dianshan. His keen interest in Nanyang County was unmistakably orchestrated by the Empress Dowager's directives. During the late Emperor's reign, Empress Dowager Zheng was a virtuous queen, managing the internal affairs of the harem without interfering in politics. Following the late Emperor's passing 4 years prior, Emperor Tai Kong ascended the throne. He was exceptionally filial and obedient to Empress Dowager Zheng, who extended her influence beyond the palace walls. Nanyang County, being the largest and most affluent fief, had been entrusted to someone by Emperor Tai Kong 4 years prior, indicating deeper motives. However, the Prince of Nanyang was a close relative with considerable esteem in both court and society, compelling Emperor Tai Kong to maintain a faade of respect even while plotting behind the scenes. Upon the death of the Prince of Nanyang, only a 10-year-old princess remained in the grand estate. It is not surprising that Empress Dowager Zheng would seek to employ her schemes. In a previous life, Lu Xian managed to seize control of the Nanyang prince's residence, aided by the machinations of Empress Dowager Zheng and her son. After all, a mere son-in-law holds little legitimacy and poses a minor threat. Jiang Shaohua did not neglect Lord Zhao either. She hosted banquets every couple of days and instructed Chunjua to discreetly deliver gifts. Gold and silver were too commonplace. As a learned man, Lord Zhao would appreciate more refined offerings. Thus, Chunjua selected 2 ancient texts, packaging them in a box to present. Upon perusing the texts, Lord Zhao discovered hidden banknotes, 10 in total, each worth 1,000 taels. It is truly unadorned. With handsome companions and generous gifts, Master Zhao's demeanor has subtly shifted. It is quite understandable that the county princess, being of noble lineage, would hesitate to journey to the capital. Jiang Shaohua sighed softly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for Master Zhao's compassion. However, she was also aware that the Empress Dowager's intentions to summon her to the palace were well-meaning. She feared that her refusal might wound the Empress Dowager's heart. She requested Master Zhao to speak a few kind words on her behalf upon his return to the palace. Before he could decline, she added with a smile, I have heard that Master Zhao has a fondness for ancient texts and paintings, and I shall ensure that Master Chun presents you with a box of such treasures upon your departure. Master Zhao's heart raced. He was well aware of the numerous flatterers and gift-givers surrounding the Empress Dowager. Yet, Jiang Shaohua's generosity was indeed overwhelming. 1 box of ancient texts was worth 10,000 taels. Such a substantial gift was impossible for him to refuse. The princess's words felt rather excessive to him. Master Zhao's tone grew warmer as he responded. It is but a matter of a few words. I shall muster the courage to oblige. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. A single word from Master Zhao carries the weight of 1,000 spoken by others. Flattered, Master Zhao chuckled. Such praise is hardly meritorious. The most esteemed figure before the Empress Dowager is indeed the young master of the Zheng family. Chapter 33. Old affections. The familiar name struck Jiang Shaohua's ears, momentarily pausing her smile. Since her rebirth, it had been merely 10 days. The shadows of past events and the figures imprinted in her heart stirred her emotions. Master Zhao, adept at reading the atmosphere, quickly sensed her change and observed her with a knowing smile. Could it be that the princess has heard of the young master? Regaining her composure, Jiang Shaohua replied calmly, I have heard my grandfather speak of him. Master Zhao chuckled knowingly. During the reign of the late emperor, the prince would send 2 letters to the palace each month, and the late emperor often dispatched messengers to Nanyang County with correspondence. The prince is indeed well-versed in palace affairs. The Prince of Nanyang was the late emperor's younger brother, and their bond was profound, leading to frequent exchanges of letters. With the late emperor's favor bolstering him, the Prince of Nanyang, despite being in a distant fief, did not neglect his connections with court officials. The Jiang family, originally a prominent clan from Xinjiang, had numerous members. The branch of the Jiang family to which the Empress Dowager belonged had moved to the capital generations ago. In her youth, the Empress Dowager was exceptionally beautiful and was chosen by the late Empress Dowager to become the crown princess, eventually ascending to the role of Empress Dowager. The Jiang family in the capital became a distinguished lineage, and the title of Duke of Anghua has passed through 2 generations. The current Duke is the Empress Dowager's own nephew. The young master mentioned by Master Zhao is the Jiang family's legitimate heir, a beloved grandnephew of the Empress Dowager. This young master, deeply favored by the Empress Dowager, had been raised within the palace, studying alongside the current crown prince. At merely 12 years of age, he demonstrated exceptional intellect, proficiency in both literature and martial arts, and striking good looks, earning him a reputation as one of the capital's most outstanding young gentlemen alongside the 4 princes of the Wang family. Master Zhao, inspired to continue, extolled the virtues of the 4th prince of the Wang family. The 4th prince is the most distinguished among his legitimate peers, possessing an extraordinary memory and unparalleled wisdom, with strikingly handsome features. Yet, he cannot quite compare to the young master, as his constitution is somewhat frail, alas. Such is the consequence of his birth. Jiang Shaohua listened with a smile, absorbing Master Zhao's idle chatter. The 4th prince, with the given name Jin, had been her short-lived husband in her past life. The young Master Zheng Zixian, whose full name was Zheng Chun, was the love of her youth, a relationship that could not be fulfilled and had lingered painfully throughout her life. How ironic. Master Zhao, enjoying his conversation, continued to share gossip, relishing the opportunity to speak freely during his time in Nanyang County. Noticing the princess's rapt attention, he grew even more animated. I understand that the princess is reluctant to leave Nanyang County, but there are many advantages to going to the capital. As Lu County Magistrate mentioned, the princess is 10 years old this year, and in just a few years, she will be of marriageable age. At that time, who among the youth of Nanyang could possibly be worthy of her? The capital, however, is teeming with noble families and distinguished young men. The young master is 2 years older than the princess, and the 4th prince is merely 3 years her senior. Their ages are quite suitable. At this point, Master Zhao deliberately paused. Unfortunately, the 10-year-old princess remained oblivious and instinctively rejected the notion, stating, "I am not acquainted with them. Their merits or flaws bear no relevance to me." Unfazed, Master Zhao continued cheerfully, should the princess enter the palace. Under the guidance of the Empress Dowager and in the company of the princess, there are also 2 county princesses of similar age. It will be delightful for young ladies to gather together to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The princesses he mentioned were the eldest daughter of Emperor Taikong, Jiang Shaohua, age 14, and the 2 county princesses, Jiang Yuehua, aged 13, and Jiang Wanhua, aged 12. They were all relatives of the royal family, raised in the palace since childhood, growing up alongside the princess. Master Zhao's mission to escort Jiang Shaohua to the palace was not entirely unusual, as there were precedents for such arrangements. The only issue was that Jiang Shaohua was not an ordinary noble girl. She was the ruler of Nanyang County, possessing both land and power, not easily manipulated like an unprotected maiden. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. "I appreciate Master Zhao's good intentions. However, my mind is made up, and I would prefer you to refrain from further persuasion." Being soft on the tongue and short in stature, Master Zhao could only chuckle in response. Shifting the topic, the season for spring plowing has arrived. I have heard that the princess is to hold a spring plowing ceremony in 2 days. Might I be permitted to join in the festivities? Agriculture is the foundation of the nation. The spring plowing ceremony has been a customary practice for several dynasties. On this day, the emperor personally guides the plow and traverses the fields, while courtiers follow suit in a show of respect. Local officials also partake, donning farming attire to participate in the spring plowing ceremony. In Nanyang County, only Jiang Shaohua holds the privilege of conducting the ceremony. Jiang Shaohua replied with a smile. "It would be wonderful if Master Zhao wishes to join. I shall send someone to invite you when the time comes." Master Zhao readily agreed. After his departure, Jiang Shaohua's smile faded, and she fell into a contemplative silence, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Memories of the distant past surged within her, as if a mighty hand were gripping her breath. Silver Zhu, unaware of the situation, misinterpreted the atmosphere and whispered, "This Master Zhao, with his overwhelming scent of powder, speaks in such an effeminate manner. The princess should let Qiu Dian accompany her. There is no need to handle him personally." Jiang Shaohua replied calmly, "Those of little merit can indeed cause great mischief. It is far better to resolve matters with a bit of silver and a smile than to encounter an additional obstacle in the future." Silver Zhu, feeling frustrated, responded, "I understand the reasoning, but I am merely concerned for the princess. If the prince were still alive, the Empress Dowager would not dare to set her sights on you. A mere eunuch would not have the audacity to flaunt his power in Nanyang County." However, her grandfather was no longer present, leaving her without a shield against the storm. All challenges must now be faced alone. "Silver Zhu, I wish to be alone for a while." Silver Zhu, feeling anxious, complied and quietly withdrew. Jiang Shaohua leaned back against her chair, using her wide sleeves to conceal her face. Darkness enveloped her, and within that darkness, the visage of a youthful boy with sharp brows and bright eyes emerged, illuminating the abyss. The world suddenly brightened. The boy, with a smile upon his lips and sparkling eyes, beckoned, "Cousin Shaohua, let us ride out together to hunt." "Very well. Let's make a wager to see who catches more today." Her laughter rang out like crystal chimes. The boy raised an eyebrow with a grin. "Are you so enamored with my fine steed that you wish to claim it as your prize? I shall simply gift it to you. No need for wagers. But you must present me with a hand-stitched pouch." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glance, yet remained silent. His face reddened too as he reached for her hand. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking interrupted the moment. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Shaohua sniffled and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "Who is it?" Chapter 34. "Gratitude, Your Highness," and Meng Sanbao. A familiar voice echoed from outside the door. The little mute had healed from his external injuries and was now able to walk normally, yet his voice remained silent. "I wish to inquire about the next steps regarding the little mute. I nearly forgot that such a person existed within the estate." Jiang Shaohua steadied her mind and instructed from behind the door, "Bring him in." Meng Sanbao hesitated. "This is the princess's courtyard. It is inappropriate to allow an outsider to enter." The little mute could not speak, and his writing resembled incomprehensible symbols. His origins were quite mysterious. How could one allow such a person near the princess? Jiang Shaohua's voice drifted out again. "It is of no matter. Bring him here." Meng Sanbao complied and swiftly fetched the little mute. During these days, the little mute had spent his time eating and sleeping, rarely leaving his room, and had been rather docile. Nevertheless, Meng Sanbao remained cautious, summoning Qin Hu to accompany him, one leading the way and the other keeping a vigilant watch behind. After a few steps, they encountered Sun Guangbai, who had come to examine the little mute, alongside Sun Zilan, who had come to observe the situation. Qin Hu's gaze swiftly passed over the slender figure of Sun Zilan, whose graceful demeanor and refined appearance caused his face to redden suspiciously. His voice softened considerably compared to usual. "Sun Zaitai, Miss Sun, what brings you both here?" Sun Zilan replied with a smile. "Elder brother comes daily to tend to the little mute's injuries. I, having nothing to do, decided to accompany him for a look. Primarily, it was due to Sun Tai's increasing frustration, as he often scolded his unworthy son thrice daily. Sun Zilan occasionally found herself caught in the crossfire, and thus, she sought a breath of fresh air." Qin Hu quickly interjected, "The little mute's external injuries have healed. We are on our way to present him to the princess. There is no need for further treatment today." Sun Guangbai, finally free from his father's company for a moment, spoke earnestly. "Whether he is well or not is not for you to decide. I must examine him myself." Qin Hu turned back and exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Sanbao. Understanding the cue, Meng Sanbao promptly said, "Then please, Sun Zaitai, take a look. I will inform the princess and ask her to wait a moment." Sun Guangbai nodded eagerly. Qin Hu urged, "Little mute, Sun Zaitai has shown great dedication to you. Should you not express your gratitude? I am not a little mute. My name is Cui Du." Cui Du silently lamented, regretting his inability to voice his thoughts, yet he managed a respectful gesture of thanks. Over these days, he had diligently observed and had developed a semblance of etiquette. Compassion resides in all hearts. Sun Guangbai gently remarked, "Your external injuries have nearly healed. I will apply medicine once more and check your throat." Sun Zilan had come out of curiosity as well. When Sun Guangbai administered treatment to the little mute, Sun Zealand excused herself to wait outside. Qin, who stood by the door as well. Stealing a glance at Miss Sun, he gathered his courage to speak. Are you curious as to why this little mute cannot speak? Sun Zealand responded with a smile. Aphasia is exceedingly difficult to treat. Encountering a case is rare. So I came along with my elder brother to see. Among her peers, Sun Zealand was considered tall, yet still shorter than Qin, who by a head. Qin, who deliberately bent down to maintain eye contact with her. Miss Sun, with your profound family background and dedicated study of medicine, you are destined to become a renowned physician. Sun Zealand replied with a hint of melancholy. For women in medicine, most practice within the inner chambers, their reputations remain obscure. My elder brother is reluctant to take the imperial examination, leaving me without the opportunity to try. Qin, who scratched his head. Is there no female physician in the Imperial Medical Bureau? When a noble women fall ill, wouldn't it be inconvenient to summon male doctors? Indeed, it is inconvenient. However, in the eyes of many, female physicians are often regarded as lacking in skill, rendering them unfit to attend to the noble women. Sun Zealand's spirits dampened. Her voice grew somber. Qin, who quickly reassured her. In my eyes, Miss Sun is akin to a female Huato or Bien Quebec. Sun Zealand was amused, her smile radiant. If you continue to flatter me, Qin, who, I shall surely blush. Meanwhile, Sun Guangbai, feeling neglected at the door, cast a glance at the amiable Qin, who before calling out to Sun Zealand, the little mute's clothing is ready. You may enter now. Sun Zealand complied and stepped inside. The siblings took turns examining the little mute's throat, whispering and adjusting the prescription. Starting tomorrow, you will follow a new treatment regimen, along with daily acupuncture. Chuidu expressed his gratitude with a bow. Sun Guangbai chuckled. We are all members of the Wang estate, receiving the princess's provisions. It is the princess who instructed me to treat you. If you wish to express thanks, it should be directed to her. Credu no ded honestly. The thought of soon meeting the princess stirred excitement within him. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, Chuidu entered the inner hall accompanied by 2 guards. Jiang Shaohua sat serenely, her expression calm, revealing no trace of emotional turbulence. Chuidu suppressed his excitement, approaching respectfully to express his gratitude. Only for Meng Sanbao to whisper in his ear, you should kneel to show your gratitude. Kui du. The life-saving grace, the shelter and treatment received, is a debt akin to rebirth. Furthermore, it is customary to kneel in homage. As Chuidu mentally prepared himself to bend his knee, he felt a surge of discomfort. Jiang Shaohua observed Chuidu's expression of solemn determination, finding it somewhat amusing, and casually remarked, Enough, there is no need to kneel. Simply stand there. Chuidu sighed inwardly in relief and expressed his thanks. Jiang Shaohua instructed everyone to exit, signaling with her eyes for Chuidu to step closer. Unaware that this was also a form of grace, Chuidu naturally approached Jiang Shaohua. Jiang Shaohua rose, regardless of her inner thoughts. Her exterior appeared to be that of a child of about 10 years. Their heights were similar, allowing them to meet eye to eye. Jiang Shaohua regarded Credu, who met her gaze with composure. Even if Chen Zhua and the others were present, they would not dare to maintain such eye contact with her. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, indeed. Jiang Shaohua was unperturbed, inquiring, Have your external injuries healed? Chuidu nodded vigorously. Can I not yet speak? Chuidu continued to nod. Jiang Shaohua remarked, Do not rush. Take your medicine slowly, and perhaps you will suddenly find your voice. Credu si guide si don't. Who knows how this came to be? Suddenly, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place, his body diminished, and his voice inexplicably lost. Were it not for the princess's grace, he would have had nowhere to go. Had I not taken you in, given your condition upon arrival, you would likely have been deemed a demon and cast into the flames. Jiang Shaohua's voice resonated softly. I have stated before, this estate does not harbor idlers. Did you not claim to excel at farming? You shall join the spring plowing ceremony tomorrow. Chuidu immediately returned to his senses, retrieving a folded sheet of paper from his sleeve and presenting it. Chapter 35. Offering a treasure, what is this for? Jiang Shaohua's brow furrowed slightly as she unfolded the paper, revealing a charcoal sketch. Upon closer inspection, she could not help but exclaim softly. The spring plowing ceremony of the Nanyang County was traditionally presided over by her grandfather, the Duke of Nanyang. She had attended since the age of 4, instantly recognizing the plow depicted in the drawing. However, it differed from the commonly seen long, straight plow. The long beam had been shortened, and the straight beam had been curved, appearing much more compact and manageable. Agriculture is the foundation of the nation, and farming tools are of utmost importance to the common people, akin to the weapons wielded by soldiers. If improvements could be made, it would be a great benefit to the country and its citizens. Noticing Jiang Shaohua's intense focus on the drawing without a word, Chengdu assumed she did not understand and quickly produced another sheet, unfolding it before her eyes. This paper featured two simple drawings. One depicted a farmer struggling with a long, straight plow, capturing the farmer's weariness with just a few strokes. The artistry was indeed remarkable. Following that was another illustration of a farmer effortlessly guiding the new curved plow, his expression light and joyful. Jiang Shaohua's gaze toward Chengdu softened, her voice gentle. Is this new design truly so effective? Chengdu nodded firmly, gesturing with his hands. This was a revolutionary tool of the agricultural era, a testament to the wisdom of the laboring populace. Jiang Shaohua found no difficulty in understanding his gestures. His confident demeanor was unmistakable. Without wasting a moment, she promptly summoned someone. Please invite Master Shun in. The servant, Ta Bai, acknowledged the command and withdrew. Jiang Shaohua was in high spirits as she patiently explained to Chengdu, this Master Shun, whose full name is Shun Mu, excels in construction. He serves at the Wang residence, overseeing the workshop affairs. There are over a dozen craftsmen in the workshop, most of whom are skilled in crafting agricultural tools. I have invited him to review the blueprints, so the craftsman can produce a new model of the yoke plow. If it truly turns out as splendid as your drawing, I shall award you a significant merit. The rewards for such merit are beyond imagination. Just one glance at the gentle, smiling eyes of the princess is worth it. Chengdu couldn't help but grin widely. Jiang Shaohua beamed back at him, inviting him to sit down while instructing Yin Zhu to serve tea and snacks. It was nearing evening, and after half a day without food, both were indeed a bit hungry. Chengdu, not one to be courteous, sat down and picked up a delicate pastry. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. It was wonderfully sweet and soft, truly delightful. For the past few days, he had been eating the same meals as the guards, which, although plentiful in meat and oil, lacked flavor, merely sufficient to fill the stomach. Today, however, he was truly enjoying something delectable. He devoured a plate of pastries and sipped a cup of fragrant tea, feeling utterly at ease. Jiang Shaohua observed him with amusement. Having been born into a noble family, she had always been surrounded by maids and personal guards, all of whom treated her with the utmost respect. In her previous life, after entering the palace, she found companions of similar status but had to maintain a facade of elegance and composure at all times, essentially, always putting on an act. But Chengdu was refreshingly candid. Fully aware that her words could determine his future or even his life, he displayed no signs of timidity or fear. Are you full? Would you like another serving? Jiang Shaohua exhibited patience and generosity towards capable individuals. Chengdu gestured a few times, and Jiang Shaohua understood. He was indicating his desire to take a portion home for supper. What? Can you not get used to the food at the Wang residence? Chengdu nodded without hesitation, revealing his picky nature. Jiang Shaohua chuckled and turned to Yinzhu, packed some pastries into a box for him to take away. Also, relay my instructions that starting today, the kitchen shall prepare meals specifically for Chengdu according to Master Shun standards. Yinzhu complied, unable to resist casting a glance at Chengdu. This little mute must have accomplished something remarkable for the princess to treat him with such courtesy. Just then, Ta Bai entered. Your Highness, Master Shun has arrived and is waiting outside. Please let Master Shun in. When Shun Mu entered the inner hall, he exhibited even greater deference than usual. This was the princess's private quarters, and, as a grown man, he should not have been allowed inside. However, at the princess's summons, he had no choice but to muster his courage. I pay my respects to the princess. Shen Mu bowed, stealing a glance at the young boy sitting casually nearby, unable to suppress his astonishment. Who is this? He dares to sit so casually before the princess. Master Shun, here is a blueprint for a new yoke plow. Please examine it closely. Jiang Shaohua personally handed the blueprint to Shen Mu. Suppressing his curiosity, he focused intently on it. To the untrained eye, it may seem entertaining, but to a craftsman, it reveals the nuances of the craft. As he studied the blueprint, Shun Mu's previously stern expression brightened, and disregarding the propriety of maintaining eye contact with the princess, he eagerly inquired, Your Highness, where did this blueprint originate? Jiang Shaohua countered with a question of her own. Can the workshop create a new yoke plow based on this blueprint? Shamu hesitated slightly. I shall take some men to give it a try. However, producing all the components for assembly and testing them from just this blueprint is no easy task. It will take at least a month or two. Chui Du, having prepared for this, pulled out another piece of paper from his sleeve and presented it to the princess. Jiang Shaohua opened it and found that the new yoke plow was divided into numerous components, each drawn with meticulous detail and annotated with peculiar markings indicating precise measurements. Even an amateur could discern the blueprint's value at a glance. Jiang Shaohua handed the blueprint to Shenmu. Upon recognizing its significance, Shenmu declared emphatically, I shall head to the workshop immediately. For the spring plowing ceremony in 2 days, Your Highness may use either the long straight yoke plow or this new model. A diligent servant is indeed a true subject. Jiang Shaohua smiled warmly and instructed, Inju, serve tea to Master Shun. Shenmu, neglecting the tea, scrutinized Chui Du from head to toe, his eyes practically gleaming. Your Highness, where did you discover such talent? Jiang Shaohua replied playfully. He fell from the heavens. Oh, Your Highness, you jest. Why not say he was unearthed from the ground? Shenmu thought to himself, but said, such talent should not be wasted outside the workshop. The craftsmen there are adept at creating agricultural tools and weapons, yet few can read or write, and even fewer can draft blueprints. Jiang Shaohua chuckled. Chui Du has great potential. I have other plans for him. Disappointment flickered in Shenmu's eyes as he took the 2 blueprints and took his leave. His footsteps hurried, clearly determined to work through the night to create the new yoke plow. Chui Du glanced at Jiang Shaohua's satisfied expression, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He retrieved his charcoal pencil and paper, quickly sketching something, then eagerly presented it to Jiang Shaohua. Chapter 36. Joyful exchange. This method of communication was indeed unique. Jiang Shaohua smiled as she glanced at the drawing. It depicted a field with a young boy standing at the edge, surrounded by a group of figures. Chui Du's artistic skills were remarkable. With just a few strokes of his charcoal pencil, he captured the essence of a scene. Jiang Shaohua understood immediately. He was indicating that he was now fit and ready to lead others in farming. Chui Du straightened his chest and gestured expansively, implying that the larger the field, the better. Jiang Shaohua was amused and casually remarked, very well, after the spring plowing ceremony, I shall arrange for you to visit a farm where you may cultivate to your heart's content for a year. I expect to see results after 1 year. Chui Du's confidence swelled, and he patted his chest vigorously. After all, he was just a child of 25, with the spirit of a 10-year-old. Jiang Shaohua laughed again. Inju, please escort Chui Du and remind Meng Sanbao to treat him kindly. You must not bully him. Inju and Meng Sanbao shared a childhood bond, having grown up together, and their families had long intended a union. At just 14, Inju was of an age to serve, and Meng Sanbao was not much older, so a few years' wait was inconsequential. In her previous life, Inju had not married Meng Sanbao, passing away in the palace instead. After a serious illness, Meng Sanbao had ceased to smile for years. In this life, she wished for everyone around her to thrive. Unaware of her complicated feelings, Inju cheerfully agreed, holding the box of pastries as she led Chui Du outside. Chui Du nodded silently, rising to leave, but paused at the doorway, glancing back. It was now evening, and the candles had yet to be lit, leaving the inner hall dimly lit. Jiang Shaohua sat gracefully, her fair, delicate face almost glowing, her lips slightly curled in a smile that reflected her good mood. However, her eyes held a profound depth. This noble princess, elevated above the rest, was but a young girl poised to bear significant responsibilities. No wonder her thoughts were heavy. Chui Du withdrew his charcoal pencil and paper from his sleeve, laying the paper on his palm and quickly sketching with his right hand. Inju took a few steps before sensing something amiss. She turned back to see him and nearly burst into laughter. What are you doing? Truly lacking in decorum. Ignoring her, Chui Du finished his drawing and hurried to present it to Jiang Shaohua. She accepted the paper and glanced down, revealing a portrait of herself. It depicted her round face, 2 playful pigtails, squinting eyes, and a wide grin reaching her ears. It was an amusingly peculiar yet endearing likeness. Jiang Shaohua erupted in laughter, her earlier somber mood dissipating. Chui Du joined in her laughter, gesturing that in life, regardless of the circumstances, the most important thing was to be joyful. Jiang Shaohua, with an unusual understanding, chuckled softly If you diligently perform your duties and present more innovative plow designs like today's, this princess shall be quite pleased. Chuidu donned his most earnest expression and nodded vigorously. Inju, slightly astonished, observed the little mute who, despite his inability to speak, adeptly managed to amuse the princess. Thus, she decided not to dwell on his peculiar behavior. After a brief pause, as Chuidu emerged, she spoke. When you meet the princess in the future, you must be respectful and abide by the rules. Rudeness is unacceptable. By the way, you have yet to learn the etiquette of the royal residence. I shall ask Brother Meng to teach you. Chuidu was not particularly keen on this advice, letting it go in one ear and out the other. Meng Sanbao and Qin, who awaited outside the courtyard, and upon seeing Inju, Meng Sanbao darted over. Sister Inju, why did you personally escort the little mute? Inju replied with a soft laugh. The princess holds him in high regard, so she asked me to see him back. She specifically instructed me to remind you not to bully him. This box of pastries is also a gift from the princess. Meng Sanbao was perplexed. This little mute, with his frail limbs, is hardly a match for me. He cannot even utter a word. Why does the princess value him so much? Qin, who interjected with a smile. Just now, the princess called for Master Shun, who was cradling the papers like a treasure. Could it be that this little mute presented something valuable to the princess? The little mute rarely ventured out, often doodling with charcoal. Did he truly create something of worth? Meng Sanbao shook his head, deciding not to ponder it further. Whatever the princess commanded, he would follow without question. He promptly adjusted his demeanor and courteously said, Little mute, you may leave first. Puis tu répondais, Ph. You are the little mute. Your entire family is mute. Shen Mu strode into the workshop, his lean face radiating enthusiasm, his voice considerably louder than usual. Everyone gathered round. The workshop had a row of workrooms, with craftsmen sharing spaces. Various tools, such as axes, saws, and measuring sticks, were scattered throughout. At Shen Mu's call, over a dozen craftsmen swiftly assembled. When Shen Mu unveiled the design, it sparked an animated discussion among the craftsmen. I've long found the traditional straight plow cumbersome and laborious. This new design is compact and saves on materials. It's even curved. It should be much easier to maneuver. Let's see how it performs. We must construct one for testing. The timber was readily available, and they could assemble it overnight, but the plowshare and moldboard required fine ironwork, which would have to wait until the following day. Shen Mu cast a glance over the craftsmen. In 2 days, we have the spring plowing ceremony. I made a bold promise to the princess that she would use the new plow then. Let's work hard and ensure it's ready. A craftsman surnamed Lu eagerly replied. Rest assured, Master Shun, the royal residence provides us with ample sustenance. It's time we put our skills to use. A couple of days without sleep is nothing. The other craftsmen echoed his sentiment. They hailed from artisan families, not particularly lowly, yet not elevated either. The Prince of Nanyang treated them generously, and their stipends were sufficient to support their families. Even after the prince's death a year ago, they had not lacked in pay. They had grown weary of idleness, and more tasks from the princess would bring them peace of mind. Shen Mu nodded approvingly and began to make arrangements. According to the design, the new plow consisted of 11 parts, with the plowshare and moldboard crafted from iron, assigned to 2 blacksmiths. The remaining 9 components were wooden and distributed among the other craftsmen. The Lu craftsman gazed at the precise measurements on the blueprint, almost unable to part with it. Master Shun, who designed this blueprint? Shen Mu withheld the information. That is not for you to inquire about. Focus on your assigned tasks. The Lu craftsman nodded, reluctantly parting with the blueprint. After a lifetime of craftsmanship, he lamented that he could not draw plans himself. That night, the workshop's candlelight burned until dawn. Chapter 37, Spring Plowing, Part 1. 2 days swiftly passed. The spring plowing ceremony was a significant event. Jiang Shaohua arose early, training for half an hour at the martial arts grounds, shooting 3 rounds of arrows, then bathing, grooming, and dressing. Her long hair was styled and adorned with a jeweled crown, dressed in the attire of a princess. The crown, crafted from red gold, was embedded with numerous large pearls, interspersed with rubies and sapphires, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The bright yellow ceremonial gown, embroidered with golden threads in the shape of mystical birds, was intricate, heavy, and extraordinarily opulent. A 10-year-old girl donned such attire, appearing somewhat burdened, yet Jiang Shaohua's noble demeanor exuded authority, effortlessly carrying it. Her sparkling eyes radiated brilliance. making it difficult for others to gaze directly at her. Officials, including Chen Zhua and Feng Wenming, were clad in official garb, each displaying a respectful demeanor. Song Yuan, dressed in military attire, led a contingent of guards, among whom was a notably striking young boy of similar stature to the princess. Chen Zhua, having heard of Cui Du from the princess, was meeting him for the first time and cast a cursory glance. His hair was short and somewhat peculiar, yet his countenance was exceedingly handsome, radiating clarity and openness. His temperament was unknown, but his first impression was favorable. Having heard that the workshop had been bustling for 2 days and nights to create a new plow, Chen Zhua redirected his gaze and remarked with a smile, "Will the princess be trying out the new plow at today's ceremony?" During the past 2 days' discussions in the study, Shen Mu had not made an appearance, but Chen Zhua was well aware of the situation. Jiang Shaohua slightly nodded yes. "If the new plow proves efficient and easy to use, we shall promote its use." Anything beneficial for agriculture was of great importance. Chen Zhua's spirits lifted as he murmured, "Master Shen will undoubtedly earn significant merit this time." The true merit belonged to Cui Du, the one who presented the design. In the presence of the crowd, Jiang Shaohua said little, merely smiling softly. At that moment, Lu Jianma, who had been ill for several days, arrived. Lu Xian had publicly embarrassed himself days prior, and had since been claiming illness. Jiang Shaohua had sent people daily to inquire and deliver medicine, maintaining the fade of propriety without personally visiting. After several days, the father and daughter finally met again, their gazes locking, each harboring complex emotions. At least Lu Xian's emotions were notably intricate. As a father, he felt the weight of his position. He could not assert himself before his daughter, who was the esteemed princess of Nanyang. He had acted too hastily, revealing his ambitions too soon. Jiang Shaohua, having been nurtured by the Prince of Nanyang, possessed a sharpness beyond her years. Even without reaching adulthood, she was a formidable force. Anyone attempting to encroach upon her domain would face her ferocity. He had misjudged her as an opponent, underestimating her capacity. From this day forth, he would temper his arrogance, adopting a demeanor of patience and compliance, biding his time for a better opportunity. He could outlast his father-in-law, the Prince of Nanyang, as well as wait until his daughter was wed. "I have recovered from my illness," Lu Xian requested gently, "and wish to accompany the princess to the spring plowing ceremony. I hope for your permission." Jiang Shaohua appeared to have forgotten the prior discord between them, smiling as she nodded. "If you wish to go, then let us go together." Lu Xian gratefully thanked the princess for her kindness, then tactfully positioned himself among the officials. His lowly posture elicited a quiet admiration from Chen Zhua. This Lu Xian possessed exceptional composure and should not be underestimated. Chen Zhua exchanged glances with the princess, silently inquiring whether she wished for Lu Jianma to stand closer. Jiang Shaohua's gaze flickered noncommittal. Chen Zhua understood and withdrew his gaze. The princess was only willing to grant so much dignity. Lu Jianma had brought this upon himself. Shen Mu arrived last, yet no one criticized him. Having endured 2 sleepless nights, his gaunt face bore signs of exhaustion, and his eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Shaohua empathized with her subordinate. "Master Shen has been awake for 2 days and nights. He must be utterly fatigued. Please rest a moment in the carriage." The centerpiece of the spring plowing ceremony was the act of tilling the fields, and all officials were expected to participate. Shen Mu was no exception. A brief respite in the carriage was a gracious concession from the princess. Shen Mu expressed his gratitude. Following closely was eunuch Zhao. Jiang Shaohua greeted everyone with a smile. As the crowd gathered, she was the first to step out of the main gate of the royal residence, followed by a formidable entourage of officials and military generals. Cui Du, positioned closely behind the princess alongside Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao, could easily catch a glimpse of that slender figure. The grandeur of the occasion was truly impressive. As the carriage turned out of the royal grounds and onto the spacious street, the bustling thoroughfare had been cleared in advance, with citizens lining both sides. Upon the arrival of the princess's procession, cheers erupted from the crowd. "Long live the princess! May the heavens bless Nanyang and the princess!" The thunderous calls ignited a surge of passion within Cui Du, who felt an inexplicable excitement, nearly raising his arms in a cheer himself. Inside the carriage, Jiang Shaohua, listening to the waves of sound outside, felt a long-lost fervor swell in her heart. This was Nanyang County. Its people were her subjects. This place was her home, her roots. In this lifetime, she would never abandon her people. Their affection for her stemmed from her grandfather's legacy. He had served as the Prince of Nanyang for decades, known for his benevolence and kindness towards the populace. Now, a year after his passing, the citizens had transferred their admiration and affection to her. She instructed Inju and Tu Bai to lift the curtains on either side of the carriage. Once the fine bamboo curtains were drawn, Jiang Shaohua turned and waved to the people, smiling. The cheers grew even more fervent. Song Yuan, riding a fine horse, remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings, while the guard were equally alert, their eyes wide open. It was no exaggeration to say that not even a fly could approach. Chunjua and Feng Wenming shared a carriage. Observing the scene, Chunjua remarked with satisfaction, "The princess, like the prince, cherishes the people." Feng Wenming leaned out to take a look and chuckled softly. When the prince made his rounds, the people's cheers were not nearly as loud. Chunjua chuckled in response. People possess a natural sympathy for the vulnerable. The young and beautiful princess inspired more familiarity than fear among the citizens. After an hour, they arrived at the fields. Although the farmland lay outside the city, this particular plot was an exception, situated conveniently within the city limits. The grains harvested here were exclusively supplied to the royal residents. Each year, the spring plowing ceremony of Nanyang County was also held here. Upon entering the fields, Chui Du's eyes widened in wonder. Everywhere he looked were fertile lands, a scene only found in his dreams. Could it be that the princess intended to gift him a piece of this land? He would gladly toil for her lifetime. Stop daydreaming. Meng Sanbao pulled Chui Du from his reverie. The princess is changing to farm. We must follow her into the fields. Hurry. Chapter 38. Spring Plowing. Part 2. There was a row of houses by the fields. Jiang Shaohua entered the first one, shedding her heavy, ornate gown for more practical attire. The delicate crown was also removed, her long hair braided neatly down her back. Simple and agile, her outfit was suitable for plowing and farming. The officials waited patiently for her to re-emerge, and once she did, they also changed into appropriate clothing. The guards, dressed in military attire, had no need to change. Meng Sanbao turned to speak with Qin Hu, but was surprised to find Chui Du missing. Upon searching, he found him squatting by the edge of the field, touching the dark soil. Amused yet exasperated, Meng Sanbao strode over, lifting Chui Du by the back of his collar, as one would a chick. "There's dirt everywhere. What is so fascinating about it? Stay close to us." Chui Du was helplessly dragged away, his eyes lingering on the rich black earth, top-quality farmland. As Jiang Shaohua's figure came into view, Chui Du's gaze was again entranced. The princess, previously adorned in lavish finery, now appeared as an amiable neighbor, beautiful and approachable. Sensing his gaze, she turned and smiled lightly at him. The sun was warm, and he felt a flush on his face. Meng Sanbao caught sight of the blushing, foolishly grinning Chui Du and secretly rolled his eyes. The spring plowing ceremony commenced. He should focus on the proceedings. Xiao Yuanshang, serving as the chief steward, was committed to his duties without respite. He announced loudly, "The workshop presents the plow." Shen Mu responded earnestly and called over several craftsmen. Two of them carried a long, traditional plow, a familiar agricultural tool, while the other two presented a smaller, distinctly different design. Zhao Gonggong, intrigued, inquired with a smile, "Princess, I have never seen such a style of plow. Is it a new invention from the workshop? I wonder how effective it is." Shen Mu, being straightforward, was about to reveal that it was Chui Du's design when the princess interjected with a smile, "Indeed. Today we have two types of plows to test." Shen Mu fell silent, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It was not his achievement, so why should he receive the credit? The young boy, Chui Du, was the one who truly deserved recognition. Searching for Chui Du's figure, Shen Mu noticed no trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, he wore a dreamy expression, lost in thought. The craftsman placed both plows in the field. Jiang Shaohua stepped forward to grasp the long traditional plow, exerting a moderate effort as she moved steadily forward. The soil turned as she passed, releasing the unique fragrance of spring earth. The officials followed closely behind, silently admiring her poise. The princess plowed with admirable skill, displaying no signs of delicacy. After a while, they began to perspire slightly, while the princess remained composed, unflustered, and went on to try the new plow. Upon grasping it, Jiang Shaohua immediately felt the difference. The new plow was not only lighter and easier to handle, but also remarkably agile in turns. With the same effort, the speed of plowing increased significantly. Calculating the efficiency, it seemed that with the new plow, they could save at least a third of the time on the same piece of land. For spring plowing, every day, saved meant less labor. Jiang Shaohua felt a profound joy as she maneuvered the new plow back and forth, saying nothing but, "Chun Zhang sure. Do come and try the new plow." Chunjua, eager to participate, readily approached and took hold of the new plow. After a round of plowing, he was utterly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly splendid. This new plow is lightweight and efficient. If the citizens can use it, they will have to toil less. Old Feng, you should try it too." Just as Feng Wenming was about to step forward, Zhao Gonggong, wafting in with a sweet scent, dashed ahead, saying, "I too wish to give it a try." Chenjua, not wanting to offend Zhao Gonggong, smiled and replied, "I apologize for my earlier oversight. It was only right to invite Zhao Gonggong first. Please forgive me." Zhao Gonggong's alluring gaze fell on Chenjua's face. Once a handsome young scholar, he now bore the marks of age, but his face still retained a charming elegance. Chenjua discreetly shook off any discomfort, maintaining his composure as he instructed Qiu Jianshan, accompany Zhao Gonggong in plowing. "We must not tire him." Qiu Yuanshang, somewhat resigned, responded and stepped forward. Zhao Gonggong immediately called out, "I am rather weak. Please assist me, Lord Qiu." As soon as Qiu Yuanshang placed his hand on the plow, Zhao Gonggong's hand eagerly sought his. With a flirtatious gaze, Zhao Gonggong coaxed Qiu Yuanshang, who suppressed his nausea and joined him in plowing. Soon, Qiu Yuanshang recognized the brilliance of the new plow, exclaiming in surprise. Zhao Gonggong's eyes sparkled with excitement. After finishing the task, he hurriedly approached Jiang Shaohua, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Princess, this new plow is a significant contribution to the court." Jiang Shaohua smiled and replied, "I was just about to ask Zhao Gonggong to take this new plow back to the capital as a gift for Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager." Zhao Gonggong beamed with joy, readily accepting the request. The officials, intrigued, lined up one after another to try their hand at plowing. When it was Shun Mu's turn, his excitement brought tears to his eyes. As a craftsman, the ability to create a new type of plow that benefits agriculture is a remarkable honor. Owing to this innovative plow, the spring plowing ceremony saw a fervent rush among everyone to till the fields. After one round, another began, and soon, Song Yuan and his guards joined the efforts. Within a short span of time, they managed to cultivate a vast expanse of land. The estate's manager, Pei, watched with envy and, with a bold demeanor, requested to partake in the plowing as well. Jiang Shaohua, in a cheerful mood, instructed manager Pei to prepare a meal as it was already noon. Manager Pei hurriedly agreed, promising to instruct the kitchen to set the table. The estate boasted fresh vegetables, as well as pigs, cows, sheep, and a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese. The two cooks had been busy since dawn, slaughtering pigs and sheep, and after half a day's toil, they prepared 2 lavish feasts. Jiang Shaohua, along with Master Zhao, Director Chun, Director Feng, and Commander Song, sat at one table, while several other officials occupied another. The 50 accompanying guards also enjoyed a sumptuous meal, with 4 large platters filled with meat dishes. The braised pork piled high and the lamb soup wafting an enticing aroma. Cui Du, initially seated beside Meng Sanbao, had yet to touch his chopsticks when Yin Zhu approached with a radiant smile, inviting him to join the officials at their table. Meng Sanbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Enqin, who was equally astonished. How did the little mute become young Master Cui? Why did the princess specifically invite him to the table? Cui Du and Fazed stood and followed Yin Zhu to the officials' table, taking a seat beside Shen Mu. Shen Mu, typically reserved and somewhat eccentric, was unusually cheerful today. His gaze towards Cui Du filled with admiration. "How old is young Master Cui this year?" he inquired. Cui Du gestured to his throat and shook his head. Shen Mu was taken aback. "Young Master Cui cannot speak?" Cui Du nodded. "What a pity. A young mute, destined not to enter the officialdom." However, it was perhaps wise not to draw too much attention. Shen Mu, being a practical man, considered this and quietly remarked, "The creation of this new plow is a significant matter for the nation and the people. Your contributions are paramount and cannot be overshadowed. Even if the princess chooses not to publicize it, I will remember. Should the court reward me with a promotion, I will not decline. If there are any monetary rewards, I shall forego them entirely and allocate them to you." Cui Du graciously accepted, nodding in agreement. In his era, It was not uncommon for superiors to seek credit for accomplishments. Shen Mu, unbeknownst to Cui Du's thoughts, proactively served dishes to him. Yang Zhengwan observed this interaction with interest. Noting Shen Mu's unusual attentiveness towards Cui Du, Shen Mu, known for his taciturn nature, was now showing remarkable kindness. Meng Sanbao, meanwhile, was oblivious to these developments, as he had been languishing in a daze, waiting for official correspondence. What has this little mute done? Qin Hu nudged Meng Sanbao. Why does the princess treat him with such courtesy? Why does Yinzhu refer to him as young Master Cui? Only now did Meng Sanbao close his mouth, pondering. How would I know? It seems Yinzhu's warnings from a few days ago were sincere. We ought to treat the little mute with more respect. Qin Hu shot him a look. He should not be called the little mute. He should be addressed as young Master Cui. Reluctantly, Meng Sanbao acquiesced very well. Young Master Cui. He racked his brain and suddenly had a revelation, whispering, a few days ago, the little mute expressed gratitude to the princess. After which Shen Mu led the craftsman to create the new plow, achieving great merit. Could this be related to him? Qin Hu stroked his chin. It's highly likely. I never anticipated the little mute possessed such talents. We ought not to bully him henceforth. After lunch, everyone returned to the residence. Master Zhao was preoccupied with thoughts of the contributions made, and after returning, he boldly requested the new plow that had been used for half a day. Jiang Shaohua did not mind. The craftsman could replicate one from the blueprint, easily producing dozens more. This first plow held extraordinary significance and was most suitable for presentation to Empress Sheng. Jiang Shaohua summoned Shen Mu, entrusting him with an important task. Shen Mu, you have witnessed the utility of the new plow during today's spring ceremony. Not only does it conserve wood, but it also saves labor. You must immediately take your craftsmen to produce more of these plows. The other counties may miss this spring plowing opportunity, but we must ensure the people of Nanyang County benefit first. Shen Mu readily agreed. However, Jiang Shaohua felt a twinge of concern and inquired. With the need to expand the granary, will your workshop be able to manage? Shen Mu replied, relying solely on a handful of craftsmen will not suffice. I humbly request the princess to issue an order to summon all carpenters and blacksmiths in Nanyang County. We must first produce a batch of new plows. We will also need to recruit some masons, as the site for the granary has been selected and the timber is nearly prepared. Work can commence once spring plowing concludes. Jiang Shaohua smiled in admiration, praising, Shen Mu, you indeed fulfill your duties with utmost dedication. Once the new plow is presented to the court, there shall certainly be rewards. And I also intend to bestow generous gifts. Shen Mu immediately responded, I merely perform my duties. I cannot accept such high praise from the princess. If there are rewards, they should go to young Master Cui and the craftsmen in the workshop. Rest assured, all shall be rewarded, Jiang Shaohua replied with a smile. Shen Mu, with a serious demeanor, insisted, young Master Cui should receive the foremost credit. Jiang Shaohua nodded. I have other plans for him, so do not concern yourself with bringing him into the workshop. Shen Mu, realizing his intentions had been uncovered, felt no embarrassment. I merely hope to ask young Master Cui to draft several designs. This way, we could divide the craftsmen into groups, each with a design, which will expedite the production of the new plows. Jiang Shaohua found this idea commendable and immediately instructed, please summon young Master Cui. After a short while, Cui Du, now elevated to young Master Cui, approached with confidence. Jiang Shaohua warmly addressed him, saying, I wish to promote the new plow in Nanyang County and will summon carpenters and blacksmiths. We need several copies of the design. Would you be able to prepare 20? Shen Mu, wasn't he at just a few? Why has the princess now requested 20? Cui Du, undeterred by the workload, nodded vigorously, his spirit high, and looked at Jiang Shaohua with eager anticipation. Jiang Shaohua, recognizing his thoughts, smiled and added, the estate you visited today is only 200 mu, a small plot. Once you complete the designs, I will take you outside the city to see the larger estates. Choose any that you like. There are even larger ones available for your selection. Cui Du's heart soared, and a smile spread across his face. With no further words, he retrieved a fine charcoal pencil and a stack of pre-cut paper from his sleeve, beginning to sketch the designs. Shen Mu, initially intending to take his leave, found it hard to depart and, with a bold demeanor, moved closer to assist in laying out the paper while stealing glances at the drawings. Jiang Shaohua chuckled softly and instructed someone to invite Qinzhua and phone Wan Ming to discuss the promotion of the new plow. Qinzhua promptly stated, I shall draft the official document immediately and then seek the princess's seal. All official documents from the Nanyang Duke's residence have been drafted by Jiang Shaohua. Over the past year, Jiang Shaohua had merely acted as a human stamp, responsible for affixing the seal. Jiang Shaohua glanced at Jiang Shaohua, who quickly realized his oversight and respectfully corrected himself. I shall draft the document, and I request the princess to review it. If there are any shortcomings, I shall revise it. Now that is commendable, Jiang Shaohua responded, satisfied. Thank you, Director Chen. Summoning craftsmen would entail issuing wages, and Feng Wenming, a capable official, understood his responsibilities without needing instruction. I will calculate the expenses and allocate funds to the workshop. Chapter 40, Identity, Part 1. After addressing the official matters, Chen Zhuo and Feng Wenming exchanged knowing glances, turning in unison. The mysterious little mute, who seemingly descended from the heavens, is capable of drafting designs for a novel plow. Observing his swift and adept strokes, one cannot help but indulge in fanciful musings. Perhaps the little mute's mind is filled with myriad such blueprints. The princess has certainly stumbled upon a treasure. Chen Zhuo gently suggested, My lady, should we mention the significant contributions of young Master Chui in the memorial? Jiang Shaohua replied coolly, There is no need. His origins are ambiguous. He cannot speak, and he is so young. It would be unwise to draw excessive attention to him. I shall not treat him poorly. There are 3 vacant positions in the official residence. Let him choose where to reside. From now on, his provisions will be comparable to those of Master Shan. Mistakes shall be punished, and merits rewarded. This is only just. Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement. Feng Wenming, upon hearing the phrase, so young, felt a curious sensation within. The princess is of a similar age to the little mute, is she not? While it is commendable that she is calm and composed, it does, however, diminish the vivacious spirit expected of a girl her age. Jiang Shaohua cast a glance his way. Does Master Feng have something to convey? Feng Wenming steadied himself. I was contemplating, if young Master Chui resides in the official residence, he must have a title. Jiang Shaohua nodded in approval. Indeed, Master Feng is quite considerate. Please ponder what title would be suitable for him. Feng Wenming replied, as a loyal subject. It is my duty to alleviate the concerns of my sovereign. I propose we declare that young Master Chui is a distant relative of the princess, having lost all elders, and has come to seek refuge with her. To retain the little mute, a reasonable and fitting identity must be established. Chen Zhuo pondered briefly and countered, This is inappropriate. The princess is still young, and as she ages, young Master Chui, being of a similar age, should not be entangled with her, lest there arise unpleasant rumors in the future, such as having raised a potential son-in-law since childhood. Chen Zhuo's reminder resonated with Feng Wenming, who, filled with self-reproach, rose to apologize. I have not considered all angles. I could beg the princess's forgiveness. Jiang Shaohua smiled. Master Feng's good intentions shall not incur my ire. After a moment, she added, My grandmother had a biological sister who married into the Chui family of bowling, and 2 years ago my aunt passed away. We shall assert that young Master Chui is a descendant of my aunt, seeking refuge with Commander Song. Song Yuan is the nephew of the late Princess of Beihai, having come to Nanyang County at the age of 15 to serve as the commander of the Royal Guards. It is commonplace for a nephew to seek refuge with his uncle, and the princess's generosity towards young Master Chui, in light of Commander Song's reputation, is quite reasonable. Feng Wenming readily concurred. Chen Zhuo, being meticulous, delved deeper into the matter. It was evident that the princess had long intended to keep the little mute, and this identity had been carefully considered beforehand. Today's discussion merely provided an opportunity for its revelation. Chui Du remained engrossed in his drawings, oblivious to the fact that he had become the nephew of the esteemed Commander Song. As the light dimmed, Yingzhu ignited the candelabra with a fire stick. 8 candles flickered to life, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. After laboring over his designs, Chui Du rubbed his wrist, exhaling deeply. When he finally looked up, he noticed several individuals had gathered nearby, all staring at him. Feeling uneasy under their gaze, he instinctively sought solace from the most familiar figure, the princess. She smiled gently. Do not be alarmed. Masters Chun and Feng are merely curious to see the designs you have created. Chen Zhuo and Feng Wenming exchanged warm smiles, but unbeknownst to them, their smiles were rather intimidating, reminiscent of a smiling tiger. Chui Du mentally scoffed, though he maintained a docile demeanor. Jiang Shaohua added, By the way, this is your uncle, Commander Song. You should pay your respects. After a brief moment, Cui Du regained his composure. How splendid! The princess has bestowed upon him a legitimate identity. Commander Song, being both a relative and a trusted confidant of the princess, is someone she even refers to as uncle in private. Addressing him as uncle presents no disadvantage to Cui Du delighted. He promptly set aside his charcoal pencil and offered a respectful bow to Commander Song. Song Yuan, naturally stern and serious, displayed little mirth at this joyous reunion, merely nodding and helping Cui Du to rise. Chun Zhua heartily proclaimed, "Reunions between uncles and nephews are indeed joyous occasions. Let us partake in the festivities." He produced a jade pendant from his waist and gifted it to Cui Du as a token of celebration. Feng Wenming, who had no penchant for ostentation, offered his customary gold abacus instead, a small, exquisite piece that could fit into a sleeve pocket. Shenmu, feeling somewhat awkward, fidgeted with his fingers before deciding to remove the jade ring from his own hand. Cui Du was about to decline the gifts when his newly acknowledged uncle interjected. "These are tokens from your elders. You should graciously accept them." Cui Du obediently accepted them, tucking them into his sleeve. Jiang Shaohua, smiling at the scene, then declared, "I also have a gift for you, young Master Cui. I shall have someone deliver it to your residence this evening." Cui Du had learned the first rule at the Nanyang royal residence, to show respect to the princess. Upon hearing this, he promptly bowed in gratitude. Although Cui Du could not speak, the atmosphere of recognition was lively. Just as they were about to proceed to the dining hall, Eunuch Zhao arrived, wafting a fragrant breeze. "I too have come to join the celebration." Jiang Shaohua smiled, glancing at Qiu Yuanshang beside Eunuch Zhao. "I was just about to send someone to invite you, Eunuch Zhao." Newly arrived, Eunuch Zhao was well informed, thanks to Qiu Yuanshang's keen observations. Qiu Yuanshang, feeling somewhat uneasy under the princess's knowing gaze, averted his eyes. Chun Zhua cleared his throat, smiling as he introduced Cui Du. "Eunuch Zhao, this is young Master Cui, the nephew of Commander Song, who has come to seek refuge after losing his elders." Cui Du, understanding the importance of etiquette, promptly bowed. Having practiced his salutations, he executed the gesture quite well. Eunuch Zhao appraised him with a smile, exclaiming, "Young Master Cui possesses a fine appearance, even more handsome than I was in my youth." Cui Du felt a shiver run down his spine at the compliment. Being deemed more attractive than a eunuch, was that truly something to boast about? Lacking the finesse for such exchanges, his discomfort was evident on his face. Eunuch Zhao, a master of reading expressions, sensed the slight discontent and, with a forced smile, retorted, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to praise young Master Cui's handsomeness?" Just as Chun Zhuo was about to intervene, Jiang Shaohua smoothly interjected. "He is but a 10-year-old child who has suffered the trauma of losing his family and has been rendered mute. He has been too timid to present himself in the royal residence." Upon encountering Eunuch Zhao today, he is understandably taken aback. Eunuch Zhao's demeanor softened. "The princess is too kind to me. I truly do not deserve such praise." "Not at all," Jiang Shaohua replied, her eyes sparkling. "My grandfather often praised Eunuch Zhao for his intelligence and charm, declaring him the finest among the palace eunuchs." Eunuch Zhao chuckled heartily at the flattery. Jiang Shaohua gestured. "The meal is ready. Let us proceed to the dining hall. Eunuch Zhao, please lead the way." Eunuch Zhao quickly responded, No, princess, you honor me too greatly. You should go first. I shall follow." As Jiang Shaohua took the lead, Eunuch Zhao stepped aside, matching her pace. Chun Zhua and Feng Wenming exchanged knowing glances, hastening to follow. Song Yuan patted Cui Du on the shoulder, indicating he should stay close behind. Cui Du regained his senses and silently followed. Upon raising his head, the slender figure of the princess caught his eye. He felt a profound sense of shame. A 25-year-old man found himself utterly lacking compared to a mere 10-year-old girl, who seemed to provide him with shelter in every aspect. An hour later, the banquet concluded. Shenmu Xin, satisfied, was the first to take his leave. His sleeve pocket contained 5 drawings, with the remaining 15 to be collected from young Master Cui in 2 days. With these drawings, and by summoning all the carpenters and blacksmiths in Nanyang County, they would soon be able to produce many new-style plows. Just as the princess had said, this would allow the people of Nanyang County to benefit first. By the time autumn plowing arrived, they could be promoted throughout all the counties of Nanyang. Chun Zhua escorted Eunuch Zhao back to the courtyard on behalf of the princess and presented an ancient book as a token of gratitude, casually remarking, "Our princess, With her youthful determination, is unwilling to abandon the Nanyang royal residence, nor can she forsake the 100,000 citizens of Nanyang County. Alas, we can only disappoint the Empress Dowager's good intentions. I beg you, Eunuch Zhao, to speak kindly of the princess upon your return to the palace. Eunuch Zhao glanced at the hefty ancient book, a surge of warmth coursing through him as he chuckled. I spent quite a bit of time in Nanyang County and should return to the capital to report. Once I return to the palace, my first task will be to present the new-style plow to the Empress Dowager. Rest assured, Chun Zhongshi, I will certainly speak on behalf of the princess before the Empress Dowager, he added. Chunjua, with a grateful bow, replied, In that case, I thank you, Eunuch Zhao. Might I trouble you for an address where I can write to you in the future, occasionally sending some local specialties for Nanyang County? It was common for the grand eunuchs to maintain residences outside the palace, some even ostentatiously marrying wives and raising adopted sons. Eunuch Zhao, however, though he had no such affairs, did possess an external residence where most of his wealth was kept. Upon hearing about the local specialties, his interest was piqued. As the head of the inner servants in Jingyang Palace, he received many gifts, but none as generous as what the princess had offered. Eunuch Zhao quietly provided Chunjua with the address. Just as Chunjua was about to take his leave, Eunuch Zhao inquired, by the way, I have heard that Lord Qiu intends to resign? Chunjua maintained his composure. Indeed, Lord Qiu has already submitted his resignation to the Ministry of Personnel, and the princess has sent a memorial to the court as well. Lord Qiu will be reporting back to the ministry to request a new position. Since the eunuch is about to depart, it would be convenient for Lord Qiu to accompany him back to the capital. This last statement was crucial. Eunuch Zhao did not pry into the reasons behind Lord Qiu's resignation, but readily agreed. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohua personally informed Song Yuan, There is an empty courtyard next to the residence where my uncle lives. Let Chui do settle there. Please take good care of his needs. Song Yuan readily agreed. The young mute could draw plans, which would prove invaluable. He must be well taken care of. Leading Chui-du away, Song Yuan noticed him glance back discreetly after walking a short distance. Unfortunately, the princess did not come to see him off personally. Only Qin Zhongshi accompanied him to the door. Upon entering the courtyard, Song Yuan instructed two young servants to tidy up the east wing. He then directed Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao, young Master Chui will be staying here on his first night. He might feel uneasy. You two are familiar with him, so stay with him tonight. Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao accepted the order, exchanging glances filled with surprise. Who could have anticipated that the young mute would quickly rise to prominence? Song Yuan, this benevolent uncle, was genuinely considerate towards Chui-du, advising him, in public, refer to me as Commander Song. Privately, call me uncle. Remember, you are my nephew, Song Yuan. Cri du noded vigorously. Clinging to such a substantial tree was essential. Song Yuan continued, Your ability to draw plans is your strength. The princess holds you in high regard. You must complete the remaining 15 drawings and not disappoint her expectations. Chui-du stood tall, gesturing that he would finish them within 2 days. Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Yingzhu soon arrived with 2 brocade boxes, smiling as she said, These are gifts from the princess to young Master Chui. Before Chui-du could react, Meng Sanbao stepped forward to take the 2 boxes. They were heavier than expected, and he nearly dropped them. Sister Yingzhu, what is inside these boxes that makes them so heavy? He inquired. Yingzhu shot him a playful glare. These are for young Master Chui. He will know once he opens them. Meng Sanbao sheepishly acknowledged her. After Yingzhu departed, Song Yuan quickly left as well. Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao circled Chui-du, their curiosity piqued. Strange, we never realized you possessed such great talent. Did you truly draw the plans for the new style plow? Chui-du felt a surge of delight, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, and leisurely sat down, pulling out his charcoal pencil and drawing paper. As Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao leaned in for a closer look, they instinctively stepped back, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. In truth, the courtyard was still quite empty. With only 2 young servants tidying up, not even a fly dared to linger. Chui-du found their loyalty to the princess both amusing and touching. They had once looked down on him, yet the princess had bestowed upon him status and significance, instantly altering their attitudes. He resolved to work diligently and remain loyal to the princess as well. With the princess in his heart, he found inspiration flowing through his pen. Chui-du poured his focus into drawing one plan after another. Bang, bang, bang. It was the 3rd watch of the night. Meng Sanbao, in his habitual manner, approached to nudge the young mute, but as his hand grazed the back of Cui Du's clothing, Qin Hu cleared his throat forcefully. Meng Sanbao jolted back to attention, quickly changing his approach to assist Cui Du. Young Master Cui, it is time for bed. Having completed 5 drawings, Cui Du felt his right hand growing weary. At the sound, he set down his charcoal pencil and rose. Qin Hu stepped forward to carefully collect the finished drawings, while Meng Sanbao cradled the 2 heavy boxes. The east wing had been tidied up, far larger than the small room he had previously occupied. The spacious wooden couch was adorned with fresh bedding, and the light blue gauze curtains provided a refreshing atmosphere. Cui Du immediately fell in love with the place, delighting in exploring the room. Then he gestured for Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao to step outside. He wished to open the brocade boxes and see the gifts from the princess. They, suppressing their curiosity, exited to the adjacent empty room to spend the night. With anticipation in his heart, Cui Du opened the first brocade box. Instantly, he was blinded by a golden glow. Golden ingots, the size of a child's fist, were neatly arranged within. Cui Du was taken aback. Having loved reading since childhood, he had excelled at university and immersed himself in various agricultural experiments. He had never imagined that he would also have a fondness for gold. Holding his breath, he opened the second brocade box, revealing a soft silver glow filled to the brim with silver ingots. Cui Du couldn't help but break into a silly grin for a moment. Then he placed both boxes on the bed, resting them beside his pillow. Jiang Shaohua hardly regarded such trivial matters. The Prince of Nanyang was naturally generous and lavish. Having grown up amidst such influences, she mirrored the prince's temperament. Even in her past life in the palace, she had never worried about gold and silver. Subordinates who performed their duties should be rewarded. Indeed, the true reason behind Qiu Yuanshang's reluctance to leave Nanyang County lay in the prince's kindness and generosity. On paper, his salary was comparable to other vassal states, yet he often received additional subsidies and rewards. The annual income from this was at least doubled. That night, everyone slept soundly, except for Qiu Yuanshang, who tossed and turned, unable to find rest. After completing his tasks, Eunuch Zhao prepared to return to the palace. The princess had instructed him to escort Eunuch Zhao back to the capital. Every day, without receiving documents from the Ministry of Personnel, meant he remained a subordinate of the royal residence. The tasks assigned by the princess were not something he could refuse. Had he possessed such awareness on that day, perhaps he would not have faced expulsion. Regret is a bitter pill, and if it existed, he would have consumed a large bowl of it. The 3 beautiful concubines felt uneasy throughout the night. The next morning, they each came to Qiu Dianshan, tearfully expressing their desire to accompany him. Qiu Yuanshang, lacking any sentimentality, responded sternly, "I am on official business, escorting Eunuch Zhao back to the capital. Bring along your disarray." However, once the master departs, he may not return. What shall we 3 sisters do? The favored young concubine's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she clutched at Qiu Yuanshang's sleeve. The other 2 beauties also wept gently, disturbed by their sobs. Qiu Yuanshang glared at them and said, "Stop crying. Once I complete my duties, I will remain in the capital for a time to await a position. Once my future is secured, I shall send for you." With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode away, leaving the 3 beauties to whisper among themselves. That Zhao Gonggong is more enchanting than any woman. The master favors alluring beauties and may have been bewitched by him. The master, who is fond of the new yet nostalgic for the old, will likely forget about us in the presence of Zhao Gonggong. Fortunately, Qiu Yuanshang did not hear their lament, or he might have felt nauseated. As a robust man, he was drawn to delicate beauties and held no interest in the effeminate eunuchs. Inwardly, he harbored dark thoughts. But when he stood before Zhao Gonggong, he effortlessly transformed into a gentlemanly demeanor. "Zhao Gonggong, as you embark on your journey today, I am here on the princess's orders to escort you back to the capital." Zhao Gonggong, pleased, gazed at the manly Qiu Dianshan and replied, "Thank you, Lord Qiu. Should you require lodging in the capital, feel free to stay at our residence. We have acquaintances in the Ministry of Personnel who can assist you." Qiu Yuanshang felt his resolve soften slightly, smiling in gratitude to Zhao Gonggong. Behind him, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. It was the princess leading her attendants to bid farewell. Qiu Yuanshang, suppressing a tumult of emotions, sorrow, regret, indignation, feigned calmness as he turned to bid farewell to the princess. Jiang Shaohua, adorned in her splendid princess attire, radiated elegance and authority. Her deep, Tranquil black eyes sparkled, making it difficult to meet her gaze. "This is the final task I bestow upon you, Jiang Shaohua. Our relationship as lord and subject has been amicable. Let's part on good terms. I wish you a bright future." Jiang swallowed hard, maintaining his dignity. "I also wish the princess all success in her endeavors," though his last words bore a hint of resentment. This was the realm of men, and a woman clinging to power would face countless challenges. He would bide his time and observe the turmoil that would befall Nanyang County. Watching the princess as she lost everything, Jiang Shaohua saw through the unspoken darkness in Yuanshang's heart, but chose to ignore it. Turning to Zhao Gonggong with a smile, "I will personally see you out of the city." Gonggong, the princess's personal escort to the city gates, was a grand gesture that Zhao Gonggong appreciated, thanking her for the honor. The procession set forth, and after an hour and a half, the convoy exited the city gates. With tearful farewells exchanged, Zhao Gonggong finally began his journey. As the convoy moved further away, Jianshan, seated in the carriage, could no longer resist the urge to glance back. The familiar towering city gates had become a distant blur. He covered his face with his wide sleeve, which soon became damp with his tears. Unable to weep aloud, he pulled out a handkerchief to dry his face. He carried with him a letter of recommendation written by Chanjua, along with a 2,000 tael silver note, sufficient for him to settle in the capital for a year and a half. The princess had indeed driven him away, yet she had not mistreated him. Jiang Shaohua watched the convoy disappear, exhaling a quiet sigh. In her previous life, she had traveled with Zhao Gonggong to the capital and had not returned for over 20 years, not even in death, which had met her there. In this life, she intended to remain in Nanyang County, and no one would force her to leave even a single step. Chapter 43. The Farmstead, Part 1. The following day, Jiang Shaohua ventured out of the city once more. Nanyang County had 4 city gates, one at each cardinal direction. The eastern gate led toward the capital, while the southern gate served as the entry point for merchants, making these 2 gates the busiest. Today, she exited through the western gate, where fertile fields stretched endlessly. The citizens of Nanyang County typically used this route to cultivate their lands. Dressed in a striking red military uniform, her long hair intricately braided, she galloped through the gentle spring breeze with grace and vigor. Inju and Baiyu, both skilled equestrians, rode alongside her. Qinhu Meng Sambao and a host of personal guards accompanied them. Today, Song Yuan was unusually not on horseback. Cui Du, unable to ride, sat in the carriage, necessitating the presence of someone to keep him company. His uncle, without hesitation. Cui Du had spent the entire previous day sketching, completing 20 designs. The artisans in the workshop were busy fabricating the new plows, while Shun Mu organized and settled the carpenters and blacksmiths, working tirelessly. Young and well-rested, Cui Du's fatigue had vanished. Since exiting the city gates, his gaze had been fixed on the vast fields outside, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Song Yuan glanced out as well. Spring plowing had commenced, revealing peasants diligently tilling and weeding. It was the same every spring. What was there to see? Moreover, what was the princess's purpose in taking Cui Du out of the city? Cui Du turned to meet his uncle Song Yuan's inquisitive gaze. He gestured a farming motion and pointed to himself. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Aside from drawing designs, you also excel at farming?" Cui Du grinned, standing tall and proud. Song Yuan understood. "So, the princess intends to take you to the farmstead?" Cui Du nodded vigorously. Song Yuan contemplated for a moment before saying, "If you wish to farm, the princess has granted your request. In that case, devote yourself to managing the farmstead diligently, and do not disappoint the princess." Cui Du nodded emphatically. Just then, the carriage came to a halt. Following Song Yuan, Cui Du dismounted, revealing a cluster of farmhouse dwellings. Several elderly women were sunning themselves while twisting straw ropes and weaving baskets, and a dozen dirty children frolicked nearby. Upon seeing Jiang Shaohua, the women hurriedly set aside their tasks, pulling the children to kneel. "We pay our respects to the princess. In this southern region, only the princess possessed such beauty and grace." Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. "Please rise." Inju had already stepped forward to assist the elderly women, while Baiyu distributed malt sugar among the children. The farm children, accustomed to working in the fields from a young age, eagerly accepted the sweets, their dirty hands licking the sugary treat with glee. Cui Du observed with a quiet stir in his heart. The princess, formidable yet kind, showed compassion towards the young and vulnerable. Inquiring about the spring plowing, one of the more articulate women responded, "Princess, the weather has been splendid these past 2 days, perfect for plowing. Everyone capable has gone to the fields. In a couple of years, these children will be able to contribute." Jiang Shaohua chuckled. "They are far too young to be working the fields. And you all needn't toil day and night. Do take care of your health." The women, grateful, attempted to kneel again. Jiang Shaohua gently halted them, turning to Cui Du with a smile. "Since the villagers have gone to work, let me show you the farmstead." Cui Du nodded, instinctively stepping forward. But Song Yuan subtly pulled him back, and he understood to follow the princess respectfully. As they rounded the farmhouse, expansive fields came into view, where men and women of all ages, including children and the elderly, were laboring. The sight of such industriousness was awe-inspiring. Upon her arrival, the workers paused to bow their heads in respect. "Continue your work. There is no need for formalities," Jiang Shaohua called out, her voice carrying without effort. While most resumed their tasks, one man approached with purposeful strides. He appeared to be in his 40s, with weathered skin and calloused hands, clearly a seasoned farmer. This was the head of the farmstead, and Jiang Shaohua introduced him to Cui Du. "He is in charge of managing this farm. If you need anything, feel free to delegate your request to him." Cui Du solemnly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Then Jiang Shaohua addressed Lin Zhuangtou, saying, "This is Cui Du, the nephew of Commander Song. From a young age, he has diligently studied agricultural texts and has a passion for farming. Henceforth, you shall heed the commands of Master Cui." Lin Zhuangtou was astonished by Cui Du's youth and could hardly comprehend why a wealthy young master would abandon leisure for the toil of the fields. Nevertheless, he did not dare to delay and promptly acquiesced. Noticing Lin Zhuangtou's skepticism, Jiang Shaohua turned to instruct Qin Hu and the others to bring out the new plows. These new plows were hastily crafted yesterday in accordance with Master Cui's designs. Distribute them now, allowing everyone to try them out. Half an hour later, Lin Zhuangtou returned, visibly exhilarated. His demeanor towards Cui Du had shifted to one of respect. "Master Cui is truly talented. These new plows are lightweight and labor-saving. Even a woman could manage them. Thus, one must rely on genuine skill to thrive," Cui Du remarked with a smile, gesturing with his hand. Lin Zhuangtou looked perplexed. Jiang Shaohua gently explained, "Master Cui is momentarily unable to speak, resisting the urge to scratch his head." Lin Zhuangtou felt a tinge of embarrassment as he confessed, "I am illiterate." Jiang Shaohua, unfazed, chuckled, "No matter, Master Cui cannot write either." Lin Zhuangtou, "Everyone." Cui Du swiftly produced a stack of pre-cut paper, sketching a few lines with a charcoal pencil before handing it to Lin Zhuangtou. The drawing depicted a field with a question mark at its edge. Upon seeing it, Lin Zhuangtou's confusion dissipated. "Master Cui wishes to inquire about the size of the estate, does he not?" Cui Du nodded, relieved that they could communicate. Lin Zhuangtou responded with a smile, "There are a total of 100 ting of land. 1 ting equals 100 acres. Thus 100 ting amounts to 10,000 acres. All 10,000 acres would belong to him in the future." Créduis en somme fas flushed instantly. And he fervently nodded at Jiang Shaohua. Amused, she remarked, "You chose this estate yourself. Do not lament the labor that lies ahead." Crédu beamed, "Hudyating sunshine." Song Yuan, however, expressed concern. "Princess, perhaps it would be wiser to allow him to oversee a smaller estate first, while he is skilled at drawing. Can such a delicate and refined youth truly manage the rigors of farming?" Jiang Shaohua replied, "I have faith in him. Trust is paramount for a leader." At that moment, 6 words flashed through Cui Du's mind. "A scholar dies for his understanding friend." No, that phrase was ominous. He aspired to live long and serve the princess diligently. Chapter 44. The Estate. Part 2. Farming is an arduous endeavor. After discussing serious matters, Lin Zhuangtou excused himself and returned to the fields. Jiang Shaohua, too, did not idle, leading Cui Du on a stroll around the edges of the fields. This walk lasted an hour, during which Jiang Shaohua felt a subtle perspiration on her palms, finding it just right. Upon glancing at Cui Du, she noticed his forehead glistening with sweat as he persevered through sheer will. Jiang Shaohua chuckled. "How can you remain silent when exhausted?" As a man, he felt it improper to admit fatigue, especially compared to a young girl. Though he could not articulate his thoughts, his face betrayed his embarrassment. Jiang Shaohua laughed again and cast a glance at Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao, both adept fighters in their youth, unfazed by the distance. Song Yuan appeared calm. Even Yin Zhu and Tu Bai were far more robust than Cui Du. Riding out of the city to the estate took 2 hours round trip. Jiang Shaohua remarked to Cui Du, "With your physique, daily commutes may be too taxing. Shall I arrange for Lin Zhuangtou to prepare accommodations for you and assign 2 individuals to oversee your needs?" Cui Du hesitated briefly, but then nodded, gesturing a 3 with his hand. Jiang Shaohua smiled and replied, "Very well. Return to the royal manor every 3 days." Cui Du sighed in relief, grinning broadly. He resolutely resolved to learn horseback, riding swiftly. Once proficient, he could ride daily. Jiang Shaohua evidently shared this thought. Addressing Song Yuan, "There's a gentle mare in the royal stable. Commander Song, please select one for Cui Du and instruct him on riding." Song Yuan readily agreed. As a man, how could he not know how to ride? Moreover, he needed to practice martial arts. Without self-defense skills, one would be utterly defenseless. Cui Du remained unaware of the challenges that awaited him and gratefully bowed to his uncle. At noon, several women arrived with a wheelbarrow to deliver lunch. After calling out cheerfully, the men, women, and children in the fields set aside their tasks to gather for a meal. Cri du Montali comptait estimating over 100 people. With 10,000 acres of land, each individual needed to cultivate 70 to 80 acres. Farming was indeed a grueling task. Each year, spring and autumn sowing constituted significant events for the estate, with meals far superior to regular days. Steaming buns were abundant, accompanied by a bowl of braised pork for each, and a large bowl of bone and cabbage soup. The simple yet fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Shaohua was also feeling hungry. She quietly instructed Yin Zhu, who promptly complied, followed by Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao, who effortlessly returned with large bowls of food. Jiang Shaohua smiled. "Today, we shall all share this meal by the fields." With that, she began to eat first. If the princess could eat, her guards had no objections. The only issue was that their group of over 50 soon found the food insufficient, especially the princess, who continued to consume bun after bun. Qin Hu covertly counted in his heart, astonished, and quickly exchanged glances with Meng Sanbao. The palm-sized buns, the princess had already devoured several. How could her appetite surpass theirs? Meng Sanbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yin Zhu, however, paid no mind, happily continuing to serve the princess. "Tu bes softly remanded, princesse. Mother Zhang has advised that you should exercise restraint when dining outside." Jiang Shaohua casually replied, "These are all my closest companions. There are no outsiders here, so there is no need for pretense." Without needing to say more, Yin Zhu and Tu Bai understood that the guards, loyal to her side, were trusted confidants. Even if the princess had a larger appetite, there was no need for discretion. The princess's openness silenced Tu Bai. Yet, there were indeed outsiders present, like the little mute who had been covertly watching the princess. Fortunately, the mute could not speak, and thus his observations remained unvoiced. As the sun rose and set, adults and children, having labored throughout the day, gradually returned home in small groups. Lin Zhuangtou respectfully escorted Jiang Shaohua and her entourage out of the estate, eagerly expressing, "The new plows are lightweight and efficient, significantly accelerating the plowing process. I earnestly request the princess to bestow more." Jiang Shaohua smiled and promised, "The workshop is urgently crafting a new batch of these plows. When Master Cui visits tomorrow, I shall bring several more." Lin Zhuangtou rejoiced, kneeling to bow deeply to Jiang Shaohua, and attempted to bow to Cui Du startled. Cui Du quickly helped Lin Zhuangtou up. Gesturing animatedly, Lin Zhuangtou no longer harbored disdain for Master Cui's mutism. Laughing heartily, "I shall prepare accommodations for you tonight, Master." Cui Du grinned widely. Jiang Shaohua smiled faintly, mounted her horse, and rode away in the twilight glow. The next day, Song Yuan personally escorted Cui Du to the estate, accompanied by 2 young attendants and a chestnut mare. Lin Zhuangtou had chosen the most spacious farmhouse, thoroughly cleaned. The attendants managed the luggage while Song Yuan took Cui Du to practice riding along the official road. By day's end, Cui Du had learned to sit steadily on the horse at a slow pace. Song Yuan praised him, then returned to the manor to report to the princess. Master Cui lacks innate talent. He is not suited for martial arts or archery. He can barely ride, but he is not a lost cause. Jiang Shaohua chuckled softly. "Uncle, do not hold him to excessive standards. He is still a child." The princess herself was still a child, Yet in this world, few youths could be compared to her. After a moment of silence, Song Yuan murmured, Cui Du's origins are enigmatic, and his identity is uncertain. Can the princess truly trust him? If he possesses genuine skill, I shall dare to employ him. Jiang Shaohua replied with a faint smile. Should he harbor ill intentions or act improperly, we can address that when the time comes. That is indeed true. A weak young boy could easily be dealt with. Song Yuan nodded, hearing the princess's voice echo in his mind. As for the Cui family, I kindly ask you to write a letter, Uncle. Let the Cui family record Cui Du in the family tree. Song Yuan was taken aback and could not help but inquire. Should he be recorded as a legitimate or illegitimate child? Jiang Shaohua had already contemplated this. The legitimate son of collateral branch would suffice. Her grand-aunt had married into a legitimate branch of the Cui family, which was a prominent lineage in Bowling, boasting nearly 10,000 clan members. The status of an illegitimate child was too low. Recording him as a legitimate child would provide a higher starting point for future opportunities in public service. Song Yuan nodded in agreement. With the authority of a princess, it was a simple matter to have the Cui family include a young man in their genealogy. As they were speaking, Qin Hu hurried in to report that Chen Zhua and Feng Wenming had arrived together. Something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, the two esteemed officials would not be visiting her after dark. Jiang Shaohua promptly said, Please let the two officials in. Chen Zhua and Feng Wenming entered one after the other. The usually composed Chen Zhua appeared grim, while Feng Wenming's eyes blazed with fury. Jiang Shaohua's heart sank, and she directly asked, What has happened? Chen Zhua, unable to contain his anger, gritted his teeth and replied, Your Highness. The attendants sent out with the official documents encountered bandits on their return and were killed. Chapter 45, Wrath, What? Jiang Shaohua sprang to her feet, flames flickering in her dark eyes. Who lost their life? Where did the bandits strike? Chen Zhua, as the left official of the royal residence, typically handled the official documents for Nanyang County, accompanied by 6 capable attendants. A few days prior, Jiang Shaohua had instructed Chen Zhua to send out official documents, asking the county magistrates to prepare for grain storage. After drafting the documents and obtaining the princess's seal, he dispatched the attendants to deliver them across various counties. The distances varied, with the nearest county taking only a day and the farthest requiring 6 to 7 days for a round trip on horseback. The attendants completed their tasks and began returning to the royal residence. Logically, even with some delay, they should have been back by now. However, one attendant, Wu, had not yet returned. Wu was sent to Li County with the documents, and just as Chen Zhua was about to send someone to find him, he received the dreadful news tonight. Chen Zhua's expression was agitated, his eyes reddened with rage. He left with 2 guards, and the 3 were ambushed by a group of bandits on their way from the county, their bodies buried in a hollow. The stench of blood attracted wild beasts, which dug up the corpses. Local villagers searching for game discovered the remains and reported to the county office. During the autopsy, a royal insignia was found. The magistrate of Kai County immediately dispatched a messenger with news, along with a letter of apology addressed to the princess. Chen Zhua produced the letter from his sleeve and handed it over. Jiang Shaohua's face was cold as frost as she opened the letter. The magistrate of Kai County wrote eloquently, expressing deep remorse, and the letter was indeed touching. Jiang Shaohua's anger surged further. She crumpled the letter into a ball, applying slight pressure until it disintegrated into powder, slipping through her fingers. Song Yuan also seethed with rage and clasped his hands. Your Highness, I shall immediately lead men to bring the magistrate of Kai to the royal residence for you to question and punish him. Given that a grave incident occurred under the magistrate's jurisdiction, especially with the death of an official attendant from the royal residence, he must personally come to apologize. The fact that he only sent a light letter shows a blatant disregard for your authority. Feng Wenming concurred. Please, Your Highness, issue an order for Song to go and bring the magistrate here. Jiang Shaohua's gaze was sharp as a blade, coldly declaring, There is no need. I shall go personally. Everyone was taken aback. Chen Zhua, in his fury, still retained a sliver of reason and blurted out, Your Highness, your esteemed self should not recklessly expose yourself to danger. Indeed, the bandits who dare to attack Wu's party reveal their ferocity. It will be prudent to first send men to eliminate the bandits and eradicate them completely. Feng Wenming also spoke up to dissuade her. However, Song Yuan, well aware of the princess's strength and capabilities, remained silent. As expected, Jiang Shaohua's resolve was unwavering. My grandfather has been gone for a year, and I have been in mourning at the royal residence. There are surely many who disregard my authority, like the magistrate of Kai. This time, I shall personally lead the charge against the bandits, demonstrating to all those who harbor ill intentions what befalls those who dare to act against the house of Nanyang. The final sentence was delivered with a chilling tone, exuding a murderous intent. Chun Zhuo wished to persuade her further, but Jiang Shaohua had already turned to him. Chun, you are to take Yang Zheng and set out for the county office tomorrow to apprehend the magistrate of Kai, and then await my arrival. With the princess's command, Chun Zhuo had no choice but to comply, clasping his hands in submission. I shall temporarily entrust matters within the royal residence to Feng Wenming. Feng Wenming met the princess's gaze, feeling a chill in his heart. Though she was young, her temperament was resolute and unyielding. Even Chun Zhuo could not deter her, leaving him with no option but to comply. Yes, I shall faithfully carry out your orders. Chun Zhuo had come in a fiery rage, but he returned with a solemn demeanor. Feng Wenming whispered, the princess intends to confront the bandits. None can stop her. Do not worry excessively. Song Yuan will surely protect her with his life. The royal guards are insufficient in number. They will have to call upon the personal guards. A group of mountain bandits is merely a disorganized rabble, not worth concerning ourselves over. Chun Zhuo sighed deeply, furrowing his brow. I worry not only for the princess's safety, but also for the sentiments of the people. When a young lord presides over a state, doubts arise. The magistrates of the 14 counties may not genuinely respect her authority. The magistrate of Kai's audacity stems from the fact that the princess is merely a 10-year-old girl. Feng Wenming lamented. This is an unavoidable situation. For the princess to control the entirety of Nanyang County is no simple task. Nanyang County is relatively better off. The people benefit from the Lord's kindness, which extends to the princess. The situation in the counties further away from the royal residence differs greatly. The governance issued may be met with compliance in appearance, but not in substance. It is difficult to ascertain how many genuinely serve diligently. The incident involving Wu encountering bandits resulted in his death, and regardless of whether it was an accident, it occurred within the jurisdiction of Li County, making the magistrate of Kai accountable. Having expressed her anger, Jiang Shaohua quickly regained her composure and commanded Qin Hu, you are to immediately convey my orders to the first personal guard, instructing General Qin to prepare 10 days' worth of military provisions. Each man shall ride 2 horses, and we shall depart to confront the bandits tomorrow. The first personal guard consists of 600 elite soldiers. Together with the royal guards, there will be 800 men. The bandit hideout in the hollow cannot exceed 300 to 500 individuals. 800 elite soldiers will be more than sufficient. Your Highness, let Lu Hongchang accompany us. Song Yuan suggested. To eradicate bandits requires a decisive approach, and Lu Hongchang is quite skilled in that regard. Furthermore, 800 men may still be insufficient. Let's draw 200 more from the third camp. To hunt a rabbit, one must use full strength. Jiang Shaohua readily agreed. That night, Jiang Shaohua only slept for 2 hours, rising before dawn. Despite Zhang Mama's persistent attempt to dissuade her, she could not stop her mistress, who, with reddened eyes, assisted Jiang Shaohua in dressing. Your Highness, please do not think me overly chatty. You are destined for greatness, yet I can only wish for your safety. Jiang Shaohua embraced Zhang Mama briefly before turning to leave. Zhang Mama watched her slender, upright figure depart, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Inju and Tu Bai, though not particularly skilled, were competent riders. They both accompanied the princess. Zhang Mama could not ride, so she remained behind. At dawn, Jiang Shaohua and her entourage exited the city gates. An hour later, they arrived at the military camp. In the training grounds, hundreds of elite soldiers stood solemnly, clad in soft armor, with long blades at their waists and bows slung over their backs, their gazes sharp and their presence formidable. All hail the princess! Xinjiang bellowed, and Lu Hongchang and the others echoed in unison. Jiang Shaohua dismounted and approached the 2-meter-high training platform, leaping gracefully and landing deftly. The elite guards silently cheered her prowess. Standing before her elite guards, Jiang Shaohua was bathed in bright sunlight. They gazed at her, perceiving her as a radiant being. A royal attendant sent on official business had encountered bandits and been killed, along with 2 accompanying guards. The princess intends to eradicate these bandits. making it clear to all that anyone who dares to harm those associated with the House of Nanyang will meet a similar fate. Chapter 46. Ignorance. Qin Zhan raised his arm and shouted, "I am willing to die for the princess." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, igniting the passion of the elite guards, who joined in a thunderous chorus. "We are willing to die for the princess." The rallying cry shook the heavens, and the warhorses reared their heads, neighing fiercely. In a moment, the martial arena of the academy was infused with a palpable sense of battle fervor. Jiang Shaohua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a brief pause, as the retinue of loyal soldiers quieted, she commanded, "Raise the banners, and let us depart." Young warriors such as Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao responded with fervent enthusiasm, swiftly mounting their steeds and unfurling the banner of the Nanyang Duke's residence. This grand banner, adorned with a crimson backdrop, showcased an imposing red dragon, a symbol once utilized during the lifetime of the Nanyang Duke. As the flag billowed in the wind, it appeared as though the dragon itself had come to life, gliding through the air. Jiang Shaohua urged her horse forward, her gaze drawn to the dragon banner. The visage of her grandfather, filled with warmth and affection, flashed through her mind, and a wave of emotion surged within her. She steeled herself against the bittersweet pang in her heart, spurring her magnificent steed onward. 100 loyal soldiers forged the path ahead, while another 100 flanked her. Qin Zhan led a contingent of 600 elite soldiers, and Lu Hongchang brought up the rear with 200 men. In total, 2,000 steeds galloped forth, raising a cloud of dust and shaking the earth beneath them. Birds, startled, took flight from the nearby woods. The spectacle was enough to ignite one's blood. Song Yuan closely accompanied the princess, occasionally glancing at her. After they had journeyed several miles, noticing that the princess maintained her composure, Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The journey to Lixian would take 3 days, and he wondered if the princess could endure the rigors of the march. After covering 20 miles, they halted to rest for half an hour. The loyal guards needed a reprieve, as did their horses, to drink and consume the simple rations of coarse bread and cool water prepared in haste the night before. Each soldier received a piece of pickled vegetable and a fist-sized portion of meat, standard fare for the common troops. However, for Jiang Shaohua, the provisions were far more sumptuous. Mama Zhang had toiled through the night with the palace cooks, preparing bundles of delicacies, which were hoisted upon the backs of Yinzhu and Tubai. Yinzhu struggled under the weight of the heavy bundles, her cheeks flushed with effort. Meng Sanbao promptly came to assist, carrying the parcels to the princess. Upon opening the bundle, a delightful aroma wafted forth, causing Meng Sanbao to swallow audibly. The assortment of exquisite pastries was perfectly sized for 2 bites each. The savory braised pork and beef, along with 2 platters of refreshing pickled vegetables, beckoned enticingly. After hours of riding, their stomachs grumbling, the group could hardly resist such enticing scents. Jiang Shaohua beckoned Song Yuan, Qin Zhan, and Lu Hongchang to join her for lunch. Having witnessed the princess's hearty appetite before, the others were not particularly surprised as they eagerly filled their bellies. After finishing, Qin Zhan wiped his mouth and whispered, "Princess, last night I dispatched 10 men ahead to scout the exact location of the bandit hideout. Leading the way is Xiao Tian, who was joined by Tao De. Xiao Tian. Having grown up in the mountains, is nimble and an expert marksman, ideal for surveying the terrain. Although Tao De may lack his agility, his immense strength and rugged constitution could take down several foes in a dangerous encounter." Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly, responding in a low voice, "Rest assured, I have not allowed my anger to cloud my judgment. Once Xiao Tian determines the precise location and number of bandits, we shall act." After receiving news the previous night, Qin Zhan had promptly borrowed Xiao Tian from the 2nd Battalion, sending only the most skilled men to scout the way. They feared that the young princess, in her fervor, might rashly pursue the bandits, leading to dire consequences that would bring shame upon them before the Duke. Now, witnessing her calm and collected demeanor, they felt a sense of relief. Lu Hongchang spoke softly, "Princess, Lixian is rife with mountains and bandits. There are likely multiple hideouts. Should we not take this opportunity to eradicate them all?" For years, Nanyang County had enjoyed relative peace. During the Duke's reign, troops had been sent to quell banditry a few times. With the Duke's passing, the bandits had lost their fear and had become increasingly brazen over the past year, particularly in Lixian. Jiang Shaohua harbored similar intentions. Having come this far, It was imperative to eradicate the bandit dens in Lixian. She turned to Lu Hengchang and inquired, "How many siege tools have you brought, General Lu?" Lu Hengchang replied, "2 siege ladders, 3 siege engines, and 2 catapults. These cumbersome implements are cumbersome to transport. So the military craftsmen have disassembled them for easier transport, intending to reassemble them upon arrival at the bandit stronghold. The army would advance first, and the transport of supplies would inevitably delay them by 2 or 3 days. Thus, upon reaching the bandit hideout, they could not act immediately and would need to wait for a couple of days." Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly. "I defer to your arrangements, General Lu." Lu Hengchang's brow twitched as he gazed deeply at the princess, his heart swelling with gratitude for her trust. To serve a discerning leader was the aspiration of every military officer. In that moment, Lu Hengchang's feelings of regret surged, for while the princess possessed every admirable quality, she was bound by her gender. Jiang Shaohua noticed the subtle shift in Lu Hengchang's expression, but chose not to comment. The biases entrenched in human hearts resembled towering mountains, insurmountable in a day. She possessed ample time and resolve. After a day's journey, as darkness descended, they halted at an inn. This modest establishment featured a handful of guest rooms reserved for the officials performing duties. With the princess's arrival, the innkeeper greeted her with trepidation. Upon glimpsing the fierce countenances of her entourage, his legs trembled and his voice quivered. "I humbly welcome the princess." Jiang Shaohua nonchalantly instructed, "Have the kitchen prepare meat soup, ensuring everyone receives a bowl of warm broth." Preparing meals for 1,000 individuals was a daunting task for the 2 cooks at the inn. However, making meat soup was relatively simple. With 4 large pots on the fire, it would be ready in half an hour. The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, eagerly acquiescing. In the courtyard of the Lixian county government, a gaunt and wiry clerk, sporting 2 wisps of goat-like whiskers, bent slightly at the waist as he addressed the leisurely county magistrate Kai, who was savoring tea. "Sir, 3 individuals from the Duke's residence have perished. Once this news reaches the palace, the princess is bound to be furious. It would be prudent for you to personally seek forgiveness at the Duke's residence. Merely sending a letter seems rather careless." Before he could finish, Magistrate Kai waved him off. What can a 10-year-old girl possibly comprehend? A letter should suffice. At 42 years of age, Kai had risen from the ranks of scholars, but lacked a powerful patron in the court, causing him to linger in his position for years. Long having abandoned his ambitions, he spent his days drinking and sipping tea, growing increasingly lethargic in governance. The clerk had been imploring him for hours, nearly wearing his tongue thin. "Sir, if you disregard the princess, do you not fear the wrath of Chun Changshu?" At the mere mention of Chun Changshu, Magistrate Kai finally set down his teacup. The princess, being young and naive, was easily deceived. But Chun Zhua had served as the Duke's chief minister for 30 years and held significant influence in the political realm of Nanyang. After the Duke's demise, Chun Changshu had effectively been in charge of the Duke's affairs. The clerk watched anxiously as his master mulled over the situation. After a long pause, Magistrate Kai finally declared, "Prepare the ink and paper. I shall personally draft a letter to Chun Changshu to explain the situation." The clerk gasped, "Is that all? Shouldn't we present a substantial gift as well? This seems rather presumptuous." Before he could further advocate for caution, Magistrate Kai waved him away impatiently. "You may leave now. I've worked all day and scarcely have time to enjoy my tea. I will attend to this matter later." The clerk, feeling disheartened, resigned himself to the whims of such a master. There was little he could do. Indeed, 2 days later, news arrived that the princess had personally led 1,000 elite soldiers into Lixian, marching straight toward the bandit hideouts in the mountains. Coughing, Magistrate Kai nearly choked on his hot tea, his face turning crimson as he exclaimed, "What did you say? The princess is leading troops to eradicate the bandits?" The clerk, wearing a pained expression, confirmed, "Indeed, 1,000 soldiers and 2,000 steeds, an imposing force that does not shy away from attention. They have entered Lixian and are heading toward Heisong Mountain. Moreover, Chun Changshu has also come to Lixian and is en route. Likely just a day or 2 from the county office. You must prepare in advance and think of how to respond to Chun Changshu's inquiries." Magistrate Kai felt darkness close in around him, his body swaying. The clerk quickly steadied the wobbling magistrate. Kai County Magistrate took several deep breaths, momentarily struggling to regain his composure. He grasped the arm of his secretary tightly, exclaiming, "The princess is merely 10 years old, still a mere child. How could she dare to personally lead troops to Li County to eradicate bandits?" The secretary sighed. "This indicates that the princess is not to be trifled with. You must tread carefully, my lord, or you may find yourself losing your position." Despite her youth, the princess was the sovereign of Nanyang County. All officials within Nanyang County were appointed at her discretion. With a mere word, she could send Kai County magistrate back to his hometown. The magistrate finally felt a sense of fear, but alas, it was too late. The princess had taken 1,000 elite soldiers straight to Haesong Mountain, bypassing the county office entirely, which demonstrated her deep-seated anger. The magistrate, trembling in fear, clutched his secretary's arm and stammered, "What should we do now?" If only he would heed his advice and personally visit the Wang residence to apologize, perhaps he could quell the fury of the princess in Chenchangsha, thus alleviating his current anxiety. The secretary was inwardly grumbling, yet he could not display his thoughts on the surface. He had to think of a way to navigate the situation for his master. Since the princess is personally leading the troops to eliminate bandits, my lord must act upon receiving this news. We should dispatch all local constables from the county office to assist the army. Let us turn our faults into merits. Kai County magistrate, not yet befuddled, immediately declared, "Not a single constable shall remain. Send them all to serve the princess. You go as well. Apologize to the princess on my behalf." The secretary could only respond with a silent nod. 10 miles outside Haesong Mountain, the 1,000 loyal soldiers had begun to set up camp. Establishing a camp is a significant task in military operations. While Qin Zhan was an adept warrior, he lacked the keen eye for selecting and establishing camps. Thus, he did not seek recognition for himself and instead recommended Lu Hengchong in front of the princess, who promptly accepted without hesitation. Lu Hengchong, feeling a mix of admiration and regret at serving under a wise ruler who happened to be a woman, concealed his emotions and led the men to chop down trees for the camp. Song Yuan and Qin Hu, along with 200 loyal guards, remained still, their duty being to protect the safety of the princess, always surrounding her regardless of the time or place. At this moment, Jiang Shaohua was not idle either. She gently inquired of the handsome young archer, Xiao Tian, "Your group of 10, why did only you and Tao Dalong return?" Xiao Tian answered respectfully, returning to the princess. "We split into 5 teams of 2 to scout the mountains. Communication in the forest is difficult, so we agreed to meet at nightfall. Tao Dalong and I calculated the army's marching speed and came to greet you. The others will only descend by evening." Although Xiao Tian was not particularly short among his peers, Tao Dalong's towering stature made him appear notably slender. Tao Dalong, somewhat slow-witted, was a good match for Xiao Tian as a partner. Xiao Tian efficiently reported the scouting situation while Tao Dalong nodded in agreement. After listening, Jiang Shaohua instructed Xiao Tian and Tao Dalong to rest, and then summoned Song Yuan and Qin Zhan to discuss strategies for eradicating the bandits. Lu Hengchong was also summoned. Inside the hastily erected tent, Jiang Shaohua lightly traced the rudimentary route drawn by Xiao Tian. "The approximate location of the bandit stronghold is here, with a high and sturdy gate. We need further reconnaissance." Song Yuan interjected, "The supply convoy is still en route. We can take this opportunity to ascertain the terrain over the next 2 days." Qin Zhan added, "In the coming days, I will lead men into the woods to hunt, to appease everyone's hunger. After several days of dry biscuits and cool water, even the strongest man will lose his strength." Jiang Shaohua nodded. "This movement will surely alarm the bandits. Creating a disturbance would be ideal, for we might capture a few alive." Qin Zhan's spirits lifted as he cracked his large fists in anticipation. "Leave this matter to me." At that moment, there was a commotion outside the tent. Reporting to the princess, "Kai County Magistrate has sent his secretary and constables to serve at your command." Song Yuan scoffed. "He has the audacity to show his face now. I shall send them away." However, Jiang Shaohua calmly remarked, "Since they have come, let them stay. Most of the constables are from Li County. Send them into the mountains to scout. Let that secretary come in. I have questions for him." Song Yuan complied, turning to instruct Qin Hu, who swiftly conveyed the message. The constables, panting from 2 hours of travel, were divided into teams of 5, each armed with a bamboo whistle to relay messages, and reluctantly entered the mountains. The secretary, trembling with trepidation, entered the tent, not daring to raise his gaze, and promptly knelt. "I am Kai Yi, here to pay my respects to the princess." His name was rather amusing. Kai the secretary, thin and emaciated with 2 tufts of goat-like whiskers, resembled a black goat. Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow and casually inquired, "You share the surname Kai. Could you be a relative of Kai County Magistrate?" The secretary lowered his head and replied, "I am a distant cousin of Kai County Magistrate. I achieved the title of scholar at 16, but after several years, I could not pass the provincial examinations. My family could not afford to support my studies further, so I sought refuge with Lord Kai and became his secretary at the Li County office. Achieving the title of scholar at 16 demonstrates exceptional academic talent. Yet his family's poverty and lack of good looks hindered his prospects in the bureaucratic world, where appearance often dictated one's fate." Jiang Shaohua glanced at him. "Why did the magistrate not come himself and instead send you?" Chapter 48. Recognition. What other reason could there be? Clearly, Kai County Magistrate was fearful and unwilling to face the princess's wrath directly, so he pushed the secretary to take the fall for him. The secretary felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but finally summoned the courage to lift his gaze. Upon meeting the princess's radiant presence, he quickly lowered his head again. "Your Highness, the county office is burdened with numerous affairs. Lord Kai could not leave. He sent me to plead for your forgiveness for his negligence." After 3 days of rapid marching, they had finally arrived at the foot of Heisong Mountain. Jiang Shaohua's anger had not abated. Rather, it intensified. With a cold snort, she remarked, "By your reasoning, since the long-serving official at the Wang residence met his demise at the hands of bandits, Kai County Magistrate's absence to apologize is also due to his busy affairs?" The secretary, feeling pressured, stammered, "Your Highness, please temper your anger. Spring plowing has just begun, and Lord Kai inspects the fields daily. He originally planned to visit the Wang residence after the spring plowing." Jiang Shaohua coldly interrupted him. "There is no need to say anything further. Since he did not go to the Wang residence, I shall come personally. We will first deal with the bandits, and then I will inquire directly with your Lord Kai at the county office." The secretary dared not respond, bowing his head repeatedly. In a short while, his forehead was reddened from the constant bowing. This Kai's secretary, it seemed, was indeed loyal to his master. Jiang Shaohua's expression softened slightly. "There is no need to bow. Rise, stay in the military camp, and await my orders." The secretary bowed 3 more times, expressing his gratitude for the princess's grace, then stood up, bent over, and exited the tent. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and glanced in the direction of the county office. "Lord Kai, I have done what I can. Now, you must fend for yourself." Outside the tent, the clearing quickly filled with chopped wood as the camp was being constructed. Deep pits were dug to securely place trees with leaves still attached. Hundreds of strong men busily moved about, and soon a small encampment took shape. The secretary, accustomed to the hustle and bustle of the county office, couldn't help but join in to assist. With so many people running about, this is a waste of manpower and time. You should divide each team into 3 groups, one for chopping trees, one for transporting wood, and the last to stay here to build the camp. Also, don't crowd in one area. Each team should have its designated space. No one should slack off. Each team is responsible for building its own section of the camp. Come now, this team over here and that team over there. Initially, some found the secretary's chatter annoying, but as he organized the tasks efficiently, they found that following his instructions indeed improved their productivity. Soon, the chaos diminished, and everyone had something to do, working busily without panic, all in a well-ordered manner. After shouting instructions for over half an hour, the secretary's voice grew hoarse. Wiping his forehead with his sleeve, he sought water to drink. Suddenly, a water pouch was thrust before him. "Are you thirsty?" The secretary instinctively nodded, but upon seeing the smiling face before him, his legs buckled, and he knelt. "Your Highness." The speed at which he knelt was astonishing. Jiang Shaohua found it somewhat amusing, remarking, "The one who erred is Magistrate Kai, not you. The county will solely hold him accountable. There is no reason for you to fear unjust retribution." Kai Shirya himself seemed perplexed by his own trepidation, having accompanied Magistrate Kai over vast distances to assume his post. Engaging in a battle of wits with the affluent and tackling unruly locals, he had never known fear. When the Prince of Nanyang was alive and visited Lixian for inspections, he had even met the prince. Yet, for reasons unknown, this youthful county princess instilled in him an overwhelming sense of pressure, perhaps an instinct deeply ingrained within him. Observing the cold sweat trickling down Kai Shirya's brow, Jiang Shaohua smiled. Rise. I noticed your adept leadership in directing the assembly of the camp. You performed admirably. This water pouch is a reward for me. Kai Shiya, taken aback by the unexpected favor, expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he respectfully accepted the pouch. The princess then casually instructed, since you are here, stay in the military camp and arrange for the construction of the barracks. Once this task is complete, report back to me. Having endured years of servitude under Magistrate Kai Shiya was accustomed to busyness and promptly accepted the assignment. After quenching his thirst with half the water pouch, he energetically resumed directing the arrangements. Song Yuan, following the princess's gaze, remarked softly, this Kai Shiya rings a bell. For years ago, when the prince conducted inspections across the counties, Li Xian's administration was notably meticulous, earning special commendation from the prince. Kai Shiya was present then, and he answered most of the inquiries posed by the prince. It seems, in Li Xian's administration, is this Kai Shiya who truly bears the responsibility. Jiang Shaohua understood well. Magistrate Kai indeed had a companade. Let us retain Kai Shiya. I wish to observe his capabilities further. Song Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. At the foot of Heisong Mountain, trees were being felled and camps constructed, while many armed individuals ventured into the forest. Such commotion could not escape the notice of the bandits residing within the mountain. They were neither deaf nor blind. The over 300 bandits in their stronghold were thrown into disarray as several minor leaders rushed in, clamoring, "Boss, what should we do now?" The commotion suggests that the newcomers are well armed and outnumber us by several times. We cannot possibly fight them. We should flee. Indeed, let's escape through the back, disperse into the valleys, and hide for a month before returning. These soldiers will not linger indefinitely. Previously, when the Prince of Nanyang sent troops to eradicate bandits, they would flee at the first hint of danger, returning only after a time. Thus, despite its modest size, Heisong Stronghold had narrowly escaped several eradication attempts and persisted until now, gaining some notoriety within Nanyang County. The bandit leader, surnamed Zhu, was a fearsome figure with a brutish visage, wielding a hefty cleaver known for its rumored ability to cleave a man in two, earning him the moniker Zhu One Knife. Zhu One Knife scoffed, "The Prince of Nanyang has been dead for a year, leaving only a 10-year-old girl in the palace. What is there to fear? We shall seize this opportunity to make our name." The lesser leaders exchanged glances, and eventually, one bold enough to speak up said, "Boss, while it may be true that the princess is just a child, those palace guards are not to be trifled with. They are fierce and strong. Should we confront them, we might not survive. Indeed, we should flee." A cry of anguish interrupted as one of the talkative leaders was kicked to the ground. The remaining leaders fell silent, their demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. Zhu One Knife's gaze darkened as he surveyed the room, declaring, "Whoever dares utter the word run shall be the first to face my blade. Pass my orders down. Everyone must remain vigilant. Tonight we will patrol the stronghold. Anyone who approaches shall be cut down." Chapter 49, Night Raid, Part 1. The constables, forming groups of 10, trembled as they ventured into the forest, weapons in hand. After traversing a considerable distance, they lamented their predicament, knowing they could no longer relay messages to the palace guards. It is all Magistrate Kai's fault for neglecting the princess, inciting her wrath and prompting her to lead the guards against us. Now we must suffer the consequences. Indeed, while Magistrate Kai shelters comfortably in the county office, we are the ones who must venture into the woods. The bandits of Heisong Stronghold are ruthless. Should we encounter them, we will not fare well. I took this position to earn a living, not to risk my life here. The small group's leader, a man in his 30s, shot a glare at his peers. Enough with the curses. We are merely circling the area until nightfall, then we will return to report. The seasoned constables understood the unspoken agreement and began to chatter, suggesting a leisurely pace to pass the time. However, fate had other plans. After a short while, they encountered a group of patrolling bandits emerging from the stronghold. The leader's heart sank. Out of his 10 men, 3 were inept with their weapons, and 2 had gained their positions through connections, leaving only 5 capable fighters. The opposing force numbered around 20. They stood no chance. Quickly retreat. The leader's mind raced with the thought, and he blew his whistle urgently, shouting, "Everyone fall back." The constables scrambled to escape, but the bandits, invigorated by the chase, pursued relentlessly. One constable stumbled and fell, and a bandit swiftly caught up, delivering a fatal blow to his neck. A gasp of horror escaped the lips of the others, startling a flock of birds into flight. Another cry echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of a blade slicing into flesh. The leader's back bristled with fear. He dared not look back, running faster with his whistle blaring frantically, praying for reinforcements to arrive. The bandits, emboldened by their orders to patrol and kill, laughed cruelly as they pursued. Not all the constables were spineless. One young constable, filled with bravery, turned to fight when he realized escape was futile, managing to take down one bandit. Regrettably, his comrades did not join him in battle, fleeing even faster. As he fought valiantly, the young constable shouted, "You cowardly wretches!" Yet outnumbered and overwhelmed, he quickly sustained injuries to his left arm and back. Alone, he could not hold out much longer. Just as despair set in, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking a bandit squarely in the chest. Moments later, a dozen strong soldiers surged forward. The elite guards, accustomed to plentiful meals and rigorous training, wielded their weapons with deadly precision. In mere moments, 3 bandits fell. The bandits, thrown into disarray, scattered in all directions. The guards pursued, leaving 2 alive while dispatching the rest. The young constable, exhaling a sigh of relief, felt tears welling in his eyes. A guard leader approached and patted the young man on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Come, let us report to the princess." Wounded in several places, the young constable collapsed at the pat. An hour later, the group of elite guards emerged from the forest, dragging 2 bound bandits and carrying the bloodied constable. Upon hearing that 2 live captives had been captured, Jiang Shaohua relaxed her brow and instructed Qin, "You shall personally interrogate them to ascertain the location and terrain of Heisong's stronghold." Such rough work as torture was not a concern for the princess. Qin readily accepted the task. Jiang Shaohua then turned to the accompanying Sun Guangbai, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could attend to the wounds of the injured constable." Sun Guangbai promptly agreed, hastily carrying a large medical kit. Though he was supposed to be studying diligently in the study for the upcoming imperial medical examination, the princess's presence required a physician at her side. Thus, Sun Guangbai had accompanied her, while Sun Taisher was occupied with treating a patient and could not join. Night fell swiftly. The camp had taken shape, with tall wooden barriers erected facing the forest, while construction on the other side would have to wait until the morrow. The loyal soldiers who ventured into the mountains for hunting have returned with an abundant bounty: 6 rabbits, for goats, for deer, 3 roes, and 2 wild boars. Jiang Shaohua, smiling, instructed, "Prepare these game delicacies and have the cooks hasten to stew the meat and brew some soup for everyone to enjoy a warm meal." The cooks had already set up the stoves, with 20 large pots lined up in a row. Large chunks of meat were tossed into the boiling pots, and the enticing aroma of meat soon wafted through the air. After feasting, the soldiers retired to their tents for a well-deserved rest, while Jiang Shaohua's tent was situated right in the center. Inju and Hua Bai brought hot water to assist the princess in washing up before bed. In the field, there were not many formalities. The 2 maids shared the same bed as the princess. "The princess has endured hardships," Inju whispered, her heart aching. "This camp is filled with men, and their snores sound like thunder." Hua Bai empathized, recalling the previous night spent at the inn. Now, in this makeshift tent, the sounds were impossible to escape. Jiang Shaohua chuckled lightly. "It matters not. We shall adapt in time." Inju and Hua Bai exchanged glances, their eyes wide with surprise. "Will the princess often lead troops from now on?" Jiang Shaohua, meeting their eager gazes, replied calmly, "You are my closest companions. I wish to keep nothing from you. It is best for both of you to adapt quickly. If you find it too difficult, do not hesitate to speak up." Inju interjected hastily, "Do not say such things, princess. Wherever you go, I will follow." Hua Bai straightened her back, affirming, "I too will remain by your side." The flickering light of the candle illuminated their rosy cheeks and bright, sparkling eyes. Jiang Shaohua felt a warmth in her heart and grasped their hands, earnestly stating, "Good. From now on, regardless of the time or place, whatever circumstances we encounter, we shall remain together." Inju and Hua Bai nodded vigorously. The 3 of them leaned their heads together, sharing light-hearted conversation for a while. Inju yawned and began to drift off to sleep, while Hua Bai struggled to keep her eyes open. Jiang Shaohua chuckled, "Sleep now. We must rise early tomorrow." Hua Bai murmured in agreement and closed her eyes. As the night deepened, the camp was filled with the thunderous snores of the soldiers. Jiang Shaohua listened quietly for a moment, the weariness gradually enveloping her. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, a sudden commotion erupted outside the tent. The sharp, crackling sound of bamboo whistles pierced the air, nearly shattering eardrums. Fire! Enemy attack! Jiang Shaohua's eyes snapped open, and she swiftly rolled out of bed, seizing her treasured blade from the table, and hurried out of the tent. Yinzhu and Hua Bai were startled awake, rushing out without even putting on their shoes. The princess had already vanished from sight. "Where's the princess?" Yinzhu exclaimed anxiously, her brow glistening with sweat. "Do not panic," Hua Bai reassured, gripping Yinzhu's hand tightly. "The camp is filled with loyal soldiers, including Captain Song and the others. The princess will be safe. As for us, our skills are limited, and following the princess would only hinder her. Let us wait here in the tent. Perhaps the princess will return soon." At that moment, flames soared high from the direction of the forest, and the sounds of chaos, shouts, clashes, and the cries of battle mingled into a cacophony. Yinzhu's heart raced with urgency, but she remained aware of the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, she nodded and returned to the tent with Hua Bai to wait. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohua had swiftly approached the nearby tent that was ablaze. Song Yuan led Qinzhan, Meng Sanbao, and others closely behind. The bandits had launched a nighttime attack, setting fire to the camp, but the freshly cut trees, still heavy with leaves and dew, were reluctant to ignite. Some tents, however, had been struck by fire arrows and were ablaze. It was still unknown if anyone had been harmed. "Princess, this place is too dangerous," Song Yuan said, his face solemn as he spoke in a low voice. "We do not know how many bandits are attacking, and stray arrows do not discriminate. You should return to the tent." Jiang Shaohua understood the wisdom in his words. However, this was her first genuine experience leading troops, and retreating now would ensure her safety but would diminish the respect of her soldiers, limiting it merely to her title as a princess. She desired much more than that. "There is no need for your persuasion, Uncle," Jiang Shaohua said, her gaze resolute and voice cold. "Tonight, I will personally confront the bandits." Song Yuan attempted to dissuade her, but Jiang Shaohua had already darted forward, her blade flashing as it pierced the chest of a bandit. Blood erupted from the bandit's chest, and he fell with a cry, lifeless. The loyal soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Qin, who felt a chill run down his spine. Meng Sanbao touched his own chest. Jiang Shaohua did not glance back at her soldiers' reactions. She raised her blade once more. With each strike, a bandit fell, either decapitated or stabbed through the heart. Each blow fatal, revealing a fierce yet beautiful brutality. The soldiers were ignited with fervor by the princess's ferocity, shouting to eliminate all bandits and charging forward. Qinzhan and Lu Hongchang quickly rallied more men. The bandits fell like fat into a boiling pot, swiftly becoming mere corpses. Within just over half an hour, they were completely vanquished. The flames were extinguished, and the ground was littered with the bodies of the bandits. Qinzhan personally counted them, delivering a report. "Princess, there were a total of 36 bandits, all slain." Jiang Shaohua coldly commanded, "Hang these corpses outside the camp. Lure the bandits to collect their dead. For every one that comes, we shall kill one, and for every two, we shall slay two." The soldiers stood in silence, taken aback by the unexpectedly ruthless and iron-hearted nature of the young, delicate, and stunning princess. Such a leader inspired a newfound respect and fear. Qinzhan quietly complied, ordering the soldiers to remove the bodies. The loyal soldiers had also suffered losses. 3 perished in the flames, 2 fell to the bandits' blades, and 6 or 7 were injured. One soldier sustained a severe injury, his right leg severed, exposing bone. Sun Guangbai and Sun Zealand hurried over with medical kits to tend to the wounded soldiers. The soldiers, tough as nails, bore their pain in silence. The one with the severed leg had already succumbed to unconsciousness, making no sound. Jiang Shaohua's expression darkened as she turned to Lu Hongchang. "General Lu, with the siege ladders and siege towers yet to arrive, what confidence do you have for tomorrow's expedition into the mountains to exterminate the bandits?" The nighttime assault had ignited Jiang Shaohua's fury. Lu Hongchang remained calm. "Princess, please calm your anger. This Black Pine stronghold has evaded several sieges, proving its cunning. While their combat capabilities may not be formidable, the bandits will not simply wait for us to strike. If pressed, they will scatter into the mountains, and despite our numbers, we cannot capture every bandit. Once we leave, they will regroup and continued to terrorize the region. Your previous strategy was sound, hanging the bandits' corpses outside the camp. The bandits value loyalty and cannot disregard their dead. We shall wait for them to come to us. There is no haste in attacking the bandit stronghold. Once the siege ladders and siege towers arrive, we shall launch our assault. This will also minimize our losses. Jiang Shaohua took a deep breath. General Liu speaks wisely. I was rash in my earlier considerations. Song Yuan interjected. The princess was merely driven by anger over the casualties among her loyal soldiers, losing her composure. In battle, casualties are inevitable. Those who fall are entitled to generous compensation, and their families will be cared for by the royal household. There is no need for the princess to dwell on this. Captain Song is right, Qin Zhan added. We are well fed and well compensated, training tirelessly for moments like this. Jiang Shaohua raised her gaze, meeting the earnest, fearless faces before her. Her eyes grew warm, and she struggled to articulate her emotions. After a long pause, she finally declared, Ensure there are enough men to patrol the night to prevent another enemy attack. The rest of you may return to the tents to rest. The soldiers nodded in agreement. It was now the fourth watch of the night. Jiang Shaohua entered her tent, where Yin Zhu and Hua Bai had been anxiously waiting. Upon seeing the splattered blood on Jiang Shaohua's clothing, they gasped, Princess! Do not worry, I am unharmed. This is all the blood of the bandits, Jiang Shaohua reassured. Though the scent of blood made her uneasy, she changed into clean garments and instructed Hua Bai to burn the bloodstained clothes. This was her first true act of murder. She vividly recalled that she had slain 5 bandits in total, 2 pierced through the chest, 2 beheaded, and 1 cleaved in half, his entrails spilling across the ground as he writhed in agony before finally succumbing to death. The mere thought of that gruesome scene caused her stomach to churn violently. Silver Zhu noticed the princess's distress and hurriedly brought a spittoon. Jiang Shaohua expelled the contents of her stomach entirely, unable to even sip the warm water that Tu Bai had brought. Both Silver Zhu and Tu Bai were anxious, sweating profusely. Henceforth, let matters of killing be left to Commander Song and his men. The princess, a lady of noble birth, should not sully her hands with such deeds. Indeed, violence was a man's affair. Jiang Shaohua lifted her head, her excessively pale face illuminated by a pair of remarkably bright eyes. You need not persuade me. I am fully aware of my actions. To embody the true essence of the Nanyang princess, she could not afford to indulge in weakness or self-pity. If men could engage in violence, then so could she, and she would excel beyond them. Chapter 51. The Bait, Part 1. Boss, trouble is brewing. The brothers sent down the mountain to start the fire have been completely wiped out. Their corpses are hanging outside the camp. What do we do now? We must retrieve our brothers' bodies. We cannot stand idly by as they are left to rot. Indeed, we must reclaim the bodies. Boss, dispatch someone at once. The night raid ended in disaster, and chaos erupted within the Black Pine camp. All the leaders gathered in the main hall, their expressions a mixture of anger, excitement, and fear. Zhu Yidao's face was notably grim as he slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair. What are you all shouting about? Silence. Upon witnessing their leader's fury, the crowd fell silent, yet none departed, waiting for Zhu Yidao to dictate their next course of action. A patrol had been ambushed, and 2 captives had been taken. The strategic position of Black Pine Camp was surely compromised. In his rage, Zhu Yidao ordered a night raid to set fire to the enemy. However, before the flames could spread, they were extinguished, and those sent out returned as mere corpses. The cruelest twist was that the enemy had displayed their bodies outside the camp, clearly a bait. No, they could not fall for such a trap. But Zhu Yidao could not voice these thoughts. As the leader of the bandit camp, his authority relied on ferocity and loyalty. Allowing the bodies to be displayed would tarnish his reputation in the eyes of his men. Numerous eyes were fixed on Zhu Yidao, who needed to make a decision swiftly. Gritting his teeth, he declared, We will not strike tonight. We shall wait a day or 2 until the camp below lowers its guard. And I will personally lead a team to retrieve our brothers' bodies. A collective sigh of relief spread among the bandits, who cheered. The boss is indeed the most loyal. They all dispersed, except for one one-eyed bandit who remained. This bandit was of short stature, his expression dark and menacing as he whispered, Boss, the enemy is numerous, and if we hide in the camp, we may preserve our lives. But if we walk into their trap, we may not return. Zhu Yidao revealed his anxiety and anger to the one person he truly trusted. Do you think I am unaware? But you saw how many were watching. What else could I say? The The one-eyed bandit's remaining eye flashed with intensity as he lowered his voice. Let us wait a day. Tomorrow night, I will lead a team to reclaim the bodies. If I succeed, all is well. If I do not return, you should flee while you can. Zhu Yidao shared this sentiment. With the one-eyed bandit volunteering, it was even better. He clapped him on the shoulder. Good. I entrust this vital task to you. Once we survive this ordeal, I will make you the second in command. Yet the one-eyed bandit replied, Who knows if we will survive until tomorrow? Becoming the second in command means little to me. I only wish for the boss to grant me a beauty for one night. Zhu Yidao did not hesitate, immediately agreeing and leading the one-eyed bandit to a room. Inside was a slender, elegant young woman of 17 or 18, her beauty striking. Take good care, my brother. Zhu Yidao threatened with a sinister smile, or I will kill your father and your elder brother. The one-eyed bandit, unable to suppress his desires, lunged at the maiden, pulling her into his embrace. Despair glimmered in her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. Daybreak arrived swiftly. Dozens of corpses hung outside the camp, a stench of blood thick in the air. Kai Shirya, pallid and green, retched upon witnessing the scene, having emptied his stomach the previous night. Lu Hongchang paused beside him, offering a kind reminder. Kai Shirya, if you cannot endure, return to the tent. Kai Shirya averted his gaze with difficulty, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. I am fine. I can endure. He steeled himself to direct the guards in chopping wood to fortify the camp. Qin Zhan approached Jiang Shaohua, holding a makeshift map sketched on paper. Princess, I interrogated the two captives yesterday. This is the terrain map of Black Pine Camp based on their accounts. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly, taking the map to examine it closely, her finger tracing the black dots. This is Black Pine Camp. Yes, Qin Zhan murmured. The two revealed that one must traverse over 20 miles of mountain road to reach it. The camp's position is not particularly concealed, however. Its towering gate offers a tactical advantage, making it easily defensible yet challenging to assault. Moreover, there are two tunnels leading outside the camp, which I have marked on the map. Jiang Shaohua promptly instructed, send men into the mountains to guard the exits of these two tunnels. Qin Zhan complied with a nod. After a moment's thought, Jiang Shaohua added, there may be other tunnels within Black Pine Camp. Deploy additional personnel to monitor, and should there be any activity, signal with flares. On level ground, bamboo whistles could convey messages, but within the forest, they would not suffice for this campaign against the bandits. The personal guards had brought flares specifically designed by military craftsmen, which burst spectacularly when shot into the sky, rendering them highly visible even in daylight. Qin Zhan set off to make arrangements. Song Yuan continued to accompany the princess, maintaining a vigilant presence by her side. Following the events of the previous night, the atmosphere within the camp had grown considerably tense. Jiang Shaohua visited the sickbay, where siblings Sun Guangbai and Sun Zilin were diligently tending to the wounded. One soldier, around 18 or 19, had suffered a chest wound and was blushing, reluctant to remove his clothing. Sun Guangbai was understanding, but Sun Zilin, a beautiful young woman, patiently reassured him. In the eyes of a healer, there is no distinction between genders. There is no need for embarrassment. Quickly remove your shirt, and I will tend to your wound. Qin, who could no longer contain himself, and stepped forward. Give me the medicine, Miss Sun. I will apply it for him. Sun Zilin, however, remained unappreciative, her expression stern and voice clipped. I need to examine the injury and adjust the dosage accordingly. Can you do that? Qin Hu. Embarrassed, Qin Hu fell silent. Jiang Shaohua observed the exchange with amusement, clearing her throat. Qin Hu, step aside and do not hinder Miss Sun in her healing. Qin Hu felt somewhat wronged as he retreated behind the princess. His good brother, Meng Sanbao, shot him a knowing glance, and Qin Hu shot back an annoyed glare. Jiang Shaohua ignored them, moving closer to the injured soldier. Miss Sun is a doctor. A healer has the heart of a parent. Please be swift in your actions. The soldier dared not defy the princess's command, responding with effort as he struggled to remove his shirt. Wait, why was the princess not leaving? Why was she still watching him with her bright eyes? The soldier felt increasingly awkward, opting to close his eyes. After inspecting this soldier, Jiang Shaohua moved on to examine the others, eventually pausing before a young, unfamiliar face. Is this the constable from the county? Behind her, Song Yuan replied. This is the only constable who fought valiantly against the bandits. The young constable was gravely injured, though fortunately not mortally wounded, lying pale upon a bed. Chapter 52. The Bait, Part 2. What is your name? The young constable dared not meet the princess's gaze, responding in a low voice. My surname is Tang. With a single character phone. I am 25 years old and have served in the county office for 3 years. Regardless of age, she was still the Nanyang princess. It was truly perplexing how Kai County's magistrate could have been so negligent as to overlook the princess. Now it was too late, as the princess had personally come to eradicate the bandits. Observing the situation, it seems that after dealing with the bandits, the unfortunate one will be Magistrate Kai. Jiang Shaohua spoke softly. You bravely fought against the bandits yesterday and achieved merit. Once your injuries have healed, I shall reward you with a bright future. The constable from the Tang family felt a surge of joy in his heart, and as he attempted to rise to express his gratitude, a slight movement caused him to break out in a sweat from the pain. Jiang Shaohua instructed Sun Guangbai to take good care of the constable before departing. As soon as the princess left, the injured soldiers collectively exhaled in relief. The princess, being a young girl, treated them with kindness. It was peculiar, however, that they found themselves unable to meet her gaze. Last night, the princess displayed remarkable prowess, slaying foes as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. One stroke for each, one soldier recounted, recalling the proximity of the action that had left him trembling. It was my first time witnessing the princess in combat. She was truly like a goddess of death. The wounded soldiers lay chatting, boasting about the princess, while the Tang constable listened intently, momentarily forgetting the pain of his injuries. Naturally, Jiang Shaohua was unaware of their idle chatter, and even if she had heard it, she would not have cared. After leaving the tent of the injured, Qin, who appeared dejected, resembling a sun-dried eggplant. Taking advantage of the princess's inspection of the military camp, Meng Sanbao discreetly pulled Qin Hu aside and said, Brother Hu, you two have feelings for Miss Sunday. Why are you obstructing her from treating the wounded? Having grown up together and trained in martial arts, they were as close as brothers. Qin Hu's fleeting feelings of infatuation were not lost on Meng Sanbao. Frustrated, Qin Hu thought of pounding his head. I was just feeling a pang of jealousy. I didn't want her to see other men in a vulnerable state. Meng Sanbao rolled his eyes. Miss Sun is a physician. Does she discriminate by gender when treating the sick? If you continue to harbor such narrow-mindedness, you might as well give up. Qin Hu shot back. And what if I advise you not to provoke Inju? How would you feel? Meng Sanbao grinned, clearly pleased. Inju works alongside the princess. I never stand in her way. Qin Hu was even more exasperated, scoffing. That's not the same. Inju serves the princess, attending to her needs, while Miss Sun is a female doctor, ostensibly treating women. Yet now she is in the camp, surrounded by men who would be comfortable with their beloved touching other men. Meng Sanbao laughed for a moment, but seeing Qin Hu still sulking, he sobered and said softly, Your affection for Miss Sun is one-sided. She comes from a prestigious medical family and has studied medicine since childhood. Chances are she will remain by the princess's side. To be blunt, you are not worthy of her. If you still feel inadequate, it's best to let go of such feelings. Though harsh, his words bore truth. At present, Qin Hu was of no significance and had no right to meddle. Turning away, he ignored Meng Sanbao, who cast a glance at him, reluctant to say anything further, and patted his shoulder before departing. Qin Hu let out a deep breath, wiped his face, and collected himself to follow. On this day, the camp was established, and a wooden tower approximately 10 meters high was erected. Qin Zhan led a group into the mountains and returned with a bounty of game. Kai Shirya, astutely aware, sent men back to the county office to transport several carts of grain. The soldiers feasted, replenishing their strength, waiting for the bandits from Haizong's High to meet their demise. Before the third watch, the bandits arrived. A volley of fire arrows was unleashed, quickly igniting tents. Standing atop the wooden tower, the soldiers sounded bamboo whistles to signal the alarm. Soon after, dozens of large torches were lit, illuminating the camp. 100 archers stood poised, and at Qin Zhan's command, they released a barrage of arrows. The attacking bandits fell in droves, with several dispatched in the first volley. Frightened, some bandits turned to flee. The one-eyed bandit, wielding a blade, shouted fiercely, Whoever dares to run, I'll be the first to strike him down. Advance! In the shadows, Jiang Shaohua fixed her gaze, whispering to Song Yuan, that one-eyed bandit is the leader. He must be eliminated first. Song Yuan nodded in agreement, scanning for a higher vantage point before drawing his bow. With a swift release, the arrow struck true, piercing the eye of the one-eyed bandit, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood. Excellent marksmanship, Jiang Shaohua exclaimed with a smile. Song Yuan humbly replied, I am nowhere near the princess's skill. Having killed for the first time the previous day, Jiang Shaohua had felt nauseous, a sentiment known only to Yin Zhu and Tu Bai. In front of Song Yuan, she refrained from mentioning it. However, Song Yuan, perceptive as always, sensed something amiss and wished to spare the princess from further bloodshed. With a knowing smile, Jiang Shaohua took up a bow, joining Song Yuan on the elevated platform. Drawing and releasing, she sent 3 arrows flying, each finding its mark. This time, her heart remained steady, her demeanor almost cold. Indeed, one can swiftly grow accustomed to the act of killing. An hour later, more than 20 bloodied corpses lay outside the camp. The blood on the ground had yet to dry, and the stench wafted in the air. The tent for the injured had received a few more occupants, though, fortunately, most were only lightly wounded. Sun Guangbai and his sister Sun Zilan splashed cold water on their faces and began tending to the injured. Qin Hu, who had brought in the wounded, lingered hesitantly. Sun Zilan, focused on cutting away a soldier's trousers to examine a thigh wound, reassured him, do not worry, once healed, you'll still be able to marry and have children. The injured man groaned in pain, while those who could still muster a laugh did so. Qin Hu. Sun Zilan turned her head occasionally, surprised to see Qin Hu still lingering. Why are you still here? Qin Hu replied awkwardly, with so many injured. I worried you might need assistance. His tone was considerably softer than before. Sun Zilan, having no time for idle chatter, admonished if you lack medical knowledge. Do not add to the chaos. She quickly returned to her work. At 15, she was of an age to consider marriage. Yet she knelt before a man without a hint of embarrassment. Qin Hu remained rooted, lost in thought. Sun Guangbai seized a moment to glance over. Raising an eyebrow, does Lieutenant Qin require something? Reluctantly, Qin Hu departed. The siblings toiled until dawn before finally concluding their work, exhausted as they returned to their tent. Brother, why aren't you heading back to your side? What are you doing with me? Sun Zilan asked, perplexed. Sun Guangbai snorted softly. I fear that foolish Qin Hu might come looking for you again. Chapter 53. Ambitions. The bond between the siblings was deep, and they shared everything. Sun Guangbai expressed his displeasure candidly. Sun Zilan shot him a glance. Thank goodness it's just the two of us here. If others overheard, they might think I've secretly taken a liking to Qin Hu. Sun Guangbai. His mouth twitched, speechless. Sister, as a young lady, could you not be a tad more reserved when discussing the affections of men? While it was one thing to put on airs in front of others, this was before her brother. Having endured a sleepless night, Sun Zilan yawned, stretching. It's good to speak frankly today. What Lieutenant Qin thinks is his business. I have no desire to marry. Upon hearing this, Sun Guangbai felt a wave of relief. You are still young. It's not too late to marry in a few years. Moreover, I gather father still hopes you will return to the capital to marry. The capital boasts the Imperial Medical Institute, and the most renowned medical establishments are located there. Many esteemed doctors hail from the capital. Having studied medicine since childhood, you possess exceptional skills. Marrying into a family of physicians would grant you access to the inner court as a female doctor. This was the future planned by Dr. Sun for his daughter, and it is indeed the best and most suitable path. Sun Zilan paused, looking glum. I do not wish to marry and bear children. I aspire to practice medicine, even if I cannot become a chief physician. I wish to be a renowned doctor. Sun Guangbai chuckled. I truly did not expect you to harbor such grand ambitions. Sun Zilan shot her brother a glare. I knew you would mock me. As a woman, am I meant to simply follow the path of marriage and motherhood, only to find time to treat the ailments of others? Am I not entitled to my own aspirations? I do not wish to confine myself solely to gynecology. I aspire to become a general practitioner. Sun Guangbai, witnessing his sister's genuine vexation, repeatedly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, Miss Sun, please do not take offense. I momentarily spoke out of turn, and I beg your forgiveness. You, with your magnanimity, should not dwell on my words. He even lightly slapped himself as a form of self-reproach. Sun Zilan found amusement in her brother's antics, her frown easing as her tone regained its buoyancy. Do not mention Qin Hu in my presence again. Even if I were to marry one day, it must be to a kind-hearted and gentle soul. Qin Hu's intellect is scarcely more than that of a pinhead. He cannot even tolerate my tending to the wounded, always meddling and prattling on, which is exceedingly bothersome. Her disdain was palpable, devoid of any pretense. Sun Guangbai scrutinized his sister for a moment, exclaiming, "It seems I have indeed misjudged the situation. I had thought you harbored some affection for that foolish lad, Qin Hu. After all, his background is not entirely without merit. He is tall and robust, not lacking in handsomeness, and serves as a personal guard to the princess. His future seems bright." Sun Zilan remained unmoved by such considerations. "His merits are of no concern to me. Please refrain from mentioning him again." Sun Guangbai grunted in acknowledgement, stifling a yawn as he prepared to retreat to his military tent for rest. As he settled in, he heard his sister's voice. "I am still young. You, dear brother, are already 20 and of the age to settle down." Sun Guangbai coughed lightly, asserting, "A true man must first establish himself before seeking a family. There is no need for haste. I am weary from a night of toil. I shall retire now." He departed with the swiftness of a rabbit, vanishing from sight in an instant. Sun Zilan chuckled, reflecting on her brother's matrimonial prospects, feeling a twinge of concern. In his youth, Sun Guangbai had been betrothed, expected to marry at 18, but the bride had called off the engagement, marrying into a more affluent family instead. This incident had significantly affected him. For the past 2 years, he had evaded discussions of marriage proposals. Even their father was powerless in this matter, and as a sister, despite her empathy for her brother, she could do nothing. The knot in his heart must be unraveled by him alone. Sun Zilan changed into a clean outfit and soon fell into a peaceful slumber, where she dreamt of becoming the foremost female physician in Liang, her medical prowess revered by all, including her own father and brother, who gazed upon her with admiration. A smile graced Sun Zilan's lips in her dreams. Jiang Shaohua retired at the 4th watch of the night, rising after just 2 hours of sleep, appearing before others with remarkable vitality. Similarly, Song Yuan, Qin Zhan, and Lu Hongchang had also rested for only 2 hours yet were equally invigorated. "Princess, although the encampment is rudimentary, it suffices for our present needs," Lu Hongchang remarked with keen eyes. "The supply train has arrived. I believe we are ready to advance into the mountains." Qin Zhan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "In the past 2 days, we have gathered sufficient intelligence on the Black Pine bandits. We have already slain over 40 of the 300 bandits. Their numbers are dwindling. We have stationed personnel at the exits of their tunnels and have several teams positioned outside their stronghold. Today, we shall enter the mountains to eliminate the bandits before nightfall. Princess, let us commence." Song Yuan's words were succinct, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Very well. Let be known that we will now sound the drums and muster our forces to advance into the mountains and eradicate the bandits." With the resounding beat of the drums, the elite troops assembled. Qin Zhan led the way, followed closely by Lu Hongchang and the siege engineers. As a princess personally leading troops to subdue bandits in Lixian, her bravery inspired great morale among her guards. Once they reached the point of assaulting the bandit stronghold, Jiang Shaohua deemed it unnecessary to venture further into the mountains, remaining instead at the base camp. 200 of her personal guards, including Song Yuan, stayed behind to ensure the princess's safety. Jiang Shaohua busied herself, inspecting the camp and visiting the wounded soldiers. The camp housed 2 military doctors, whose skills paled in comparison to those of the Sun siblings. Consequently, for the past 2 days, the care of the injured had been entrusted to them. With the siblings resting, the 2 military doctors tended to the wounded in their tents. As the injured soldiers lay there, excitement radiated from them upon seeing the princess. Jiang Shaohua smiled, saying, "Take good care of yourselves. Once you recover, return to the camp." Qin Hu scanned the room quickly, his heart sinking when he failed to spot Miss Sunday. Jiang Shaohua suddenly turned her head, catching his gaze. Qin Hu, feeling somewhat guilty under her scrutiny, hastily redirected his attention, standing stiffly. Jiang Shaohua found amusement in his reaction and felt a pang of sympathy. The young man, filled with youthful fervor and impulsiveness, wore his emotions plainly. However, from her perspective, it was merely a case of unrequited affection. The heart of a young girl stirred, but it was certainly not reflected in Sun Zilan's aloof demeanor. A distant memory surged forth. She recalled her younger self, cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling with innocence. A bittersweet pang tugged at her heart. The sweetness was scant, overshadowed by the melancholy of irretrievable past. She would not return to the capital, nor would she re-enter the palace, nor encounter that young man again. Every choice bears its price. This was the path she had chosen. she would not regret it, nor would she look back. Thus, she would proceed resolutely onward. Chapter 54. The Campaign Against Bandits, Part 1. Boss, the officials and soldiers are approaching. They are merely 5 li from the stronghold. The scout relayed the news, and the atmosphere in Black Pine stronghold turned tense. This was not the first time they had faced such a situation. Previously, when the Wang of Nanyang led forces against them, they would flee at the first hint of trouble. Those unfortunate enough to be caught were killed, while the fortunate managed to escape with their lives. Now, the boss had stubbornly taken on the princess. Seeing the approaching army, they knew they were cornered. Zhu Yidao regretted his decisions, but as the leader, he could not allow himself to panic. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. With narrowed eyes, he barked, "What is there to panic about? According to the old rules, we shall leave 50 behind to guard the gate, while the rest split into 2 groups to enter the tunnels." Being a bandit meant living with the constant threat of death. Those left to guard the gate had a high probability of perishing, and no one was keen on that fate. They resorted to drawing lots, and those who drew the short straw faced despair. The ones fortunate enough to draw the right lot breathed a sigh of relief, quickly gathering their belongings and scurrying into the tunnels like mice. There were 2 tunnels, one leading from the kitchen, the other from the storeroom. Zhu Yidao exclaimed, "Everyone, enter the tunnels in an orderly manner. I will cover your retreat." The frantic bandits barely had time to cheer before they all rushed into the tunnels. Once they were all inside, Zhu Yidao quietly turned back to his room, lifting the bed to reveal yet another secret passage. This was the 3rd tunnel and Zhu Yidao's true trump card. The few who followed Zhu Yidao were his most trusted men. "Boss, are we really just leaving? What about all the women in the stronghold?" One bandit lamented, licking his lips with reluctance. Zhu Yidao, filled with rage, kicked him, saying, "At a time like this, what are you thinking about women for? Get into the tunnel. Where will we hide?" Another asked, "Should we go to that mountain den from last time?" Zhu Yidao's eyes glinted with malice. "No, we will charge down the mountain and capture that little vixen. Otherwise, this anger in my heart will never be quenched." His subordinates were alarmed. "Boss, that is the princess, and she undoubtedly has guards with her. If we go, it will be tantamount to walking to our deaths." Zhu Yidao, blinded by rage and harboring contempt for the princess of Nanyang, sneered, "I'll hide for a day or 2. Once the stronghold is breached and the camp is lax, I'll go seize her. With the princess in hand, I'll demand a fortune in silver, escape to Jiangnan, and buy a vast estate to live as a landlord, enjoying the rest of my days in leisure. What say you? Are you willing to take the plunge?" Only those with steely resolve could be bandits. The 10 or so bandits present were seasoned warriors, and Zhu Yidao's words ignited their fervor. "We'll follow the boss," they declared, emboldened. "What is a little risk? We're in." Zhu Yidao grinned and led the way into the tunnel, with the others following suit. The entrance to the tunnel soon sealed shut, and the bed returned to its original state. The bandits scattered in disarray, while on the other side, Qin Zhan and Lu Hengchang led their men to assault the stronghold. The bandits left to guard the gate, upon witnessing the imposing siege towers erected outside, felt their hearts sink. It was over. Their greatest reliance lay in the terrain and the towering gate, which might have held for a few days. Yet now, 2 siege towers, nearly as tall as the gate itself, had been set up alongside ladders. Dozens of armored archers crouched on the sturdy vehicles, accompanied by numerous stalwart men wielding long spears and blades, exuding an aura of ferocity. Additionally, catapults loaded with massive stones were operated by several individuals, sending boulders soaring into the stronghold, where one unfortunate soul was struck, silencing his cries as he became a mere puddle of flesh and blood. The remaining bandits were filled with despair, their fighting spirit extinguished. Outside, the war drums thundered, arrows rained down, and figures began to ascend the ladders. The foremost among them was a tall, robust man, akin to an iron tower. Clutching a long blade, he reached the gate and, with a powerful swing, cleaved a bandit in 2, blood splattering everywhere. Instantly, some bandits were so frightened that they lost their footing and tumbled down from the gate. The towering figure, Tao Da, followed suit, dispatching the cowardly bandit with a single stroke. Meanwhile, the archer Shao Tian, stationed on the siege tower, displayed exceptional skill, firing arrow after arrow with precision to eliminate threats near Tao Da. Soon, one after another, loyal soldiers scaled the gate and leaped into the stronghold, engaging in fierce combat with the bandits. The defenders, now merely 50 in number, were filled with despair, facing relentless waves of fierce warriors. The bandits quickly crumbled. In an instant, the gate had fallen. Lu Hongchang and Qin Zhan, positioned at the rear, had yet to engage directly. Observing the scene, Qin Zhan grinned proudly. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, they could be deployed in an instant. My lads have certainly not shamed the princess. Lu Hongchang chuckled. Subtly flattering, General Qin commands a valiant and fearless band of warriors. The assault on the gate was spearheaded by the elite 1st Battalion. Qin Zhan graciously accepted the praise. They've performed admirably, with Tao De leading the charge through the gate, earning the first merit. Xiao Tian and the archers will undoubtedly receive their due recognition after the battle. The 3rd Battalion was also composed of brave men, swiftly transporting and assembling siege equipment without delay. Lu Hongchang humbly replied, Generals Qin and Meng possess noble loyalty and exceptional command. I have learned a thing or two from you both, which has proven invaluable. Qin Zhan laughed heartily, clapping Lu Hongchang on the shoulder. Do not be so modest. General Lu, your abilities surpass those of both Meng and myself. However, I wish to remind you of one thing. Though the princess is young, she is remarkably resolute and possesses the demeanor of a true leader. Such a master is deserving of our utmost support and respect. Do not entertain thoughts of departure. Remain in the camp, serving the princess. She will not treat you poorly. Lu Hongchang, feeling exposed by the bluntness of the remark, managed a dry chuckle. General Qin, you jest. I have never entertained thoughts of leaving the elite guard. That is for the best. Focus on your duties, and a bright future will surely follow. Qin Zhan laughed again. And do not be so formal. We've known each other for several years. You may call me Brother Qin. Lu Hongchang quickly complied, addressing him as Brother Qin. Just then, the gate was breached. Qin Zhan hastily curtailed the banter. Let us proceed quickly. We must ensure these ruffians do not become overly zealous and harm the innocent. Chapter 55. The Bandit Suppression, Part 2. Are there innocents within the bandit lair? Certainly. As the loyal soldiers stormed into the stronghold, they discovered a group of pale, trembling women in the courtyard. Having spent years in the military, they seldom encountered females and were momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many. There were about 30 women, the eldest appearing no older than 28 or 29, while the youngest was merely 11 or 12. Most possessed delicate and attractive features. As the fierce soldiers charged in, the women expressed despair, their faces filled with sorrow. Some appeared resigned, while others wept softly, and a few had already fallen to their knees in supplication. Curiously, the soldiers merely exchanged glances, refraining from advancing to harass or violate them. Tao De, one of the loyal soldiers, nudged the bloodied tall man beside him. Look at them. Who is the most beautiful? Tao De, lacking in wit, failed to grasp the jest and earnestly scrutinized the women. Finally, he pointed to a girl in the corner. She is the prettiest. The girl he indicated was slender and fair, her demeanor exuding an air of grace, unmistakably a lady of good breeding. Alas, she had been captured by bandits. Losing her virtue, the soldiers felt a pang of sorrow for her. Despite her pallid complexion, the girl was not intimidated by the bloodied figure before her. Instead, she summoned her courage to speak. There is a dungeon in the stronghold where people are imprisoned. Her voice was soft and melodious, and her lovely face was equally captivating. Tao Da's gaze was transfixed on her. Lead the way. I will free them. The girl, momentarily forgetting her fear, nodded vigorously and hastened forward. Tao Da's overwhelming scent of blood wafted toward her, prompting her to instinctively hold her breath, quelling her trembling legs. 10 soldiers remained behind to guard the women, while the rest followed the girl to the dungeon. One soldier, eager to stay close to her, inadvertently caught Tao Da's ire, and with a swift swing, Tao Da sent him sprawling, nearly tumbling headfirst. The soldier winced in pain, but upon seeing Tao Da's fierce glare, he quickly fell silent. In the military, strength reigned supreme. Despite Tao Da's simplicity, he was formidable, and while the soldiers often jested, no one dared to challenge him. Most of the bandits had fled through the tunnels, leaving the dungeon unguarded. With a single stroke, the iron lock gave way. As the door swung open, a dozen emaciated men stumbled out, their faces pale and gaunt. Overwhelmed by the light, they wept uncontrollably. Among them was a father and son, both filthy and exuding a foul odor, their once handsome features marred by neglect. The girl, tears welling in her eyes, called out, father, brother. Their reunion, however, was not met with the joy she had envisioned. Her father regarded her with disdain. You have been in the bandit lair for 2 years, losing your virtue. How can you still call me father? Go find a white silk to end your life and seek rebirth. Her brother echoed the sentiment coldly. Father speaks true. Our family has always been one of scholarly repute. We have never harbored a dishonored daughter. After such a long time in the bandit lair, you have no face to return to the Kong family. It would be better to end it all. The most painful wounds are not inflicted by blades, but by the harsh words of kin. The girl's face turned ashen as tears streamed down her cheeks. The loyal soldiers observed the scene, their hearts heavy with discontent. The soldier who had been struck earlier finally regained his composure and scoffed. "Pa, you two are utterly ungrateful. Had it not been for this young lady leading us, you would have perished from starvation." Tao Te, growing increasingly agitated, stepped forward, grasping both men by their collars and hurling them away with great force. With a dull thud, the Kong father and son were sent crashing to the ground, both spitting blood. The girl gasped, rushing to assist her father and brother, but they recoiled from her touch, as if she were the most loathsome creature on earth. Overwhelmed with grievances and nowhere to express them, tears streamed down her face once more. Tao Te frowned, declaring, "I will slay them for you." And with that, he advanced menacingly once more. The Kong father and son, pale with fear, struggled to crawl away on the ground. As the iron-like fist was about to descend, Miss Kong rushed forward, positioning herself between her father and brother, her tear-filled eyes pleading, "Spare them, military commander. My father and elder brother have been imprisoned by the bandits for 2 years, enduring humiliation and despair. They may have spoken harshly, but they do not truly wish for my demise. Please, I implore you to grant them mercy." Tao Te observed the terrified expressions of the Kong family and asked, "Is what Miss Kong says true?" The pragmatic nature of survival prompted the Kong family to nod frantically, their tone shifting. Yes, military commander, you have misunderstood us. Our sister has borne great shame for our sake. We only wish to cherish her henceforth." Tao Te's expression softened as he withdrew his fist. The remaining soldiers, having witnessed the unfolding drama, busied themselves gathering the remaining dozen men. They summoned the women to identify their husbands and kin. Nearby, the soldiers stationed at the tunnel's exit reported movement. Bandits were escaping. The fleeing bandits, upon surfacing from the tunnel, found themselves encircled, their bloodlust ignited, fighting fiercely. Soon, the ground was strewn with corpses, the crimson stains soaking the forest floor. Nearby wildlife scattered in fright. Suddenly, a fire arrow soared into the sky, bursting into a blinding light that lingered for several moments. The camp below, including Jiang Shaohua and others, was stirred by the commotion. Jiang Shaohua's eyes lit up, a smile gracing his lips. The Black Pine stronghold has been taken. Song Yuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Qin Zhan is unmatched in bravery, and Lu Hongchang is meticulous. Together they have successfully besieged the bandit lair. As he spoke, 2 more fire arrows exploded in the air. Jiang Shaohua scrutinized the scene, whispering, "This signal originates from the tunnel's exit. It appears most bandits have fled the stronghold. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate them entirely, leaving none behind. Uncle, let a team into the mountains for support immediately." Song Yuan frowned in opposition. "If I take my men away, who will protect the princess?" Jiang Shaohua replied calmly, 50 guards will suffice. Take the rest. I will await your good news at the military camp." Chapter 56, Night Raid, Part 1, with the princess's orders. Song Yuan had no choice but to comply. He assigned 50 of the best soldiers to remain, sternly instructing, "You are to stay by the princess's side, never leaving her. If she loses a single hair, I will flay you." The soldiers responded in unison. With 150 soldiers, Song Yuan hastily ventured into the forest to aid in the assault against the bandits. Jiang Shaohua, however, remained modest, choosing not to leave the military camp. Inside the tent, she took a red-tasseled spear and meticulously polished it, her focus unwavering. Inju could not help but speak up. "Let me handle this, my lady." "Indeed, you should rest while we take care of the spear," echoed Tu Bai. Jiang Shaohua did not lift her gaze, continuing to attend to her weapon. Weapon maintenance requires personal attention. Only then can one and weapon harmonize, becoming an extension of oneself. What the princess says is undoubtedly correct. Inju quickly amended her words, acknowledging her limited experience. Tu Bai scratched his head, Bemused, isn't this just a spear? How can it be an extension of oneself? Before he could finish, Inju shot him a glare. If the princess says so, it must be true. Jiang Shaohua chuckled softly, continuing her task. Surrounding the tent, Qin Hu, Meng Sanbao, and the 50 soldiers remained vigilant, aware that apart from the injured and a disabled aide, they were the only protection for the princess. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside the camp. Qin Hu's gaze sharpened. This is bad. The camp is under attack. The hastily constructed encampment lacked sufficient defenses, allowing agile intruders to infiltrate. Meng Sanbao reported urgently, Princess, intruders have breached the camp. Before he finished, the tent flap was drawn aside, revealing the princess clad in soft armor, wielding her spear. Though her stature was modest, the aura she exuded was formidable, inspiring awe. I have been waiting for them, Jiang Shaohua declared coldly. Today, they shall not return. Her words ignited the soldiers' fervor. They rallied in unison. Meng Sanbao, still rational, urged, Princess, perhaps you should remain in the tent. Blades are unpredictable. If you were to be harmed, Commander Song would surely flay us. Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow, smiling. The bandits dare to invade the camp, believing me to be young and naive. Today, I will personally eliminate their leader. Her tone was resolute. Qin Hu, gripping his long knife, could not help but interject. How do you know it is Zhu Yidao? Jiang Shaohua's eyes flashed as she replied. The Black Pine stronghold is not large. Surviving multiple sieges indicates Zhu Yidao's cunning. This time, as I lead the charge against the bandits, he will likely underestimate me, perhaps even entertain thoughts of taking me hostage. This man is ruthless, treating his entire bandit nest as expendable. He possesses genuine skill. We must remain cautious. Qin Hu seethed. Wait for me, Princess. I will present Zhu Yidao's head to you. Meng Sanbao countered, no, let me handle it. Having grown up together in the soldiers' camp, they had seen bloodshed and were unafraid. In their eyes, the princess, despite her prowess, remained delicate and precious. Jiang Shaohua felt warmth in her heart and smiled faintly. The bandits, having infiltrated the camp, rushed forward. Leading the charge was a particularly burly figure, brandishing a hefty blade, his scarred face a testament to his ferocity. Zhu Yidao had indeed arrived. Jiang Shaohua sneered, commanding kill. With her order, the soldiers surged forward. The bandits, desperate and fierce, fought with abandon. The soldiers, each skilled and fearless, engaged, causing blood and flesh to scatter, leaving no cries of agony in their wake. Hidden within the tent, Inju and Tu Bai turned pale. I am feeling scared, Tu Bai trembled, tugging at Inju's sleeve. Inju, equally frightened, kept her gaze fixed on the princess, occasionally glancing at Meng Sanbao, who was fiercely battling. Suddenly, alarm struck. Meng Sanbao had failed to stop Zhu Yidao. The notorious bandit leader, skilled in combat, rushed forward, sustaining a wound yet pressing on. He was mere moments from the princess. Zhu Yidao, like a beast spotting its prey, grinned maliciously, envisioning himself leaving the county with the princess and a trove of riches. The life of a bandit paled in comparison to that of a wealthy lord. With a fierce determination, he charged, mindful not to harm the princess, knowing he could only sever an arm at most. A mere girl in soft armor wielding a spear, how absurd. Women should be embroidering and cooking, not brandishing weapons. He would soon sever her annoying arm. The red tassel flew through the air. A flash of light, then a sudden, excruciating pain in his chest. Zhu Yidao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see the gleaming spear shaft, blood gushing forth. Where had the spearhead gone? With a deafening scream, Zhu Yidao fell to his knees, unable to resist any longer as Jiang Shaohua stood firm, her right hand steady, the spear aimed at his corpse. Eliminate them all. With Zhu Yidao dispatched in a single encounter, the remaining bandits were struck with terror, their courage evaporating. Outnumbered 3-1, the soldiers fought valiantly, and one by one, the bandits fell. In the military tent, Inju's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tightly grasped Tu Bai's hand, exclaiming fervently, Tu Bai, did you see that? The princess is astonishingly formidable. Struggling to find other adjectives, she was overwhelmed with admiration. Tu Bai, lacking Inju's boldness, turned pale, her lips trembling as she replied. Inju, the princess has suddenly become so powerful. Having served the princess for several years, they were quite familiar with her, yet her temperament had changed significantly of late. Her skills were sharper than ever, her strikes fierce. The bandit, still hanging from the princess's weapon, had a bloody chest and bulging eyes, presenting a terrifying sight. Zhu remained exuberant, asserting, "Isn't it wonderful? No one will dare to underestimate the princess now." Tubai considered this and gradually calmed down. However, her gaze quickly shifted, and she gasped, "Zhu, Meng Sanbao is injured." Zhu, who had been focused solely on the princess, immediately turned her attention at Tubai's alert. Meng Sanbao's left arm was covered in blood. Zhu's face paled, and she instinctively attempted to rush out of the tent, only to be firmly restrained by Tubai. "The fighting is still ongoing. With our limited skills, we would only cause chaos by going out." Zhu's fervor dampened, and she ceased her movements. Meng Sanbao, caught up in the battle, was oblivious to the injury on his left arm, wielding his sword with fervor. Qin Hu, though wounded, managed to continue fighting. Jiang Shaohua stood resolute, her right hand gripping a spear, the body of Zhu Yidao hanging from its tip, blood nearly drained. The sight was overwhelmingly impactful. After approximately an incense stick's worth of time, all the bandits were eradicated. The loyal soldiers, uneasy, inspected each body, severing heads one by one and dragging the corpses outside the wooden stockade. Jiang Shaohua retrieved her spear, its red tassel stained with blood, vibrant against the grim backdrop. Zhu Yidao's body finally fell, also beheaded and displayed prominently. Limbs and other remains were cleared away, leaving only the blood that had soaked into the ground, an unbearable stench lingering in the air. Though injuries were sustained among the loyal soldiers, 1 dead and 5 wounded, the losses paled in comparison to the annihilated bandits. In warfare, casualties are inevitable. Jiang Shaohua, witnessing the aftermath, felt a deep ache in her heart. The fallen soldiers would be transported back to Nanyang County for burial. With a heavy voice, Jiang Shaohua instructed, "Those who are injured, go at once to the medical tent. Those unable to move, carry them there immediately for treatment." It was at this moment that Qin Hu and Meng Sanbao began to feel their wounds, grimacing in pain. Meng Sanbao, looking despondent, approached to apologize. "Princess, it is my fault for not being able to stop Zhu Yidao. Thankfully, you killed him. Otherwise, if you had been harmed, I would have had to pay with my life." Jiang Shaohua shot him an irritated glance, her voice tinged with anger. "Is this the time to discuss such matters? Hurry to the medical tent for treatment." Scolded, Meng Sanbao regained some spirit and complied, supporting Qin Hu as they made their way. 2 military doctors were already busy tending to the wounded. Sun Guangbai and Sun Zilan were present as well. Upon seeing Meng Sanbao's left arm drenched in blood, Sun Guangbai frowned and quickly approached, placing a piece of softwood in Meng Sanbao's mouth. "Bite down if it hurts. Don't injure your tongue," he advised, then took out needle and thread to stitch the wound. Meng Sanbao, drenched in cold sweat, nearly fainted from the pain. Qin Hu's injury was minor, requiring no stitches. Sun Zilan examined him carefully, applying medicine and bandaging the wound with clean gauze. Qin Hu, tall enough to sit at eye level with Sun Zilan, kept his gaze fixed on her face. Sun Zilan seemed oblivious, moving on to the next patient after tending to Qin Hu. Jiang Shaohua returned to the tent. Zhu brought over hot tea, which Jiang Shaohua accepted and sipped. Upon raising her eyes, she noticed the 2 maids watching her anxiously. Jiang Shaohua chuckled, "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine," and 1 TB throwing up. Having killed for the 3rd time, she was astonished by her own ease. Zhu and Tubai finally felt relieved. Zhu praised her princess's bravery, while Tubai's innocent face was marred by worry. Would the princess frequently lead troops against bandits in the future? As night descended, the group sent to eliminate the bandits returned with news, reporting to the princess, "The bandit stronghold has been taken. Of the 200 who escaped through the tunnels, most have been killed, with only a few survivors remaining. How should we proceed?" Jiang Shaohua replied coolly, "Kill them all. Hang all the corpses outside the camp for exposure." The messenger's soldier bowed and departed. 2 hours later, the soldiers returned from the mountains. Numerous bonfires lit up the camp, clearly visible from afar. After a day of intense fighting, Qin Zhan smiled. "The princess is truly considerate. She has already prepared food for us to celebrate our victory." Having spent the entire day chasing and eliminating fleeing bandits, they had been too busy even to drink water. With the bandit stronghold cleared, 100 remained to guard the site, while the rest descended to rest. Lu Hengchang, with a rare smile, remarked, "Today's campaign against the bandits was indeed exhilarating. I hope the princess will often command us to see some action. Song Yuan's gaze narrowed. Noticing the number of corpses hanging outside the camp seemed to have increased. Upon entering the camp and learning that Zhu Yidao had led an attack, he was filled with furious self-recrimination. From now on, I shall not leave the princess's side for even a moment, he vowed. Jiang Shaohua observed his self-reproach and spoke softly. Uncle, you know my abilities best. I can protect myself and take lives. Your mission to eliminate bandits was at my behest. You need not feel guilty. You are in your prime. Remaining by my side is a waste of your talents. In the future, I will assign you to lead troops. Song Yuan was taken aback, looking at the princess in surprise. The glow of the bonfire cast a reddish hue on her youthful, beautiful face, sparkling with ambition as she declared, Uncle, I want you to be my foremost general. His heart raced, and he instinctively agreed, though his mind was a whirlwind. Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly, inviting him to sit by the fire and calling for Qin Zhan and Lu Hengchang to join them. A half-grown yellow goat roasted over the fire, its tender meat seasoned with salt and spices, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Jiang Shaohua took a slender silver knife, personally cutting 3 pieces of roasted meat to hand to the 3 men. Even knowing she was attempting to win their favor, they were nonetheless astonished by her gesture. Eat while it's hot, Jiang Shaohua said cheerfully. You all worked hard today. Eat well and rest, for we shall venture into the mountains again tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Shaohua led her troops into the mountains. 50 loyal soldiers remained in the camp, while over 40 were injured, barely enough to lie down in 6 tents. The path, had it been open the previous day, was much easier to traverse. Within an hour, Jiang Shaohua arrived at the Black Pine stronghold. More than 200 corpses were dragged onto carts and transported down the mountain, following the princess's orders to be hung for exposure. The vast Black Pine stronghold bore the scars of slaughter, a nauseating stench of blood pervading the air. Jiang Shaohua, unfazed, surveyed the scene before tending to the rescued individuals. There were over 30 women and a handful of men, the latter appearing gaunt and unsteady even on their knees, clearly having endured prolonged torment. The women bore the marks of their own suffering. As Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept over the faces of the women, a heaviness settled in her heart. The men could be easily dealt with, given some silver for travel expenses to return home. But what to do with these women, their faces etched with sorrow and confusion? In Daliang, society was relatively liberal. Widows could remarry. However, the women before her had all suffered the ravages of bandits, and society offered them no refuge. Please, state your names, Jiang Shaohua said, steadying her mind. Clearly articulate your name, age, and the circumstances that led you to the Black Pine stronghold. The women, unfamiliar with Jiang Shaohua's fierce and ruthless demeanor during combat, perceived her as the beautiful, gentle, and kind princess of Nanyang. Before they could speak, tears began to flow. Your Highness, I am Lin Huanyang, one of the women cried out. I am 23 years old. 3 years ago, my husband and I passed through this area, and we were both captured by the bandits. They used my husband as leverage against me, and I dared not even think of death. I endured 3 years in that den of thieves, and now I have no face to return to my in-laws or my family. The other women echoed her lamentations, recounting experiences strikingly similar to Lin Huanyang's. Among them were 7 or 8 husbands standing nearby, yet only 3 spoke up, willing to take their wives down the mountain. The rest remained silent, evidently unwilling to bring home their wives who had lost their purity. Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept over the 3 men who had volunteered to take their wives home. Consider your decision carefully. Are you truly willing to bring your wives back? One man replied resolutely, I am willing. Another displayed a similar firmness. The last hesitated for a moment and softly said, I will take her to a place where no one knows us, to start anew. Though his response lacked the conviction of the first 2, it still showed a measure of loyalty. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly and instructed 2 Bai to retrieve 3 pouches to reward these couples for their journey. Each pouch contained 2 small silver ingots, totaling 20 taels, enough to build a modest dwelling. The 3 couples, with tears in their eyes, knelt to express their gratitude before supporting each other as they departed. The remaining women looked longingly at their husbands, but alas, they were met with averted gazes. Jiang Shaohua turned her attention to the men who had refused to take their wives. You ought to consider this carefully. If you do not take them today, you must write a letter of divorce, severing all ties and ensuring no future entanglements. One tall, Li Man responded immediately, I will write it now. Lin Huinyang covered her face with her sleeve and wept uncontrollably. This was her husband. Jiang Shaohua remained impassive, her voice flat. Inju, provide him with paper and a pen. The tall man, educated for 2 years, wasn't a skilled writer but could compose a divorce letter. After finishing, he intended to personally present it to the princess. But Inju shot him a fierce glare, snatched the letter from his hand, and delivered it to Jiang Shaohua. She glanced at it, tore it into pieces, and with a swift movement of her spear, swept the weapon against the man's leg, exerting just enough force to cause him to scream and collapse. Drenched in cold sweat from the pain, Lin Huinyang instinctively reached to assist her husband, only to be repelled by his disdain. The letter of divorce was not the same as a severance document. Jiang Shaohua's cold voice rang out, do not waste my time. The tall man, enduring the humiliation, complied and struggled to his feet, hastily writing the severance letter, which he shoved into Lin Huinyang's hands. She clutched the letter, tears streaming down her face. The other men, some unable to write, begged the tall man to act as their scribe. After about half an hour, all the severance letters were completed. One woman, holding her letter, cried and attempted to slam herself against a nearby stone pillar. Fortunately, the guards were quick to intervene and subdued the distraught woman. Her husband, instead of offering concern, displayed a look of revulsion, as if he wished she would perish. Jiang Shaohua's gaze turned frosty as she ordered, take these men down the mountain. They left without a single coin for travel. Some men opened their mouths to speak, but upon seeing the fierce guards, they quickly fell silent and left with their heads bowed. One pair, a father and son, remained behind. Both were frail but bore the demeanor of scholars, suggesting a decent upbringing. Their faces bore scrapes, evidently having been punished the previous day. Standing beside them was a sorrowful young girl, appearing no older than 11 or 12. Her undeveloped stature revealing bruises on her wrists and neck. Her gaze was vacant, her speech unclear. She could only manage a foolish laugh, her mind evidently disturbed. Even the hardest heart would feel pity upon seeing her. Jiang Shaohua felt a heavy weight in her heart, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within her. After a moment of silence, she asked, what is her name? Does she have any family? Lin Huinyang wiped her tears with her sleeve and choked out. Her name is Shan Xing. Her father and brother were killed by the bandits, and her mother could not endure the torment. She hanged herself last year. Shan Xing is all that remains. There is a deranged bandit who seeks her out. She was not even 10 years old at the time, and after enduring such torment for 2 or 3 years, she has become like this. Shan Xing continued to laugh vacantly. Jiang Shaohua exhaled deeply, then turned to issue an order. Inju, take her down the mountain and bring her back to the palace. Inju, with tears in her eyes, nodded vigorously. Tu Bai's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Though they were servants, they had been raised in the palace, accustomed to comfort, with their greatest worry being the reprimands of the matron for not fulfilling their duties properly. They had never witnessed such human suffering. The other women, seeing the compassion shown to Shan Xing, suddenly knelt down, repeatedly bowing their heads. Your Highness, please take us in. We are willing to serve you as servants, just seeking a place to belong. Please, Your Highness, take us in. Someone began to bow, and soon the others followed suit, their heads hitting the ground in a chorus of thuds, too swift for any intervention. Stop bowing. Jiang Shaohua's voice, slightly somber, resonated clearly among the women. This princess has personally come to eradicate the bandits. I will not neglect you and will find a way to settle you properly. The women wiped their tears, their sobs diminishing significantly. Only Kong Qingwan remained still, clutching the severance letter without moving. Jiang Shaohua glanced over. Kong Qingwan, do you harbor thoughts of despair, contemplating self-destruction? Kong Qingwan's lips quivered, yet not a word could escape her mouth. Your father, your brother, and your very life have all been saved by this princess. Jiang Shaohua stated coldly. You owe this princess 3 lives, and from now on, you must toil like a beast to repay your debt. I forbid you to die. As long as you live, you shall not perish. Otherwise, I shall hold your father and brother accountable. They have not strayed far. I could send someone to eliminate them this very moment. Kong Qingwan was taken aback, her pupils dilating as her previously numb limbs suddenly regained strength, and she instinctively knelt. No need to kneel, Jiang Shaohua commanded, her expression stern and devoid of warmth, exuding an air of nobility and authority. From today forth, You are all subjects of this princess. I do not tolerate idlers. Each must fulfill their duties. Have you received an education? Can you write? Kong Qingwan nodded reflexively, yes. I have studied since childhood and practiced calligraphy. Jiang Shaohua replied with an affirming sound. You are to compile a list of all the women's names, ages, and origins, along with their skills. I expect it in 2 hours. I shall send Yin Zhu to collect it. Out of 31 women, only 3 had left with their husbands, leaving 28. To gather and document this information within 2 hours was no trivial task. Without time for sorrow or self-pity, Kong Qingwan swiftly tucked the letter of separation into her sleeve, took the thick papers and charcoal pencil from Yin Zhu, and began her work. Before departing, Jiang Shaohua reminded Lin Huinyang, take good care of Shanqing. Lin Huinyang solemnly agreed, wiping her reddened eyes and neatly folding the letter written by her husband. With the princess's support, their husbands had written letters of separation rather than divorce, preserving their dignity and honor. From this day forward, their lives belonged to the princess. Jiang Shaohua then turned her attention to the spoils from the recent campaign against the bandits. Black Pine Stronghold had been established for over a decade and had accumulated considerable wealth, much of which was stored in 3 fully packed warehouses. Mr. Kai was currently leading a team to count the valuables, having somehow procured an abacus and clicking it rapidly. Qin Zhan chuckled softly. Princess, Mr. Kai is quite capable. He arrived early this morning to tally the inventory. He is worth 10 men. The soldiers, skilled in battle, were less adept at accounting, and Jiang Shaohua smiled in approval. Just then, a report came in. Your Highness, during our search of the stronghold, we found a survivor. Should we execute him immediately? Jiang Shaohua casually replied. Bring him to me. I shall question him. Shortly, the survivor was brought forth, tightly bound and dragged in like a dead fish by Tao Da. Jiang Shaohua did not rush to interrogate the bandit, but first praised Tao Da with a smile. You were the first to breach the gates of Black Pine Stronghold. You have achieved great merit. Speak of your reward. The simple-minded Tao Da, surprisingly, replied, Princess, I wish to marry. Laughter erupted among the guards. Jiang Shaohua smiled. The Imperial Guard does not prohibit marriage. When the time comes, you may wed. I have heard your mother has been urging you to marry for years. Why the sudden change of heart? Tao Da rubbed his fingers together, grinning sheepishly. My mother wishes for me to marry my cousin, but I do not fancy her. Now I have met a girl I like and wish for the princess's blessing. Having spent all his days in the military camp, opportunities to meet women were scarce, and it was likely that this newfound affection arose from an encounter with one of the unfortunate women during the recent raid. Jiang Shaohua's keen insight allowed her to grasp the situation immediately, and before Tao Da could elaborate, she interjected, We shall discuss this later. I must interrogate the bandit now. Tao Da nodded and stepped back. Jiang Shaohua's gaze fell upon the bandit, an older man of over 50, his hair graying. Bound tightly, he hunched over, with foul rags stuffed in his mouth, his face flushed with fear and desperation. Qin Zhan personally removed the rags from the bandit's mouth, stating, Answer truthfully when the princess questions you, and you may die without suffering. The bandit gasped for breath, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Princess, spare me. I know where the treasure of Zhu Yidao is hidden. I will reveal it to you. I also know of another bandit hideout in Lixian. I can guide you there. If you spare my life, I will be your loyal dog, ready to bite whoever you command. Jiang Shaohua's eyes flickered with interest as she asked, Where is the treasure? The bandit, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly replied, Zhu Yidao is extremely greedy. He has hidden more than half of the plunder in his quarters, beneath his bed. Dig 6 feet further down. With a subtle glance, Jiang Shaohua signaled to Song Yuan, who nodded and made arrangements. Chapter 60. Descent from the mountain. Qin Zhan personally led a team to search for the underground passage and dig out the secret chamber. With many hands, it took only half a day to break through. The chamber was modest, about 10 feet square, containing neatly stacked wooden boxes. Upon opening them, a dazzling display of silver and gold greeted their eyes, enough to make one dizzy. A rough estimate revealed at least several 100,000 taels of silver and thousands of taels of gold. It was unclear how much wealth Zhu Yidao had amassed through his plundering, but it now belonged to the princess. Jiang Shaohua descended into the chamber for a quick inspection. Her spirits lifted significantly. She turned to Song Yuan and the others, smiling. Our campaign against Black Pine Stronghold has yielded substantial rewards. Relay my orders. The soldiers who suffered casualties shall receive double the compensation. and the rest will each be rewarded with half a year's pay. Tao De and Xiao Tian, who distinguish themselves, will receive a full year's pay. Commander Song and Generals Qin and Liu will also receive a year's pay. The orders were disseminated, bringing joy to all. Qin Zhan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Princess, did that old bandit not mention another hideout in Lixian? It is not far, merely a day's journey. I will lead a team to attack. Jiang Shaohua cast a sidelong glance at Qin Zhan. Warfare is no trivial matter. If he speaks carelessly or misleads us, we could lose men. The lives of my guards are far more precious than gold and silver. Your Highness speaks wisely, Lu Hongchang interjected. We should first send scouts to ascertain the terrain and the number of bandits before proceeding. Song Yuan added, there's another pressing matter. The princess has been in Lixian for 3 days and has yet to hold Mr. Kai accountable. Qin Zhan, unabashed, grinned. I Qin, a rough man, skilled only in battle. You all decide the matters that require thought. When it comes time to charge into battle, I shall be the first. Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly. Everyone had their strengths. Song Yuan prioritized her wishes. Lu Hongchang was a true strategist, and while Qin Zhan lacked their insight, he possessed unmatched bravery. Meng Dashan, who remained with the guards, was also a formidable warrior. Among the younger guards, Qin Hu, Meng Sanbao, and Tao De each had their unique talents. Such individuals were indeed a boon. Yin Zhu approached with a stack of papers. Here are the records compiled by Miss Kong. Please review them, Your Highness. Jiang Shaohua acknowledged and swiftly perused the documents. Miss Kong's handwriting was exquisite. Yin Zhu whispered in admiration. In comparison, my writing resembles a chicken scratching the ground. The elegant and refined characters were indeed impressive, and the fluidity of her writing showcased her literary talent. Coming from a scholarly family and possessing such skills and beauty, it was tragic that she had fallen to the depths of a bandit stronghold, abandoned by her family. Kong Qingwan's fate was indeed lamentable. After finishing, Jiang Shaohua instructed Yin Zhu, the gold and silver from the stronghold have been gradually transported down the mountain. This stronghold must be dismantled and burned before nightfall. Inform the women to gather their belongings and descend. Once we reach the camp, arrange 4 tents for them. Upon entering the military camp, the order was given for the women to engage in various tasks. Those skilled in cooking were directed to the kitchen, while the more daring were assigned to the infirmary to assist the medics. In essence, the aim was to keep them occupied, for idleness could lead to morose thoughts, and there was a risk that some might contemplate self-harm. Better to keep them busy. Once a person is engaged, sorrow and despair have no time to take hold. Yin Zhu nodded in agreement and swiftly conveyed the princess's orders. By the end of the day, the emotions of the women had gradually stabilized. After receiving their instructions, they returned to their quarters to pack their belongings. Lin Huinyang, upon entering her room, bundled a few garments without a moment's hesitation before stepping out. Shan Xing, still dazed, trailed closely behind her. Lin Huinyang, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently stroked Shan Xing's head and softly reassured her. Do not fear, Shan Xing. The princess has saved us. We shall now descend the mountain with her, and henceforth, no one shall dare to bully us. Shan Xing smiled vacantly, perhaps not fully grasping her words. Kong Qingwan also emerged with a small bundle, standing beside Lin Huinyang, surveying the surroundings with a heart full of desolation. Lin Huinyang regarded Kong Qingwan and whispered, Sister Qingwan, we are both unfortunate souls. You have been forsaken by your family, and I have been scorned by my husband. They abandoned us to flee. The hardest days are behind us. Do we not still possess the courage to live on? I know you are different from us. You hail from a prominent family, educated and talented. The princess has rescued us, and our lives are now her responsibility. Do not entertain foolish thoughts of self-destruction. It is far better to endure life than to succumb to despair. Let's live well. Kong Qingwan's eyes glistened with tears as she fell silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. After Lin Huinyang's encouragement, she called the women to form a line. Being a warm-hearted person, Lin Huinyang garnered the women's trust, and they quickly arranged themselves into 2 lines. Yin Zhu observed this with admiration and remarked to Lin Huinyang, from this day forth, you and Miss Kong shall lead. Any tasks will be entrusted to you both, and you shall delegate them accordingly. Lin Huinyang readily agreed, tugging gently at Kong Qingwan's sleeve. Kong Qingguo, coming back to her senses, nodded in acknowledgement. After half an hour, they departed the village and began their descent down the mountain. After walking a short distance, a loud crash echoed from behind. The women jumped in shock and turned to see the gate of the Black Pine village being toppled, followed by a sudden burst of flames that crackled incessantly. From this day forth, Black Pine village would cease to exist. Kong Qingwan gazed silently at the flames, feeling as though something within her was also being consumed. The pain gave way to a sense of lightness and relief. Suddenly, Lin Huinyang tugged at her sleeve again and whispered, "Sister Qingwan, that big silly fellow has been watching you." Kong Qingwan snapped back to reality and cast a hurried glance in the direction Lin Huinyang indicated. The big silly fellow was none other than the man who had rescued her and had also confronted her father and brother. He towered over her, his dark skin and robust build reminiscent of a mighty tower, with fists that were intimidatingly large. A group of guards escorted them down the mountain, and the big fellow was among them, occasionally glancing at her from distance. When she looked back, their eyes met, and he broke into a broad grin. Kong Qingwan's heart raced, and she quickly turned away, intentionally positioning herself in front of Lin Huinyang to shield herself. Lin Huinyang, ever loyal, played along. As a result, the big fellow could only see the back of Kong Qingwan's head, his disappointment evident as he withdrew his gaze. By the time they reached the military camp, night had fallen. Jiang Shaohua convened a meeting with the military generals in the command tent to discuss the next steps in dealing with the bandits. After the meeting, they shared a meal together. Princess Tubai whispered that foolish Tauda is outside the tent, asking to see you. Chapter 61. Affection. Qin Zhan furrowed his brow. What is that fool doing here at this late hour, disturbing the princess's rest? I shall send him away. Tauda was a member of the elite guard, and Qin Zhan's grumbling was a protective gesture, fearing the princess might be displeased with Tauda. Jiang Shaohua smiled knowingly. I'm not upset. Uncle Qin, let him in. The others referred to Qin Zhan as General Qin in public, but privately, they called him Uncle Qin, a sign of the princess's affection and closeness. Qin Zhan felt a sense of ease and murmured, Princess, Tauda must be out of his mind, having developed feelings for one of the women from the village and hoping you will grant him your blessing. Such matters are best left untouched to avoid causing grievances for Tao Da's foolish mother. The women in the bandit lair were indeed pitiable. The princess had provided them refuge and a chance at life, which Qin Zhan wholeheartedly supported. However, this was vastly different from agreeing to let Tauda marry one of them. Having lost his father at a young age, Tauda had been raised by his mother, and Qin Zhan had watched over him like a son. Naturally, he was reluctant to see him marry a woman of questionable virtue. This was simply human nature. Jiang Shaohua regarded Qin Zhan and said, Tauda was the first to breach the village gate. He deserves a substantial reward. Regardless, we should at least hear what he has to say. Song Yuan cast a glance in their direction. Qin Zhan fell silent. Lu Hongchong, feeling somewhat awkward, excused himself from the gathering. Moments later, Tauda entered the military tent. Qin Zhan and Song Yuan stood beside the princess, who, with her youthful grace and noble demeanor, gently inquired, Tauda, you may now share what you left unsaid during the day. Qin Zhan cleared his throat, signaling Tauda to be cautious with his words. Unfortunately, Tauda was oblivious to such subtleties and blurted out, Princess, I fancy Miss Kong. I wish to marry her. Qin Zhan was taken aback, his mouth twitching in disbelief as he wished he could smack the boy down. Kong Qingwan stood among the women, distinctly radiant, and he had indeed noticed her from afar. Yet, no matter how beautiful she was, she could not simply be taken home as a wife. Jiang Shaohua praised Tauda and asked, Are you speaking sincerely? Miss Kong has spent 2 years in the bandit village. She is no longer a maiden. You do not mind? Tauda replied without hesitation, I like her. It does not matter to me. And what of your mother? Does she not mind? Tauda scratched his head, falling silent. He was foolish. Not foolish enough to ignore his mother's likely disapproval. Hence, he sought the princess's intervention. With just one word from her, his mother would have to accept the daughter-in-law, no matter her feelings. Tauda, Jiang Shaohua's tone softened, imbued with patience. Marriage is not a trivial matter. It is easy to like someone, but being married is a lifelong commitment. One cannot base such a decision solely on a momentary whim. Your mother raised you with great effort. If she disapproves, you cannot marry Miss Kong. Moreover, do you truly believe Miss Kong reciprocates your feelings? I cannot force her to marry you. Jiang Shaohua's intentions were clear, and Tauda finally understood. The princess meant he must persuade his mother and gain Miss Kong's consent. Otherwise, he would not be able to take a wife. Jiang Shaohua nodded approvingly. Correct. Tauda pondered seriously. I will heed the princess's advice. Upon returning, I shall first speak to my mother. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. Very well. Once your mother agrees, return to me, and I will inquire about Miss Kong's feelings. Tao Da left with a spring in his step. Qin Zhan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. That fool surely believes the princess has acquiesced. Jiang Shaohua chuckled. If he can persuade his mother and win Miss Kong's heart, I shall act as his matchmaker. The princess was truly compassionate, though perhaps overly so. Qin Zhan mused silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts, before swiftly taking his leave. Uncle, do you believe Qin Zhan will go and give Tao Da a good thrashing tonight? Jiang Shaohua smiled as she looked at Song Yuan. Song Yuan, recalling Qin Zhan's fiery temper, chuckled. He is certainly capable of such an act. After a pause, he added, in truth, Miss Kong is exceptional in both beauty and character. If Tao Da truly manages to marry her, it would be a fortunate match. Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow. Uncle does not mind that Miss Kong is no longer a chaste maiden? Song Yuan replied. Her plight is the result of her father and brother's inadequacies, who failed to protect her and left her to suffer. How can one hold a weak woman accountable for such circumstances? Thus, it can be said that Song Yuan is indeed a true embodiment of masculinity. Jiang Shaohua remained silent for a moment before softly suggesting, Uncle, you have lived alone for so long. Perhaps it is time to take a wife, someone who can understand your warmth and cold. Song Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the princess, acknowledging her kind intentions with a nod. I appreciate your concern, princess, but I have grown accustomed to solitude and have no desire to marry. At that moment, there was a stir in the military tent, heralding the arrival of the Sun siblings seeking an audience. Moments later, Sun Guangbai and Sun Zilin entered the tent, their demeanor peculiar, tinged with nervousness and an inexplicable excitement, reminiscent of mischievous children plotting a prank. Sensing their unease, Song Yuan tactfully excused himself and stepped outside. Sun Guangbai exchanged glances with his sister, while Sun Zilin fidgeted with her fingers, reluctant to speak. Jiang Shaohua, observing their interaction with amusement, remarked, You two have worked hard assisting the injured soldiers. I shall ensure you are generously rewarded. Speak openly of your desires, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Gathering his courage, Sun Guangbai clenched his fist and boldly articulated, Princess, your campaign against the bandits has been remarkably successful, resulting in many casualties. My sister and I have been studying medicine since childhood, familiar with the human body and its intricacies. However, our knowledge has been derived solely from books and our father's teachings. We have never witnessed such things firsthand. The words hung heavy in the air, and Sun Zilin, emboldened by her brother's admission, interjected, We humbly request a bandit corpse for our study, believing it will greatly enhance our medical knowledge. Jiang Shaohua was momentarily taken aback. Unable to respond, Sun Zilin hastily added, Rest assured, we only seek one body to examine under the cover of night, ensuring no one discovers it before dawn. Sun Guangbai solemnly vowed, This matter shall remain between the heavens, the earth, the princess, and us. It will never be disclosed to another soul, especially not to our father. Sun Tai, should he discover this, he would surely chastise us for corrupting his daughter. Regaining her composure, Jiang Shaohua replied, There is no need for oaths. I trust you both. Moreover, your pursuit of medical knowledge to save lives is commendable. One corpse will not suffice. Find a secluded tent and gather several more. Chapter 62. Aspirations. The Sun siblings approached the princess with trepidation, prepared for reprimand, as disturbing the dead is a grave taboo. To their astonishment, the princess not only refrained from rebuke, but also readily acquiesced, her expression one of admiration and encouragement. Warmth surged through Sun Guangbai at the thought of a true comrade, and he gratefully bowed. Thank you, princess. Sun Zilin's eyes sparkled with excitement, expressing their gratitude for the trust bestowed upon them. Jiang Shaohua smiled. I was about to mention that while Sun Tai is sufficient in the palace, we are in dire need of medical personnel in the military. In time, when the occasion arises, would you both be willing to serve as military doctors? Without hesitation, Sun Zilin accepted. However, Sun Guangbai sighed. It is not that I do not wish to agree, but in 3 months, the Tai hospital will hold examinations, and my father has commanded that I must pass this year. He is currently occupied with treating Xiao Tian's mother, and I seize the opportunity to sneak out. Upon my return, I shall undoubtedly face his wrath. I genuinely wish to be a military doctor, but my father would never permit it. For the Sun family, whose lineage has practiced medicine for generations, having descendants enter the Tai hospital is the ultimate aspiration. To treat the wounds of rough soldiers is seen as a disgraceful act. Jiang Shaohua met Sun Guangbai's gaze, her own eyes alight with intensity. What matters is not Sun Tai's opinion, but your own aspirations. If your goal is to enter the Tai hospital, I shall not impede your path. However, if you wish to serve as a military doctor, I will personally speak to Sun Tai on your behalf. Upon hearing these words, Sun Guangbai's eyes sparkled with hope. I certainly wish to become a military doctor. To be candid, my understanding of medical techniques is mediocre, but I have a particular fondness for bone setting and treating external injuries. Despite several attempts to enter the Tai hospital, I have been unsuccessful. My father holds high expectations for me, and I dare not defy his wishes, so I have been studying hard. If you can persuade my father, I would gladly serve as a military doctor. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. Leave this matter to me. Sun Guangbai was elated, bowing in gratitude once more. Jiang Shaohua then turned her attention to the bright-eyed Sun Zealand. And what are your aspirations, Zealand? Sun Zealand straightened her posture. I hope you will not laugh at my ambition, princess. I do not wish to marry or be confined to the inner chambers, nor don't want to limit myself to being a gynecologist. I aspire to become a renowned physician, so that when the Tai hospital seeks me, I can deliberate on my decision. Her earlier fervor faded into a hint of indignation. Why must women be barred from the Tai hospital? Her talent in medicine surpassed even her brothers, yet their father only urged him to take the examinations without a word of encouragement for her. Jiang Shaohua listened intently, then affirmed, your determination is admirable, and I fully support you. Sun Zealand's heart swelled with excitement, and she stepped closer. Do you truly believe I can succeed, princess? Jiang Shaohua grasped Sun Zealand's hands earnestly. You will undoubtedly succeed. A smile lit up Sun Zealand's face, her voice ringing like a clear bell. Your faith in me brings me immense joy. I will be at your service henceforth. Jiang Shaohua returned her smile. Indeed, I have a task for you. The women accompanying us down the mountain are unfortunate souls. While the palace can provide them with food, I believe that one must have purpose in life. For those who are timid, they can learn to assist in the kitchen. Those who are bolder may accompany you, tending to the injured by cleaning wounds, applying medicine, and preparing herbal remedies. Such tasks are not overly challenging and can be mastered in a year or so. Typically, physicians have apprentices to assist them. The duties I mentioned are akin to those of an apprentice. As a man, Sun Guangbai should not be burdened with a group of women. But you face no such concerns. The Sun family's ancestral medical knowledge is not something to be easily shared, and teaching simple wound care is hardly a significant matter. Sun Zealand readily agreed. Jiang Shaohua, under the cover of night, led Sun Guangbai and Sun Zealand outside the military tent. Over 300 corpses hung, some still fresh, the scent of blood lingering in the air. A nearby patrol of loyal guards consisted of 4 men. Jiang Shaohua quickly summoned them and instructed each to retrieve a fresh corpse. The guards, loyal and unquestioning, immediately complied, carrying the bodies to an empty tent in the corner. This tent was not far from the one housing the injured soldiers, easily reached with a few steps. Jiang Shaohua followed them into the tent. Sun Guangbai, feeling somewhat awkward, coughed lightly. It is late, princess. You should return to your tent and rest. My sister and I likely will not sleep tonight. Sun Zealand added. Dissecting the corpses will undoubtedly be quite gruesome. You are still young, and it may be overwhelming. Yet Jiang Shaohua replied, I will watch for a while before departing. The siblings exchanged glances and reluctantly acquiesced. They were well prepared, each retrieving sharp instruments from their medical kits and donning protective garments, covering their faces with cloth. They sat on small stools and began their examination of the corpses. After a short while, Jiang Shaohua felt her stomach churn. The siblings were engrossed in their task, occasionally whispering to each other, oblivious to the world around them. Just as she felt she might be sick, she stepped outside the tent. The cool night air enveloped her, and she inhaled deeply, expelling the discomfort from her system. Killing is not a difficult task. A single shot is sufficient. However, the meticulous exploration undertaken by the Sun siblings is unprecedented. After observing for a while, a sensation of unease crept over her. 2 familiar tall figures approached stealthily. Jiang Shaohua cast a glance their way. Qin Hu, Meng Sanbao, why are you two, despite your injuries, not resting properly and instead wandering here? Qin Hu, with a minor injury, had nearly recovered after 2 days of rest. Meng Sanbao, however, bore a more serious wound and truly ought not to move about recklessly. Clearing his throat, Qin Hu replied, "Your Highness, Miss Sun, the young physician, is busy in the military tent, and since Sanbao and I had nothing to do, we can't take a look." Jiang Shaohua tugged at the corners of her mouth, refraining from obstruction. "Very well, you two may enter and observe before returning." With renewed spirit, Qin Hu expressed his gratitude to the princess and entered the military tent alongside Meng Sanbao. Jiang Shaohua placed her hands behind her back, gazing skyward, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 20, Meng Sanbao emerged first, his body rigid and his face pale. Soon after, Qin Hu followed, looking scarcely in better condition. Then, Meng Sanbao retched violently. Chapter 63. Seeking death at the sight of Meng Sanbao's upheaval. Qin Hu could no longer contain himself, and also retched. Jiang Shaohua patiently waited for them to purge their stomachs before stating, "What you witness tonight must not be carelessly spread." The two troubled brothers leaned on each other, nodding laboriously. Jiang Shaohua cast a deliberate glance at Qin Hu, speaking with layered meaning. "Qin Hu, Miss Sun is wholeheartedly devoted to her medical studies, aspiring to become a renowned physician. Her ambition is indeed commendable. You must reflect carefully, for if you remain unclear, do not seek her out for conversation." Qin Hu. Under the gaze of the princess's bright eyes, it felt as though the secrets buried deep within him were laid bare. A strange flush crept onto his pallid face as he stammered a response. Jiang Shaohua chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Qin Hu stood dazed, while Meng Sanbao patted his chest. Then, displaying brotherly affection, he tended to Qin Hu as well. Qin Hu snapped back to reality, pushing Meng Sanbao's hand away. "What are you doing?" Meng Sanbao rolled his eyes and spat. "I was worried you might vomit your gallbladder out and was helping you." Had he not just expelled his gallbladder? The bitterness lingered in his mouth. Images from moments earlier flashed through Qin Hu's mind. The graceful Miss Su wielding a sharp blade, slicing open the chest of a corpse, her hands pulling apart the flesh, revealing a bloody object. Ugh! Qin Hu turned away to retch again, this time dry heaving for a long while. Meng Sanbao observed his friend with pity. It was over. The path of unrequited love for Qin Hu had come to an end. Who would dare marry a woman as formidable as Miss Sunday? More importantly, Miss Sun harbored no romantic inclinations towards Qin Hu. Upon their entry into the tent, she had not even raised her head, deliberately exposing the heart to frighten off her admirer. The effect was indeed remarkable. Meng Sanbao supported Qin Hu, guiding him back while whispering, "What you witnessed tonight must not be spoken of. It's one thing for the young physician to bear it, being a man, but Miss Sun is a lady. Her reputation is paramount." The usually playful Qin Hu, with a pale visage, nodded in agreement, his eyes devoid of spark. Meng Sanbao, unable to bear it any longer, assisted Qin Hu back to the injured soldier's tent for rest. Meanwhile, in another tent, Sun Guangbai glanced at his sister. "You have thoroughly frightened that foolish boy away tonight. He surely will not dare approach you again. Will you regret it later?" Sun Zealand did not raise her head. "Isn't this precisely a relief?" Sun Guangbai chuckled softly, returning to his tasks. The siblings toiled through the night, and by dawn, four soldiers entered to retrieve the corpses, witnessing four intact bodies, the stitches evident but not to be scrutinized closely. They were to be hastily buried. As Jiang Shaohua slept soundly, she was abruptly awakened by an unusual commotion. Sitting up sharply, she exclaimed, "Inju, there are sounds of weeping outside." Inju rubbed her eyes, yawning, and strained to hear. "I did not hear anything." "Wait, there seemed to be crying." Tubai also stirred, and the two maidservants quickly helped the princess dress. Jiang Shaohua lifted the tent flap and hurried outside, following the sound of weeping, which led her to the area where Lin Huanyang and Kong Qingwan resided. Jiang Shaohua's brow furrowed slightly, her mood growing heavy, yet her steps remained resolute. Upon entering the tent, she found a group of women gathered around, weeping, with a pale female corpse at their center. Lin Huanyang choked back sobs. When her husband descended the mountain yesterday, she attempted to take her own life by crashing into a wall, but we stopped her. We feared for her, taking turns to watch over her. By the fourth watch, we were exhausted and dozed off. Unbeknownst to us, she seized the opportunity to bite her tongue and ended her life. Upon waking, her body was already cold. As Lin Huinyang spoke, she began to weep anew. Jiang Shaohua remained silent for a moment before responding. She had lost her will to live, seeking death with all her heart. No one could have stopped her. Enough of the weeping. Prepare a clean garment for her, and let us lay her to rest. The women wiped their tears, responding softly. In such times, sorrow breeds solidarity. With this incident, the spirits of the women sank considerably. Could they truly continue to live? Even if they did survive, they would endure endless gossip and judgment from others. Could they withstand such a life? Jiang Shaohua had no intention of offering consolation, merely stating, "Those with the courage to face blood and bandage the wounded, step forward." The women exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain. Lin Huinyang gritted her teeth and stepped forward first. "Your Highness, I can." Shan Xing, clutching Lin Huinyang's sleeve, followed suit. With Lin Huinyang leading, soon 9 women stood forth. Jiang Shaohua smiled approvingly. "Excellent. From today onward, you shall assist in the military infirmary, learning basic medical skills from Miss Sun, tending to the wounded." Once again, Lin Huinyang was the first to respond. Kong Qingwan hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Jiang Shaohua regarded her. "You are literate. Henceforth, you shall teach the soldiers in the camp to read. The requirements need not be high. Simply recognize common characters and comprehend military reports." Kong Qingwan trembled in disbelief. "Your Highness, I am a woman. How can I be a teacher?" The education she received instilled in her the virtues of womanhood, emphasizing obedience and propriety. A woman was to follow her father before marriage, her husband after, and her son thereafter. Women were not meant to compete or seek prominence. Working in the kitchen was acceptable, allowing her to avoid attention, but being a teacher was different. She would have to stand before the man. What of it? Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow in retort. "This princess is also a woman. What men can do, women can as well. You have received an education and possess considerable talent. The soldiers in this camp, combined, do not surpass your abilities. Why can you not be their teacher?" Kong Qingwan stared blankly at the princess. The princess, merely around 10 years of age and shorter than her by half a head, emanated a commanding presence that no one dared dismiss as childish. At this moment, Jiang Shaohua's eyes sparkled, her entire face radiating brilliance. "By my decree, you are the teacher in the camp. None shall dare disrespect you. The question now is whether you are willing or courageous enough to take this step. Are you prepared to stand before a group of men?" Kong Qingwan felt as if struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Shaohua waited patiently. Just as her patience was about to wane, Kong Qingwan knelt, her voice quivering with emotion. "Your Highness, I am willing. I am willing. I am willing." Chapter 64. Arrangements initially hesitant and timid, her voice grew louder, culminating in a resolute declaration. Jiang Shaohua smiled, extending her hand to help Kong Qingwan to her feet. "Words alone are insufficient. This princess will observe how well you perform your duties henceforth. The task must be executed with utmost diligence. Thus, this princess shall bestow generous rewards upon those who perform well. However, should the task be poorly executed, I will not hesitate to administer punishment." With tears glistening in her eyes, Kong Qingwan nodded earnestly. She was not one to lack appreciation for kindness. The princess was providing her with support, granting her the opportunity to hold her head high. Being captured by bandits was not her fault, nor was losing her purity a crime of hers. She would not tread the path of despair. Instead, she intended to live well and serve the princess faithfully. Jiang Shaohua observed the transformation in Kong Qingwan's expression and felt a sense of relief. As long as one possesses the will to live, they will not descend into hopelessness. As dawn approached, Jiang Shaohua instructed, "You all should head to the kitchen and follow the cook's orders. Tubai, lead them," she commanded. Tubai acknowledged and guided the group of women towards the kitchen. With 1,000 soldiers in the camp, preparing 3 meals a day for such a large number was no small feat, especially with the requirement for both meat and vegetables. The 10 cooks in the kitchen were exceedingly busy. The sudden addition of over 10 helpers brought immense joy. The head cook, Yu, a robust and somewhat fierce-looking man, spoke amiably. "The kitchen is in dire need of assistance. Please convey my thanks to the princess on my behalf, Miss Tubai." In front of Jiang Shaohua, Tubai was straightforward and earnest, but when she represented the princess, she carried herself with notable authority, stating, "The princess is instructed that they are here to work, so you may direct them as needed without hesitation. However, ensure they are well fed before assigning tasks." Also, they should be taught proper kitchen duties. They must not solely perform menial tasks. In the kitchen, tasks like fetching water and washing vegetables were considered menial, while duties at the stove, such as steaming buns and stir-frying dishes, were deemed more skilled. The head cook readily agreed. Once Two-Bai departed, he raised his voice. You all heard what Miss Two-Bai said. Step forward if you can knead dough and make buns, and likewise for those who can cook. Among the women, there were both delicate maidens and daughters from impoverished families, many of whom had experience in the kitchen. When prompted, nearly half stepped forward. The head cook was quite pleased, directing some to knead dough for buns and others to chop vegetables in preparation for cooking. The remaining few were assigned to wash and prepare the produce. With so many helping hands, the cooking speed more than doubled. The soldiers, upon rising, discovered that breakfast was particularly early and more abundant than usual. Soft, white buns were piled high in large bowls, enough to satiate all. The steaming meat broth was rich with generous portions of meat and vegetables, accompanied by a small stir-fry and a pickled dish. Even Jiang Shaohua found satisfaction in the meal. While the kitchen operation ran smoothly, Lin Huinyang and the others faced a more challenging situation alongside Sun Zilan. Sun Zilan entered the infirmary tent with them, personally tending to the wounded soldiers and meticulously explaining. Each time you change the dressing, you must clean the wound thoroughly, just like this. The gruesome sight of bloodied wounds being washed left the women pale, and one could not hold back, retching on the spot. The tent filled with a nauseating stench. The woman who vomited felt both guilty and distressed, exclaiming, Miss Sun, I'm so sorry. I'm utterly useless. Sun Zilan comforted her gently. It's normal to feel uneasy the first time you see such wounds. I too was sick when I treated someone for the first time. You will adjust in a few days. Lin Huinyang was the quickest to adapt. After observing for a while, she stepped forward to assist. While she could not do much, she could at least deliver clean gauze and wipe the sweat from the busy Miss Sun's brow. Nearby, Sun Guangbai glanced enviously at his sister, surrounded by the women. The princess had entrusted the task of training the medical assistants to her. He too could have done it. However, he quickly reconsidered. These women were unfortunate souls rescued from the bandits, and though their lives were saved, they still bore emotional scars. As a grown man, it was indeed inappropriate for him to be too close to them. After tending to Meng Sanbao's wounds, he proceeded to treat Qin Hu. After a night's rest, Qin Hu appeared much more spirited and cast a furtive glance at Sun Zilan before asking Sun Guangbai, Young Dr. Sun, how many more days must I recuperate? Sun Guangbai shot him a glance. The wounds are healing. If you rest any longer, you'll gain weight. Qin Hu responded with a frown, while Meng Sanbao chuckled broadly. Stop dawdling here. Don't linger uselessly. Qin Hu shot a glare at his brother before sheepishly replying, Since young Dr. Sun says I'm fine, I shall return to work today. Sun Guangbai nodded slightly and moved on to treat other soldiers. An hour later, Qin Hu returned to the princess's tent. Xiao Tian, who had gone out to scout the previous afternoon, was back. After a night of toil, his eyes were red, but his spirits remained high. Upon entering the tent, he reported, Your Highness, I led a team to scout the route. The bandit indicated the location correctly. There is another bandit camp 50 miles from here. This bandit stronghold has fewer people, only about 100. It will take most of the day to reach from the mountains. However, taking the path from the base of the mountain will only take 2 hours. The terrain is steep, and it will be difficult to transport siege equipment. Coming from a family of hunters, Xiao Tian felt at home in the mountains and was the point man for this campaign against the bandits. Jiang Shaohua praised Xiao Tian's competence, causing his face to flush with joy. You may rest for half a day. We shall set out to eradicate the bandits tomorrow. You will lead the way. Xiao Tian eagerly agreed, bowing as he left. Jiang Shaohua turned to Qin Zhan, General Qin. You shall lead 600 men to attack this bandit camp. A spark of excitement flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes as he accepted the command. She then instructed Lu Hongchang. This camp must have someone to guard it. General Lu will stay with 200 men. Turning to Song Yuan, she added, Captain Song, take 200 of the personal guards to accompany me to the county office. Minister Chun has arrived at the county office and sent word yesterday. I shall go there to deal with County Magistrate Kai while awaiting your good news. After lunch, Qin Zhan led 600 men ahead, each carrying provisions for 3 days. Lu Hongchang, remaining in the camp, did not slack off, organizing patrols both inside and outside the camp. One of his trusted subordinates whispered, The princess shows favoritism towards the first personal guard. All the glory from this mission against the bandits is assigned to them. Where does that leave our 3rd Battalion? Lu Hongchang's expression darkened slightly. This bandit camp is hidden deep in the mountains. Siege equipment cannot be brought there. The 1st Battalion is indeed the most skilled and brave. It is only right they lead. The princess possesses discernment in recognizing talent and has an eye for capable individuals. Speak another word of discontent, and I shall cut out your tongue. Chapter 65. Accountability, Part 1. The personal guard named Huang Xian was Lu Hongchang's confidant. Having followed him from the Lu family to Nanyang County. Over the years, he had watched his master being sidelined, harboring growing discontent. Lu Hongchang scolded him sharply. Yet Huang Xian remained unafraid, muttering under his breath, "I am only considering the general's interests. Our 3rd Battalion has long been overshadowed by the 1st and 2nd. When we finally get a chance to act against the bandits, all the credit goes to the 1st Battalion. We have contributed significantly, but remain in the shadows. When rewards are distributed after this mission, the 1st Battalion will feast while we are left with mere broth." Lu Hongchang's expression darkened further. "If you feel this way, what of General Meng from the 2nd Battalion? He has tea, even had a sip of broth." Huang Xian fell silent. Lu Hongchang fixed his gaze on Huang Xian. "Listen closely. We are soldiers who receive pay from the princess, who provides for us. Thus, we must heed her commands. If the princess orders us to remain in the camp, we shall execute this task meticulously and without error. All 3 battalions are personal guards. All serve the princess. There is no distinction. Speak of dissent again, and you shall return to the Lu family." Huang Xian, scolded and humiliated, knelt to apologize. Lu Hongchang coldly replied, "Kneel for 2 hours before rising." Then, he took men to patrol the camp. Huang Xian knelt there, feeling miserable, and suddenly slapped himself twice. "That'll teach you to speak out of turn." Although Lu Hongchang appeared calm on the surface, he felt a simmering frustration inside. Every man longs to lead troops in a battle and achieve glory. However, this time, the princess made it clear that the operation against the bandits would be led by the 1st Battalion. With only 200 men from the 3rd Battalion, it was utterly insufficient to venture into the mountains for such a task, leaving them to watch helplessly as Qin Zhan wielded his long knife to confront the bandits. "General Lu, the corpses hanging outside the stockade are exuding a terrible stench. Should we dig a pit to bury them?" one of the personal guards asked, nearly overcome by the foul odor. Lu Hongchang regained his composure and replied, "Leave them hanging. The princess has commanded that they must be exposed for 10 days. Not a moment less." This action was not born of cruelty, but rather intended to instill fear among the bandits of Nanyang County and all those who might harbor unrest. Do not underestimate the young princess. Lu Hongchang harbored a deep admiration for her decisive hand. A 10-year-old girl personally leading troops against bandits, displaying both courage and audacity, and even executing bandits in front of a retinue. Particularly, the moment she struck down Zhu Yidao was described as a force of nature, swift and unstoppable, and the tale of her valor spread like wildfire among her guards. In the military camp, the princess swiftly established her authority. This respect was not merely due to the legacy of the Nanyang prince or the influence of military pay, but rather a natural human inclination to revere and fear the strong. In the back hall of the Lixing County office, County Magistrate Kai appeared far less composed than before, standing with a face full of trepidation. Chunhua occupied the seat of honor, followed closely by Yang Zheng. This arrangement was at the behest of the princess, for Yang Zheng was well versed in the laws of Daliang and had come to hold Magistrate Kai accountable on behalf of the royal court. Reluctantly, Yang Zheng had to fulfill his duty despite the arduous journey. After 3 continuous days in a carriage, his back was stiff, and it took a full day and night for him to recuperate. "Magistrate Kai, are you aware of your transgressions?" Chun Zhangshi's gaze was icily penetrating, his voice resonating with authority. Magistrate Kai, who had reveled in his own merriment, now stood before Chunhua, unable to utter a word, bowing his head in contrition. "Please, Chun Zhangshi, forgive my anger. I recognize my mistakes. On the day when Wu Chong and his companions fell victim to the bandits, I should have gone to the royal court to apologize personally. I thought it was the season for spring plowing, and the county office could not afford to be short-staffed. In my moment of negligence, I only wrote a letter of apology. It was never my intention to slight the princess. I beseech you to consider my years of diligent service and intercede on my behalf. Nanyang County governs 14 counties, with Lixian being a mere 6,000 in population. Nonetheless, Lixian consistently met its tax obligations and excelled in annual evaluations. Thus, Magistrate Kai spoke with a certain confidence. Chunjua scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly scoffing. Magistrate Kai, it is true that Lixian is well governed, but you know very well who deserves the credit. And I am equally aware. Magistrate Kai's expression stiffened. He had spent his days indulging in wine, tea, literature, and the care of birds, living a life of comfort. He entrusted the mundane affairs of the county office entirely to his distant cousin, Kai Yi, who was diligent and capable, keeping the office in order. How could Jiang Shaohua know such matters? Chinjua's gaze was sharp, as if he could see straight through Magistrate Kai's doubts, and he said softly, "When the prince was alive, he placed his people in every county office. Do not think that your county office's main hall, or even the small concubines in your backyard, could escape the prince's scrutiny. Magistrate Kai, you were once respectful, but now you take advantage of the princess's youth and deliberately show negligence. Even if the princess were to forgive you, I, Jiang Shaohua, cannot." The final words were delivered with a sudden elevation in volume and intensity. Magistrate Kai's face turned pale. His legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. Yang Zheng, his expression stern, declared, "Magistrate Kai has committed a grave offense. The lightest punishment could be a salary reduction, while the heaviest could lead to dismissal." Magistrate Kai was on the verge of tears, disregarding his dignity, as he wept and begged for mercy. Having endured great hardships to attain his position, and having spent considerable wealth to secure it, the loss of his office would not only bring shame, but would ruin his reputation, making future appointments nearly impossible. "Jiang Shaohua, the princess has arrived." Chunjua swallowed his reprimand and rose to greet the princess. Since Qiu Yuanshang had been dismissed, Yang Zheng had become much more compliant and promptly followed suit. Mazi Dagai, not entirely oblivious, hastily wiped his tears with his sleeve and lowered his head as he trailed behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the county office, all bowed in respect. "We greet the princess." The princess's youthful voice rang out. "No need for formalities, rise." Kai County Magistrate discreetly raised his gaze and beheld an extraordinarily beautiful young girl. This was indeed the princess. She exuded an air of nobility and grace, though her stature was diminutive and her features gentle. A flicker of reassurance settled in Magistrate Kai's heart. The young princess would surely be easier to manipulate than Jiang Shaohua. Today, he would put on a brave face to navigate this immediate crisis. As soon as the princess took her seat, Magistrate Kai dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Princess, I was momentarily foolish and negligent, failing to visit the Nanyang prince's residence to apologize, thus disrespecting you. I implore your forgiveness this once. I vow never to err again. I shall regard you as my sovereign. Whatever you command, I will obey." While he cried out for mercy, he crawled forward on his knees until he was at the princess's feet, pressing his face against her skirt. The onlookers were taken aback. How shameless, they thought. Chapter 66, Accountability, Part 2, everyone was taken aback. Officials are expected to maintain their dignity. Unlike the recently dismissed Xiu Dian, who, despite his private regrets, held his head high in public, Kai County Magistrate, however, had abandoned all pretense, prostrating himself before the princess in desperate supplication, nearly soiling her skirt with his tears. Chunjua frowned and glanced at the princess. Fortunately, she showed no signs of leniency, her expression indifferent as she coldly observed Magistrate Kai's performance. Realizing something was amiss, Magistrate Kai continued to sob, feeling increasingly isolated in his lamentation. He glanced around, desperate for a sympathetic face, and his eyes landed on Kai Shaohua, standing in the corner, silently observing. With urgency, he shot Kai Shaohua a pleading look. Summoning his courage, Kai Shaohua stepped forward and knelt to plead on behalf of Magistrate Kai. "Princess, the magistrate has acknowledged his oversight and faults. I implore you to consider his years of diligent service and spare him this time." Jiang Shaohua's lips curved slightly as she spoke slowly in Lixian County. "It is evident who has truly served diligently. I am well aware." Mazi Dagai. It was over. The princess knew everything. His scalp prickled as he exchanged frantic glances with Kai Shaohua. With no choice left, Kai Shaohua pressed on. "I am but a humble servant, simply doing what is expected of me. I do not seek accolades." Magistrate Kai, summoning all his audacity, added, "I have been a magistrate for many years. handling all tasks assigned by the royal court without delay. Yet this time, I was blinded by foolishness and neglected the princess. I beg for your forgiveness this once. I hereby swear an oath that from now on, I shall follow the princess's lead without question or negligence. By the way, regarding the princess's directive to ensure the granaries are stocked, I have been overseeing this while managing the spring plowing. Would you care to inspect? Jiang Shaohua cast a glance in his direction, her tone nonchalant. Since I am here, I shall certainly take a look. Who is responsible for the granary preparations? Mazi Dakai, with a thick face, replied, the specific tasks were led by Kai Shirya and the laborers, and I inquired daily about the progress, providing the necessary funds. In other words, it was all Kai Shirya's doing. Jiang Shaohua regarded the magistrate's shamelessness with a smile. Yang Zheng, seated beside her, felt a chill run down his spine. The last time the princess smiled in such a manner was during the banquet for Gonggong Zhao, after which she casually dismissed Xiudian. Now, it seemed that Kai County Magistrate was the unfortunate target. Magistrate Kai had indeed uttered a truth earlier. For those in power, the most crucial skill is recognizing and wisely employing talent. Jiang Shaohua remarked, her eyes glimmering with delight as she continued slowly. This princess holds great admiration for Master Kai's diligence and capability. Therefore, I have decided that the position of Magistrate of Li County shall be occupied by Kai Yi henceforth. Kai County Magistrate appeared as if struck by lightning. Master Kai was equally taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Zhuo coughed lightly and gently said, since the princess has made her decision, it would be best to act according to her will. From this day forth, Kai County Magistrate shall relinquish his duties. Jia Yi, you are now the Magistrate of Li County. Do express your gratitude to the princess for her grace. Master Kai, already kneeling, instinctively bowed his head in thanks upon Chen Zhuo's command. After expressing his gratitude, he suddenly realized the inappropriateness of the act and quickly raised his head, saying, Your Highness, I am but a scholar, having failed to pass the imperial examinations 3 times. According to the customs of the Great Liang Court, one cannot hold the position of county magistrate without the title of Jinshi. Otherwise, I would not have endured the indignity of serving as a clerk for so many years. Jiang Shaohua replied with a thoughtful acknowledging the validity of his concern, but added, this is indeed a matter, yet not a significant one. Here in Nanyang County, I bestow this honor upon you. Turning to Chen Zhuo, she inquired, Chen Changshi, what would be the most appropriate arrangement for this matter? Chen Zhuo, being the esteemed historian of the Wang residence, promptly devised a plan. The appointment and dismissal of officials in Nanyang County are at the princess's discretion. However, the proper procedures must still be observed. After I return, I shall draft an official document to notify the Ministry of Personnel. He continued, Kai's status as a mere scholar is rather lowly. It would be prudent to appoint him as the acting magistrate first. In September, during the autumn examination in Jingzhou, he can take the test. The educational official in Jingzhou is of the same year as I, and I shall write a letter of recommendation on his behalf. Surely, he will grant it some consideration. Once he achieves the title of Jinshi, the acting designation can be removed, and he will become the official magistrate of Li County. This 6-month period will serve as a trial to see if Kai Yi can stand on his own. Jiang Shaohua nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze back to Master Kai, saying, You have heard Chen Changshi's words. This princess values those who take action. If you are diligent in your duties, I shall appoint you as the magistrate of Li County. If you are willing, you may accept now. Should you be unwilling or lack the resolve, consider this princess's words unspoken. At that moment, Kai County Magistrate regained his senses, casting aside his fear and standing abruptly. He dared not harbor resentment towards the princess. All his anger and frustration were directed at Master Kai. How could you, Kai Yi, in your time of destitution? I took you in and brought you to Li County. Now that you have climbed the lofty tree of the princess, you intend to forsake me. He exclaimed, There are gods above who watch over us. Are you not afraid of being struck down by a bolt from the heavens for such treachery? Master Kai's face flushed with humiliation. Jiang Shaohua let out a cold laugh. Whether the deities will strike you down is uncertain, but I can certainly strip you of your official attire. She commanded, Seize Kai County Magistrate. At her command, Qin Hu and another guard swiftly approached, grabbing Kai County Magistrate by the arms. With fire in his eyes, the magistrate, in his anger, lost all restraint, shouting, Do not lay a hand on me. I am an official of the court. He continued, You are merely a young girl. if not for your noble birth as a princess. What right do you have to dictate to me? I will go to the capital and appeal to the Ministry of Justice. I do not believe you can cover the heavens with your hand. Ouch! Qin, who delivered a swift punch, causing Kai County Magistrate to cry out in pain, blood spilling from his mouth, along with a tooth. Another guard, glancing at the furious Qin, who stuffed a cloth into Kai County Magistrate's mouth, with his mouth blocked. He could no longer voice his protests. Kai County Magistrate's disrespectful words incited Chun Zhu's complete fury, his face darkening. Song Yuan's expression grew grave as he reached for the hilt of his sword. Although Yang Zheng secretly agreed with Kai County Magistrate's words, he presented an air of righteousness, exclaiming, "You dare to slander the princess. This is a grave act of disrespect." Jiang Shaohua turned to him, asking, "Kai County Magistrate has insulted this princess, Yang Shunli. How should this be dealt with?" Chapter 67. Circumstances. A pot fell from the sky. This black pot, whether one wishes it or not, must be born. Yang Zheng, under the furious gaze of Kai County Magistrate, pondered for a moment before stating, according to the laws of the Great Liang, the crime of disrespect can be punishable by death. Kai County Magistrate shuddered, his anger transforming into terror. Master Kai also trembled, bowing repeatedly in supplication for his former master. Kai County Magistrate has spoken ill of the princess, committing a grave error, yet the crime does not warrant death. I beseech the princess to show mercy and spare his life. Kai County Magistrate struggled to speak, but only muffled sounds emerged. He attempted to kneel, but his arms were firmly restrained, especially by the guard who had just struck him, whose fierce gaze suggested he would not hesitate to strike again. After a few futile attempts to move, he ceased his struggles. Master Kai continued to plead earnestly for Kai County Magistrate. Jiang Shaohua waited a moment before leisurely declaring, "Since Master Kai has advocated for you, this princess shall show leniency and spare your life." With his forehead drenched in cold sweat, Kai County Magistrate sighed in relief, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. However, he soon heard the princess continue, "While your death sentence may be commuted, your punishment is inevitable. I shall now remove your official cap. Are you willing to accept this?" The removal of the cap was certainly preferable to execution. Kai County Magistrate, unable to speak, nodded in agreement, suppressing any further display of resentment and anger on his face. Jiang Shaohua did not give him another chance to speak, commanding Qin Hu, "Remove his official cap and strip him of his robes." Qin Hu responded loudly, deftly taking off Kai County Magistrate's cap, while another guard removed his official attire. Kai County Magistrate's hair became disheveled, and he appeared utterly disheartened. Jiang Shaohua turned to Master Kai, saying, "He is your former master. Out of loyalty, serve him one last time. Accompany him to the back courtyard to change clothes and pack his belongings. He may take with him any gold or silver he has amassed. Furthermore, let him write a letter of resignation. This shall be the last dignity I grant him." Master Kai, overwhelmed with gratitude, complied, stepping forward to assist Kai County Magistrate. The magistrate shot a fierce glare at Master Kai, who lowered his head and helped him toward the back office. Once they entered the chamber, Master Kai removed the cloth from Kai County Magistrate's mouth, spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm onto Master Kai's face. Kai County Magistrate raged, "You treacherous wretch! When you were destitute, it was I who took you in, allowing you to become my clerk. For all these years, I trusted and promoted you, and this is how you repay me." Master Kai, feeling a pang of shame, raised his sleeve to wipe his face, saying, "My lord, please allow me to explain. I have not betrayed you. I sought the princess's forgiveness on your behalf, never intending to curry favor. I never anticipated the princess would make such a decision." Kai County Magistrate, however, would not listen, pointing toward the door. "Get out. I must have been blind to keep a white-eyed wolf like you. From this day forth, we are severed." With tears in his eyes, Master Kai choked out, "I truly have not betrayed you, my lord. You must go to the princess and tell her you do not wish to be magistrate of the county." Kai County Magistrate gritted his teeth, menacingly asserting, "I resign and return home. You shall accompany me." Master Kai fell silent for a moment before softly suggesting, "My lord, having lost your position, rather than allow it to benefit another, why not let me take it? I am also of the Kai family, and once I establish myself, I can support the younger generations of the Kai family. Everyone possesses a degree of self-interest." The princess's recognition of him and the opportunity for a formal career represented the best chance of his life, one he could not afford to miss. With disdain, Kai County Magistrate spat another mouthful of blood and phlegm onto Master Kai's face. Master Kai silently wiped it away, looking up at Kai County Magistrate, "My lord, please preserve your dignity and write the resignation letter." Kai County Magistrate glared furiously. Master Kai did not flinch, maintaining eye contact with him. The magistrate sneered coldly, pointing toward the door, "Get out." Obediently, Master Kai exited but did not leave, standing outside the door, waiting. The sun blazed down, and Master Kai, with naturally small eyes, found it nearly impossible to open them under the bright light, squinting and appearing increasingly disheveled. Kai County Magistrate approached with a stern expression, tossing the resignation letter he had prepared onto the ground. "Kai, do not assume that clinging to the princess will secure your position as county magistrate. You are merely a destitute scholar, and it was I who provided you with support, enabling the people in the county office to heed your words. One side apart, let us see if you can command their obedience. I await the day you find yourself as miserable as a lost dog." Kai Shaohua remained silent, bending down to retrieve the resignation letter, and offered a final bow to the magistrate. "May you travel safely, Lord Kai." He then turned to leave, his steps light and unburdened. The magistrate's chest heaved, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He wished to curse this shameless traitor who had abandoned his former master. But when he opened his mouth, only sobs escaped. Kai Shaohua soon returned to the grand hall of the county office, respectfully presenting the resignation letter of the former magistrate. He understood the protocols well, handing the document to Inju, who then presented it to the princess. Jiang Shaohua glanced at it casually before passing it to Chenhua. She then commanded, "Summon everyone from the county office to the grand hall." Kai Shaohua promptly acknowledged her request, arranging for the officers to be summoned. Today, commotion had left the county deputy, the county lieutenant, and the chief clerk trembling in fear. Upon being summoned by the princess, they dared not delay. Hastily entering the hall, heads bowed, "We pay our respects to the princess." Jiang Shaohua spoke with a gentle demeanor, "Please rise, everyone. Sit down and let us converse." The three steadied their nerves, expressing their gratitude before taking their seats. It was only at this moment that they beheld the princess they had heard so much about, the yellow-haired girl spoken of by Kai County Magistrate. The princess was youthful and exquisite, her eyes exceptionally bright. As her gaze swept over them, for reasons unknown, they felt an inexplicable sense of shame and lowered their heads. Jiang Shaohua gestured with her eyes. Chenhua nodded slightly and spoke. "Kai County Magistrate has been disrespectful towards the princess and has been duly reprimanded. Henceforth, he is relieved of his duties. The position of county magistrate cannot remain vacant. The princess has decided that Kai Shaohua shall assume the role of magistrate of Li County." The three were taken aback, their heads snapping up. The dismissal of Kai County Magistrate was within their expectations. They had even quietly considered the possibility of the position being vacated. After all, there were only 3 legitimate court officials in the Li County office beneath the former magistrate. The princess could easily promote any of them. They never anticipated, however, that she would elevate that impoverished scholar, Kai Shaohua. Jiang Shaohua smiled. "You shall meet the newly appointed Kai County Magistrate." Upon hearing the title, Kai Shaohua felt a shiver run through him, his face flushing crimson. The three exchanged glances, and Deputy Mo gathered his courage to speak. "I dare to inquire. The appointment of officials must go through the court and be issued through the Ministry of Personnel. Is it not somewhat frivolous for the princess to appoint a new magistrate today?" Chapter 68. Support. The Great Liang has 40 provinces and 300 prefectures, with 1,003 counties. Deputy Mo, a 7th-rank official, could be considered insignificant in the grand scheme of the bureaucracy. However, in the Li County office, there were only 4 legitimate court officials, with Deputy Mo being the next in line after the former magistrate. According to the customs of the Great Liang, when a magistrate is dismissed, either the court assigns a replacement or Deputy Mo is promoted. How could a destitute scholar, resembling a black rat, ascend to such a position? Deputy Mo was bound to voice his grievances before the princess. Jiang Shaohua remained unfazed, still smiling. This princess is young and acts on a whim, guided solely by personal preference. The position of a mere county magistrate allows me to promote whomever I choose, free of any reservations. Deputy Mo's face turned ashen. It was a pity he was not well informed. Had he known that even the 7th-rank official from the royal palace could be dismissed at will, He would have felt trepidation towards the princess's impulsiveness and refrained from speaking out. Jiang Shaohua then turned her attention to the other two. Do you harbor any doubts? The two, having witnessed the princess's authority, dared not voice any objections, responding in unison, none. They then rose and bowed to the newly appointed Kai County Magistrate. Deputy Mo begrudgingly stood up to pay his respects. Kai Yi, who usually bustled about the county office like a diligent workhorse, had never received such honor and elevation. His face flushed, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Shaohua remained silent, merely smiling at him. A surge of warmth filled Kai Ye's heart, granting him newfound confidence. With the princess's support, there was nothing to fear. He vowed to fulfill his duties as the magistrate of Li County, proving himself worthy of the princess's trust and esteem. He would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to serve her. Please rise, everyone. Kai extended his hand to assist the three. Speaking earnestly, I am grateful for the princess's favor in appointing me as acting magistrate. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to my duties, and I ask for your assistance as we govern Li County together, in service to the princess, regardless of their inner misgivings. The three maintained their composure and responded in unison. Jiang Shaohua added, in this campaign against the bandits, all the officers have put forth great effort, especially Officer Tang, who fought valiantly and displayed commendable courage. They shall be generously rewarded. From now on, let Officer Tang lead the 3 divisions of the county office and report to you. Kai Yi readily agreed, understood. Deputy Mo and the others internally grumbled again. The princess truly had an unorthodox approach to talent, appointing a young, inexperienced fool as the leader of seasoned officers. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Moreover, Jiang Shaohua continued, in this campaign, there are over 30 injured soldiers who cannot be moved for the time being. Let them temporarily reside in the back courtyard of the county office to recuperate, and I shall leave a military doctor to care for them. Once they are able to move, Kai County Magistrate can assign them tasks. When the formal appointment documents arrive, in half a year, they may return to their military camp. The newly appointed Kai County Magistrate felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. The princess was clearly considerate of his ability to manage the county office by leaving him with some manpower. Among the 30 injured, aside from a few severely wounded, the rest would be able to serve after a period of recuperation. Even if they could not return to duty, they would serve as the princess's eyes and ears. Deputy Mo dared not show any dissent. With a 6-month buffer, if he could not maintain his position, he would have no one to blame but himself. Chunjua, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. I have yet to congratulate the princess on the defeat of the Heisong stronghold. By the way, how shall we handle the bandits from Heisong? Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow and smiled. There is no need for any action. Why is that? Shen Zhu feigned surprise. He had received the princess's letter just yesterday, yet he was pretending to be oblivious. Yang Zheng, standing nearby, inwardly scoffed but was also curious. Only Chunjua had seen the letter. He had no idea what it contained. Jiang Shaohua replied casually. More than 300 bandits have had their heads severed, and their corpses are hung outside the military camp for 10 days. The crowd fell silent. Deputy Mo and the others felt a chill run down their spines, wishing they could bury their heads in their chests. Yang Zheng, who had been slow to lower his head, caught the princess's gaze and felt a sudden chill. More than 300 bandits, all decapitated, and their corpses displayed. This was both a demonstration of power and a warning to any with ulterior motives. Though the princess was young, her methods were ruthless and seasoned. Chunjua seized the opportunity to interject. In the past year, banditry has surged across the various counties of Nanyang, creating an unstable environment. The princess's actions are indeed appropriate. Jiang Shaohua beamed a radiant smile, her tone light and playful like that of an ordinary, delightful young girl. I was previously concerned that Minister Chen might find my methods too harsh, disrupting the harmony of the realm. Yet Minister Chen agrees, proving I have not erred. There remains another bandit stronghold in Li County, and Qin Zhan has led a force to eliminate it. We shall stay in the county office for a few days, awaiting good news from Qin Zhan. Additionally, we shall observe the spring plowing in Li County. Chunjua readily agreed, turning to Kai Yi. With the princess's arrival, please arrange accommodations, and once everything is settled, host an evening banquet to welcome the princess and celebrate Kai County Magistrate's promotion. Kai Yi respectfully acknowledged the request. The former county magistrate Kai departed with his wife, children, and 2 concubines, burdened by 2 carts of luggage, leaving in a state of desolation. His departure was silent, with no one to bid him farewell. In contrast, the evening's welcoming banquet was lively. There were 2 tables, one for the princess, accompanied by Minister Chun and the newly appointed county magistrate Kai, and the other for Yang Zheng, accompanied by the deputy county magistrate Mo and 2 others. The young princess abstained from alcohol, and the others merely sipped lightly before dispersing. The magistrate's office appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet the spacious and tidy backyard revealed that the former magistrate, at least, had some refinement in his living standards. Inju and 2 Bai, nimble in their tasks, had already replaced the bedding and curtains, attending to the princess's changing and grooming. Tu be whispered, expressing her confusion about why the princess was so supportive of that Master Kai. Jiang Shaohua chuckled softly, remaining silent. Inju, being far more astute than 2 Bai, remarked quietly, "Is it not obvious? Without the princess, Master Kai would never ascend to the position of magistrate. To secure his post in the future, he must rely entirely on the princess. Henceforth, the affairs of this county will be dictated by the princess." The same logic applied to that Tang deputy, who, having received great favor from the princess, was promoted beyond his rank and would surely be grateful and dedicated to her service. Tu be soudain comprendre? And Jiang Shaohua smiled again, casting a glance at Inju, saying, "Enough as long as you understand. There is no need to articulate it so explicitly. Also, do not broadcast it about." Chapter 69. Intimidation. The 3 from Deputy County Magistrate Mo found themselves restless that night. After the 3rd watch, they quietly gathered. Deputy Mo, still feeling somewhat aggrieved, whispered, "What do you all make of today's events? The princess is young but ruthless, killing as easily as slicing vegetables." The county lieutenant, shaken by what he had heard during the day, stammered, "That Kai Yi is a scoundrel, and with the princess backing him, how can we oppose him?" The clerk, equally unsettled, wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, "I'm still sweating coldly. Regardless, there must be a magistrate. If not Kai Yi, then someone else will take his place. Let us just keep our heads down." The 2, having resigned themselves, turned to encourage Deputy Mo. "In truth, the magistrate has always merely affixed his seal. All the work has been done by Master Kai. We might as well continue as before, merely with Master Kai's seal now." Deputy Mo grimaced, finally conceding, "Very well. Let us keep a low profile for now. We shall endure until the princess departs from this county. Then we can trip up Kai Yi." The county lieutenant and the clerk exchanged glances. After leaving Deputy Mo's study, they retreated to County Wei's study to continue their quiet discourse. Deputy Mo, feeling discontented, sought to compete with Magistrate Kai, intending to rally the 2 of them to act against him. "Which side do you intend to stand on?" "Neither side. I will simply do my job and collect my salary. I am not foolish enough to stick my neck out for him. If we win against Kai Yi, will the magistrate still be appointed?" The princess's formidable nature had been witnessed firsthand, and they could not provoke her. It was better to remain compliant. This reasoning held merit. Thus, they decided, whoever wins is inconsequential. We shall not be the losers. The 2 resigned souls lightly clasped hands, forming a quiet alliance. In another courtyard, Minister Chun was penning a letter to his friend Feng Wenming, recounting the day's events in detail. As he neared the end, his pen hesitated, and he added a final segment. The princess's actions served not only to intimidate the remaining bandits, but also to instill fear within the hearts of those at court and beyond. By promoting Master Kai and the Tang deputy, she aimed to seize complete control of the county office. This was merely the beginning. Such occurrences would likely continue. Old Feng. The tides have shifted within the Wang residence. Although the princess is young, she possesses a resolute character, along with cunning and resourcefulness, surpassing even the prince in his prime. As loyal servants of the Wang family, it is time we set aside the past, realign our positions, and serve the new master diligently. Having finished the letter, Chen laid down his pen, gazing into the vast night outside. Uncertain whether to feel melancholy or relief, he sighed softly. "Bring this letter back to the Nanyang Wang residence. It must be delivered directly to Minister Feng." Yang Zheng was also composing a letter, furrowing his brow as he grasped his pen, his nib scratching the paper. After writing a couple of lines, he found them unsatisfactory and crumpled the paper, tossing it onto the floor. The ground was littered with 7 or 8 similar wads of paper. This letter was meant for his uncle, the Deputy Minister of Justice in the capital. Young, a high-ranking official, was also the head of the Yang clan. He wrote to him every 3 months, having just sent a letter last month. The sudden urge to write now stemmed from his recent agitation and instability. Yang Zheng was reluctant to admit that he had been intimidated by the princess's cold, murderous gaze. Yet, the turmoil in his mind rendered him unable to compose his thoughts. After sitting in silence for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of the fourth watch's drumbeat echoing outside. The rhythmic pounding struck deeply within him. Yang Zheng jolted, an idea flashing through his muddled brain. He gritted his teeth and steeled himself to write. This time, he did not disguise or equivocate, clearly detailing the princess's actions and changes over recent days in his letter. The previous incident with Qiu Jianshan, followed by the new magistrate Kai, and the 300 bandits who had been eradicated. Each event showcased the princess's stubbornness, capriciousness, and her unilateral decision-making. His nephew, having fallen out of favor with the princess, faced her continual harassment. It seemed that his position in the Nanyang Wang residence as the Chief Justice would not last long. He wished to extricate himself early and sought his uncle's assistance in finding a new position. "I await your response," he concluded. After finishing, Yang Zheng exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of fatigue and relief. Rather than waiting to be dismissed later, it would be wiser to seek another position now, allowing someone else to bear the burden of serving such a difficult princess. That night, the most restless was the newly appointed magistrate Kai. Coming from humble beginnings and lacking in appearance, he had only managed to marry a wife due to his past scholarly achievements. His wife, surnamed Song, was of ordinary looks but was diligent, capable, and gentle. Since arriving in this county, they had welcomed 2 sons and a daughter, with her adept at cooking and needlework. Mrs. Song was so excited that she could not sleep, frequently tugging at her husband's sleeve, exclaiming, "The princess truly made you the magistrate? Surely I am not dreaming." "Not a dream, it is real." Magistrate Kai, with his narrow eyes wide awake, responded for the 22nd time. "The princess not only promoted me, but also provided support and retained personnel for me. In half a year, I will be able to participate in the autumn examinations. With a degree, I can formally assume this position." Mrs. Song smiled for a moment before tears flowed. "It feels like a dream, something I never dare to hope for. Soon, I will be the wife of the county magistrate." Kai wiped his wife's tears, softly assuring her, "You have no idea of the princess's power. I witnessed it firsthand in the military camp. That night, when everyone went into the mountains to eradicate bandits, only 50 loyal soldiers remained in the camp. I, being utterly useless, was among them. When Zhu Yidao led a group of bandits into the camp, I was so terrified that I wet my pants. The princess used but a single gunshot to pierce Zhu Yidao's heart. That shot was like a bolt of lightning. I have never seen such fierce might in my life. I do not know what the princess saw in me. However, with such kindness shown to me, my life is now devoted to serving her." Mrs. Song, choked with emotion, echoed, "You are right. Everyone has a conscience. With the princess treating you so well, you must be a good magistrate. You must govern the county well to honor her." After a moment's thought, she tentatively asked, "Surely, the princess would not ask you to do anything immoral?" Magistrate Kai chuckled. "What nonsense are you thinking? In the Grand Liang dynasty, there are 300 counties, and Nanyang County lies at the crossroads of north and south, with fertile lands, peace, and prosperity, known as the first county of Liang. The princess is the ruler of this Nanyang County. She can have anything she desires. There is no need for her to engage in any immoral acts. By promoting me, the princess intends for all to see that those who serve her sincerely will have a bright future. A new era brings new officials. After a year away, the leader of Nanyang County is now the county princess." In the following days, Jiang Shaohua, accompanied by the newly appointed county magistrate Kai, toured the spring plowing sites throughout the county town. To begin with, in Li County, which is vast yet sparsely populated, the registered populace numbers around 6,000, marking it as a typical lower county. Excluding the elderly and infirm, only about 4,000 are fit for spring plowing. Each 5 households share a single plow ox, although every family possesses a wooden plow. A glance reveals vast expanses of fertile land being cultivated, with only a few laborers scattered across the fields, their sweat falling as they toil intensely. Dressed in official attire, County Magistrate Kai managed to conceal some of his less savory traits, yet his ugly face was etched with worry. With half of the spring plowing period gone, many families had not even plowed half of their fields. If this continues, some lands may miss the spring sowing. Jiang Shaohua cast a knowing glance at Kai. "If you have something to say, feel free to speak plainly. There's no need for circumlocution. Kai, with a cautious smile, replied, Your Highness, I cannot hide my selfish thoughts from you. Yesterday, when you inspected the spring plowing, you mentioned the new style of yoke plow, which is lighter and more efficient. I was hoping that when the people of Nanyang County adopt this new plow, you would also consider providing some for the people of Li County. Jiang Shaohua chuckled. What is this but a trivial matter? I intend to promote the new curved yoke plow vigorously. Craftsmen and blacksmiths in Nanyang County have already been summoned and are working urgently to produce these new plows. Each completed plow will be sent directly to the royal manor for distribution. Indeed, we may not meet the needs for this year's spring plowing, she continued. But within 2 to 3 months, a batch of new yoke plows will reach each county. By then, we will also have a blueprint, allowing each county office to replicate them. Kai's concern for the populace was evident as he pressed on. Li County is not lacking in wood. The mountains are abundant. However, we lack iron and blacksmiths, making replication quite difficult. I humbly request more assistance from your highness. In truth, the county was not only short on manpower and iron, but also funds. Half a month prior, Jiang Shaohua had ordered each county to replenish the Taiping granary, which was a significant expense. Future plans included constructing granaries and continuously stockpiling grain. In a small county of merely 6,000 people, with a dilapidated county office, how much silver could there be? It was a tight squeeze. However, such thoughts are ones Kai could not express. As a subordinate, he must alleviate the burdens of his superior. If he could not even manage that, how could he be worthy of serving as the county magistrate? Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Jiang Shaohua observed Kai's expression and slowly said, Nanyang County governs 14 counties, and the distribution of the new yoke plows will be based on the population of each county. I have delegated this task to historian Feng. I shall not interfere. Before Kai could reveal his disappointment, the princess added, Speaking of which, Li County is plagued by bandits and is often avoided by merchants, making life difficult for the people. I've already dealt with Haizong's and dispatched troops to eliminate another bandit nest. Once Li County is entirely peaceful, life will undoubtedly improve. The spoils from Haizong's were divided, with half awarded to the Imperial Guard and the other half retained for the county office, Jiang Shaohua concluded. Kai's spirits lifted significantly, and he bowed in gratitude. I thank your highness for your generosity. The county deputy MO and the chief clerk also expressed their thanks. In their hearts, Deputy MO and Chief Clerk whispered to each other, Look at our county magistrate Kai, so favored by the princess. She even awarded the spoils from the bandit elimination to the county office. Indeed, aligning oneself with the princess brings many benefits. Perhaps our lives will improve as well. Li County was known for its poverty. Although the previous county magistrate Kai was incompetent, he was not corrupt. The county office was simply too destitute. Among the 14 counties under Nanyang's jurisdiction, Li County consistently ranked among the lowest. Each year, the royal manor allocated silver rewards, and Li County received the least. Now, with the new county magistrate Kai becoming the princess's confidant, benefits were soon to follow. The chief clerk, initially determined to remain neutral, found himself leaning towards Kai's side. Your Highness, 2 swift horses galloped toward them, and a pair of guards dismounted. One of them raised his voice. News from the Imperial Guard. General Qin has eradicated the bandit nest, leaving only 5 or 6 survivors. Jiang Shaohua's eyes sparkled with mirth as she praised. Indeed, the troops are valiant. Chunjue interjected with a smile, having eliminated the bandits. We should invite General Qin and General Liu to the county office for a gathering and to present the spoils. Their mission in Li County lasted 10 days. And with the pressing matters concluded, it is time to return to the royal manor. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly. That afternoon, General Qin Zhan and Liu Hongchang arrived at the county office together. Jiang Shaohua personally led the reception, and after a round of formalities, they took their seats in the main hall. Qin Zhan recounted the details of the bandit eradication, with Xiao Tian leading the scouts to ascertain the terrain. I organized our men to enter the mountains, positioning them at 3 key points outside the bandit lair. Then, I led a charge with my troops. This lair was much smaller than Haizong's. After a few volleys of arrows, they were terrified and fled. We took the lair in just over an hour, but the pursuit took several days as they scattered into the hills. I thought it crucial to completely eliminate them to prevent future troubles for the populace. Following your highness's earlier orders, all bandits were executed, leaving not a single survivor. The last statement drew peculiar expressions from the gathered crowd. Jiang Shaohua frowned slightly, glancing at the composed princess before offering. Your Highness has acted decisively in eliminating the bandits and restoring peace to Li County, which is commendable. However, I wish to advise caution. While the lives of bandits may seem inconsequential, it is best not to involve Your Highness in such matters. Allow General Qin and his men to make these decisions henceforth, to avoid tarnishing your reputation as a ruthless leader. The last two sentences remained unspoken. Yet everyone understood the implication. Song Yuan concurred. Chun is right. Qin Zhan, now regretting his earlier words, quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. It was my command that led to the execution of the bandits. Lu Hongchang coughed lightly. In truth, before departing, General Qin and I discussed this matter. I suggested that we eradicate them without leaving survivors. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently, her gaze sweeping over the faces present. There are no outsiders here. There's no need for concealment. This was indeed my idea. If word gets out, so be it. At my tender age of 10, outsiders may underestimate me. It is better to be feared than to be disregarded. Chapter 71. The Female Bandit, Part 1. As her words fell, the expressions of those present grew complex. Their emotions varied. Only Yang Zheng felt his resolve to leave strengthened. The two bandit dens had been wiped out, totaling over 400 lives. Previously, when the prince dealt with bandits, his methods were never this ruthless. Now, he no longer viewed the princess as a mere 10-year-old girl, but as a figure of dread. He wished he could urge his uncle to take immediate action to have him reassigned, sending someone else to take his place. Kai, upon hearing this, was elated. It is for the best that the bandits have been eradicated. Now the people will dare to traverse the mountain paths. With the two dens of bandits eliminated, the villagers would no longer fear venturing into the mountains. During the off-season, the braver villagers could venture in groups, hunting for game, wild fruits, mushrooms, and medicinal herbs. Kai's mind raced with practical ideas to improve the lives of the people. Jiang Shaohua noted the changes in expression among the group, but remained unbothered, smiling as she remarked, "By the way, General Qin also brought back a few captives. I believe they are all women." To her surprise, Qin Zhan hesitated slightly. Jiang Shaohua's eyes flickered momentarily, and she ceased her inquiries, instead instructing everyone to settle down for rest. With plans to depart for the military camp the following day to regroup with the personal guards before embarking on the journey back to Nanyang County. Once the others had taken their leave, Jiang Shaohua retained only Qin Zhan, gently probing. "Uncle Qin, you seemed hesitant earlier. Is there something unspeakable?" Qin Zhan replied softly. "Your Highness, I indeed brought several women down the mountain. However, they are unlike Lin Huanyang and the others. After being captured by the bandits, they too became bandits." Jiang Shaohua was taken aback. "You mean they are female bandits?" "Indeed." Qin Zhan exhaled deeply. "When I led the men into the stronghold, I initially intended to rescue these unfortunate women and provide for them, as we did for Lin Huanyang. To my surprise, each of them wielded a knife and charged at us. In the chaos, 2 of my personal guards were injured. In my anger, I executed one of them, and several others were also killed. Ultimately, only 8 women remained, dropping their weapons and pleading for mercy. I could not bring myself to harm them further, so I had their weapons confiscated and bound their hands and feet. They are now imprisoned in the military camp. How to deal with them is entirely at your discretion." "Your Highness," Jiang Shaohua pondered for a moment before responding, "I will decide after I have seen them." The next day, Jiang Shaohua and her entourage departed from the county office and headed towards the military camp. County Magistrate Kai accompanied the princess until she entered the camp. Upon entering, Jiang Shaohua's first action was to visit the infirmary. In warfare, casualties are inevitable, even with the personal guards gaining the upper hand against the bandits. Losses were to be expected. 7 had died, and 12 were injured. The previous wounded, those with minor injuries, had mostly recovered. With the new casualties, there were now precisely 40 men. After visiting the injured, she addressed them. "We shall pack up and return tomorrow. You will go with County Magistrate Kai to the county office to recuperate. Once healed, heed his orders. You may return to the military camp in 6 months." The injured soldiers all agreed. County Magistrate Kai immediately assured, "Rest easy, Your Highness. I will ensure they are well cared for and their injuries properly tended." His primary concern was to leverage Jiang Shaohua's authority to facilitate his duties, not genuinely to burden the injured with tasks. Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly. I will leave a sum of silver specifically for their sustenance and recovery. There is no need for the county office to expend resources. Do not feel hesitant to assign them tasks, simply because they are under my charge. I have no use for idlers. They should be utilized when needed without formality. Kai Kom Li Ze Lu Den. Jiang Shaohua then called for Sun Guangbai and Sun Zilan. I appreciate your efforts, siblings. Sun Guangbai, with dark circles under his eyes, evidently having not slept well for several days, nevertheless appeared remarkably spirited. Serving your highness is only natural. I do not find it burdensome at all. Sun Zilan, with a fair complexion and more pronounced dark circles, her bright eyes sparkling, chimed in, Your Highness, you must take me along in future campaigns against the bandits. Jiang Shaohua was intrigued, gently asking, Did you two not sleep again last night? Indeed, they replied. General Qin brought back so many fresh corpses to the military camp, and we were both itching to examine them. We had Meng Sanbao secretly bring 4 corpses of varying heights into the military tent for our study. Sun Guangbai, fearing Jiang Shaohua would be displeased, hastily took the blame. This was all my idea. If your highness is to blame anyone, let be me. Sun Zilan puffed out her chest. We siblings share both fortune and adversity. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be for both of us. Jiang Shaohua laughed. When did I say I would punish you? Your dedication to the study of medicine is commendable. You have only gained merit. However, such matters should be handled discreetly and not made public. The siblings exchanged relieved smiles. Jiang Shaohua then inquired about Lin Huanyang and the other's progress. Sun Zilan replied honestly. One of them faints at the sight of blood, so I had her sent to the kitchen. The others are progressing slowly. Lin Huanyang is resilient and has learned quite well. She is currently responsible for wrapping bandages and similar tasks. However, Shan Xing shows considerable talent. Whatever I teach her, she comprehends immediately. Jiang Shaohua was taken aback. Isn't Shan Xing mentally impaired? How can she understand and learn? Sun Zilan nodded. She was severely abused, which caused her mental state to deteriorate. With proper care and companionship, she will gradually recover. I had no intention of teaching her anything. She merely attended the lessons. I did not expect her to be the quickest learner. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Jiang Shaohua's expression softened. You should mentor her closely. Perhaps she could become your foremost disciple. Sun Zilan blinked playfully. How did your highness know I had plans for establishing a school? Jiang Shaohua chuckled. A future renowned physician in Daliang must not lack the grandeur befitting such a title. I would be the first to object otherwise. Sun Zilan burst into laughter. Qin Hu glanced discreetly, his mind flashing back to the gruesome scene within the military tent, his expression growing peculiar and stiff. Sun Zilan, oblivious to Qin Hu's gaze, quietly asked, What does your highness intend to do with the female bandits brought down by General Qin? Jiang Shaohua's smile faded as she replied coolly, I will meet with them first before making any decisions. The fate of these female bandits, whether to live or die, rested solely in the hands of the princess. With a bold whisper, Sun Zilan ventured, If your highness intends to execute them, I shall keep myself busy tonight. We have only studied male corpses. I have yet to examine a female one. Jiang Shaohua shook her head in exasperation, rolling her eyes as she turned to leave. Sun Guangbai, amused yet exasperated, shot a glare at his sister. You certainly have a daring spirit. Exercise some restraint in front of the princess and refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Sun Zilan stuck out her tongue and returned to tending to the injured soldiers. As Jiang Shaohua exited the infirmary, she made her way to the holding area for the female bandits. 8 women of varying heights, weights, and ages lay bound and unable to move, resembling pigs awaiting slaughter. The moment Jiang Shaohua appeared, her noble demeanor enveloped the space, and the calm sharpness beyond her years revealed her extraordinary status. The female bandits had their mouths gagged, unable to speak, their eyes reflecting desperation. One of them, with an especially strong will to survive, struggled fiercely, crawling on her knees and elbows towards Jiang Shaohua, prostrating herself before her. Jiang Shaohua's brows furrowed as she observed. This female bandit had unkempt hair and a bloodied face, making her features indistinguishable, though she appeared young. The ropes binding her hands and feet had chafed her skin, drawing blood. Yet, she seemed oblivious to her pain, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Qin Zhan, who entered with Jiang Shaohua, frowned and murmured, Your Highness, this one is the most skilled among the bandits and was the first to kneel and surrender. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly and instructed Yinzhu, remove the gag. I have questions for her. Yinzhu complied and stepped forward to remove the rag from the female bandit's mouth. As soon as her mouth was freed, she began to weep and plead, Your Highness, please spare my life. We are all unfortunate souls, captured by the bandits and subjected to endless torment. They forced us to kill. If we did not comply, we would be the ones to die. To survive, we had no choice but to endure. After a time, stained with blood, we resigned ourselves to our fate, joining them in robbing and sometimes killing. The other female bandits began to cry as well, muffled sounds escaping their gags. Even Qin, usually stoic, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing their sobs. In truth, it was only because he had softened his heart that he spared the lives of these female bandits. Otherwise, he could have easily wiped them out on that day within the bandit den. Song Yuan, hearing the chorus of weeping, furrowed his brows and spoke decisively, having become bandits. No matter how pitiful their circumstances, they must be dealt with. They cannot simply be released. Those who have killed and shed blood are no longer ordinary women. Who would accept them back into society? A group of former bandits, ostracized by the world, may very well return to their old ways when faced with desperation, resorting once more to killing and robbery. If the princess were to momentarily soften her heart and allow a band of female bandits to emerge, it would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. Jiang Shaohua raised her gaze towards Song Yuan and assured him, Uncle, rest assured, I am not one to show undue compassion. My intentions for keeping them are of a different nature. The princess should be clear in her mind, Song Yuan remarked, before falling silent. Qin, a rugged man lacking the finesse to read people's hearts, was unfamiliar with the princess's temperament due to his prolonged absence from the royal guard and thus lacked insight into her character. He inquired, How does the princess intend to deal with them? Jiang Shaohua replied nonchalantly, We shall take them back to the royal guard camp for accommodation. As Qin was about to ask further, Song Yuan cast him a glance, prompting him to hold his tongue. Jiang Shaohua commanded Yinzhu to remove the rag from the mouths of the remaining female bandits, then proceeded to inquire about their identities and backgrounds. The eldest among them was 36, while the youngest was merely 19. They had narrowly escaped death and were eager to bare their hearts to the princess. Pledging their loyalty, we implore the princess to spare our lives. We acknowledge our wrongs and promise to amend our ways. Listening to the chorus of pleas and cries, Jiang Shaohua remained unmoved, her voice resonating clearly in the ears of the female bandits. Today, I grant you all mercy from death. However, while you may escape the death penalty, the punishment of living shall be arduous. Upon arriving at the camp, you shall undertake the heaviest and most laborious tasks. Those who endure will find a path to survival. For those who cannot, whether by exhaustion or by their own hand, the choice is yours. The female bandits, consumed by the desire to live, nodded fervently in agreement. Qin attempted to speak again, but was silenced by another glance from Song Yuan. Without a weapon on her, Jiang Shaohua turned to Song Yuan and requested, May I borrow your esteemed sword for a moment? Song Yuan nodded, drawing his long blade and presenting it to the princess. With a swift motion of her right hand, the gleaming sword flashed, severing the ropes binding the first female banditess legs. In another instant, the ropes around her wrists were also cut. Having practiced sparring with the princess daily, Song Yuan was accustomed to her prowess. However, it was the first time Qin witnessed the princess in action so clearly during the day, his eyes widening in astonishment. What remarkable speed! When did the princess become this formidable? Jiang Shaohua continued to wield the sword. In a trice, the ropes binding all 8 female bandits were severed. Kneeling before her, they expressed their gratitude profusely. Jiang Shaohua instructed Tu Bai to summon Kong Qingwan. Having resided in the camp for several days, Kong Qingwan appeared somewhat gaunt despite lacking for anything. Jiang Shaohua cast a glance at her and commanded, Document the identities and backgrounds of these 8 female bandits. In 1 hour, I shall send someone to collect the records. Kong Qingwan responded softly. As the princess and her entourage departed, the tent held only the 8 female bandits and Kong Qingwan, alongside 4 expressionless personal guards. Their penetrating gazes were fixed upon the bandits, ready to draw their swords at the slightest hint of rebellion or violence. Fortunately, the bandits remained subdued, following Kong Qingwan's instructions to sit. She produced a charcoal pencil and paper, beginning her inquiries with the first female bandit. who among the women entering the bandit camp did not harbor a heart full of sorrow. After a few questions, the air was filled with weeping. Gong Qingguo, reminded of her own plight, felt a pang of sadness. She paused her writing and addressed the sobbing bandits. Had you been male bandits, you would have already lost your heads, your corpses displayed for all to see. The bandits fell silent, their cries diminishing significantly. Kong Qingwan, with reddened eyes and a gentle yet resolute tone, continued, the princess has shown mercy by sparing your lives, which is an extraordinary act of grace. Why do you persist in weeping? Wipe your tears. From now on, you shall obey the princess's commands, redeem yourselves, and start anew. Our lives now belong to the princess. The bandits nodded vigorously in agreement. One timidly asked, we haven't eaten for 2 days and are quite famished. Might we have some rice soup to fill our bellies? Only after securing their lives did they realize their hunger. Kong Qingwan turned to one of the guards, who blushed under her gaze and cleared his throat, saying, please wait a moment, Miss Kong. I shall fetch some food from the kitchen. After a brief interval, a robust man resembling a black tower arrived with food. Miss Kong. The imposing figure boomed, startling the bandits. I have brought buns. The seated female bandits recoiled in fear, recalling how this very man had stormed into their lair during the attack, wielding his long blade and cleaving a bandit in two with a single strike. Kong Qingwan recognized him and, rising, performed a graceful bow. I have met my benefactor. This man was Tao De, the one who saved Kong Qingwan. Donda, with an honest demeanor, radiated joy upon seeing her, grinning broadly. Miss Kong, no need for such formalities. Also, I am no benefactor. You may call me Tao De. He eagerly awaited her to address him differently. Unable to withstand the weight of those expectant eyes, Kong Qingwan acquiesced, Brother Tao. Upon hearing those words, Tao De felt a great lightness, his grin stretching ear to ear. The other guards in the tent exchanged amused yet envious glances, all aware of the rumors that had spread about Tao Da's intentions to marry Kong Qingwan. They teased him for wanting to wed a woman from the bandit den, while admiring his fortune, for Kong Qingwan was indeed a slender and graceful beauty, cultured and literate. Such a gem would not have been within Tao Da's reach had it not been for the unfortunate circumstances she faced. However, Kong Qingwan remained oblivious to these matters, spending her days reciting classics and preparing for future use, rarely leaving the tent and never engaging with the guards. She remained unaware of Tao Da's aspirations to marry her. One of the guards jested, wasn't he a Chao heir who went to the kitchen just now? Why has it turned into you? Another chimed in. It's obvious Tao Da thought Chao heir too weak to carry a whole basin of buns. The last guard chuckled. Tao Da ignored the banter, threateningly cracking his knuckles, which silenced the trio. Kong Qingwan observed the scene, suppressing a smile. She stepped forward, reaching to take the basin from him. This basin is quite heavy. Let me handle it, Tao Da insisted. Brother Tao, allow me. Kong Qingwan protested, her strength appearing as feeble as a chick's in front of him. Donda, unaware of her delicate condition, was careful, but even a slight tug caused her to stumble. Alarmed, he dropped the basin and caught her arm. The basin crashed to the ground, buns scattering everywhere. Caught between embarrassment and pain, Kong Qingwan's cheeks flushed as she tried to retreat. However, Tao Da's grip was remarkably strong, leaving her unable to escape. In her distress, tears welled in her eyes. Tao Da, oblivious to the turmoil, asked, Miss Kong, who has bullied you? Why are you crying? The guards and bandits fell silent. One guard spoke up, Tao Da, let go. With your immense strength, you could crush iron. Miss Kong is delicate and cannot bear it. The thought that he might have injured her crossed everyone's mind. Hearing this, Tao Da immediately released her. Kong Qingwan stepped back, biting her lip. I'm sorry. Tao Da gazed at her with concern. I did not mean it. Please do not be upset. Does your arm hurt? Shall I ask Miss Sun to take a look? She could feel the heat radiating from her arm, knowing it must be red and swollen. Moreover, it was her right arm that she needed for writing. No need. Kong Qingwan steadied her mind and spoke softly. Brother Tao, you may return now. After saying this, she bent down to pick up the steamed bun. Fortunately, in the elite guard camp, the soldiers enjoyed ample rations, with plenty of mixed flour buns to spare. In an ordinary household, such indulgence would be unthinkable. She had once lived in comfort, unaware of hunger, but after 2 years in a bandit den, being able to fill her belly felt like a stroke of good fortune. What if the bun fell to the ground and picked up some dust? A quick dusting would suffice. Tao Da was reluctant to leave and bent down to help her gather the buns. His speed was impressive, and in the blink of an eye, he had collected most of them. However, as he turned his head, he inadvertently collided with a slender figure. Thud! Kong Qingwan was unexpectedly jostled, falling to the ground, tears welling up from the pain. The guards and female bandits watched in disbelief. One guard, unable to tolerate it any longer, strode over and grabbed Tao Da by the collar. "Get out of here and stop causing trouble for Miss Kong." Tao Da, unusually restrained, did not retaliate, but left the military tent with his head hanging low, feeling somewhat dejected. Am I a bit foolish? He had intended to be helpful, yet often ended up causing chaos. The guard rolled his eyes. "You're aware of it, huh? Miss Kong is educated and delicate, while you're just a brutish soldier. You two are not of the same world. Best to keep your distance from her." "Hey, you were speaking sensibly just now. Why did you hit me?" Tao Da huffed, shaking his fist in front of the guard. "Miss Kong is still someone you call by name. I warn you, keep your distance from her. If you glance at her again, I'll take action." The guard found it amusing and instinctively retorted, "Pa, I already have a wife. Even if I didn't, I would never marry a woman from a bandit's den. After being ravaged by so many bandits, her purity is long gone." Ouch! The earlier feigned exclamation was nothing compared to this genuine cry of pain. Tao Da's expression darkened as his fist landed squarely on the guard's shoulder. Fortunately, this fool remembered not to hit the face. Otherwise, the guard's features would have been marred. "Tao Da, how could you strike someone?" The guard staggered back a few steps, cradling his left shoulder, grimacing. "Was I wrong? She is indeed a woman from a bandit's den. If you dare to lay a hand on her again, I will seek out Captain Qin to arbitrate." With a scowl on his face, Tao Da clenched his fist and moved forward again. Suddenly, a gentle maiden's voice rang out. "Brother Tao, please go back." It was Kong Qingwan emerging from the military tent. Tao Da's loud voice and the guard's clumsy demeanor had not gone unnoticed. Even the female bandits within the tent had heard everything clearly. The guard, caught in the act, felt embarrassed and awkwardly scratched his nose as he slipped back into the tent. Tao Da gazed at the composed Kong Qingwan, a pang of discomfort stirring within him. "Miss Kong, do not be saddened. If that scoundrel speaks out of turn again, I will cut out his tongue." Chapter 74, Tao Da, Part 2. The bright, intense sunlight illuminated Tao Da's face, which could hardly be deemed handsome, yet in his large, earnest eyes lay a sincerity that spoke volumes. His heart, filled with unspoken thoughts, was evident. Kong Qingwan lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes, and softly replied. He spoke no falsehood. All he said was the truth. "I am indeed a woman from a bandit's den, having lost my virtue. I should have proven my innocence with death on the day I was rescued." Upon hearing this, Tao Da's urgency surged, and he lunged in front of Kong Qingwan. "No, you cannot die." Remembering his strength could harm the delicate Kong Qingwan, he refrained from reaching out. She took a few steps back, re-establishing distance. "The princess granted me a second chance at life. I shall not seek death. Instead, I will live well and serve the princess faithfully. Your concern for me is greatly appreciated. However, a woman from a bandit's den bears a tarnished reputation. It will be best for you to keep your distance to avoid any scandal." Tao Da puffed out his chest. "They have spoken ill of me before. I am naturally dull-witted and cannot grasp their convoluted words. Therefore, their gossip does not concern me. Miss Kong, you cannot implicate me." Kong Qingwan remained silent. It was clear he lacked understanding. Summoning her courage, she met his towering gaze. Tao Da's imposing stature made him appear very mature, yet he was only 22. On closer inspection, his face still bore the traces of youth. The moment Tao Da caught sight of Kong Qingwan's gentle, water-like black eyes, he felt suddenly drained of strength, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Tao Guardian," she addressed him with a newfound formality. "Given my circumstances, it is a blessing to be alive. A woman like me cannot and will not marry again. You, with your remarkable strength and skill, deserve to marry a virtuous maiden. Do not waste your time on me." With that, she turned and entered the military tent. Tao Da stood there, dazed, unsure of how much of her words he truly comprehended. Kong Qingwan, meanwhile, remained composed as she distributed the steamed buns among the female bandits, who devoured them eagerly, filling their bellies, yet refraining from discussing their pasts. The guard who had previously earned a punch from Tao Da felt inexplicably guilty and turned his head away. An hour later, news of the events within the military tent reached Jiang Shaohua's ears. She raised an eyebrow without a word. Inside the tent where discussions were held, Qin Zhan frowned, cracking his knuckles. Once the meeting concluded, He strode over to Tao Da's tent, his face set in a serious expression. Tao Da, renowned for his strength and bravery, was recognized as the top young warrior among the elite guard. During this campaign against the bandits, he had achieved multiple accolades, and upon returning, he would undoubtedly be rewarded first, perhaps even leading a 100-man team. Several guards were teasing Tao Da, who remained unfazed, his eyelids not even fluttering. As Qin Zhan entered with a scowl, the other guards immediately fell silent, hastily slipping out of the tent. Quickly, let us leave. Captain Qin is about to give Tao Da a beating. Better not let it fall on us. Indeed, moments later, sounds of fists striking could be heard from within the tent. The guards shivered at the thought of Captain Qin's punches, fleeing faster than rabbits. Bang, bang, bang. Tao Da did not flinch, enduring 3 blows without moving. Having been raised under Qin Zhan's strict guidance, he was thick-skinned and unafraid of punishment. In truth, if he dared to fight back, the outcome would be uncertain. However, as Qin Zhan was the commanding officer who had cared for him since childhood, he did not dare retaliate and could only stand there, taking the hits. Do you realize your mistakes? Qin Zhan berated him. Tao Da reflexively replied, I understand my mistakes. And where did you err? Qin Zhan halted, crossing his arms and glaring at him. Tao Da pondered seriously before responding, I should not have recklessly struck someone. Qin Zhan, this fool. Is he genuinely admitting his fault or being sarcastic? Never mind. Why argue with a blockhead? Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhan softened his tone. I've stationed 4 guards at the tent holding the female bandits. I didn't assign you any tasks, so why did you go there? I made myself clear that night. If you wish to marry, wait until we return and let your mother find a virtuous maiden for you to wed. That Kong girl is a pitiful soul. I sympathize with her plight. However, sympathy and marriage are 2 different matters. Do not entertain thoughts of marrying her. Your mother would never agree, and even if she did, I would not. Tao Da, with his stubborn temperament, retorted, if I wish to marry, I do not require Captain Qin's approval. My feelings alone suffice. Qin Zhan's anger flared up, and he struck Tao Da again. You insolent wretch. Do you now dare to speak to me in such a manner? Have you grown wings? I tell you, I do not consent. Do not even think about marrying her. Indeed, Tao Da was a remarkably obstinate individual. If it were Qin Hu or Meng Sanbao in this situation, they would have dodged after taking just 1 punch, or perhaps fled swiftly. Yet, Tao Da remained steadfast, neither evading nor retreating, standing there as Qin Zhan struck. After throwing several punches, Qin Zhan felt a dull ache in his fists, while Tao Da continued to wear that obstinate expression, which truly infuriated him. It was unwise to continue the assault. Should he injure Tao Da, he would have no explanation to offer to Tao Da's mother upon returning. Thus, Qin Zhan retracted his fists, issued a warning, and left with a scowl. Those unaware might think it was Qin Zhan who had received the beating. Tao Da has been beaten again? Jiang Shaohua inquired lightly, perusing the records of Kong Qingwan detailing the female bandits' identities. Inju, having gathered information from Meng Sanbao during her stroll, chuckled softly. Indeed. However, as soon as Commander Qin departed, Tao Da went off to eat, so it seems he escaped unscathed. Yet I've heard that Commander Qin was quite upset and barely touched his lunch. Jiang Shaohua smiled silently, then sighed. Tao Da's father had passed away early, and Qin Zhan had long regarded Tao Da as a son. Truth be told, he had not worried so much even for Qin Hu. Tao Da's stubbornness likely rendered all of Qin Zhan's attempts at persuasion futile, which was why Qin Zhan was so upset that he couldn't even eat. After her rebirth, she seldom reflected on past grievances. However, at this moment, she found herself unable to suppress memories of the ungrateful son she had nurtured for over a decade. She had devoted herself to him, only to receive resentment, disdain, and the deepest betrayal in return. The stark, helpless sorrow washed over her like a wave. Chapter 75. Returning to the manor, what is the princess pondering? Why has she suddenly fallen silent? Inju noticed Jiang Shaohua's abrupt quietness and expressed her surprise. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shaohua replied, I wish to be alone for a moment. You and Tu Bai may step back. Inju and Tu Bai exchanged glances, reluctantly complying and exiting. What has happened to the princess? Tu Bai scratched his head, whispering she was fine earlier, laughing and chatting. Why the sudden change in mood? Inju furrowed her brow. It's more than mere unhappiness. There's a hint of melancholy as well. The bandit's oppression had gone smoothly, and the county magistrate's affairs had been handled. What could possibly have displeased the princess? The two pondered this in vain, murmuring a few words before falling silent. After a lengthy wait outside the military tent, they finally heard Jiang Shaohua calling them back in. The princess appeared relatively calm, though her eyes were slightly reddened, suggesting she had quietly wiped away tears. Inju quickly cast a glance, feeling somewhat reassured. "Princess, shall we return to the royal manor tomorrow?" "Tu es inquiète." Jiang Shaohua affirmed, "We shall depart at dawn. This afternoon, we will pack our belongings, and in the morning, we will dismantle the military tent and leave." The two maids responded promptly and busied themselves. Jiang Shaohua had much to attend to, summoning Song Yuan and others to discuss post-war compensation, as well as issuing a bandit suppression order to the other 13 counties, leveraging the recent success against the bandits in Lixian. Once engaged in important matters, her spirits quickly returned to normal. Indeed, busyness is a remedy for all wounds. As for the pain and scars within, they would gradually heal. The following day, at dawn, they packed the military tent and set off for the royal manor. 40 injured soldiers remained at the military camp to recuperate, as they would not yet head to the Lixian magistrate's office. The princess had decreed that the bandits' corpses should be displayed for 10 days, and that was to be strictly adhered to. They would wait until the 10 days had passed, properly disposing of the bodies before proceeding to the magistrate's office. They had come to suppress bandits, traveling tirelessly. The return journey was much more relaxed, covering 40 miles a day, and they took 5 days to finally arrive back in Nanyang County. The personal guards returned to their own quarters, while Qin Zhan and Lu Hongchang escorted the princess to the royal manor. Feng Wenming and others awaited them at the main entrance, including Lu Xian. The father and daughter had not seen each other for several days, and upon their reunion, Jiang Shaohua felt little sentiment. However, Lu Xian was taken aback. Jiang Shaohua's return from the bandit suppression had imbued her with an even more formidable presence. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, like a divine weapon. She had once been nestled among jewels and brocade, but had now been tempered by blood and fire. Her brilliance could not be concealed. "Welcome, Your Highness." Lu Xian instinctively lowered his head, joining the other officials in greeting the returning princess of Nanyang. Jiang Shaohua swept her gaze over them and smiled slightly. "Please rise." The crowd encircled the princess, akin to stars surrounding the moon, as they entered the grand hall and took their seats. Jiang Shaohua naturally took the seat of honor. Chunjua sat to her left, with Feng Wenming below him. The military leaders, led by Song Yuan, followed in order, with Qin Zhan and Lu Hongchang seated accordingly. Lu Xian quietly took the last seat. The others pretended not to notice him, and none offered to switch places with Lu Xian. The princess had made her stance clear. Who would still be inclined to support Lu Xian? It would be a disservice to the princess to not challenge him. "Commander Song, please share the details of the bandit suppression," Jiang Shaohua instructed with a smile. Song Yuan complied and recounted the events. It was Chunju's first time hearing the detailed account, and upon reaching the tense moments, he gasped. The bandit chief, Zhu Yidao of Haizong's High, was slain by the princess's lance. Song Yuan's face displayed a mix of guilt and shame. "Indeed. That day I was ordered to lead the assault, but Zhu Yidao, cunning and treacherous, stealthily infiltrated our camp." Lu Xian interjected with concern. "This was indeed perilous. Fortunately, Shaohua is unscathed. What would you have done, Commander Song, if there had been a mishap?" Song Yuan, having acted on the princess's orders to suppress the bandits, bore no blame for Zhu Yidao's attack. Jiang Shaohua interrupted Lu Xian. "Father, you need not worry about me. I dispatched Zhu Yidao with a single shot, and not a drop of blood splattered upon me." Lu Xian was momentarily speechless. Jiang Shaohua spoke of killing with an air of nonchalance, as if she were merely chopping vegetables. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Xian felt a chill run down his spine. The words he had prepared to say were swallowed back, and he awkwardly replied, "That is good to hear. It seems I have been overly concerned." Afterward, he fell silent. Qin Zhan observed this exchange, feeling a sense of relief. Ever since the prince's passing, Lu Xian had become increasingly restless, evidently seeking to seize control of the royal manor, perhaps even harboring ulterior motives to bequeath the estate to his son. It was clear to all men what schemes he harbored. Fortunately, the princess was strong-willed and decisive. Lu Xian could stir no significant turmoil. At noon, a welcome and celebratory banquet was held at the royal manor. As the foremost contributor, Qin Zhan was in high spirits, and there was no need to elaborate. Lu Hongchang, having only joined the military for 4 years, appeared relatively modest in comparison. After the banquet, Jiang Shaohua personally escorted Qin Zhan and Lu Hengchang out of the royal manor. The two men were taken aback by her attention. Truly, we are capable men. There is no need for the princess to see us off, they remarked. Indeed, the princess is too kind to us, they added. Jiang Shaohua smiled. Both of you have rendered great service in this bandit suppression, so it is only fitting that I see you off. Qin Zhan's heart swelled with warmth, and Lu Hengchang felt equally gratified. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, Jiang Shaohua paused and whispered, once you return to the military camp, begin preparations to establish the camp immediately. Externally, we shall declare it as a base for accommodating families. As for the court, Minister Chun will write to Deputy Minister Ding of the Ministry of War, requesting his assistance in navigating the situation. The Prince of Nanyang had cultivated relationships with numerous court officials over the years. Deputy Minister Ding, having risen smoothly to his position, undoubtedly had the support of the Prince of Nanyang behind him. After the princess' death, Chen Zhua had tirelessly maintained connections with the court. At this critical juncture, it bore fruit. Qin Zhan nodded without hesitation. Lu Hengchang, however, was taken aback. Deputy Minister Ding was a high-ranking official, overseeing the Ministry of War. Such a prominent figure had ties to the Prince of Nanyang, or rather, had connections. It appeared he had previously underestimated the royal manor and the princess. Establishing a military camp and expanding the personal guards held great potential. Jiang Shaohua cast a knowing glance at Lu Hengchang. You can rest easy now, General Lu. Lu Hengchang felt a rare flush of embarrassment, clasped his hands in apology. I cannot hide my thoughts from the princess. I am truly ashamed. Jiang Shaohua smiled faintly. General Lu possesses a meticulous mind and long-term vision. This is indeed his strength, so why should there be any sense of shame? It is a fact that I'm still young. General Lu, do take your time. I believe that there will come a day when you will wholeheartedly accept my leadership. Chapter 76. Tremor. Lu Hengchang reacted swiftly, immediately stating, Your Highness, you have misunderstood. I have never harbored any disrespect towards you. I merely feel a slight regret. Jiang Shaohua's bright black eyes, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of the human heart, rested quietly upon Lu Hengchang's face. I have no intention of interrogation, General Lu, so there is no need for you to be alarmed. As a scion of a military family, Lu had honed his skills from a young age. A promising young man, he naturally harbored grand aspirations. When he came to Nanyang County, it was to achieve something significant under his grandfather's command. Unfortunately, his grandfather passed away early, leaving a mere 10-year-old girl to take the reins of Nanyang County, a daunting task indeed. It is only natural for sentiments to waver amidst such circumstances. General Lu's uncertainties regarding the future are entirely human. I understand this. I ask that you serve diligently, General Lu, and grant me 3 to 5 years. By that time, it may well be I who will wish to see you depart, yet you will find it difficult to leave Nanyang County. Lu Hengchang, typically inscrutable in demeanor, now exhibited a flurry of emotions. He wished to speak, but upon meeting the princess's knowing gaze, he felt it prudent to refrain. The princess's heartfelt words demonstrated her regard for him. To say anything further would be to overstep. I shall remember your words, Your Highness, Lu Hengchang finally replied, and I hope you will recognize my loyalty. Jiang Shaohua smiled gently and personally helped Lu Hengchang to his feet. Standing aside, Qin Zhan could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. He had exerted the most effort during the recent bandit suppression, yet the princess seemed to favor Lu Hengchang more. Uncle Qin Zhan thought, feeling somewhat bitter, when the princess turned her gaze toward him with a cheerful expression. In this bandit suppression, our regiment contributed the most. Uncle Qin, you are the one to be commended. I have duly noted all of this. Qin Zhan immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him, grinning as he replied, It is merely my duty. My entire family thrives under the princess's care, so it is only right that I fight for her. I am not like those who harbor ulterior motives. I am a loyal servant of the Nanyang Prince's mansion. Even if I were to perish on the battlefield, my son and grandson would carry on my legacy, continuing to serve the princess. Lu Hengchang remained silent, having often endured Qin Zhan's sharp remarks without losing his composure. Jiang Shaohua playfully chided, Such morbid talk should be avoided in the future. I do not wish to hear it. Furthermore, we are all members of the Imperial Guard, regardless of when we joined. Qin Zhan took the reprimand in stride. Chuckling in response, the two exchanged respectful farewells and then led their troops back to the military camp. As night fell, They hurried back to the Imperial Guard's quarters. Meng Dashan awaited them personally, glaring enviously at Qin Zhan. This time, I'll let you have your moment. Next time there's a bandit suppression. Our regiment must be the one to participate. With great success in the bandit suppression, the soldiers who had fought were richly rewarded. Even those who remained in the camp received half of the spoils. However, what truly mattered was not the gold and silver, but the honor of vanquishing the bandits. Qin Zhan, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, "Old Meng, your words are wasted on me. I did not compete with you. It was the princess who selected our regiment for this mission. She surely understands that we are the most capable. Ah, such prowess. Yet you still rely on our regiment's archers." Meng Dashan half-joked, though a hint of genuine envy lingered in his tone. Lu Hongchang, as usual, remained silent and bowed before returning to his own regiment. Qin Zhan tugged at Meng Dashan's sleeve. "Come, let's have a drink in my tent and converse." After indulging in a few rounds of drink, Qin Zhan recounted the events of the bandit suppression, praising the princess's valor and repeating her words to Lu Hongchang. Meng Dashan, upon hearing this, found the wine in his cup suddenly tasteless. He slammed his cup down and spoke with barely concealed anger. "If that Lu Hongchang dares to betray the princess, I shall be the first to make him pay." Pouring more wine for Meng Dashan, Qin Zhan said, "I too felt uneasy upon hearing those words. However, after a long day of riding in the cold wind, my mind has cleared. We are both veterans of the prince's mansion and would never betray the princess. Lu Hongchang, after all, is a newcomer, having only been in the camp for 4 years. With the prince gone, the princess is now in charge. It is only natural that Lu Hongchang feels unsettled. We cannot fault him entirely. The princess's efforts to court him indicate that she recognizes his capabilities. Let us treat him with courtesy in the future and avoid causing any disputes that may trouble her." Meng Dashan nodded in agreement and raised his cup to toast with Qin Zhan, continuing to drink. "The establishment of the military camp must be expedited." Qin Zhan whispered, "In my view, though the princess is young, she possesses great ambition and a clear vision." Meng Dashan affirmed, "We need not overthink it. We must simply follow the orders of the princess." Pausing for a moment, Meng Dashan added, "When our regiment returned today, we brought back several women. These were captured from the bandit lair. How shall we arrange for them?" "Let them assist in the kitchens," Qin Zhan replied, raising an eyebrow. "There are also 8 female bandits whose lives the princess has spared, but they cannot evade labor. Those who can endure will survive. Those who cannot will face their fate. By the way, there is one named Kong Qingwan, a lady of noble birth, educated and literate. The princess specifically instructed us to select some from the camp for her to teach." Meanwhile, Lu Hongchang was drinking in his tent, accompanied by several trusted aides who had come with him to Nanyang. Despite their great victory, the general appeared troubled. Is the general feeling stifled or discontented? "The princess is but a young girl. With your talents, it seems somewhat beneath you to remain in the Imperial Guard. If you wish to leave, you should make plans early." One of them said, "Wherever the general goes, we will follow." "Indeed," they echoed. Lu Hongchang, regaining his composure, shot a stern glance at his unrestrained confidence. "Such foolish talk must cease. Although the princess is young, she is wise and decisive, treating us with kindness and affording me great respect. How can I fail to recognize her merits or consider departing from the Imperial Guard?" The 2 aides who had fought alongside Lu nodded in agreement, having heard the princess's words directed at their general. Anyone would be profoundly moved. The 3 remaining aides stared at one another, puzzled by Lu Hongchang's sudden shift in attitude. Lu said no more, only reiterating, "You must all perform your duties well and refrain from grumbling or speaking ill." The aides nodded in compliance. Chapter 77. Father and son. You 2 siblings are growing bolder by the day. In the courtyard of the prince's mansion, physician Sun glared. "How dare you sneak off with the princess to suppress bandits while I am away?" Sun Guangbai shrank back, accepting the reprimand. Sun Jilan, somewhat displeased, quietly retorted, "The princess specifically requested our company. How could we refuse? We study medicine to heal and treat others, after all." Physician Sun shot her a disapproving glare. "You may go, but you need not take the imperial examination. Consider it a chance to relax. But your elder brother has no business wandering about. The exams are just over 2 months away. After accounting for travel time, how much time remains to review medical texts? If he fails this year, he must wait another. He is already 20. At my age, I could easily demonstrate my skills with both major and minor prescriptions. Yet he idles away his time, refusing to marry and unwilling to study hard for the examination. The more he spoke, the more pained he became. Doctor. Sun took a wooden stick that had long been prepared and swung it down decisively. Sun Guangbai felt a sharp pain as it struck his back, letting out a yelp before clutching his head and fleeing. Dr. Sun intended to pursue him, but Sun Zilan hurried forward, tightly grasping her father's arm. Father, you may strike him once to vent your anger, but please refrain from further blows. If elder brother is injured, he would need to recuperate, wasting several days. Doctor. Sun paused momentarily. Sun Zilan let out a quiet sigh of relief as she took the stick from her father and placed it inside the house. She quickly returned to soothe her irate father. Elder brother and I have been diligently tending to the wounded soldiers and have put in considerable effort. The princess has also generously rewarded us. Dr. Sun grunted, his tone softening slightly. As servants of the state, it is our duty to alleviate the burdens of our lord. We must not become arrogant over trifles. Sun Zilan nodded repeatedly. Sun Guangbai, still fleeing with his head in his arms, breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at his sister. However, his furtive demeanor displeased Dr. Sun once more. Why are you running? Come back here. Sun Guangbai lowered his hands and obediently returned. Dr. Sun unleashed another tirade of scolding. As long as he did not resort to physical blows, Sun Guangbai maintained his focus, letting the words flow in one ear and out the other. His sister, ever the peacemaker, interjected. Father, there is something I have yet to mention. This time, the princess saved many young women from the mountains, and 12 of them have been entrusted to me. They are of age and cannot become physicians. So I plan to teach them some pharmacology, herbal identification, and basic care. After a year or two of learning, they could assist the military physicians, thus securing a respectable livelihood. Dr. Sun looked at his daughter with approval. What you are doing is indeed commendable. Sun Guangbai felt a pang of injustice. No matter what he did, he was met with reprimands, while his sister was constantly praised. The disparity in treatment was glaringly obvious. However, he harbored his grievances silently, not daring to voice a word. Yet his father quickly caught a glimpse of the discontent on his face and snorted. As a man, how can you compare yourself to a girl? If you are so capable, why not ascend to the heavens? Sun Guangbai, thoroughly chastised, could not help but retort. Why is it that when my sister does the same thing, she is praised, yet I am scolded? You are too biased, father. Sun Zilan pouted. Then let us switch roles. I will take the imperial medical examination, and you can stay at the prince's residence to teach these unfortunate girls. Sun Guangbai became angry, exclaiming, Don't make it sound so pitiful. During those 2 nights in the military camp, you examined more corpses than I did. Sun Zilan. Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun's eyes nearly bulged out. What corpses? Clarify yourself. Sun Zilan, infuriated, shot a glare at her elder brother, whose pants were looser than his mouth. Hadn't they agreed to keep their lips sealed? Sun Guangbai instantly regretted his words, but under the scrutinizing gaze of his father, he hesitantly stammered. The situation is this. The bandits were completely eradicated, and their corpses were displayed outside the military camp. My sister and I, with nothing to do at night, sought the princess's assistance. She granted us a few corpses, and we examined them briefly. Dr. Sun's expression shifted rapidly, his breath becoming heavy as he turned to retrieve the stick. Sun Zilan anxiously grabbed her father's sleeve. Father, I understand this matter is improper. However, my brother and I have studied medicine since childhood, and our knowledge has come solely from books or your teachings. It is a rare opportunity to see such things firsthand. It would greatly benefit us in our future medical endeavors. Let go. I will not. Sun Zilan frantically gestured to her brother. Sun Guangbai once again clutched his head and dashed out the door, nearly colliding with someone. Princess. Upon recognizing the visitor, Sun Guangbai immediately halted and performed a respectful greeting. Jiang Shaohua held a lantern, its soft glow illuminating Jiang Shaohua's composed and beautiful face. What is it? Has Dr. Sun resorted to familial punishment again? Jiang Shaohua teased with a smile. Sun Guangbai nodded with a pained expression. Jiang Shaohua beamed as she stepped into the courtyard. The furious doctor. Sun instantly transformed into his usual gentle and refined demeanor, seamlessly withdrawing his sleeve from Sun Zilan's grasp to bow respectfully. Greetings, princess. Jiang Shaohua replied with a smile. Doctor. Sun has been tirelessly treating Shao Tian's mother lately, traveling back and forth. I heard you only returned to the residence at night, so I came to check on you. Dr. Sun chuckled. I am merely fulfilling my duties, not deserving of the term hardship. However, Guangbai and Zealand, the two siblings, have been quite unruly, causing the princess concern. Both of them have accomplished great deeds this time, and their desire to delve into medicine is commendable. Of course, I shall support them, Jiang Shaohua replied with a smile. Dr. Sun reassured her, "Rest assured, princess. Very few know of this matter, and it shall not spread." With this promise, Dr. Sun felt relieved. However, while Sun Guangbai could endure such antics, Sun Zealand was still a young lady. Studying corpses could jeopardize her prospects for marriage. Jiang Shaohua understood and smiled knowingly, inviting Dr. Sun to discuss matters in the study. Once the door closed, Sun Guangbai let out a long sigh, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. "Sister, pour a cup of tea for your elder brother." Sun Zealand rolled her eyes at him and turned back to her room. Sun Guangbai quickly followed, ingratiating himself with sweet words. Only then did Sun Zealand relent, whispering, "The princess came over so late. She must have something to discuss with father. Brother, what do you think she will say?" Sun Guangbai, inspired by a sudden thought, brightened. "I can't think of a possibility." In the study, after Jiang Shaohua finished her remarks, Dr. Sun fell silent. He knew that this conversation would place him in a difficult position. Jiang Shaohua, with a sincere expression, stated, "Dr. Sun has high expectations for his children. Being a military physician cannot be equated with serving in the Imperial Medical Department. However, I trust that Dr. Sun understands whether Sun Guangbai's temperament is truly suitable for palace service." Dr. Sun. Chapter 78. Foundation. Dr. Sun was acutely aware of the situation. His two children had studied medicine since their youth, and their talents were evident. Sun Zealand, 5 years younger, excelled in medical skills far beyond her elder brother, who had diligently studied since childhood. This alone revealed Sun Guangbai's limitations. However, it was not that Sun Guangbai was lacking. He was perfectly capable of being an ordinary physician, and he would excel as a military doctor. But the Imperial Medical Department was a prestigious institution, a gathering of the finest healers in the capital. Those who could pass its examinations were either renowned physicians or the most outstanding scions of esteemed medical families. Sun Guangbai had attempted the examinations since the age of 17, repeatedly failing for 3 years. Did he truly believe he could succeed this year? Yet, as a father, he harbored hopes for his son's future. There was no need for the princess to sugarcoat his shortcomings. Dr. Sun chuckled bitterly. It is not that his temperament is unsuitable for the palace. It is simply that he cannot pass the Imperial Medical Department's examination. Jiang Shaohua laughed softly. "But Dr. Sun, do you not already know this in your heart?" Dr. Sun sighed, speaking candidly. "I am aware, but as a father, I hope for my children to prosper in the long run. Zealand possesses exceptional medical talent. Yet, as a daughter, she cannot take the examinations. She has long been dissatisfied with this and is determined to become a renowned physician. I understand her aspirations and support her. Guangbai's talent is slightly inferior, and I hope he can compensate with diligence. Perhaps after participating in the examinations year after year, he may, with perseverance, succeed after 10 or 8 years of honing his skills. In the future, he could emerge as a respectable medical officer. Even if he fails to pass, this endeavor may push him to study harder. An incompetent physician not only fails to heal, but may cause harm. I absolutely cannot allow Guangbai to become a quack." At this point, Dr. Sun's expression grew fervent, his voice rising slightly. Jiang Shaohua nodded in understanding. "Dr. Sun's sincere concern is truly touching. However, from my perspective, Sun Guangbai's ambitions do not lie within the Imperial Medical Department. Forcing him would yield little effect." Dr. Sun fell silent. If forcing him would work, he would not resort to punishment so easily. "Dr. Sun, it is just the two of us here. I might as well share my own aspirations with you." Jiang Shaohua gazed earnestly at Physician Sun, stating, "As the princess of Nanyang, it is my duty to govern and safeguard all the citizens of Nanyang. With only 2,000 personal guards, it is insufficient. Hence, I must expand the personal guard camp. Currently, there are merely 2 military doctors in the camp, which is truly inadequate. If Sun Guangbai can serve as a military doctor, I shall immediately instruct Chen Changshi to draft an official document to the Ministry of Personnel, granting Sun Guangbai the rank of an 8th grade medical officer." Physician Sun's heart stirred with excitement at the prospect of becoming an 8th grade medical officer. In the Imperial Medical Department, many lower-ranked physicians would toil for over a decade to attain such a position, Yet here, the princess could provide it instantly. Why seek distant opportunities when one could gain so readily? Serving as a military doctor may lack the prestige of a court physician, but Jiang Shaohua smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I shall never neglect my own." Once son Guangbai became an 8th-grade military doctor, he would receive a double salary, along with additional rewards for every mission against bandits alongside the personal guards. In 3 to 5 years, with accumulated experience, he could rise further in rank. Furthermore, as son Guangbai's marriage prospects remain uncertain, I shall personally advocate for him to secure a suitable match. Without hesitation, physician Sun rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Jiang Shaohua chuckled. "Do not be so hasty in your thanks. I also intend to appoint Sun Jilan as a military doctor." Physician Sun was momentarily taken aback, only to hear the princess continue in a measured tone. "There's been no precedent for female medical officers in the court, so we must approach this matter gradually. However, she will receive the same salary and rewards as Sun Guangbai under my command. She will also be responsible for training a group of women in basic medical skills, including herbal remedies and wound care. For each one trained, I shall grant a reward." Physician Sun instantly grasped the implications. If the princess frequently led troops, having Sun Jilan by her side would indeed be more convenient. With their future secured, the princess had meticulously arranged everything. Physician Sun solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Your Highness's kindness towards the siblings is deeply appreciated. They will surely dedicate themselves to their duties." Jiang Shaohua smiled. "Their shared pursuit of medical knowledge earns my utmost respect." When the topic of their medical studies arose, Physician Sun's expression became nuanced. He coughed lightly and murmured, "They are still young and have only just begun their medical journey, merely observing the spectacle for now. It would be more fitting for me to guide them." In the midst of this discourse, Jiang Shaohua found herself secretly amused but maintained her serious demeanor, acquiescing to his suggestion. Having concluded the matter at hand, Jiang Shaohua rose to leave. Just as she exited the study, she encountered 2 curious faces peering in, one taller, Sun Guangbai, and the other, a head shorter, Sun Jilan. The siblings had been caught eavesdropping but felt no shame, gazing eagerly at the princess. Jiang Shaohua beamed, nodding toward them. Sun Guangbai's eyes sparkled with joy, while Sun Jilan shared in her brother's excitement. Once the princess departed, the siblings rushed into the study, asking, "Father, what did the princess say? Do I no longer need to take the examination for the Imperial Medical Department?" Physician Sun shot them a stern glare. "Yes, beginning tomorrow. You two shall serve in the personal guard camp." Sun Guangbai beamed widely, while Sun Jilan quickly registered the inconsistency. "Father, do I go as well?" "Yes, you too." Physician Sun replied gravely. "The princess has granted your brother the rank of an 8th-grade medical officer. As for you, there is no precedent for female medical officers in Dalian. The princess said we must proceed with caution. However, you will receive the same salary as your brother, with all corresponding benefits. Jilan, the princess holds you in high regard. You must perform your duties diligently and not disappoint her." Sun Jilan's eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded earnestly. Having accomplished this task, Jiang Shaohua felt a surge of delight. Since her rebirth, everything had proceeded methodically in accordance with her desires. She aimed to assemble a truly loyal cadre. For governance, there were Chunjua and Feng Wenming. For equipment manufacturing, Shen Mu, and for military leadership, Song Yuan, Qin Zhan, and Meng Dashan. Lu Hongchang's intentions were yet to be stabilized, but that could be addressed gradually, with Sun Guangbai and Sun Jilan serving as military doctors. Jiang Shaohua's spirits soared even higher. The night was exceptionally pleasant, with the moon illuminating the landscape in resplendent brilliance. Under the moonlight, the princess's eyes sparkled like stars. Her lips adorned with a radiant smile, and a strand of hair danced in the gentle breeze. A young boy approaching could not help but admire the picturesque scene, his lips curling into a smile as he hastened forward to bow in greeting. Alas, his voice had not yet matured enough to utter even a simple acknowledgement of the princess. Jiang Shaohua's eyes twinkled with mirth. "Cui Du, are you not at the farm? What brings you back to the Wangfu?" Chapter 79. Beneath the Moonlight, Part 1. This young boy was none other than Cui Du. After bowing, he straightened up, still adjusting to the hierarchy, and boldly maintained eye contact with Jiang Shaohua, gesturing animatedly. Jiang Shaohua, in good spirits, did not mind and playfully speculated. Did you hear that I returned to the Wangfu after leading the personal guard to eradicate bandits for nearly half a month, and thus you hurried back to see me? Cui Du grinned widely, nodding vigorously, and pulled out a charcoal pencil and paper from his sleeve, quickly sketching something to present to Jiang Shaohua. By the light of the lantern and the moon, Jiang Shaohua examined the drawing closely. The spring plowing at the farm was nearing completion, and it was time to sow seeds. Observing the plump grains depicted on the paper, Jiang Shaohua conjectured, "Are you selecting seeds?" Cui Du nodded, then gestured again. Due to the late planting season, they would first choose the best seeds from the existing stock, as cultivating new seeds would take time. It would require years of careful selection and nurturing to develop truly high-yield varieties. Jiang Shaohua did not fully comprehend Cui Du's gestures. As a princess, she was not required to delve into such minutiae. Her role was to trust her subordinates and allow them the freedom to operate. Success would be rewarded, while failures could be addressed later. Given Cui Du's significant contribution of introducing the new style plow, it was worth nurturing him for several years. Jiang Shaohua encouraged him. "The farm is yours to manage. Pursue your ambitions, and I shall always support you." Cui Du was deeply moved by her words, his excitement palpable as he placed his hand over his heart, as if to express his gratitude. Jiang Shaohua chuckled at his earnestness. "There is no need for such grand gestures. To repay me, simply perform your duties well." Cui Du laughed in response. Suddenly inspired by a thought, he resumed sketching. Jiang Shaohua patiently awaited the outcome, and upon seeing his drawing, she smiled again. "Are you asking how I felt about the recent expedition against the bandits?" On the paper, a girl rode a horse wielding a spear, her head disproportionately large, with an adorably round face. The style was simplistic and exaggerated, distinctly different from traditional artistry, yet charmingly whimsical. Cui Du nodded vigorously, his eyes reflecting curiosity and concern. In truth, a person like Cui Du, residing in the Wangfu and reliant on the princess for sustenance, lacked the standing to engage in equal dialogue. Even the likes of Chen Zhuo and Song Yuan spoke with caution in her presence. As for Lu Jiuma, he would need to observe Jiang Shaohua's mood before addressing her. Cui Du had clearly crossed a line. Yinzhu intended to intervene, but Jiang Shaohua shot her a glance, prompting her to remain silent. Unaware of the tension, Cui Du continued to eagerly await the princess's response. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Shaohua said, "The expedition was a resounding success. All the bandits were slain. I even personally took down 2. Cui Du's eyes widened in shock, though he could not voice his astonishment. Jiang Shaohua found his reaction amusing and signaled for Yinzhu and Tu Bai to step back. Once they were a suitable distance away, she lowered her voice. "Are you surprised? To be honest, I did not expect to take a life myself. The experience was quite unsettling. The first time I drew blood, I felt nauseated and had to vomit. I could hardly eat afterward. That night, I was haunted by nightmares, and as soon as I closed my eyes, I was engulfed in scenes of carnage. Yet, I could not reveal this to anyone, not even to Yinzhu and Tu Bai, who remained oblivious to my torment. As a princess, I must command respect and obedience from all. The imperial guards obey my orders, but I crave more than mere compliance. I desire their reverence and unwavering loyalty." The second time I took action, it was markedly improved. That night, I dispatched Zhu Yidao with a single shot, igniting the bloodlust within my guards. Following that event, their demeanor towards me shifted subtly. I no longer felt nauseous, nor did I suffer from nightmares. At this point, Jiang Shaohua paused, casting a penetrating gaze at the pale-faced youth. Cui Du, have you ever taken a life?" Cui Du shook his head vehemently. He had only killed a chicken once, and the splatter of blood had so traumatized him that he had never harmed a chicken again. What was it like to kill a person? He couldn't bear to contemplate it. If he had his way, he would never stain his hands with blood. Jiang Shaohua spoke softly. "Killing is not a splendid affair. Unless absolutely necessary, do not entertain such thoughts." Cui Du's fervent shaking of his head came to an abrupt halt as he stared at her in astonishment. She reiterated gently, "Taking a life is no noble pursuit. Unless required, do not entertain such notions. And what of you? You, so young, why must you bear such burdens?" Jiang Shaohua and Cui Du locked eyes. Her understanding of his confusion and pity reflected in her gaze. After a moment of silence, she responded, "I am different." "In what way are you different?" Cui Du gestured, struggling to articulate his feelings, and ultimately resorted to drawing again. The charcoal pencil glided over the sturdy paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. Cri du worked swiftly, soon presenting the paper to Jiang Shaohua. This act, though somewhat disrespectful, inadvertently brushed against the princess's fingers. Jiang Shaohua instinctively glanced at the contact, but Cui Du remained blissfully unaware of his transgression, wearing an innocent expression. Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly, lowering her gaze to the drawing. The illustration depicted a young girl with a round face, confidently striding forward, surrounded by a group of figures represented only by lines. The sole figure with a face was an equally round-faced, charming boy, Cui Du himself, deliberately placed nearest to the princess. This subtle yet endearing intention made Jiang Shaohua chuckle. Cui Du, are you genuinely willing to follow me? Without hesitation, Cui Du nodded vigorously. All his needs, food, clothing, and shelter, were reliant on the princess. She had provided him with boundless lands and a plethora of resources. More importantly, in this bewildering and chaotic world, she had bestowed upon him identity and purpose. She was his only light. If only he could speak, the fervor within him remained unexpressed. Jiang Shaohua's eyes sparkled with delight. Very well. As long as you dedicate yourself to serving me, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Alas, you appear only 10 years old, perhaps in a few years. Once you have grown taller, I shall find you a suitable bride. Cri Du. Cui Du shook his head rapidly, his face flushed, unsure if it was from embarrassment or something else. Jiang Shaohua laughed again. What is it? Are you unwilling? Have you already married? Cui Du shook his head vigorously, nearly losing it. Chapter 8. Under the Moonlight, Part 2. Jiang Shaohua found herself amused by Cui Du's awkwardness. It is natural for men to marry and women to wed. There is nothing to be ashamed of. At this rate, you won't attract a bride. You must wait until you mature. Cui Du centered himself and picked up the charcoal pencil, focusing intently on his drawing. After a moment, Jiang Shaohua observed his response. The artwork depicted bountiful wheat fields, with a young man, round-faced, leisurely reclining by the edge of the field. Is this enough companionship for a lifetime? Do you not wish to marry? Jiang Shaohua chuckled. Well, whether you marry or not is your own affair. Just ensure you are certain of your desires. I shall not impose my will upon you. Cui Du cast a deep look her way. Jiang Shaohua immediately grasped his unspoken question. Do you wish to know if I will marry? Cri Du nodded. Indeed. It felt rather absurd for two young souls to discuss such matters. His body, for some inexplicable reason, had reverted to that of a child, when he was, in reality, a 25-year-old man. The princess before him was far more complex than her appearance suggested. She commanded the royal household, led troops against bandits, and exhibited a depth of thought that was unfathomable. Clearly, she harbored many secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shaohua replied, I have not yet made up my mind. Fortunately, I am young, with ample time to deliberate. Perhaps in 10 or 8 years, I might consider inviting a suitor to join me. Marriage was out of the question. At most, she would consider a suitor. Cri Du es face inexplicably redonda again. He opened his mouth, only to remember he could not speak. He wanted to draw, yet was uncertain of what to create. Jiang Shaohua's brief moment of uncertainty and vulnerability faded, and she resumed her usual demeanor. These matters are for another time. Let's not dwell on them. It is getting late. You should return to your quarters and rest. Cui Du nodded, finally remembering to salute before departing. His quarters were adjacent to Shun Gongjing's residence, a mere tea's worth of time away. After walking a short distance, he turned to glance back, only to see the princess surrounded by her maids and guards, her figure obscured by the towering presence of her loyal protectors. He could not even catch a glimpse of her attire. Cui Du lingered for a moment, then sighed softly and turned back to his quarters. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohua returned to her chamber and proceeded to bathe. After a fortnight of military campaigns against bandits, where provisions and accommodations were shared, she had only managed to hastily wash herself each night. Finally back in familiar surroundings, she luxuriated in a large wooden tub for nearly half an hour, even changing the water once. After her bath, she felt revitalized. Inju meticulously wrung out her hair, while Tu Bai presented her with soft undergarments, assisting her in changing attire. Jiang Shaohua sighed with a smile. Leading troops in a battle is indeed taxing. It is no easy task. Inju replied with a grin. From what I observed, when the princess commanded the troops against the bandits, you appeared majestic, showing no signs of fatigue. Jiang Shaohua chuckled. Even if I were somewhat unaccustomed, I could not let it show. Otherwise, how would the guards view me? What would Qin Zhan and Lu Hengchang think? To truly win their allegiance, I must demonstrate my capabilities. Tu Bai and Yin Zhu exchanged glances before boldly asking. The princess issues commands, and they must obey. We do not understand why the princess must endure such hardship. Jiang Shaohua replied calmly. There are many things I wish to accomplish, and I need their recognition and loyalty. Their willingness to risk their lives for me. Mere obedience is insufficient. I desire their genuine respect and fidelity. Tu Bai could not help but scratch her head. What the princess says is somewhat beyond my understanding. Yin Zhu, being more astute than Tu Bai, grasped the meaning. I comprehend. The guards are currently loyal to the Nanyang Wangfu. What the princess seeks is their complete loyalty to her. Jiang Shaohua cast an approving glance at Yin Zhu. Precisely, that is it. The three of them engaged in light conversation, and naturally, the topic turned to Cui Du. The princess regarded the mute boy with a different perspective. Yin Zhu referred to him as Cui Gongzi in front of others, but affectionately called him Little Mute in private. Tonight, I spoke with Little Mute for quite a while. Tu Bai added, but Little Mute cannot speak. He either gestures wildly or draws incessantly. How fortunate that the princess is so patient. As the conversation continued, both maids felt a tinge of envy. The princess had never shared so much with them, nor smiled so warmly. Jiang Shaohua smiled. You two have no reason to feel envious. If you could sketch new plow designs and farm, I would gladly smile at you both every day. Yin Zhu and Tu Bai's faces flushed. Their jealousy was indeed unfounded. They decided to let go of any grievances against the little mute. Just then, the door swung open, and Mama Zhang entered with a beaming smile. I have prepared a bowl of osmanthus glutinous rice balls for the princess. Jiang Shaohua laughed joyfully, saying, in the half-month since I left, the thing I have missed the most is the late-night snacks prepared by Mama Zhang herself. The sweet osmanthus-filled rice balls are delightful, perfectly sized to pop into my mouth one after another, utterly delicious. Jiang Shaohua savored them to her heart's content. Mama Zhang hesitated but could not restrain herself. Your Highness, the rice balls are made from glutinous rice, which is difficult to digest. It would be wise to eat them in moderation. Mama Zhang spoke the truth. Jiang Shaohua continued to eat, finishing an entire bowl in no time. Yet still feeling a tinge of longing, Tu Bai, fetch a bottle of hawthorn balls for me. I need to aid my digestion. Mama Zhan's. Jiang Shaohua did not have the habit of sleeping in. The next day, she rose early as usual. She headed to the training grounds first, practicing her punches and spear techniques. Song Yuan sparred with her and quickly detected a change. Your Highness, your strength has noticeably increased. Jiang Shaohua's eyes sparkled as she replied softly, I have noticed that as well. It seems that engaging in the campaign against bandits has greatly benefited me. Song Yuan, gazing at the beaming princess, felt a mix of emotions. Your Highness, it would be better if I or the personal guards handled such matters in the future. Jiang Shaohua readily agreed. All right, I shall listen to my uncle. However, she merely placated him with words. Next time, she would still take matters into her own hands. Song Yuan understood this, but felt helpless. He glanced over and summoned Qin Hu and a few other personal guards. You all, take turns sparring with the princess. Qin Hu, feeling a bit dejected, mustered his spirits and replied, Rest assured, Captain Song, I will hold back a bit and ensure the princess is not harmed. Song Yuan shot a glance at the naive Qin Hu. Jiang Shaohua chuckled lightly, reducing her strength by half and engaging in back-and-forth sparring with Qin Hu. By the 30th exchange, she flicked Qin Hu's long knife aside. Bang! The knife and Qin Hu's face both hit the ground. Chapter 81. Disappointment. All the personal guards were stunned, their gazes directed at the blushing Qin Hu. Qin Hu, how did you mock Captain Song before? Now, you two are shamelessly flattering the princess. Qin Hu could not explain himself, picking up the long knife with an air of frustration and standing aside. Jiang Shaohua smiled and signaled to another guard. Those who could serve as personal guards in the royal residence were all skilled. This guard bowed and drew his familiar long sword, ready to engage. Unlike Qin Hu, he had no intention of holding back to curry favor with the princess. After a brief moment, this guard, wearing a pained expression, squatted down to retrieve his fallen sword. Another guard was now added to the list of those looked down upon. Fortunately, he was not the only one facing embarrassment. The guard retreated to Qin Hu's side and whispered, The princess's marksmanship is truly formidable. We are no match for her. Qin Hu shot him an annoyed glance. It was obvious that the princess was powerful, Did they really think he had let her win? One by one, guards stepped forward to spar with the princess. Losing once might be a fluke, losing twice could be seen as leniency, but when 5 or 6 guards fell, it was enough to leave the personal guards astonished. Song Yuan observed the shocked expressions of the guards and felt his mood lift considerably. Enough for today. Tomorrow, we shall rotate in a new batch to spar with the princess. Then he sternly admonished, with skills like yours, if danger truly arises, will you protect the princess? Or will she be the one to protect you? From today onwards, each of you will practice an additional hour. In a month, there will be assessments. Those who fail will return to the personal guard camp. The guards obediently bowed their heads in agreement. Jiang Shaohua smiled and changed her clothes to head to the study for discussions. The guards stood outside the study, whispering among themselves during their patrol. So the princess is really that formidable. Enough with the complaints. Qin, who shot back, from now on, practice hard. Otherwise, how can we face being personal guards in the royal residence? After half a day's shift, Qin had returned to his room in a sullen mood. His roommate, Meng Sanbao, was still lying in bed, nursing his injuries. Hearing the door creak open, Meng Sanbao turned over with difficulty, sizing Qin Hu up and clicking his tongue. A surge of irritation brewed within Qin Hu, and he glared back. What are you clicking your tongue for? Do you think I deliberately let the princess win? I held nothing back. I simply cannot match her strength. Once you're healed, you should try practicing at the training ground yourself, he added. As a personal guard, not being able to defeat the princess felt incredibly humiliating and frustrating. Meng Sanbao scoffed. All right, stop taking it out on me. You know very well why you're in a bad mood. Before Qin Hu could retort, Meng Sanbao pulled out a pouch from under his pillow, opening it with delight to reveal a small bottle of medicinal ointment. Look, this is a healing ointment personally made by Dr. Sun, highly effective. It was originally a gift from the princess to Sister Inju, who didn't use it and sent it to me. Qin Hu, nothing is more infuriating than seeing a brother bask in romantic bliss while oneself suffers from heartbreak. Qin Hu, seething with jealousy, stormed over to the bedside and snatched the ointment from Meng Sanbao's hands. Meng Sanbao protested, Hey, it was just a joke. Get back quickly. If you want ointment, just go ask Miss Sun for a bottle. Upon hearing this, Qin Hu realized the sense in it and tossed the ointment back. Meng Sanbao, quick on his feet, caught it and exclaimed, I was just saying it casually, and you really went to get it. The only response he received was the sound of the door slamming shut. After a moment of silence, the door burst open again. Meng Sanbao, barely sitting up, looked at his sulking friend with confusion. What happened? Did Miss Sun refuse to give you the ointment? Wait, don't you have a bottle in your hand? Why the long face? Qin Hu plopped down onto his bed, his voice dejected. Miss Sun was busy teaching her disciples. It was young Dr. Sun who came out with this bottle of ointment for me. Meng Sanbao was left speechless. After a long pause, he sighed. Brother Hu, perhaps it's time to let go of your feelings for Miss Sunday. She has clearly been indifferent towards you, showing no interest. Forcing something that isn't meant to be will not yield sweet fruit. Moreover, you lack the ability to force it. Truth often cuts deeply and hurts. Qin Hu's eyes widened, and he wanted to retort, but his voice caught in his throat and tears brimmed in his eyes. Seeing his friend in such distress tugged at Meng Sanbao's heart. They usually spent their days together, exchanging banter, yet seeing his brother so disheartened was painful. Meng Sanbao tossed him a handkerchief, and Qin Hu took it, blowing his nose forcefully. Meng Sanbao's heart ached again. That was the handkerchief Sister Inju gave me. I can't bear to use it. Why are you treating it so roughly? Qin Hu felt another stab of guilt and chose to lie back down, presenting Meng Sanbao with a cold shoulder. Sun Jilan hardly paid this small episode any mind. She was busy introducing 12 female disciples to various herbs. Sun Guangbai no longer had to burn the midnight oil to prepare for the imperial medical exams. Instead, he spent the day grinning. Seizing a moment when Sun Jilan was resting, he leaned in with a smile. I've packed the medicine box and clothes. I'll be going to the military camp tomorrow. Are you coming with me, or will you wait a while longer? Sun Jilan pondered for a moment before replying. There's a certain decorum in being in the military. I shall go tomorrow as well. Lin Huan and the others will accompany me. Sun Guangbai rubbed his hands together. Dear sister, teaching so many disciples by yourself is too much. Let me help alleviate your burden. Sun Jilan shot him a playful glare. If you can't manage yourself, I'll help you. Don't have any thoughts about them. They're all a bunch of pitiful souls. Sun Guangbai protested. I merely see you working hard and feel for you. Thinking of stepping in to teach when you have spare time. What are you implying? The siblings exchanged light-hearted banter, packing their belongings, and the next morning, they set off for the military camp. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohua was also quite busy. Over the past few days, she had been visiting the workshop daily, even making 2 trips to the large workshop outside the palace. Over the course of the past half-month, the workshop had produced over 80 new-style plows, all of which had been delivered to the fields in time for the spring plowing in Nanyang County. The next batch of new-style plows would be sent as samples to the county offices. Jiang Shaohua specifically instructed that the first batch should be sent to the county office in Li County. Naturally, the task of drafting the blueprints fell to Cui Du. By day, he toiled in the fields, his handsome visage considerably darkened by the sun. In the evenings, he was engrossed in drawing, scarcely finding a moment to return to the Wang residence. As soon as spring plowing concluded, Clerk Wen received the princess's summons. What? The princess intends to inspect the granaries of the 14 counties? Clerk Wen, an elderly man, was taken aback, his dull eyes suddenly widening in surprise. Jiang Shaohua smiled faintly. Leisurely inquiring, Clerk Wen, do you wish to accompany this princess on the inspection? Chapter 82. A warning. Clerk Wen cautiously replied, the 14 counties vary in distance. A complete inspection would require at least 2 to 3 months. The princess has been leading troops to quell banditry and has been occupied with inspections for days without rest. Is it not too exhausting to now inspect the granaries as well? Jiang Shaohua smiled and glanced at Clerk Wen, stating, this princess is full of vigor and feels no fatigue. It is you, Clerk Wen, who at 59 years of age may not possess the stamina of the younger generation. It is uncertain whether you can endure the rigors of travel. Before Clerk Wen could respond, she continued with understanding, indeed at your age, a year or so more, and you could retire honorably. Why toil so hard? It is only natural to seek a comfortable existence, and this princess holds no grudge against that. A bead of sweat formed on Clerk Wen's balding forehead as he immediately stood up, declaring, I have never thought this way. As a subordinate of the royal residence, drawing a substantial salary, it is only right that I serve the princess diligently. How could I entertain thoughts of neglect? Jiang Shaohua remained silent, merely observing him. Clerk Wen felt a tremor of fear and regret. He truly had not neglected his duties, but compared to the 2 busy officials, Chun and Feng, or even Shun Mu, who practically slept in the workshop, he felt inadequate. Even Yang Zheng, who had recently been pretending to be diligent, was more industrious than he. The young princess was shrewd and not easily deceived. This was both a warning and a reprimand. Suppressing the urge to wipe his forehead, he continued. The princess ordered all counties to replenish their granaries before spring plowing and to construct granaries for storage immediately afterward. This concerns the livelihoods of the people in Nanyang County for the next 3 years, and no one can afford to be negligent. I believe it is essential to inspect each county. It would be best to identify 1 or 2 who have been remiss in their duties and impose severe punishments to serve as a warning to all county offices. Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly. Clerk Wen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear the princess command. Clerk Wen is responsible for the storage of granaries and is quite an expert. This matter will be entrusted to you. This was undoubtedly a job that could offend many. Clerk Wen, who prided himself on being a good-natured person who never made enemies, silently lamented while maintaining a respectful facade. After all, Qiu Jian had been dismissed. Liu Juanma publicly reprimanded, and Kai County Magistrate had lost his position alongside the more than 300 bandit corpses that had been decapitated. This 10-year-old princess of Nanyang was decisive and ruthless. Even the 2 officials, Chun and Feng, had to tread carefully. How dare he, a mere clerk, challenge the princess? Clerk Wen respectfully accepted the command and withdrew. Jiang Shaohua nodded in acknowledgement. As Clerk Wen exited, her personal guard, Qin Hu, hurried in to report, Your Highness, a messenger from General Zhua of the Nanyang Army has arrived. The commander of the Nanyang Army was surnamed Zhua, with the given name Zhen. The Zhua family was among the most distinguished military households in Dalian. General Zhen, a legitimate heir of the Zhua clan and brother to the border army's General Zhua, had easily obtained the position of commander of the Nanyang Army 4 years prior, leveraging his brother's influence. Since Zhua Zhen assumed command, he had systematically eliminated rivals, indulging in corruption and feeding off the army's resources. The once elite Nanyang Army had fallen into disarray. Following the death of the king of Nanyang, Zhua Zhen became increasingly brazen, openly disparaging the young princess in the barracks. Jiang Shaohua's gaze flickered as she turned to Song Yuan. The sudden arrival of a messenger from General Zhuo must signify an important matter. Song Yuan harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhuo Zhen, yet knew he could not easily offend him due to his connections in the court. "We must see the messenger," he replied. Jiang Shaohua nodded and ordered someone to invite Shun and Feng to the hall. Half an hour later, the messenger entered the main hall. He was a tall, imposing figure, exuding an air of arrogance as he bowed slightly, acknowledging, "I greet the princess." Song Yuan's eyes flashed with anger. Jiang Shaohua silenced him with a look and addressed the messenger. "What message does General Zhuo have?" The messenger, without presenting a letter, delivered a verbal message. "General Zhuo has heard that the princess is leading the personal guard to Li County to quell bandits and has sent me to convey that for future operations of this nature, the princess should issue commands to the Nanyang army directly, and there is no need for the personal guard to intervene." Chen Zhuo erupted with fury. "Nonsense. When the princess acts, it is not for General Zhuo to dictate terms. Return and inform Zhuo that he must personally come to the royal residence to apologize. Otherwise Chen Zhuo will not spare him." Chen Zhuo, usually composed and possessing the demeanor of a cultured official, was rarely seen in such a rage. Even Jiang Shaohua was taken aback, quickly smiling to calm the furious Chen Changshu. There is no need to lower oneself to argue with a shallow-minded fool. The messenger was momentarily stunned, but, true to his loyalty to Zhuo Zhen, did not kneel in apology, defiantly responding, "Our General Zhuo is a fourth-rank military officer, appointed by the emperor to command the Nanyang army. Although you, Chen Changshu, are an official of the royal residence, you cannot casually insult our general." Even a mere messenger displayed such haughtiness, highlighting Zhuo Zhen's arrogance. He clearly held the Nanyang princess in contempt. Jiang Shaohua suddenly smiled. This princess intends to inspect the 14 counties and was contemplating where to begin. Since General Zhuo harbors discontent towards this princess, I shall start with Wan County, coincidentally visiting the Nanyang army camp to meet with General Zhuo personally. At her words, everyone was taken aback. "The princess intends to inspect the 14 counties?" Chen Zhuo exclaimed in surprise. "Why have we never heard the princess mention this before?" Jiang Shaohua smiled faintly. "I was just about to discuss this matter with Chen and Feng." Chen Zhuo. Feng Wenming. With the princess having firmly made her decision, what was there left to discuss? Song Yuan exchanged glances and signaled for Qin Hu and the other personal guards to escort the arrogant messenger out. The main hall suddenly quieted down considerably. Jiang Shaohua outlined her plans for inspecting the granaries of the 14 counties. Feng Changshu will remain at the royal residence to handle trivial matters. Chen Changshu will accompany me, along with Clerk 1 and Yang Shenli. Chen Zhuo immediately responded, "Even if the princess does not mention it, I shall voluntarily request to accompany you on this journey." Feng Wenming also had no objections and bowed in acquiescence. "I will ensure the princess's safety at the royal residence." Jiang Shaohua smiled slightly and turned to Song Yuan. "Please have Commander Song visit the personal guard camp and instruct Meng Dashan to lead the 2nd Battalion of Personal Guards to set out with this princess the day after tomorrow." Chapter 83. The Meeting, Part 1. With a command from Jiang Shaohua, the royal residence became a flurry of activity. Within a single day, preparations for carriages and luggage were underway. In no time, everyone was in a frenzy, including Yin Zhu and Tu Bai. Upon learning of the news, Sun Guangbai and his sister were no longer in a hurry to visit the personal guard camp, opting instead to see the princess and join the expedition. Sun Tai adopted a stern expression, admonishing, "You two have just taken on your duties. Go to the military camp and wait there. The princess's inspection of the 14 county granaries does not require your presence in battle." Sun Guangbai sensed something was amiss and cautiously asked, "Are you going yourself, father?" Sun Tai nodded with certainty. When the princess travels, she will certainly need a physician by her side. As the royal physician, I must accompany her. Do not dawdle. You too, hurry to the military camp. Once the siblings boarded the carriage, they could not help but murmur to each other. "It's all your fault," pouted Sun Zealand. "If you hadn't let it slip, father would never have known what we were doing at the camp. Now look, he won't even let us go." Sun Guangbai sighed in response. "Father is clearly eager to indulge in his medical studies. But it's no matter. We will have our chance when the Imperial Guards are dispatched to eliminate bandits. I suppose we must accept it," Sun Zealand sighed. After a long journey, the siblings arrived at the military camp, where they were met by Qin Zhan, Meng Dashan, and Lu Hongchang. Ordinary military physicians would not receive such a warm welcome. Sun Guangbai and Sun Zealand, as the children of the esteemed imperial physician's son, had inherited remarkable medical skills, far surpassing those of their peers. Moreover, both siblings were favored by the princess, which warranted exceptional courtesy towards them. They were settled in adjacent quarters, sharing with 12 other women to a room. By fortunate coincidence, Kong Qingwan and the others were also housed there. Upon their reunion, a sense of nostalgia enveloped them, deepening their bond. These women, cast aside by their families and husbands, found solace in each other's company, akin to kin. Qingwan, while residing in the military camp, do you face any disrespect? Lin Huinyang inquired quietly. Among all the women, Kong Qingwan stood out for her striking beauty and noble demeanor, making her plight particularly poignant. A hint of melancholy faded from Kong Qingwan's face as she replied softly, though a few may cast lingering glances. No one has dared to speak ill to my face. As for whisper gossip, I cannot escape that. The other women have limited interactions, but I must teach the guards to read and write each evening, making avoidance impossible. Lin Huinyang grasped Kong Qingwan's hand, assuring her, we have endured the hardest times. We can manage this as well. Kong Qingwan nodded resolutely. Rest assured, I will persevere. A tall, robust young man approached, a towering figure reminiscent of an iron tower. Lin Huinyang recognized him immediately and chuckled softly. Does this Tao Dalu read and write every day as well? Kong Qingwan smiled wryly. With so many in the Imperial Guards, it is impossible to teach everyone. Commander Qin has instructed the captains to read and write each evening, passing that knowledge to the others upon returning to their tents. Tao Dalu, being a captain, led a group of 50 men, and every evening, over 30 captains gather for lessons. The lessons were held in a spacious hall not far from their quarters. Despite Kong Qingwan's objections, Tao Dalu insisted on escorting her daily, promising to return. Observing the twinkle in Tao Dalu's eyes, Lin Huinyang sighed inwardly. Tao Dalu, please refrain from escorting me in the future, Kong Qingwan whispered. People can be quite cruel. Idle gossip is never beneficial. Tao Dalu nodded in agreement, and Kong Qingwan, feeling helpless, waved goodbye to Lin Huinyang before departing with him. Kong Qingwan, slender and graceful, contrasted sharply with the dark, burly Tao Dalu, whose rugged appearance seemed incompatible with her elegance. Yet, their departing figures somehow exuded an unexpected harmony. Lin Huinyang watched them leave, a sigh escaping her lips. The following day, Jiang Shaohua gathered everyone and set off for Wan County. After a swift 2-day journey, they arrived. Unlike the mountainous and wooded terrain of Lixian, Wan County was characterized by its rivers and water bodies, with picturesque views along the way. The Nanyang military camp was stationed 20 miles outside the county. Typically, the princess's arrival would warrant a personal welcome from General Zhua, and it was customary to greet her at least 10 miles out of respect. However, no one appeared to greet them until they were 2 miles from the camp. Song Yuan and Meng Dashan exchanged knowing glances, while Chen Zhuo wore a frown, and Yang Zheng silently lamented General Zhua's oversight. Even the usually amiable Wen Zhuofu felt a sense of indignation. At last, a contingent of about 20 military officers emerged to receive the princess, led by a robust man in his 40s with a scarred chin and piercing gaze, who bowed and introduced himself. I am Yu Chong, honored to meet the princess. The other officers bowed in unison. Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept over them coolly. I appreciate General Yu's personal welcome, but I feel undeserving of such honor. Yu Chong's face flushed with embarrassment at the subtle rebuke. He clenched his teeth and replied, Please, princess, do not take offense. I intended to greet you 10 miles out, but General Zhua forbade it, and I could not disobey his orders. I hope you can forgive this oversight. Yu Chong had served in the Nanyang military for over a decade, rising through the ranks under the patronage of the late king of Nanyang. When the previous commander passed away, Yu Chong had hoped to assume command, but the court had instead appointed General Zhua. The original factions of Nanyang had faced suppression over the years, leading to a difficult existence for Yu Chong, who had gone from a promising officer to a mere scapegoat for the new commander. It seems you have endured much hardship and fear under General Zhua. Jiang Shaohua remarked coldly, her words laced with sharpness. Yu Chong's face turned crimson with humiliation, as her words rang true, leaving him speechless. After a moment, he hesitantly replied, I understand the princess's anger. However, I must warn you of General Zhua's temperament. He is quick to draw his sword. and his loyal guards are all seasoned warriors from the Zhuo family. Jiang Shaohua replied coolly, "Lead the way. I wish to meet General Zhuo." Chapter 84. The Meeting, Part 2. Report to General Zhuo. The princess has entered the military camp. General, given the princess's esteemed status, we should not neglect her. Now that she is here, we ought to greet her properly. The voice urging caution belonged to the messenger who had previously delivered a message to the king of Nanyang. A man named Shan Wu, sitting confidently in his high chair, glanced at him disdainfully. A mere young girl. What can she do? I am here waiting for her. Shan Wu fell silent, feeling an unsettling anxiety. He had first-hand experience of the princess's formidable nature and had advised caution upon his return. But his obstinate superior had dismissed his concerns. In a matter of moments, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. The princess and her entourage had arrived. Yu Cheng was the first to enter the central tent, hastening to announce, "General Zhuo, the princess has arrived. Please extend your greetings." General Zhuo remained firmly seated, showing no inclination to rise, his tone languid and dismissive. "Please, princess, come in." Yu Cheng's brow twitched in frustration, anger coursing through him. The Nanyang military had originally been assembled under the leadership of the late king, but since General Zhuo's arrival, he had promoted some while suppressing others, employing various divisive tactics. Though Zhuo had proven to be a capable leader, he had the backing of the Zhuo family, a powerful ally in the court, rendering Yu Cheng unable to confront him directly. Today, however, Zhuo's blatant disregard for the princess was intolerable. Yu Cheng's emotions flared, and he could no longer contain himself. "General Zhuo, do you not fear the princess's wrath for your disrespect?" Zhuo scoffed, shifting to a more relaxed posture. "Yu Cheng, you usually cower before me. Yet today you suddenly find your courage. Has the princess emboldened you?" Laughter erupted from Zhuo's loyal guards, and the lower-ranking officers, many of whom had been promoted by Zhuo, joined in the mockery. The face of Yu Cheng was flushed with anger. Amidst the laughter, Princess Jiang Shaohua of Nanyang stepped in, followed closely by Chen Zhuo and Song Yuan on either side, with Wen Zhubu and Meng Dashan trailing behind, flanked by dozens of loyal guards. Upon the princess's arrival, even the audacious Zhuozhan could no longer maintain his composure. He rose calmly, brushed off non-existent dust from his robes, and feigned politeness, stating, "I'm unworthy to welcome the princess personally. Please forgive my shortcomings." Song Yuan let out a cold snort, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of his sword. Chen Zhuo's expression darkened. "Zhuozhan, how dare you show such insolence in the presence of the princess? I shall submit a memorial to accuse you of disrespecting your superior." Zhuozhan, unabashed, laughed heartily. "Chen Changshu, write your memorial if you wish. Let us see how the Prime Minister shall punish me." The Prime Minister Zhuozhan referred to as none other than Wang Rong, the head of the Liang court, whose disciples occupied various positions in the government. He was also the father-in-law of Jiang Shaohua in her past life. The Zhuo family had risen to prominence as a top military clan in Liang, thanks to the unwavering support from Prime Minister Wang. It was under his directive that Zhuozhan had come to the Nanyang army. Having served as prime minister for over 2 decades, Wang Rong had gained considerable power, and rumors suggested that all memorials were first reviewed by him before reaching the Emperor Taikong. With such an indomitable backing, Zhuozhan looked down upon even the Prince of Nanyang, let alone the 10-year-old princess who now held the title. Zhuozhan's arrogance was evident as he barely acknowledged the princess, his eyes almost rolling upwards in disdain. Chen Zhuo, filled with rage, turned to Song Yuan. "Captain Song, teach this general a lesson." Unable to contain himself any longer, Song Yuan drew his long knife with a sharp clang, followed by dozens of guards who unsheathed their weapons in solidarity. Zhuozhan's guards responded with mockery, drawing their own swords, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Yu Cheng and the other military officers were taken aback by the sudden escalation, exchanging glances as they grappled with how to react. Be it in support of the princess or Zhuozhan, they were mere ordinary soldiers. Standing their ground was one thing, but drawing swords was crossing the line. "You all should step aside for now." The princess finally spoke, her youthful voice clear and commanding. Yu Cheng was the first to comply, and the other officers, hesitant and unwilling to meddle, quietly retreated to the corners, creating a space in the center. Zhuozhan finally lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing the princess. "Do you intend to blame me as well? The Nanyang army has the duty to protect Nanyang. Why did you bypass us to send the guards into action? This defies military protocol and court regulations." I have already written a memorial to the capital. The Prime Minister will judge the matter. Indeed, someone capable of commanding the Nanyang army in such a short span could not merely be a fool. Zhuo Zhan's words were logical, yet what followed was harsh. I advised the princess that matters of violence are unsuitable for women. It would be far better for you to remain in the palace and enjoy your wealth and prestige. Jiang Shaohua suddenly smiled, interrupting Zhuo Zhan's tirade. I have long heard that the Zhuo family are loyal hounds of the Prime Minister. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. General Zhuo, you constantly speak of the Prime Minister. Are you so afraid that I, the princess, do not know who your master is? Zhuo Zhan. The term hound struck Zhuo Zhan like a sharp blade, causing his expression to shift abruptly as he instinctively grasped his sword's hilt. The Zhuo family prided themselves on their allegiance to the Prime Minister, but no one dared to insult them to their faces. What? Do you intend to draw your sword? Jiang Shaohua maintained her smile, but her voice turned icy. A mere garrison commander dares to show disrespect and draw a weapon against me? What gives you the courage? Is it the Prime Minister? Do not forget, this is under the Jiang clan's dominion, not the Prime Minister's Liang. The Emperor sitting on the dragon throne is my direct cousin. I am the princess conferred by the late Emperor and the rightful owner of Nanyang. Even if your master, the Prime Minister, were to visit Nanyang and encounter me, he would need to bow and respectfully address me as princess. You, Zhuo Zhan, are nothing. Chapter 85. Retribution, Part 1. This tirade was exhilaratingly cathartic for Chen Zhuo, though he couldn't help but worry about how this would end. Song Yuan had not considered this. Calculating the distance between himself and Zhuo Zhan, knowing he could reach him in a mere breath. Zhuo Zhan's face darkened, his eyes flickering. Yet he did not relent his grip on the sword. Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept across the room, sharp as a blade. Drop your weapons at once and kneel to apologize, and I shall spare you this time. Zhuo Zhan could no longer contain himself, sneering. I will not yield. What will you do, princess? Clang! Zhuo Zhan drew his sword, and in the next instant, the gleaming blade was at his chest. No one saw when Song Yuan moved. Zhuo Zhan, though mediocre in skill, was audacious, his face contorting with malice. Song Yuan, do you dare to kill me? Chen Zhuo gasped in alarm, instinctively exclaiming, Captain Song, do not act rashly. What began as a verbal spar had escalated to the point of drawing weapons. If blood were shed, right or wrong would no longer matter, and here, in a military camp, even the most contemptible of generals commanded respect. If the soldiers revolted, the princess had only brought 800 troops into the camp. Any misstep could be catastrophic. In his fury, Song Yuan did not lose his composure. The tip of his blade pressed against Zhin's chest without applying force. Zhuo Zhan, kneel and apologize at once. Zhuo Zhan, undeterred, retorted with a cold laugh. Song Yuan, if you have the guts, strike me today. There is no way I will kneel and beg for mercy. Zhuo Zhan's loyal guards could no longer hold back, rushing in to protect their master. Qin Hu and the other loyal guards were already on high alert, drawing their swords to shield the princess and Chen Zhuo. No matter how spacious the tent, it could not accommodate so many combatants. The air was filled with the clashing of blades. The officers, who had sought refuge in the corners, were visibly anxious. What to do? Old Yu, speak up. One officer implored in desperation. Yu Chong, uncertain of how to proceed, gritted his teeth. Let us wait and see. Chen Zhuo, as a civil official, had never encountered such a shocking situation. The elderly Wen Zhubu trembled, his legs giving way. Yet the young princess remained calm, showing no signs of panic, even taking the time to observe her surroundings. Zhuo Zhan's confidants were indeed skilled, but her guards were no slouches either. Unfortunately, the space was too constrained for them to fully utilize their abilities. Everyone was cautious of their master's safety, though the conflict appeared fierce. No one was truly aiming to inflict serious harm. Princess, Chen Zhuo's urgent voice echoed in her ears. This is a military camp. It is unwise to engage in combat. I implore you to order them to cease. Jiang Shaohua surprisingly maintained her composure. Do not worry, Chen Changshe. They are aware of their limits and will not deliver lethal strikes. Chen Zhuo's back was drenched in cold sweat, and although he wished to voice his concerns, seeing Jiang Shaohua so collected, he swallowed his words. Zhuo Zhan, with a blade pressed against his chest, showed diminished arrogance, but still refused to concede, spitting defiantly at Song Yuan. If you dare not strike, then get lost. Song Yuan's eyes blazed with fury, yet he remained steadfast, understanding that his guards could engage without consequence. Minor skirmishes would not cause lasting injury. However, if he were to harm Zhuozhan, the situation would become untenable. Observing Song Yuan's inaction, Zhuozhan mocked, "Coward! All that skill, and yet you lack the guts to use it." Nestled within the confines of the royal estate, one could hardly claim to be a scion of a military lineage while serving as a mere captain of the guards, perpetually orbiting around the 10-year-old princess. If it were me, I would find it utterly shameful to make such a claim. "Captain Song, step back." The voice of Jiang Shaohua rang out sharply. Instinctively, Song Yuan retreated 2 paces, sheathing his long blade. Zhuozhan was on the verge of breaking into laughter, his lips barely curling upwards when he was met with a resounding slap. Crack! The left side of his face erupted in pain, and he staggered, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Shan Wu, with remarkable reflexes, caught his lord. General, are you unhurt?" Zhuozhan's left cheek swiftly swelled, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. The previously bickering guards on both sides were stunned into silence, their hands frozen as they gazed at the princess, who had taken matters into her own hands. Before the astonished crowd, Jiang Shaohua struck again. Despite Zhuozhan's earlier bravado, the deeply ingrained sense of hierarchy loomed large. Who would dare to lay hands on the princess of Nanyang? Even the fiercely loyal Shan Wu hesitated, gritting his teeth as he rushed to shield Zhuozhan from further harm. Yet, inexplicably, with a flick of her delicate, pale hand, he found himself unceremoniously tossed aside. Smack! Zhuozhan's right cheek met with another slap. Spitting blood, and even losing a tooth, he was driven to madness by pain and fury. In a fit of rage, he drew his long blade, aiming it at the princess. However, the blade was kicked from his grasp before it could reach its target. A tremendous force surged through his grip, rendering him powerless as the weapon clattered to the ground. The princess, swift as lightning, delivered a kick that struck Zhuozhan's midsection. With a pained cry, he was sent sprawling several feet backward, crashing heavily to the ground. All this transpired in a heartbeat. To the onlookers, it was as if Zhuozhan had been kicked away in the blink of an eye. Only then did Zhuozhan's guards regain their senses, their anger boiling over as they prepared to retaliate. "Zhuozhan has shown disrespect and insulted our princess. This is but a minor reprimand from Her Highness." Jiang Shaohua's icy voice halted all would-be attackers. "What do you intend to do? Are you plotting rebellion?" Indeed, to raise arms against the princess of Nanyang was tantamount to treason. Even in other regions, one must not raise a hand against a royal. The guards found themselves caught in a dilemma, glancing apprehensively at the moaning Zhuozhan, who felt as though his very insides had been rearranged. The pain in his face paled in comparison to the agony he now felt, and tears streamed down his face, his body curled up in torment. Devoid of the strength to even open his eyes, let alone speak, Shan Wu struggled to rise, intent on assisting Zhuozhan. But Jiang Shaohua cast a disinterested glance. General Zhua has sustained internal injuries and should not move recklessly. Qin Hu summoned Physician Sun to attend to General Zhua's injuries. Qin Hu promptly complied and withdrew. Upon hearing the term internal injuries, Shan Wu was struck with alarm, his resolve faltering. Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept across the assembly, her voice chilling. "Everyone, lower your weapons and step back 6 paces." The guards felt a collective shiver, though they recognized their lord's abilities as mediocre. The ease with which the princess had disarmed him and sent him flying spoke volumes of her prowess. Witnessing their lord's pitiful state, unable to even articulate his suffering, was a stark reminder of the force behind her kick. The young princess of Nanyang was no ordinary girl. It was unclear who was the first, but soon the sound of clattering weapons filled the air as one after another guards relinquished their long blades. Acknowledging the truth in the princess's words, this was the domain of the Jiang family, and the girl before them was the ruler of Nanyang. Though loyal to their master, Zhuozhan, they dared not bear the weight of treason that could endanger their families or implicate the Zhua clan. A dozen or so guards silently retreated 6 paces, one of them stumbling too hastily and inadvertently stepping on a cornered soldier. The soldier winced in pain, but dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Zhuozhan, curled up on the ground, wept openly, oblivious to the commotion around him. Song Yuan reveled in the spectacle, while the other guards regarded their princess with admiration. Only Chanjua, after a moment of relaxation, felt a flicker of concern. The princess's punishment of Zhuozhan was indeed satisfying. It would undoubtedly stir repercussions in the future. "Your Highness," Chanjua cautioned in a hushed tone, One must consider the master when punishing the dog. Given the events of today, it may be unwise to provoke further conflict. Jiang Shaohua feigned receptiveness to counsel. You speak wisely, Qin Changshi. I may have acted with undue impulsiveness. Just then, physician's son hurried in, and Jiang Shaohua immediately addressed him. General Zhuo engaged in a spar with me and has sustained some minor injuries. I would appreciate your expertise in treating him. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, acknowledging the princess's gesture to preserve some semblance of dignity for the fallen Zhuozhen. Physician's son nodded, swiftly kneeling to examine Zhuozhen's wounds. His face was swollen like that of a pig, and a tooth was missing. Yet, it was nothing serious, merely superficial injuries that would heal in a matter of 10 days to half a month. However, the bruising on his abdomen was alarming. It would take considerable force to inflict such damage. If his internal organs had been displaced or injured, the situation could become dire indeed. Physician's son mused internally, maintaining a facade of calm as he pressed around the bruises. Zhuozhen screamed as if slaughtered. Shan Wu, standing nearby, held his breath, anxiously watching physician's son. Physician's son, is General Zhuo gravely injured? After thorough examination, physician's son exhaled, rising to announce, General Zhuo has suffered only superficial injuries, with no internal damage. He should be carried to a bed, and I will prepare a salve for his wounds. I will also prescribe a remedy for pain relief and tranquility. After 5 or 6 days of treatment and resting for half a month, he will be well. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Shan Wu wiped his eyes, summoning 2 guards who, with great care, lifted their master as if he were a lifeless creature and transported him to a cot. The remaining guards hesitated briefly before following suit, while physician's son trailed behind to attend to Zhuozhen's injuries. In the main military tent, silence reigned. Shan Wu dared not speak, and the officers once under Zhuozhen's wing seemed collectively muted. Yu Chong, sensing the princess's gaze upon him, steeled himself to step forward. I dare to ask the princess, what are your orders henceforth? Jiang Shaohua replied coolly, since I have arrived at the Nanyang military camp, I intend to stay for several days and inspect the premises. This implied that not only had the princess dealt a punishing blow to Zhuozhen, but she also intended to make her presence felt within the military encampment. Was she not concerned about the potential for insubordination or unrest among the soldiers? Yu Chong, contemplating this, felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously suggested, the camp is filled with soldiers, and it may be inconvenient for you, Your Highness. The county office is but half a day's journey from here. Perhaps it would be better for you to settle there. Are you instructing this princess on how to conduct herself? In that brief moment, Yu Chong's cold sweat began to pour as he hastily retracted his statement. Your Highness, please forgive my presumption. I now comprehend your intent, and I will promptly arrange for the guards. The princess, unafraid to confront Zhuozhen, rendered Yu Chong's position trivial. Should she take offense, he would be left with no choice but to endure her wrath, for any attempt at retaliation would label him a traitor. Jiang Shaohua cast a glance at Yu Chong. Such trivial matters do not require your intervention. Shan Wu, you shall handle it. Shan Wu, unexpectedly named by the princess, reflexively accepted the command and departed. Jiang Shaohua then instructed, Yu Chong, summon all military officers of the 8th rank and above to the tent. I wish to meet them. Half an hour later, the tent was filled to capacity. The roster of the Nanyang Army listed 6,000 soldiers, with 36 officers of the 8th rank and above. Excluding Zhuozhen, 2 were absent on patrol, leaving 33 officers present. The camp was divided into clear factions, one led by Zhuozhen, comprising about a dozen men, while another faction was aligned with the original Nanyang military, also numbering about a dozen, headed by Yu Chong. Finally, there were 7 or 8 neutral officers. The 3 factions were evident from their positions, openly divided into 3 distinct camps. Jiang Shaohua sat gracefully in the ebony chair that Zhuozhen usually occupied. Chun Zhuo and Song Yuan, one scholarly and the other martial, flanked her on either side, while Wen Zhuo stood beside Chun Zhuo, wishing to shrink his corpulent form by half. The martial generals, upon their arrival, had already heard rumors of the princess's altercation with Zhuozhen. Some were skeptical, others felt a chill in their hearts, while a few silently applauded. The varied expressions of the assembled men did not escape Jiang Shaohua's perceptive gaze. Breaking the silence with composed authority, she declared, I shall remain in the military camp for a while. I have summoned you here today to meet you all. She gestured for General Yu to begin the introductions. Yu Cheng, invigorated, spoke first. I am Yu Cheng, serving in the Nanyang Army for 18 years, holding the rank of a 5th-grade guerrilla general. Another general chimed in from the opposite side. I am Li Tai, with 12 years of service in the Nanyang Army, also a 5th-grade general. One by one, the generals introduced themselves according to their ranks, and even brief introductions consumed a considerable time. After patiently listening, Jiang Shaohua turned to Yu Cheng and inquired, General Yu, I have heard troubling rumors regarding the withholding of soldiers' military pay in the Nanyang Army. Are these claims true? Her question struck at the heart of the matter, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Yu Cheng's brow. Before he could respond, her voice rang out sharply, Do not attempt to mislead me. I seek the truth. Yu Cheng gritted his teeth and replied, Princess, it is indeed true that the soldiers have not received their pay in a long time. The last distribution was 3 months ago, and only half was given. The soldiers are filled with grievances, but dare not voice their anger, Yu Cheng. Litia interrupta darkly. These matters concern the military. Why burden the princess with such worries? Jiang Shaohua's lips curled into a cold smile. I intend to hear every detail. General Yu, please continue. The military camp was rife with factions. Yu Cheng was a trusted confidant of the former commander and was promoted by the Prince of Nanyang. Since Zhuo Zhan's arrival, he had faced continuous suppression, making his situation quite dire. With the princess's backing, he understood what to do and boldly proclaimed, Yes, with the princess's permission, I shall divulge all that I know. Li Tai, still unacquainted with the princess's formidable nature, attempted to intervene again. General Yu, please be cautious with your words. Jiang Shaohua's eyes glinted as she replied, Are you threatening General Yu or me? Generally? Li Tai's defend, bowing in apology. I would never dare offend the princess. I merely worry that these sordid matters might taint your ears. I wish to hear them clearly, Jiang Shaohua retorted, her voice somber. The military pay for the Nanyang Army is derived from the taxes of Nanyang County. There is nothing I cannot hear. From this moment on, General Li shall not speak unless permitted by me. Otherwise, he shall be dealt with as a traitor. Feeling the weight of her words, Li Tai fell silent, while Yu Cheng's faction felt invigorated. Yu Cheng was no pushover. Seizing the moment, he continued, in addition to the delays in pay, many veteran and wounded soldiers have been dismissed. Though their names remain on the rolls, the actual numbers have diminished by 30%. This empty pay has, of course, been pocketed by Zhuo Zhan. Jiang Shaohua laughed coldly. Zhuo Zhan has quite an appetite. I wonder if he fears being overwhelmed. Yu Cheng added, moreover, soldiers are meant to receive new clothes and shoes each season, yet none have been distributed in the past 2 years. The custom of having meat every 3 days has vanished. Some have not tasted meat in half a month, leaving them weak and unable to train. As the floodgates opened, others could no longer restrain themselves and echoed Yu Cheng's complaints. It is one thing to lack meat, but at least they should be fed adequately. Previously, there was plenty of steamed buns and rice porridge, but now a meal barely satisfies. Indeed, while Generals was scavenged for himself, the soldiers suffered immensely. Indignant murmurs filled the air. Even the neutral generals sighed in sympathy. The Nanyang Army, once an elite force among the 50 garrisons of Dalian, had been significantly weakened under Zhuo Zhan's mismanagement. Li Tai and the other generals exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The act of drinking the blood of soldiers was not uncommon in the military. They had all benefited from Zhuo Zhan's successes. With the princess delving into the matter, it was clear she sought retribution. Some generals who had witnessed her confrontation with Zhuo Zhan felt a palpable fear. What was her intent? Chen Zhuo remained silent, deep in thought. Zhuo Zhan's command of the Nanyang Army was sanctioned by Prime Minister Wang and the Emperor Taikong. The Prince of Nanyang, having previously swallowed his pride, expanded his personal guard, creating an unspoken understanding with the court. Today, the princess entered the military camp with her formidable presence, having already dealt with Zhuo Zhan, and now showing support for Yu Cheng. Was she attempting to reclaim control over the Nanyang Army? Chen Zhuo, keenly perceptive, grasped Jiang Shaohua's intentions accurately. Jiang Shaohua spoke deliberately. I have heard all that you have said. However, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Here is what I propose, General Yu. Go sound the drum and summon everyone to the training grounds. Also, bring the military rolls. I shall personally verify them. Upon hearing this, Li Tai and the others turned pale. Li Tai, disregarding the princess's authority, exclaimed, "Princess, this is against protocol." Jiang Shaohua smiled coldly. "Whose protocol shall I adhere to?" Li Tai gritted his teeth. "I would never dare to obstruct the princess. However, only the commander has the authority to assemble the troops." Jiang Shaohua considered this without anger. "You do have a point. Very well, go and inquire Zhuo Zhen's opinion." Qin, who immediately stepped forward. "General Li, this way please." Li Tai was left with no choice but to suppress his frustration and followed Qin, who to Zhuo Zhen's quarters. Meanwhile, Physician Sun was tending to Zhuo Zhen's wounds. Though the bruises on his torso were concealed, the sight of his swollen face, coated in gray ointment, was shocking. "Li Tiagas but, General, what has happened to your face?" "What a foolish question. Did he not have eyes?" Zhuo Zhen grimaced, the pain contorting his features as he muttered a curse through gritted teeth. Physician Sun quickly intervened. "General Zhuo, your injuries are severe. Refrain from speaking recklessly. You must rest for at least half a month." Zhuo Zhen's teeth clenched, his eyes aflame with anger. Yet the pain in his face and abdomen rendered him immobile. Li Tai observed this, a chill running through him. The princess had personally punished Zhuo Zhen, a fact he understood well. However, he had thought her merely a young girl. How could she possess such prowess? Now, it was clear that Zhuo Zhen had truly fallen to her. Li Tai steadied himself and whispered, "General, the princess intends to check the military rolls and summon the troops. I cannot prevent this. What should we do?" A glint of malice flashed in Zhuo Zhen's eyes as he raised a finger toward the capital. Li Tai quickly grasped the implication. Zhuo Zhen intended to write a memorial to the court, denouncing the princess. Zhuo Zhen grimaced in agreement. This meant that until the court issued an edict or the prime minister intervened, no one in the Nanyang army could stop the princess from doing as she pleased. Li Tai furrowed his brow and cautioned, "General, the soldiers are indeed lacking, and the pay is overdue. We must beware that the princess might write a memorial to denounce you first." Zhuo Zhen nodded slightly, gesturing toward Shan Wu. In a moment of silent understanding, Shan Wu swiftly procured paper and ink, taking up the pen to compose a letter on behalf of his master. The formal impeachment document would be penned by the military's official scribe. This letter, written by Shan Wu, was destined for the capital, to be delivered into the hands of Chancellor Wang. The resounding beat of the military drums reverberated, causing a dull thrum in the ears. According to military regulations, any who failed to arrive at the training grounds before the third roll of the drum would face severe penalties. Li Tai, sensing the urgency, quickly bowed in resignation and hastened toward the training grounds. At that moment, Princess Jiang Shaohua of Nanyang stood atop the assembly platform, the crimson dragon flag unfurling gracefully in the wind. Chapter 88. The assembly of troops, the soldiers summoned by the drumbeats, appeared bewildered. They had heard rumors of the princess's visit to the camp, but for the ordinary soldiers, the lofty figure of the princess seemed distant and unrelated to their lives. They presumed she would merely make an appearance to assert her authority before departing. Little did they expect her to command the beating of the drums. With a nimble leap, the princess ascended the 6-foot-high platform with grace and poise, prompting the soldiers to secretly applaud her agility. Yet, their admiration faded into a mix of confusion and numbness as they gazed at the esteemed young lady, awaiting her words. Jiang Shaohua's gaze swept over the faces of the soldiers, and without much elaboration, she instructed, "General Yu, please read the roster. Those whose names are called shall step forward. If a name appears without a corresponding soldier, make a note of it in the roster." General Li also approached to review the roster, ensuring that General Yu did not overlook any names. Li Tai felt a pang of anxiety. He knew he had placed his trust in Zhuo Zhen, becoming one of his trusted aides. The issue of soldiers receiving pay without service was one he was implicated in. He cursed the princess's sudden arrival and swift actions, as they had caught them off guard. Thousands of eyes were now upon him, spotlighting a list of names devoid of presence. "Why does General Li appear so drenched in sweat?" Jiang Shaohua inquired with a smile. "Is it perhaps the heat that troubles you?" Li Tai wiped his forehead with his sleeve, his earlier bravado dissipated, revealing a hint of unease. "Indeed, it is somewhat stifling," Jiang Shaohua replied with serene composure. "We have only completed half of the roster. If we wait just a bit longer, we shall finish the roll call. General Li, I implore you to endure a while longer." Li Tai's demeanor grew rigid as he nodded. The princess mused aloud. Receiving pay without service is hardly a grave matter. It is a common occurrence in the military. who among the commanding generals does not indulge in a bit of soldier's blood? However, when the siphon pay exceeds 30%, to the point of depriving soldiers of their basic sustenance, it reveals a greed that cannot go unchecked. Even if Chancellor Wang wishes to protect Zhuozhan, can a Ministry of War remain silent? Surely, the emperor would be enraged. This Liang kingdom belongs to the Jiang family. It is not the domain of Chancellor Wang. Each word seemed directed at him, tightening Li Tai's chest and further stiffening his expression. The princess continued, in my view. Generals whose vessel cannot withstand a storm for long. A wise person would abandon ship before it sinks entirely, lest they too find themselves submerged. General Li, would you not agree? Li Tai's throat felt parched, and he coughed softly in reply. Your Highness speaks wisely. However, with so many aboard, and the shores so distant, how can they all leap to safety? Jiang Shaohua smiled gently. Those on the ship were initially on land. They simply wavered in resolve. If one truly wishes to return ashore, there will always be a way. Li Tai found himself at a loss for words. As Yu Chong continued to read the roster, he listened with half an ear, catching the sight of Li Tai's wavering demeanor and smirking inwardly. This Li Tai, once favored by the Prince of Nanyang, had been the first to align himself with Zhuozhan upon the latter's arrival at the camp. Alongside him, several others had also defected. Such individuals lacked steadfastness. If they were willing to betray for fleeting power today, they might just as easily turn against Zhuozhan tomorrow. Once the roster was completed, Yu Chong's voice became hoarse from calling out names. The numerous circles drawn around absent names grew increasingly glaring. Jiang Shaohua reviewed the document, her gaze turning icy as she spoke with a grave tone. Chancellor Chun, this roster is now yours. Please calculate how many soldiers are missing. Chancellor Chun accepted the roster with a bow. Yet, this was not in accordance with military protocol. Li Tai instinctively opened his mouth to protest, but the princess's gaze fell upon him, silencing him instantly. General Li shall accompany Chancellor Chun to the military tent. Chancellor Chun, ever astute, discerned the princess's intentions and seamlessly continued. Matters within the camp must indeed be discussed with General Li. He will accompany me now. Li Tai wished to refuse, but as he met Chancellor Chen's eyes, his courage waned. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately followed Chancellor Chen. Yu Chong, unable to contain himself, murmured, Your Highness. Li Tai is fickle and utterly untrustworthy. Why not take this opportunity to rid us of him? Why seek dry land when one can sink with the ship? Jiang Shaohua replied, casting a dismissive glance at Yu Chong. You are all veterans of the Nanyang army. Out of respect for my grandfather, I must afford you a chance for redemption. Even if one day you, General Yu, were to err, I would still grant you clemency. Yu Chong felt sheepish and quickly professed his loyalty. I am devoted to the prince and equally loyal to your highness. I would never engage in wrongdoing. Jiang Shaohua softened her tone. This past year has been burdensome for you. Yu Chong, a towering man, nearly shed tears at her words. During the lifetime of the Prince of Nanyang, Zhuozhan had been restrained, but in the years since the prince's passing, Zhuozhan had run rampant, making life difficult for him. Fortunately, the princess had arrived. He spoke in a hushed tone. Had your highness not come, I fear I would have been unable to endure much longer. Jiang Shaohua sighed inwardly. In her previous life, she had cast aside not only the Nanyang Principality, but also the loyal soldiers devoted to her grandfather. Now, returning to reclaim her rightful place, she would ensure justice for all those who had suffered. Standing tall, her voice rang clear and unwavering. Rest assured, my soldiers, I shall advocate for you. The overdue military pay would be disbursed before nightfall. No amount of words could match the stirring impact of this promise. The soldiers, who had been standing for quite some time, suddenly stirred, those at the back straining to catch a glimpse. Jiang Shaohua turned to issue a command when, take a few men to the armory and bring back a few crates of copper coins. Today, I shall rectify the military pay. Chapter 89. Military pay when promptly accepted the order and, accompanied by a dozen loyal guards, made his way to the armory. The guard station there had long been replaced with Zhuozhan's confidant. However, due to the assembly, only one person remained to oversee the armory. As one and his men approached with determination, the guard, emboldened, attempted to block their path but was swiftly subdued by Qin Hua's punch, leaving him bloodied and compliant as he surrendered the keys. When known for his amiable nature, hurriedly reassured the injured guard, do not worry. We come under the princess's orders to collect the soldiers' wages and will not disturb anything else. The guard, on the verge of tears, dared not protest further, watching helplessly as one calculated the figures for 3 months' worth of military pay using an abacus and counted the copper coins. 5 large bamboo baskets filled with heavy copper coins were carried swiftly to the training ground by 2 men per basket. The restless soldiers, upon witnessing this scene, had their eyes gleaming with excitement. What is the purpose of serving in the military, if not for the pay? Among the single men, there were those who managed to get by, but those with families, wives, children, elderly parents to support, felt ashamed to return home during their time off. They were indifferent to the conflict between the princess and the left general. What mattered to them was the military pay that was finally within reach. General you shall handle the distribution of the pay, Jiang Shaohua instructed with a smile. Yu Chong, invigorated by the task, respectfully accepted. The responsibility of winning the hearts of the soldiers had been entrusted to him, a testament to the trust placed in him. Perhaps, should Zhuozhen fall, the position of commander could very well be his. Jiang Shaohua did not rush to depart, but stayed to observe Yu Chong in distributing the pay. Soldiers eagerly stuffed the heavy coins into their clothes, showing no signs of fatigue, reveling in their good fortune. Distributing military pay was a time-consuming task, taking nearly half a day. By the time it was completed, evening had arrived. After working tirelessly, Yu Chong called out, "Aren't you all going to thank the princess for her grace?" The soldiers responded in a cacophony of voices, some quick and others slow, lacking harmony. Jiang Shaohua did not mind, stating, "This pay is rightfully yours. It should have been given to you long ago. The overdue military uniforms will also be provided in a few days. Tonight, the kitchen will prepare a feast of pork and meat for everyone to enjoy." The soldiers were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude once more, this time in a more unified chorus. That night, Jiang Shaohua settled into the military camp. After the meal, she awaited Qinzhua, who soon arrived with the memorial he had prepared. "Your Highness, I have written the memorial for your review and seal." Jiang Shaohua nodded slightly, taking the document and examining it closely. The memorial outlined the 10 grave offenses of Zhuozhen: embezzlement of military funds, neglect of duty, failure to train, forming cliques and excluding dissenters, and most notably, proclaiming his allegiance to Prime Minister Wang, claiming immunity from both the princess and the emperor. What thoughts would the Taikong emperor have upon reading this? How would the powerful Prime Minister Wang respond? Jiang Shaohua smiled with satisfaction. "Chun Changshi, you have written this memorial splendidly." She promptly retrieved the princess's seal and stamped it down. "Send this memorial to the capital immediately." Qinzhua nodded in agreement and summoned his attendants to carry out the order. After attending to this important matter, he did not take his leave. Understanding his intent, Jiang Shaohua instructed Yin Zhu to withdraw, leaving only the 2 of them in the tent. "Your Highness, I just spoke with Li Tai for a moment and offered him some advice." Li Tai seemed to waver, yet he was more fearful of the Prime Minister's might. Too intimidated to sign the memorial, and requested Qinzhua not to mention him in front of the left general. Qinzhua paused, looking at Jiang Shaohua. "Isn't it too indulgent of you to elevate someone so indecisive?" Jiang Shaohua raised an eyebrow and smiled. "If I can sway him, I could rally a group of military officers. Even if it fails, it will still be a thorn in Zhuozhen's side. If Li Tai pledges allegiance to you, do you truly intend to utilize him?" Qinzhua pressed. "Yes, for now, we are short-staffed, so he will serve a purpose. Once the camp stabilizes, I shall find an opportunity to dismiss him." Qinzhua was momentarily taken aback. Under the bright candlelight, Jiang Shaohua smiled leisurely. "If you were the Prime Minister, would you bully a 10-year-old princess? Would you fear a young girl who has lost her grandfather's protection?" Qinzhua's expression shifted. "Are you using your youth as a shield?" Jiang Shaohua nodded matter-of-factly. "It is my advantage, and it shall be employed." Qinzhua was silent. At first, her words seemed absurd, but upon reflection, they were quite logical. The princess, being only 10 years old and still a child, could be somewhat capricious in her actions. Moreover, Zhuozhen's misconduct was evident. The princess was already on the side of justice. Jiang Shaohua's voice echoed. "I will write a letter to the Empress Dowager." Qinzhua steadied himself. "How do you plan to frame this letter?" Jiang Shaohua's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "The Empress Dowager is my maternal great-aunt. Having suffered grievances, it is only natural to seek her support." Qinzhua quietly advised. "The Empress Dowager is concerned with state affairs and harbors some wariness and dissatisfaction towards the Prime Minister. Perhaps you should capitalize on this." Jiang Shaohua nodded with a smile. Having spent 6 years in the palace under the care of Empress Dowager Zheng, she was well acquainted with her temperament. It it would not be difficult to manipulate the Empress Dowager into intervening. After Chen Zhuo departed, Jiang Shaohua penned a lengthy letter, spanning 5 pages, and sent it to the capital alongside the memorial. Meanwhile, Zhuozhen's personal guards set off swiftly from the military camp. However, 30 miles into their journey, they encountered a group of black-clad bandits. The left family's guards were both startled and enraged. They were astonished to find themselves outnumbered, with only 3 against 30, making victory impossible. They were furious that the masked bandits had lain in wait, attacking without warning, clearly targeting them. The left family was a prestigious military lineage in Liang, and as the left family's guards, they were accustomed to dominance. Who could have anticipated that they would be ambushed just 30 miles from the camp? Who are you? Do you know who we are? None of the bandits acknowledged the guards' bluster. They surrounded the 3, easily overpowering them, with their mouths gagged and hands and feet bound tightly. The guards were dragged like lifeless fish into the nearby woods. It was over. They were to be silenced. The 3 guards' faces turned ashen, their hearts chilled. However, what transpired next was beyond their expectations. After being thrown to the ground, the bandits ignored them entirely. They neither drew their weapons nor dug graves, showing no intent to search them. What were their intentions? Finally, one of the left family's guards realized their predicament and began to struggle vigorously, mumbling incoherently. We need to reach the capital to deliver the letter and memorial. If we are trapped here, they will never be sent. These black-clad bandits were clearly sent by the princess. However, it was no use to guess. The bandits remained cautious, never uttering a word nor revealing their faces. They endured an entire night, waiting until dawn. The bandits showed no intention of releasing them. The next day dragged on, and the bandits appeared to be quite leisurely, leaving a few behind to guard the 3 while the rest went hunting, returning with a bounty of wild game. The guards, now seething with anger, felt numb and exhausted, eventually resigning themselves to sleep. When the sun rose once more, 3 of the bandits approached and cut the ropes binding them. They kindly brought the guards' horses over and gestured towards the capital, indicating that they were free to leave. 3 attendants, bound for 2 nights and a day without nourishment, weakened by hunger, found themselves devoid of strength to curse or express anger, their futile struggles yielding no advantage. Dejected, they mounted their horses. What should we do now? Should we return to the barracks to report to the general, or proceed to the capital to deliver the message? Starving, with their stomachs pressed against their backs, the attendants sought food and water once they were on horseback, hastily consuming whatever they could to regain strength for discussing their next move. We had already wasted a day and 2 nights. Returning to the barracks would squander yet more precious time. One attendant grimly remarked, "The princess sent people to intercept us merely to delay, ensuring the message reaches the court ahead of us. We cannot return to the barracks. To the capital we must go. Upon reaching the prince's residence and meeting the prime minister, we shall report everything in detail. The prime minister will surely support our general. Most importantly, if they return to the barracks in such a disgraceful manner, the furious left Jun might execute them on the spot. It is prudent to complete the delivery of the message and then return." After the 3 attendants departed in disarray, 30 black-clad bandits swiftly removed their masks and dark garments, revealing their true identities. The leader, a spirited youth of about 16 or 17, with thick brows and bright eyes, grinned widely, displaying a set of pearly white teeth. "We have completed our task. Now we return to the barracks." It was Qin Hu. The other attendants responded enthusiastically. The 30, carrying the game they had hunted the previous day, gallantly rode back to the barracks. The soldiers guarding the camp greeted this entourage warmly, hastily opening the gates. The princess had arrived 2 days prior, distributing military pay to ensure they were well fed and also providing new uniforms from a storeroom. Each soldier received a new outfit and a pair of shoes, with promises of further compensation for past dues. The ordinary soldiers expressed immense gratitude. Upon seeing the princess's attendants, they felt an extra sense of camaraderie. Entering the barracks with swagger, Qin Hu delivered the game to the kitchen, treating the soldiers to a hearty meal. He then reported back to the princess. Jiang Shaohua smiled serenely. Those 3 took a day and 2 nights to travel. No matter how fast they try, they cannot catch up with us. Reporting grievances is always better done promptly to seize the initiative and establish moral high ground. Qin Hu grinned. Indeed, the princess's plan is brilliant. The 3 attendants, having endured hunger for a day and a night, were none the worse for wear after a hearty meal. and they bore no injuries. Even if questioned later, there was nothing to fear. Jiang Shaohua praised Qin Hu. You executed this task admirably. Remember to claim your reward upon your return, along with all the other attendants who accompanied you. Qin Hu, invigorated, expressed his gratitude for the princess's generosity. Serving the princess was their duty. Her magnanimity was indeed a boon. Jiang Shaohua, in high spirits, went to the training grounds. Previously, the barracks had suffered from poor rations and low morale, leading to lackluster training. After her arrival, the soldiers were well fed and clothed, and training naturally became more rigorous. General Zhua, feeling unwell from a chill, rested in his tent. The task of training the soldiers fell to Yu Chong and Li Tai, both of equal rank. Previously, Li Tai had gained favor with Zhuo Zhen, overshadowing Yu Chong. Now, with the princess's support, Yu Chong stood tall and authoritative, while Li Tai, a fence-sitter, wavered in his loyalties, opting to observe. This uncertainty reflected in his actions as he naturally stepped back, allowing Yu Chong to lead the training. From the platform, Jiang Shaohua observed the soldiers practicing, a slight frown crossing her brow. Song Yuan quietly remarked, "The Nanyang army has been lax in training these past few years. Their formations and morale are not what they used to be. With daily practice, they will improve gradually." Jiang Shaohua nodded. In her eyes, this Nanyang army was her own. She could not tolerate laziness and would find ways to inspire their spirits, enforcing strict training to mold them into an elite force. As time swiftly passed, the bounty of wild game brought back by Qin Hu and others became a feast for the soldiers. At noon, they ate heartily, their mouths full, and could not help but express their gratitude for the princess's generosity. After a brief rest, the soldiers received the latest orders. In the afternoon, there would be a military demonstration, open to all soldiers, with rewards for exceptional performances from the princess. Excitement surged among the ranks. The military demonstrations were a common occurrence, not at all extraordinary. Even though the Nanyang army had grown undisciplined and their fighting prowess diminished, they still held such contests monthly. The princess had arranged for 10 sets of armor, which instantly captured the soldiers' attention. The Nanyang army's pay, provisions, and equipment paled in comparison to the elite guard, with most armor being worn and outdated. These 10 sets, crafted from fine iron, gleamed in the sunlight, each worth 30 taels of silver, their entire year's pay. The soldiers, eager and spirited, readied themselves for competition. Jiang Shaohua announced, "There will be 3 contests, the first for strength, the second for archery, and the third for pair matchups. Anyone may choose to participate in one of the events. If we cannot finish today, we will continue tomorrow." A bold voice from the crowd jokingly asked, "Will there be armor tomorrow?" Laughter erupted. The princess's actions over the past 2 days had rallied the troops, and her youthful presence on the platform made it hard for the soldiers to feel much awe. Song Yuan frowned. Jiang Shaohua smiled, gesturing to calm him. "Authority is intangible, residing in the hearts of the people. There is no hurry. We will take our time." "Yes, there will be," she replied, her voice melodious. "And for those who excel in these contests, I shall grant an additional set of bows and arrows." The soldiers rejoiced, eagerly weighing their options and rushing to sign up. Yu Chong had prepared well, dividing the training ground into 3 areas, each overseen by 5 officers responsible for recording and judging. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, and Jiang Shaohua, feeling spirited, left the platform to observe closely. Song Yuan followed closely, surrounded by over 20 attendants who subtly kept the soldiers at bay. Even if the soldiers dared to approach, the clear hierarchy in the barracks deterred them from disrespecting the princess. After watching for a while, Jiang Shaohua turned to Song Yuan and remarked, "They do indeed fall short compared to the elite guard." In the elite guard, skilled individuals competed fiercely. Today, in the Nanyang army's display, few could even lift a 100-pound weight. The archery results were mediocre, with only a few hitting 7 out of 10 targets. However, the hand-to-hand combat showed some promise, with back-and-forth exchanges. Yet to a trained eye, the differences were evident. Song Yuan quietly commented, "If the elite guard were at this level, I would be too ashamed to face the princess." Yu Chong, standing nearby and listening, felt a flush of embarrassment, wishing he could sink into the ground. The Nanyang army had indeed suffered from a decline in morale and training, unworthy of comparison to the princess's elite guard. Jiang Shaohua smiled to reassure the embarrassed Yu Chong. "This is not your fault. There is no need for shame. However, from now on, the training of these soldiers will be your responsibility. In a few months, I shall return to assess their progress." if they remain in this state. Do not blame the princess for her displeasure with General Yu. Yu Chong solemnly acknowledged her words. General, the barracks are engaged in a military demonstration. Those soldiers, having received their pay and donned new uniforms and shoes, are now eager to impress the princess, reported Dan Wu softly by the bedside. The left general, reclining on his bed, bore fewer bruises now, though his face remained discolored and covered in a thick gray ointment, giving him a more pitiable appearance. Zhuozhen felt a surge of anger, spitting vehemently. A slight movement of his lips caused a sharp pain to radiate through his facial muscles, making him draw in a sharp breath. Shan Wu cast a worried glance at his master. It had been 2 days, and the wound on the general's face showed little sign of improvement. Could it be that this physician's son lacked the requisite skill? Or perhaps he was deliberately prolonging the healing at the behest of the princess. Zhuozhen understood the underlying implications of Shan Wu's words, and a further twitch of his face elicited another wave of pain. After a brief pause, Shan Wu cautiously suggested, "Shall I fetch a military doctor to examine the general?" Zhuozhen grimaced and nodded. At that moment, physician's son fortuitously entered the room. Zhuozhen. Shan Wu. Zhuozhen's expression remained inscrutable, while Shan Wu appeared visibly awkward, clearing his throat to offer an explanation. However, physician's son interjected, stating, "There are military doctors adept at treating external injuries. It will be prudent to have one attend to General Zhua. His condition is not severe, and I shall take my leave after today." With that, he clasped his hands and departed. Shan Wu found himself at a loss for words. Zhuozhen shot him a fierce glare. "Why are you still here?" A moment later, a military doctor hurried into the camp. Upon seeing the general's disfigured visage, the doctor gasped and exclaimed, "Who dares to injure the general's face?" Zhuozhen's eyes blazed with fury. Shan Wu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly urged, "Please attend to the general's wounds." The doctor, intimidated, refrained from further commentary and meticulously examined Zhuozhen's injury, praising the ointment. "This is a secret formula from the Sun family, remarkably effective for treating external wounds. It is fortunate that the princess brought physician's son. Otherwise, such excellent medicine would be unavailable in the military camp." He then, with hopeful earnestness, requested, "Might I consult physician's son for guidance? Could the general put in a good word for me?" Zhuozhen. Shan Wu. In the capital of Daliang, at noon, the sun blazed fiercely. A long convoy of horse-drawn carriages approached the city gates from the northwest. According to protocol, such a sizable procession required thorough inspection. Upon seeing the insignia presented by the convoy, the city guard immediately softened, bowing and greeting. "I have the honor of meeting you. Master Zhao." The esteemed Zhao, a prominent figure in the palace, did not even lift the carriage curtain, but spoke from within. "We are to enter the palace to report to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Please inspect the convoy and open the gates." The guard complied, feigning an inspection before swiftly waving them through. Throughout the journey, gratitude was expressed to Master Zhao. Inside the carriage, a handsome middle-aged man with a well-groomed beard bowed respectfully to the enchanting Zhao. "Now that we have arrived in the capital, I shall take my leave." Zhao, reluctant to part, grasped the man's hand. "If you have no place to stay, why not reside at my outer residence for a while?" This man, referred to as Master Qiu, was none other than Qiu Yuanshang from the Nanyang princess residence. After enduring a grueling 20 days, he finally reached the capital, and he was loath to visit Zhao's outer residence, which he suspected was far from respectable. After repeated refusals, he firmly descended from the carriage, taking his belongings with him. Zhao let out a soft sigh, collecting himself before heading to the palace to meet the Empress Dowager. In the 92nd chapter, the Empress Dowager, having been away for nearly 2 months, returned to the palace with a heart full of joy and anticipation. However, upon entering the Jingyang Palace, he was met with a splash of cold water. "Please wait a moment," a beautiful young palace maid in her 20s smiled. Blocking Zhao's path, the Empress Dowager has summoned Master Lan to accompany her. This maid, named Su Fong, was in charge of the affairs of Jingyang Palace and was a trusted confidant of Empress Dowager Zhang. Zhao, who was usually audacious outside, immediately adopted a cautious demeanor upon entering Jingyang Palace and replied with a smile, "I shall wait here for an audience with Her Majesty when she is free." He then lowered his voice. "I have brought back many local specialties from Nanyang, including a gift for Aunt Su Fong. Once night falls, I shall send someone to her residence." Su Fong, pleased, responded with a smile, "Thank you, Master Zhao. However, I'm a few years younger than you. I cannot accept the title of aunt. Zhao blinked and chuckled. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten that I'm already 30. His last remark dripped with envy, for Master Lan was merely 22, 8 years his junior, and possessed an air of youthful vigor. If dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Guards, he would easily pass for an ordinary young man. Empress Dowager Jiang had lavished affection upon Master Lan, causing Zhao's own favor to dwindle over the past 2 years. Consequently, the task of traveling to Nanyang fell upon Zhao. This secret of Jingyang Palace was known to very few. To outsiders, Zhao was the most favored in the palace. But he alone understood that if he did not find a way to regain the Empress Dowager's favor, he would be overshadowed by the newcomer, that cunning blue fox. Su Fong remained silent, aware that palace intrigue was best left untouched. Zhao waited for a full hour before being summoned by Empress Dowager Jiang. He straightened up, donning a smile as he approached her. At that moment, Master Lan exited the chambers, and they crossed paths. Master Lan towered over Zhao by half a head, his complexion fair and his features handsome, exuding an aura of masculinity devoid of the effeminacy typically associated with eunuchs. Zhao, weary from travel, managed a strained smile. Master Lan greeted him with a nod. Zhao, forcing a smile, remarked, I serve the Empress Dowager, so how could I be weary? It is rather I who has not been able to attend to her over these past 2 months, thus causing Master Lan to bear the burden. Master Lan smiled leisurely. The Empress Dowager has grown accustomed to my service. She may be reluctant to summon you back. Even if I wish to rest, there is no opportunity. Zhao laughed and teasingly pinched Master Lan's cheek. Mind your tongue. The pinch was not gentle, causing Master Lan's handsome face to flush crimson. Although Master Lan ranked 2 levels below Zhao, he had no choice but to endure. As Zhao entered the Empress Dowager's chambers, Master Lan's smile vanished, and he quickly departed, covering the reddened side of his face. Upon entering the chamber, Zhao, like a loyal pet greeting its master, rushed to kneel before Empress Dowager Jiang. Bowing 3 times, I have returned to see you, your majesty. I have missed you dearly during these 2 months. I shall not undertake any more foreign missions. I only wish to remain by your side, serving you day and night. As he spoke, he crawled a few steps closer, pressing his face against the hem of her gown. Empress Dowager Jiang, now 56, was entering her later years. As the supreme figure in the harem, she had been well cared for, her appearance still youthful, save for some fine lines and a few meticulously dyed strands of gray. She appeared regal and dignified. Having been well tended to by Master Lan, her mood was favorable as she reached out to caress Zhao's cheek, smiling as she inquired, was the task accomplished? Did Shaohua enter the palace? Why did you not bring her to meet me? Zhao, kneeling, retreated a couple of steps and bowed again, pleading for forgiveness. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was unable to bring back the princess from Nanyang. Empress Dowager Jiang's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her smile fading. What happened? Zhao quickly recited his prepared explanation. Although the princess is young, she holds deep affections. She could not bear to abandon her people, nor leave the Nanyang prince's residence. She claimed that the Prince of Nanyang had entrusted her with a dream, insisting that she would not leave Nanyang. I implored her in every possible way. Yet her heart remained steadfast. I was powerless. Empress Dowager Jiang interrupted with a cold snort. So you mean to say that you have utterly failed to accomplish the task I entrusted to you? Zhao felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly added, Your Majesty, I did gather other valuable insights during my trip to Nanyang. Please allow me to elaborate. He swiftly recounted the matter of the newly devised plow, emphasizing the importance of agriculture as the foundation of the nation. The innovative agricultural implement indeed redirected the wrath of the Dowager Empress Jiang. Is this new style plow truly as remarkable as you claim? Indeed, replied Eunuch Zhao, standing tall with an air of satisfaction. I personally tested it in the fields. It is remarkably light and labor-saving, with a speed increase of over 30%. I have brought both the new style plow and the blueprints back to the palace. As he spoke, he retrieved the warmed blueprints from his bosom and presented them with reverence. Upon receiving the blueprints, Empress Jiang examined them closely, her brow unfurling in delight, and she declared, I shall see it for myself. After personally trying the new style plow, Empress Jiang was overjoyed. That very evening, she summoned Eunuch Zhao to attend to her. With his silver tongue, he provided attentive service, the details of which need not be elaborated. The following day, Empress Jiang ordered someone to summon Emperor Taikong. At 38, He was in the prime of his life. However, he had been born prematurely, suffering from congenital ailments that left him frail and sickly throughout his childhood. The late emperor had 3 sons. The other 2 were born of concubines. Initially, he had intended to designate the robust second prince or the exceptionally clever third prince as the heir. Unfortunately, the second prince met a tragic fate during a hunting expedition where he was mauled by a black bear. The third prince was equally unfortunate, falling ill with a severe cold at the age of 15, enduring 5 long days of fever. Though he survived, he was left mentally impaired. Thus, the late emperor had no choice but to appoint the frail eldest legitimate son as the heir. For years ago, upon the late emperor's passing, the crown prince ascended the throne as Emperor Taikong. For nearly half the year, he was often unwell, prompting Empress Jiang to accompany him as he reviewed state documents. Deeply concerned for her son's well-being, the ministers whispered among themselves, expressing their discontent. The imperial harem meddles in governance. Such rumors gradually spread through the court and beyond. Empress Jiang was infuriated, yet despite her formidable presence, she could not silence every tongue. Thus, the newfound delight brought by the innovative plow became her source of joy. This time, she intended to leverage the new plow to showcase her authority as the Empress Dowager of Daliang. Chapter 93. The Son of Heaven, your son has come to see you, mother. As Emperor Taikong bowed, he coughed several times. Empress Jiang hurriedly approached, grasping his hand with genuine concern. You seemed well just a few days ago. Why the sudden cough? Have you summoned the imperial physician? Emperor Taikong replied, still coughing. I took a stroll in the garden yesterday. Perhaps the wind was too strong, causing this cough. I have already summoned physician Ji to examine me, mother, so there is no need for your worry. How can I not worry? Setting aside the fact that Empress Jiang's esteemed status and wealth stemmed from Emperor Taikong. Her maternal concern for her only son was undeniably sincere. Observing his frail form and flushed face from coughing, her heart ached with anxiety, and she gently patted his back to ease his discomfort. Once Emperor Taikong had recovered slightly, he inquired, Mother, did you summon me for a particular matter? Gathering her thoughts, Empress Jiang recounted the gift of the new-style plow from the Princess of Nanyang. I tested it yesterday, and it truly is remarkably labor-saving, with a speed far exceeding that of conventional plows. Upon hearing this, Emperor Taikong's heart soared with joy, and he declared, This is a boon for the nation and its people. I shall summon Prime Minister Wang to the palace at once. However, Empress Jiang interjected, Your Majesty should directly summon the Minister of Works to the palace. Let him oversee the promotion of the new plow. Such matters need not involve Prime Minister Wang. Emperor Taikong, accustomed to his mother's counsel since childhood, hesitated at the thought of bypassing the influential prime minister, who had also served as his tutor during his time as crown prince. Is it truly appropriate to circumvent Prime Minister Wang in this manner? Empress Jiang huffed. This realm of Daliang belongs to the Jiang family. It is the emperor's domain. Why must you seek the approval of a mere minister for your decisions? Her words hinted at a belittlement of Prime Minister Wang, a trusted advisor of the late emperor and a prominent figure among the officials. The late emperors will explicitly advise the new emperor to respect Prime Minister Wang. Was he merely an ordinary minister? Noticing Empress Jiang's displeasure, Emperor Taikong softened his tone. Mother, please do not be upset. My intent was merely to convey that this is a good initiative. Even if Prime Minister Wang were to learn of it, he would not obstruct its progress. Empress Jiang's involvement in governance and her influence over the emperor had allowed her to elevate several officials. Yet Prime Minister Wang, not one to be easily challenged, had suppressed many of those she favored. Over just a few years, the court had become divided into 3 factions: the Prime Minister's faction, Empress Dowager's faction, and a neutral faction loyal to the emperor. Relying solely on Prime Minister Wang's counsel would lead to a court where everyone bowed to him, eroding the emperor's authority. Empress Jiang furrowed her brow, her tone suddenly stern. Do you not realize that the common folk outside the palace only know of Prime Minister Wang and are oblivious to the emperor? Emperor Taikong, known for his gentle temperament, remained unperturbed by Empress Jiang's rebuke. Instead, he attempted to placate her. Mother, please do not be angry. Prime Minister Wang is devoted and diligent in his service to the state, widely respected and beloved by the people. He has always treated me with utmost respect. There is no cause for concern. Empress Jiang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was true that Prime Minister Wang enjoyed a stellar reputation. while the one whose standing was less than favorable was she, the meddlesome Empress Dowager. To the civil and military officials, the Dowager's interference in governance was a grave transgression. Seeing Empress Zheng's discontent, Emperor Taikong pondered and said, "The new style plow was a gift from the Princess of Nanyang to you, mother. Its promotion is a matter of national benefit. You should be recognized for your contributions." Empress Zheng's expression softened considerably. "I do not seek this credit for myself. My concern lies solely with the emperor's welfare. I am the Empress Dowager, and my status is already elevated. Why would I desire such accolades? My wish is for the stability of the Daliang court, for the people to thrive, and for you to become a wise ruler, unshackled from the influence of powerful ministers." Regardless of the underlying motives, it was evident that her intentions were for her son's benefit. Thus, the nuances of her words, whether filled with public spirit or personal ambition, could be overlooked. Emperor Taikong nodded in agreement. "I will keep your words close to my heart, mother." Finally, Empress Zheng smiled in satisfaction. After discussing the pressing matters, Emperor Taikong casually inquired, "Did you not intend to summon the Princess of Nanyang to the palace? Why is she not here?" Having been induced with a potion by eunuch Zhao the previous night, Empress Zheng no longer felt agitated about the matter. The young lady is simply reluctant to leave her home. It is understandable. Let us allow her some time. In a year or two, I shall send someone to Nanyang to escort her to the palace. Emperor Taikong nodded. While the late Nanyang king was alive, both he and his mother had regarded the capable and esteemed prince with great caution. The decision to appoint Zhuozhan to command a Nanyang army was Prime Minister Wang's suggestion, which also aligned with Emperor Taikong's sentiments. With the death of the Nanyang king, only 10-year-old Jiang Shaohua and a lesser-known Lu Jiuma remained. For Emperor Taikong, this troublesome concern had diminished considerably. It would be ideal to have Jiang Shaohua join the palace. But should she choose to remain in Nanyang, it was not a significant issue. Having concluded the serious discussions, Empress Zheng cheerfully proposed, "Your Majesty should stay for lunch today. I shall send someone to the study to invite the crown prince over, along with Baohua and the others. The more, the merrier." Emperor Taikong readily agreed. The emperor's health was frail, and his progeny were few, consisting of 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest daughter, Jiang Baohua, was the legitimate child of Empress Ji and was 14 this year. The crown prince, Jiang Song, was 13 and the son of consort Li, while a 2-year-old prince was born of noble consort Fan. Empress Ji had passed away 3 years prior after a severe illness, and Empress Zheng had taken it upon herself to raise Princess Baohua, also bringing in the Princess of Dongping and the Princess of Huayong to keep her company. As for the crown prince, he had begun his studies in the library at the age of 5, accompanied by 4 peers of similar age. One was the legitimate son of Duke Onghua, Zheng Chun, Empress Zheng's own nephew, aged 12. Another was the 13-year-old Wang Jin, the son of Prime Minister Wang. A third was Li Buin, the cousin of the crown prince and the son of consort Li, who was 14. And the last was Jiang Yi, the heir of the Prince of Gaoyang. The Prince of Gaoyang, once the third prince whose mind was damaged in a fire, was conferred the title after Emperor Taikong ascended the throne. His dominion, Gaoyang County, lay far at the southern end of Daliang, thousands of miles away from the capital. The prince, simple-minded and unable to govern his fief, remained in the capital with his family. The prince's son, a year younger than the crown prince, entered the study at the tender age of 4 to study alongside him. Empress Dowager Zheng sent someone to convey a decree to the study, and soon, a group of elegantly dressed and handsome youths arrived. Empress Dowager Zheng's gaze swept across them, and she was surprised. Why was Zixian absent? Among the 4 companions of the crown prince, there were the relatives of the imperial concubine, the offspring of powerful ministers, and the heirs of princely houses, each of noble birth. Naturally, in the eyes of Empress Dowager Zheng, her favorite was her own grandnephew. Upon noticing Zheng Qin's absence, she grew concerned. Crown Prince Jiang Song stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, Zixian fainted unexpectedly this morning. I summoned the court physician, who examined him but could not determine the cause. I took the liberty of sending Zixian back to the residence of Duke Onghua." Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Zheng's expression darkened further. Zixian had always been in good health, rarely falling ill. What could have caused such a sudden fainting spell? Was there something he hadn't disclosed? Her gaze inadvertently swept over Jiang Yi, Li Buin, and Wang Jin, all proud young men of noble lineage, often vying for superiority, their outward camaraderie concealing their rivalry. Could it be that someone had acted with ill intent? The three youths felt a chill at Empress Dowager Zheng's gaze and hastily offered their explanations. Li Buyuan, the eldest and most impulsive among them, stepped forward. We had not yet entered the study when Zixian lost consciousness. The slightly frail Wang Si then added, "Yes." By the time we arrived, the crown prince had already sent Zixian out of the palace. These companions were all exceptional youths of the highest caliber. Li Buyan had thick brows and bright eyes, exuding vigor, while Wang Jin, handsome and refined, embodied the demeanor of a gentleman, albeit somewhat slender. The youngest, Prince of Gaoyang Jiang Yi, with his fair complexion and lively demeanor, spoke endearingly. Perhaps he simply overexerted himself during recent archery practice. After lunch, I shall visit the residence of Duke Anghua to check on Zixian and report back to you, grandmother. Being the biological aunt of the Prince of Gaoyang, Empress Dowager Zheng felt affection for Jiang Yi and smiled at him. Very well, you may take the trouble to make that trip. Jiang Yi grinned. I would welcome any excuse to venture outside the palace. It is no trouble at all. With Jiang Yi's invitation, Li Buyan and Wang Jin naturally expressed their desire to accompany him. While their rivalry ran deep, they were compelled to maintain a facade of unity as companions of the crown prince. After a prolonged absence from the palace, the crown prince, feeling a stirring in his heart, volunteered to visit Zixian. Empress Dowager Zheng welcomed this closeness and readily consented. Princess Jiang Baohua, who had remained silent, softly spoke. Your Majesty, I too am concerned for my cousin Zixian and wish to accompany them. I seek your permission. Jiang Baohua, with her beautiful oval face and gentle demeanor, was cherished by Empress Dowager Zheng, who smiled and turned to Emperor Taikong. Look, Your Majesty, these children grew up together. Their bonds are as strong as those of siblings. Emperor Taikong smiled in agreement. Indeed, they toiled daily with their studies. If they wish to visit Duke Anghua's residence, let them all go. They may remain there for half a day before returning to the palace. The two princesses, Jiang Yuehua and Jiang Guanhua, exchanged excited glances. Life in the palace was often stifling due to its many regulations, and this rare opportunity to leave felt like a delightful outing. After lunch, the group of youths, escorted by hundreds of imperial guards, made a grand exit from the palace to the residence of Duke Anghua. Among them were the crown prince and the only princess of Daliang, accompanied by several others of noble birth, making this an assembly of the most elite youths in the realm. Madame of Duke Anghua promptly greeted them at the main entrance and hurriedly dispatched someone to the Ministry of War to send word. After Emperor Taikong took his seat upon the dragon throne, he could not neglect to support his maternal relatives. Duke Anghua had served as the Minister of War for 4 years, overseeing the military. The late Duke had numerous offspring, including 6 sons and 3 daughters, with the eldest and youngest being legitimate. The legitimate eldest son had tragically passed away at the age of 15, leaving the youngest as the current Duke. The brothers lived together without division, their large family, numbering nearly 100, all coming out to welcome the crown prince and the princess. The crown prince maintained his composure, stating, "Everyone, please do not stand on ceremony. We have come today to visit Zixian and do not wish to disturb too many people. The presence of Madame of Duke Anghua is sufficient." The household of Duke Anghua bowed and dispersed. With reddened eyes, Madame of Duke Anghua led the youths inside while softly lamenting. Zixian has fallen gravely ill and has yet to awaken. My heart is in turmoil with worry. I fear I may have spoken or acted inappropriately. I ask for your forgiveness, your highness and your highness. Do not fret, my dear aunt, the crown prince replied reassuringly. The court physician has examined Zixian and found no serious ailments. Jiang Baohua gently interjected. Good fortune favors the worthy. Zixian will surely recover soon. Madame of Duke Anghua had borne 3 daughters before finally having a son, whom she cherished dearly. Now, her son lay motionless on the bed, unresponsive despite all efforts, causing her heart to ache. Yet, with the crown prince and princess visiting, she felt it inappropriate to continue weeping, so she forced a smile in acknowledgement. Soon, they entered the young lord's chamber, where they found Zheng Chun in a deep slumber. His eyes were tightly shut, and his once vibrant countenance now appeared unusually serene. His complexion was healthy, resembling a peaceful slumber. The doctor, who had been keeping vigil by the bedside, quickly bowed upon seeing the nobility. Dr. Ji, a renowned physician in the capital and a cousin of the palace physician Ji, usually resided at the Jiang residence, tending to the health of the entire family. Today, he had not left Jiang Qin's side since he was brought back. The crown prince gestured for Dr. Ji to rise and inquired, "How is Zixian faring?" Dr. Ji hesitated briefly before responding. "Your Highness, the young lord's pulse is steady and calm, with no sign of illness. I have employed acupuncture and herbal remedies. Yet he remains in a deep slumber." The crown prince furrowed his brow, initially intending to enjoy a day of leisure. The sight of Jiang Chun's unresponsive state filled everyone with genuine concern. Jiang Shaohua's eyes reflected worry as she softly suggested, "Perhaps we should send someone to the palace to summon Physician Ji." In terms of medical expertise, Physician Ji, who had served in the palace for over 20 years, was indeed more skilled than Dr. Ji. The crown prince nodded and sent someone back to the palace to fetch him. An hour later, Physician Ji arrived. He examined Jiang Chun and performed acupuncture. Yet after a considerable time, the young lord showed no signs of awakening. Madame of Duke Ongwa's eyes grew red as she turned her head aside to wipe her tears. The duke, returning from the Ministry of War, bore a solemn expression. The Jiang family was prosperous, with over 20 sons in this generation. He had no shortage of sons, with for being illegitimate. However, this was his only legitimate son. Jiang Chun was exceptionally talented, having grown up in the palace alongside the crown prince, earning the affection of both Empress Dowager Jiang and Emperor Taikong. Whether out of paternal love or concern for the family heir's well-being, the duke felt a heavy heart. The crown prince spoke softly. "Let Physician Ji remain. He can return to the palace once Zixian awakens. Ji Tai is a master of the medical arts, distinguished as one of the finest in the Imperial Medical Institute." The Duke of Ongwa, overwhelmed with gratitude, hurriedly expressed his thanks. Princess Jiang Baohua softly comforted the Duchess of Ongwa, while Princess Jiang Yuehua and Lady Jiang Guanhua discreetly stood aside, refraining from overshadowing the princess, occasionally casting glances at the unconscious Jiang Chun. The Jiang family members were all remarkably handsome, with Jiang Baohua's beauty and gentleness, Jiang Yuehua's tall grace, and Jiang Guanhua's delicate charm. The group spent 2 hours at the Jiang residence, politely declining dinner before returning to the palace. Upon learning of the situation, Emperor Jiang was filled with worry and dispatched Gonggong Zhao to the Duke of Ongwa's residence, delivering a cartload of nourishing supplements. 2 days later, the Duchess of Ongwa, her eyes swollen, entered Jingyang Palace. Jiang Chun remained unresponsive, enduring a high fever for 2 days. The Duchess of Ongwa, upon speaking, broke into tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Ji Tai has exhausted all his methods, barely managing to reduce his fever, yet he still has not awakened. She implored the Empress to allow Ji Tai to stay longer at the Duke's residence, lamenting the difficulty of raising a child. Infants often perished, and even those who survived to their teenage years were not immune to the whims of illness. The sudden onset of Jiang Qin's distress had left the Duchess sleepless for 2 days and nights. Empress Jiang sighed deeply, expressing her own sleeplessness and longing for divine mercy, hoping Jiang Chun would awaken soon. Ji Tai remained at the Jiang residence until Jiang Chun regained consciousness. "Do not be too anxious. Perhaps upon your return to the palace, Jiang Chun will have overcome this ordeal," she reassured. The Duchess wiped her tears, expressed her gratitude to the Empress, and hastily returned to guard her son's bedside. The court buzzed with excitement over the new plow model presented by Princess Nanyang, which brought great acclaim to Empress Jiang. The factions aligned with the Empress and the Prime Minister seized this opportunity for political maneuvering, with the Ministry of Works urgently manufacturing the new plow, naturally rewarding the officials of the Nanyang royal household. However, the Duchess of Ongwa paid little heed to such matters, fixated solely on her son's recovery. Fortunately, after Jiang Qin's fever subsided, he was able to take medicine and consume some rice soup. Various branches of the Duke's household took turns visiting him, feigning concern while harboring their own ulterior motives. The Duke's 4 sons from different mothers were particularly active, visiting daily, much to the Duchess's quiet resentment. One morning, after an unexpected 6-day slumber, the young lord finally opened his eyes. The Duchess, in a surge of joy, wept uncontrollably. "Jiang Chun, you have awakened at last. You have slept for 6 days. Had you not awakened, I would have followed you." The group surrounding the bed, young and old alike, clamored to speak. "Jiang Chun, you are finally awake. We have feared for 6 days, dreading the worst. Now that you have opened your eyes, we can all breathe easy." Ninth brother, It is wonderful that you are awake. The chorus of voices surged like a tide, ringing in his ears. The pale and handsome youth struggled to focus his scattered gaze, slowly recognizing the faces around him, his body trembling beneath the covers. In that fleeting moment, countless chaotic images flooded his mind. 1,000 words lodged in his throat, unutterable yet undeniable. His eyes burned, and warm tears threatened to spill, yet he held them back. After a long while, he managed to utter, "I am hungry." 2 days later, the now-recovered young Lord Jiang entered the palace to pay his respects to Empress Jiang. She grasped his hand, her eyes scanning him with a smile. "Ah, how splendid you look! Your spirits are lifted, and your complexion has regained its color. My heart can finally rest." Jiang Chun, observing Empress Jiang's concerned demeanor, felt a tumult of emotions yet displayed none. Smiling as he replied, "Your ungrateful nephew has inexplicably fallen ill, causing concern for your majesty." Empress Jiang chuckled. "It was not your intention to fall ill. So how could you be ungrateful? My heart has been heavy. Now that you are well, I can relax." Jiang Chun, filled with gratitude and affection, vowed, "I shall honor you well, dear aunt." Empress Jiang beamed with delight. Jiang Chun, suppressing his excitement, casually remarked, "By the way, Gong Zhao returned to the capital 8 days ago, and my cousin Shaohua must have entered the palace with him. I have heard you mention her, yet I have yet to meet her." Empress Jiang replied, "That girl is quite stubborn. She insists that the Duke of Nanyang has entrusted her with dreams, wishing to remain in Nanyang County, and refuses to enter the palace. I have decided to let her be." Jiang Qin's body trembled, astonishment and disbelief flashing in his eyes. As he contemplated, joy swept through him. His voice quivered slightly. "In the palace, under your majesty's guidance, with the company of the princess and the 2 county lords, alongside the erudite Taifu and the finest musicians and embroiderers from Daliang. Even those wishing to practice martial arts would find ample masters. Meanwhile, my cousin Shaohua is all alone in Nanyang County. It would be best to bring her to the palace sooner rather than later." This sentiment resonated deeply with Empress Jiang. Although her desire to bring Jiang Shaohua into the palace stemmed from some ulterior motives, she genuinely considered her well-being. With her mother long deceased and her grandfather gone, Jiang Shaohua was left with only a stepfather, Lu Xian. A girl of her age should not be without proper guardians. In a few years, as she reached marriageable age, where would she find a suitable husband? Empress Jiang sighed. "If she is unwilling to enter the palace for now, I cannot force her. Perhaps in a year or so, I shall send someone to bring her." A year was far too long for him to wait. If she did not wish to come to the capital, he would go to Nanyang County to see her. This thought lingered on his tongue, but was swallowed back. They had never met, and to the world, they were strangers. What reason did he have to journey so far for her? At that moment, Gong Zhao, who had played a significant role in restoring Empress Jiang's reputation with a new plow, hurried in with a substantial envelope in hand. "A letter from the Princess of Nanyang has arrived, sent by express courier for your majesty's perusal." Chapter 96. The letter Jiang Shaohua has written? Empress Jiang was somewhat taken aback as she reached for the thick envelope. Jiang Qin's gaze followed, fixated on the letter. However, Empress Jiang showed no intention of opening it before him, instead advising, "Now that you are well, go to the study and read." Jiang Chun had no choice but to comply, bowing in acknowledgement as he exited, unable to resist glancing back at the envelope, his eyes yearning to penetrate its depths and glimpse the figure etched in his heart. With a tumult of emotions, Jiang Chun entered the study. The crown prince greeted him with delight. "Jiang Chun, you are finally well. We have all been so worried." Jiang Yi chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, Wu Yuan, who typically eats 3 bowls, has lost a third of his appetite due to worry." Li Wu Yuan grinat brutally. Wang Jin joyfully proclaimed, "Tonight, I shall host a feast at Dingxiang Tower to celebrate Jiang Qin's safe recovery." The 13-year-old Wang Si, with clear eyes like bright stars, smiled radiantly, exuding the charm of a refined young gentleman. Jiang Chun gazed at Wang Jin for a moment. Wang Jin, perplexed by the scrutiny, teased, "Why do you stare at me like that after not seeing me for 8 or 9 days? Do I have horns sprouting from my head or an extra pair of eyes on my face?" Laughter erupted among the group. Jiang Chun, after a deep look at Wang Jin, joined in the laughter. "I suddenly realized how exceptionally handsome you are." I felt a twinge of jealousy and could not help but look twice. This remark sent everyone into another fit of laughter. Wang Jin, bemused, chided Jiang Chun, A true man should be measured by his intellect and prowess, not by his looks. Besides, who would dare boast of their appearance in front of the exceptionally handsome young Lord Jiang? Jiang Chun took a slow, deep breath, letting it out gradually, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within. I have not been here for a few days. What has the Taifu taught you during my absence? Please share with me. The Crown Prince's academic prowess was average, while Li Guin, despite his clever appearance, was rather empty-headed. As for Jiang Yi, in his youth, he was playful and his academic performance was on par with Li Buyuan. Naturally, the responsibility of explaining coursework to Zheng Chun fell upon the exceptionally talented and intelligent young Master Wang Si. Wang Jin patiently and meticulously began his explanations. As Zheng Chun listened, he suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Was everything before him real or merely a dream? Or perhaps the experiences he had undergone were the true, nightmarish visions? Time, have you returned to your youth like Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly? In the Jingyang Palace, after Zheng Chun departed, Empress Dowager Zheng casually tore open an envelope and began to glance through its contents. After reading just half a page, she straightened her posture, the smile fading from her face, her gaze fixated on the letter. Standing nearby, Eunuch Zhao quietly observed the Empress Dowager's expression, pondering the situation. What had transpired in Nanyang County? Had the princess changed her mind about entering the palace, or was she requesting the Empress Dowager's support for some matter? Regardless, having benefited from the princess, she should surely say a few words on her behalf. As the Empress Dowager read through the lengthy letter with a grim expression, Eunuch Zhao hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea and presented it to her side. The Empress Dowager glared impatiently. I have no interest in tea. Eunuch Zhao, realizing he had misjudged the situation, hastily set the tea aside, smacked himself on the face, and offered his apologies. The Empress Dowager, visibly perturbed, commanded, all of you leave. I wish to be alone. Eunuch Zhao dared not protest further and led the other palace attendants out. The Empress Dowager sat in silence for a long while, her expression fluctuating. Gradually, she picked up the letter and read it over and over. Just as Eunuch Zhao had suspected, the letter was indeed a plea for her support. The matter at hand was not complicated. It could be summarized in a few sentences. If it were confirmed that Zhuo Zhen had committed those acts within the Nanyang army, it would be sufficient grounds to strip him of his official position. As the esteemed princess of Nanyang, Jiang Shaohua had merely taken punitive measures without causing fatal harm, which was hardly a grave offense. What truly stung her eyes and heart were the passages in Jiang Shaohua's letter. Zhuo Zhen, relying on his position as a loyal dog under Prime Minister Wang, had dismissed her as the princess. He boldly proclaimed that with the protection of Prime Minister Wang, no one could touch him. Even when she invoked the names of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, he remained unperturbed. The arrogance of such a lackey was indeed alarming, given the formidable influence of Prime Minister Wang in the court. Zhuo Zhen, having suffered a setback at her hands, would undoubtedly write to seek Prime Minister Wang's backing. As the Grand Princess of Daliang, she likely meant nothing in his eyes. Thus, she had no choice but to shamelessly implore the Empress Dowager for protection. She understood that this matter would place the Empress Dowager in a difficult position. Prime Minister Wang was a prominent minister of two reigns, the head of the officials, and many in the court were his followers. If he wished to deal with her, he need not even show his face. It was only natural for the Empress Dowager to feel apprehensive. Even if she were unwilling to offer her support, she bore no resentment. Her only concern was that if this situation persisted, it would lead to a reversal of power, with ministers disregarding the royal family, while the common people recognized only Prime Minister Wang, oblivious to the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. With a resounding clap, the Empress Dowager struck the small table in frustration. Overwhelmed by anger, she had struck too hard, causing her palm to turn red. She inhaled sharply, her ire growing. Prime Minister Wang, I shall see if I can protect a Jiang princess. Zhao Chunming, come here. Eunuch Zhao hastily entered. I am here. The Empress Dowager rose and pointed. Go summon the Emperor to Jingyang Palace and tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Eunuch Zhao complied and left, only to return after a short while, looking troubled. Your Majesty, the Emperor is in a meeting with Prime Minister Wang. The gatekeeper dares not relay your message and insists that you must wait until the meeting concludes. The Empress Dowager scoffed. What great power Prime Minister Wang wields. Even the Emperor's eunuchs must heed his whims. As the Empress Dowager, I must wait in line to see the emperor. The Empress Dowager's words, though somewhat unreasonable, held a kernel of truth. It was in fact Prime Minister Wang who had entered the Zhao Hall first. He was unaware that the Empress Dowager suddenly wished to see the emperor. However, in her fury, the Empress Dowager saw it differently. Seizing the opportunity, Eunuch Zhao added fuel to the fire. Indeed, Prime Minister Wang is formidable. In the palace, everyone vies to curry favor with him. As the chief eunuch of Jingyang Palace, I would be embarrassed to be seen alongside Prime Minister Wang's entourage. The Empress Dowager laughed coldly. I shall go myself and see who dares to stop me. With that, she stormed out of Jingyang Palace. Eunuch Zhao and the other palace attendants surrounded the Empress Dowager as they made their way to Zhao Hall. Chapter 97. Support, Part 1. With an expression of indignation, the Empress Dowager strode into Zhao Hall with an imposing presence. Eunuch Qi, the head eunuch of Zhao Hall, internally lamented, unable to stop her, and even lacking the time to inform others. He could only watch helplessly as the Empress Dowager entered the hall. As Eunuch Zhao passed by Eunuch Qi, he remarked with a forced smile, "The Empress Dowager wishes to see the emperor. How could lowly servants like us dare to obstruct her?" Most eunuchs, having undergone castration at a young age, lacked the traits of manliness and often exhibited a more effeminate disposition. Eunuch Qi, furious at Eunuch Zhao's words, had no time to glare and hurried into Zhao Hall to prepare for an apology. Eunuch Zhao, relieved of his own frustrations, felt a sense of satisfaction as he followed closely behind. As the two entered the hall, they had yet to utter a word of apology when a stern male voice interrupted. "This is Zhao Hall, where the emperor meets with his ministers to discuss state affairs. During the reign of the late emperor, it was strictly forbidden for anyone from the harem to enter Zhao Hall without permission. What urgent matter brings the Empress Dowager here unannounced?" Eunuch Zhao, who had been bold in his speech, instinctively shrank back upon hearing that voice. Eunuch Qi mirrored his reaction. The man who had sternly addressed the Empress Dowager was none other than Prime Minister Wang Rong. The Wang family was a prominent lineage in Daliang, having been influential since the previous dynasty, spanning several centuries. The exact number of branches, members, and officials in the Wang family was a mystery known only to the family patriarch. Wang Rong was the current head of the Wang family, having entered government service at 20, appointed as prime minister by the late emperor at 35, and subsequently serving as prime minister for over 20 years. With numerous clan members and countless disciples across Daliang, Wang Rong was now 63, tall and imposing, with sharp eyes that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. At his age, he was hardly considered old for a prime minister, and he maintained good health, appearing capable of serving another 2 or 3 decades. When the Empress Dowager barged in, Wang Rong was engaged in discussions with Emperor Taikong, alongside other high-ranking officials. In such a setting focused on state affairs, the Empress Dowager's abrupt intrusion was indeed against palace protocol. Wang Rong's reprimand, though excessive, left no room for the Empress Dowager's dignity. It is worth noting that this was the emperor's mother, the Empress Dowager of Daliang. Even if the Empress Dowager's behavior was somewhat out of line, it was hardly the place for a minister to issue rebukes. Wang Rong's resolute demeanor illustrated his power, showing no fear of the Empress Dowager. Infuriated, the Empress Dowager retorted with a cold smile. "Am I not allowed to see my own son without seeking Prime Minister Wang's permission?" Wang Rong remained unyielding and replied coldly, "If the Empress Dowager wishes to see the emperor, please wait until the small court meeting concludes, and then request the emperor's presence in Jingyang Palace. It would be best if the Empress Dowager refrained from frequenting Zhao Hall, to avoid any misunderstandings regarding ambitions to meddle in state affairs." The Empress Dowager found herself at a loss for words against Wang Rong's sharpness and felt her face flush with anger. The Minister of War, Dukengua, cleared his throat and interjected, "The Empress Dowager has always been understanding. Her urgency today surely indicates a pressing matter." Zhang, the Minister of Personnel, who was a close confidant of Wang Rong, quickly added, "Although Prime Minister Wang's words may seem harsh, they stem from genuine concern for the emperor and the reputation of the Empress Dowager." Li, the Minister of Rights and father to the crown prince's mother, should have naturally sided with the Empress Dowager, but he remained silent, pondering his position. The Minister of Revenue, Ji, spoke up, "Since Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has arrived, perhaps we should first hear what matter she wishes to discuss." This Ji, aged 60, with graying hair, was the father of the late empress and the father-in-law of Emperor Taikong. Upon seeing him, Prince Jiang felt compelled to respectfully address him as grandfather. Ji took the opportunity to defend Empress Dowager Zheng, prompting Prime Minister Wang to refrain from further remarks. At that moment, Emperor Tai Kong smiled and approached, gently supporting the Empress Dowager's arm. "Mother, please calm down. Prime Minister Wang does not intend to target you." Thus, it was evident that Empress Dowager Zheng harbored a deep disdain for Prime Minister Wang, though it remained a mystery what kind of enchantment he cast upon the emperor. Despite his filial piety, Emperor Tai Kong placed greater trust in Prime Minister Wang. Suppressing her anger, Empress Dowager Zheng addressed Tai Kong. "The Princess of Nanyang has sent a letter to me. After reading it, I was filled with indignation and could not contain myself. So I came to Shaohua Hall." The mention of the Princess of Nanyang surprised Tai Kong, as well as Prime Minister Wang and the others. Following the death of the previous emperor, the new emperor had been wary of the highly esteemed Prince of Nanyang. However, with the prince having passed away a year ago, and the current princess being merely a 10-year-old girl, she posed no threat in the eyes of the officials. Why then did Empress Dowager Zheng suddenly bring up the Princess of Nanyang? Scanning the room, her gaze landed on Prime Minister Wang. "Have you not received a letter from your loyal subordinate, General Zhuozhen?" Wang's expression remained unchanged. "Your Majesty, that is an erroneous statement. General Zhua is a military officer of the court. If he is a loyal subordinate, then he is a loyal subordinate to the emperor." Emperor Tai Kang's eyes flickered as he inquired of Empress Dowager Zheng. "What has happened with Zhuozhen?" It was indeed the Prime Minister's suggestion to appoint Zhuozhen to command the Nanyang army, but this was meant to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Empress Dowager Zheng seized upon this matter to express her grievances, leaving the emperor in a difficult position. Unaware of the subtle displeasure emanating from the emperor, Zheng recounted Zhuozhen's mistakes within military. He receives a salary from the court, yet neglects his duties, leaving the Nanyang army in utter disarray. What is more infuriating is that when the Princess of Nanyang confronted him, he dared to lay hands on her, claiming he had Prime Minister Wang's support and was unafraid of the Princess of Dalian. "If I do not intervene, I fear the esteemed Jiang family princess may be humiliated by this despicable military officer. This matter cannot be overlooked." Emperor Taikong. Prime Minister Wang. The ministers exchanged glances, gauging the Prime Minister's reaction. Zhuozhen's offenses were typical of military officers and would likely result in demotion rather than execution. However, the gravest concern lay in the last two statements. What audacity did a mere military officer possess to confront a princess? How could Wang's loyal subordinate so disdainfully dismiss the Princess of Dalian? Regardless of her youth, Jiang Shaohua was of royal blood, a princess recognized by the court. To act with such disregard for the sovereign was an insufferable affront. Prime Minister Wang, having served for over 20 years, merely raised an eyebrow at this heart-wrenching accusation. One cannot judge solely based on one side's words. "Let us await General's report before deciding." No sooner had he spoken than an attendant announced, "Your Majesty, the Nanyang Prince's memorial has arrived." Chapter 98, Support, Part 2. The memorial from the Princess of Nanyang was submitted ahead of schedule. Surely, Zhuozhen was not foolish enough to neglect the urgency of the situation. The ministers silently scoffed or observed with detached amusement. Prime Minister Wang, seething with anger yet maintaining an air of composure, stated, "Since the Nanyang Prince's memorial has arrived first, I would request that it be read before the emperor." Emperor Tai Kong nodded slightly. "Let it be as the Prime Minister requests." With all eyes upon him, the attendant presented the memorial, and the court secretary read aloud Zhuozhen's 10 grave accusations, each sentence sharp and cutting, as if inscribed with a blade. By the end, not only was Empress Dowager Zheng seething with anger, but even Emperor Tai Kong wore a grim expression. While clandestinely suppressing the Nanyang Principality was one matter, publicly allowing such disrespect towards Princess Jiang was intolerable. It was an affront to the dignity of the royal family. Prime Minister Wang's wrath surged. Zhuozhen, this foolish man, had overstepped the bounds, and now the Prime Minister found himself in a predicament where he could not shield his subordinate. Indeed, Wang considered this entire affair to be orchestrated by Chen Zhua, the old fox, and never believed that a 10-year-old girl could pull off such a scheme. Tai Kong and Zheng shared this sentiment. Observing the Prime Minister's slightly troubled expression, Zheng felt a surge of satisfaction and coldly remarked, "This memorial contains 10 counts against Zhuozhen. I wonder what Prime Minister Wang thinks of it? Rarely at a disadvantage." Wang hesitated to respond. Fortunately, Minister Zhang stepped forward. We must ascertain the facts before passing judgment. It would be prudent to await General Zhuo's memorial before proceeding. Suppressing his displeasure, Emperor Tai Kong nodded. Minister Zhang speaks wisely. We shall hold off on a decision. Then, he gently addressed Empress Dowager Zhang. Mother, your compassion for the younger generation is well understood. Shaohua is the sole bloodline of the Prince of Nanyang, and I shall not allow anyone to demean her. Rest assured, Empress Dowager Zhang, having dealt a blow to Prime Minister Wang, felt elated, responding unhurriedly. With the Emperor's assurance, I can rest easy. As a mere woman, I know little of court affairs. All I comprehend is that this realm belongs to the Jiang family, and all subjects must be loyal to the Emperor. The Emperor must also keep a keen eye to discern who the loyal ministers are and who the treacherous schemers manipulating the court may be. One must not be easily swayed by momentary kindness. Having successfully irritated Prime Minister Wang, Empress Dowager Zhang departed with the air of a victor. Wang, stifling his frustration, respectfully escorted her out. That evening, the study of the Wang family was ablaze with candlelight. Prime Minister Wang wore a grim expression. Has Zhuo sent any news? The aide responsible for correspondence replied in a hushed tone. No news has arrived yet. Prime Minister Wang, half laughing in anger. If he seeks his own demise, I shall not intervene. The other aides urged him to temper his fury. Wang, not concealing his wrath before his trusted aides, coldly remarked, Today, the Empress Dowager stormed into Shaohua Hall, seeking to undermine me. The memorial from a Nanyang prince arrived just in time. Even the Emperor is somewhat displeased. If I were to unconditionally protect Zhuo, would that not solidify the accusation that the loyal subordinate fears not the imperial authority? Zhuo, indeed, was like a piece of useless clay. Despite the prime minister's support, he could not manage even this trivial task, bringing embarrassment upon Wang. This matter was best left untouched. In mere words, Zhuo, far away, had become a discarded pawn. One of the aides quietly advised, Prime Minister, it is widely recognized that the Empress Dowager seeks to meddle in court affairs. If you retreat now, it may only embolden her faction. The so-called Empress Dowager's faction comprised the Minister of War, Duke Ngua, as well as Minister Ji and others who had been drawn into her orbit, alongside some mid-level officials. Though not as powerful as Wang's faction, it was a force not to be underestimated. Prime Minister Wang sneered. Let her bask in her triumph for a few days. A mere woman should remain in the inner palace, raising princesses and county lords, rather than stepping into the realm of governance. It is truly short-sighted and ignorant of her to think that I am her rival. In truth, the one she should fear is the emperor seated on the dragon throne. No matter how soft-hearted Emperor Tai Kong might be, he was still the sovereign. Above imperial power, there existed only solitude. Even his biological mother would not wish to share authority. How ridiculous that Empress Dowager Zhang failed to grasp this reality. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. While the chancellor furrowed his brow, his displeasure evident in his voice. Who? When he convened a meeting with his advisors, his study was guarded by loyal attendants, forbidding any unauthorized individuals from approaching. A clear and melodious voice of a young boy echoed. Father, it is I. Wang the chancellor's frown suddenly relaxed, and he beckoned for the door to be opened. A refined young man donned in a moonlight blue brocade robe entered with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Son pays respects to father. This was none other than Wang Jin, the youngest son of Wang the chancellor. He was the youngest of the chancellor's 4 sons and 5 daughters, born to his elderly wife, a cherished child born to him in his 50s, and thus held in great affection. Among the grandchildren, 3 had already married and had children. Wang Jin, however, was just 13 years old. The chancellor's elder sons were all serving in various official capacities, leaving Wang Jin as the only one remaining by his father's side to enjoy familial warmth. Since the age of 8, Wang Jin had served as a companion to the crown prince, residing within the palace, though he would return home intermittently. The chancellor's sour mood dissipated entirely as he smiled and called out, 4th son, come here. Wang Jin approached with a grin. The advisors, recognizing the moment, tactfully withdrew. In that instant, the powerful chancellor was akin to any loving father, inquiring with great care about Wang Jin's studies. He specifically cautioned, your constitution is frail. It is unwise to engage in martial arts. You may manage the basics of archery and horsemanship, but do not overexert yourself. Still a spirited youth, Wang Jin could not suppress his competitive nature and replied, Then won't I be overshadowed by Zhang Zixian? The chancellor chuckled. Then he observed Wang Jin frowning as he murmured. Strangely enough, ever since Zhang Zixian fell ill, he has been acting oddly, harboring some inexplicable hostility towards me. It was not uncommon for the crown prince's companions to vie for dominance, yet they had grown up together, sharing a bond. However, in recent days, Zhang Qin's gaze towards him had been particularly indifferent. Chapter 99. Youth Wang. The chancellor brushed aside the youthful rivalry, casually remarking, Zhang Qin is the maternal nephew of the Empress Dowager. Perhaps he has been influenced by her to view you with hostility. Given the opposing stances of the Zhang and Wang families in court, it is unlikely that Zhang Qin and Wang Jin could ever become close allies. Wang Jin, perceptive and astute, sensed something amiss but could not articulate it clearly. He set the matter aside, curious about the recent memorial submitted by the Princess of Nanyang, which condemned General Zhua. The chancellor's expression grew cool as he glanced at his naive son. You are aware of this matter as well? Wang Jin nodded. After court adjourned, the crown prince received news, and us companions soon learned of it. The Empress Dowager is shielding the Princess of Nanyang, intentionally putting my father in a difficult position. I truly cannot rest easy, so I return home tonight to check. Wang the chancellor chuckled again. What do you know of court affairs, my young son? Whether you return or not is inconsequential. However, your filial piety brings comfort to your old father. He added, I am well aware of this matter. You need not worry. Continue your studies in the study room, as usual, and if the crown prince inquires, simply say you know nothing. He himself knew nothing. Wang Jin felt a twinge of displeasure. I am no longer a child, yet father still treats me as such. You refuse to share any matters with me. The chancellor was amused, promising, I shall certainly inform you of matters in the future. Meanwhile, in the study of the Duke of Anghua, Zhang and his son were engaged in conversation. The young princess of Nanyang, though still in her youth, possessed cunning and resourcefulness, managing to persuade the Empress Dowager through a letter. The Duke of Anghua recalled the scene from earlier in the court and chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. The Empress Dowager has seized this opportunity to severely diminish Wang the Chancellor's influence. It is truly a delight. Young Lord Zhang Chun silently observed his father's elation and suddenly inquired, I wonder how the Emperor will deal with General Zhua. The Duke scoffed. Regardless of the outcome, General Zhua will no longer hold his position as commander of the Nanyang army. Zhang Chun murmured, if General Zhua is dismissed, someone must take his place. Father might consider appointing someone from the Nanyang army as the new commander. This could serve as a favor to the Princess of Nanyang. The Duke of Anghua countered, this matter depends on the Empress Dowager's intentions. I have never met the Princess of Nanyang.